President Cheng, your supreme package time is up. Would you like to extend it? A voice as soft as water sounded by his ear, carrying just the right hint of coy sweetness. The one speaking was Technician No. 36, the star of Cheng Yin Pavilion. Her face was as stunning as a trending starlet's with a slender waist and long legs, yet her hands were precise and strong. She was Cheng Yin's fixed choice, the one he booked every single week without fail. Today Cheng Yin had chosen the club's most expensive emperor set priced at 888. By all reason, facing such a stunning beauty, even if he did not flirt, he ought at least to exchange a few words. Yet at this moment Cheng Yin looked as if his soul had fled his body. His eyes stared fixedly at the ceiling, and even when the technician pressed directly on the most sensitive aching spot on his soul, he did not react in the slightest. It was not that he was pretending to be aloof, nor that he had no interest in beautiful women. It was simply because, just 3 minutes earlier, there had been a sharp ding inside his mind, followed by a string of mechanical electronic sounds exactly like what he had read countless times in those online novels. Apocalypse Survival Daily Unlock Skill System is now binding. Binding progress 10, 50, 100. Binding complete. This all at once completely numbed Cheng Yin. He was 28 this year, a self-made man who had spent 8 years in e-commerce and supply chains, clawing his way up from a penniless street vendor to a boss worth over 500 million. What storms and waves had he not weathered? Yet a system abruptly appearing in his head. This was truly beyond anything he could reasonably process. President Cheng. Technician No. 36, seeing that he had been silent for so long, inched closer again. The scent of her perfume mixed with the milky aroma of shower gel drifted over as her voice grew even softer. Do you feel I'm not doing a good job today? Or would you like to try a specialty service instead? I've got a few private programs that are excellent for relieving stress, very suitable for you. Her second round of questions finally yanked Cheng Yin's soul back into his body. He suddenly sat bolt upright, startling the technician beside him. The system's prompt tone was still looping in his head. Right now his mind was consumed with finding a secluded place to figure out what was happening. He had no mood whatsoever to stay and extend the session. No extension. Check out. Cheng Yin grabbed his jacket from the sofa, pulled out his phone, scanned the payment code, and paid the 888 yuan without so much as blinking before turning to leave. He moved as if something terrifying were chasing close behind him. He left Technician No. 36 sitting where she was utterly bewildered. She had worked in this line for many years and had never encountered such a client, spending nearly 10,000, his mind wandering the entire time, barely saying a few words, leaving the moment time was up and not even asking for her WeChat. Unable to help herself, she glanced down at her own figure and muttered, "Did my charm suddenly drop today? Or is this President Cheng not up to it?" If Cheng Yin had heard that, he would surely have come back to argue the point with her. But by now he was already in his Maybach. With a twist of the key and a hard stamp on the accelerator, the car shot out of the club's underground garage like an arrow. The evening rush hour had just passed, so there were not many cars on the road, yet Cheng Yin was still driving like a madman. Normally, he drove with great caution, always respecting the speed limit. With a fortune in the hundreds of millions, he cherished his life. But today he was driving insanely fast, his mind filled with that system prompt sound from before, his palms slick with sweat. What the hell is going on? Cheng Yin cursed inwardly as he drove. I only want to get my feet washed and relax a bit. How did I end up with a system out of nowhere? Could it be I've been staying up too late reading novels and started hallucinating? Or was there something wrong with the tea at the club? Did they drug me? The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. He pinched his own thigh hard, making himself bare his teeth in pain. He was not dreaming. So this system was real. A drive that normally took over 10 minutes, he finished in barely 8. The car pulled straight into a detached villa community on the outskirts. After swiping past the gate, he parked in his own garage and practically tumbled out of the car, scrambling into the house. He had bought this small villa the year before last. It came with a yard 3 floors above ground and an enormous basement. Security was top tier, and he usually lived here alone, with only a part-time Andy coming in the mornings to clean and cook. It was past 8 in the evening now, and the Andy had long since left, and the whole house was perfectly quiet, just right for him to figure out what this system really was. The first thing Cheng Yin did after entering was to bolt the front door, draw every curtain in the house, cut the power to the living room surveillance cameras, then dart into the study on the 2nd floor and lock that door behind him as well. Utterly, almost absurdly cautious. Leaning back against the door, he took several deep breaths before carefully calling out in his mind, testing the water system. Almost the instant the word left his thoughts, that cold, mechanical, electronic voice rang out clearly in his mind, incomparably distinct, "Present host." Cheng Yin's heart suddenly clenched, nearly leaping out of his throat. Damn, it really existed. He forced himself to steady his emotions. Having handled business deals worth hundreds of millions, his mental resilience was far stronger than most people's. Suppressing the roaring waves in his heart, he continued to ask silently, "System, what use are you? And what did you mean by apocalypse just now?" This system originates from a higher dimensional civilization and is the Apocalypse Survival Daily Skill System. Its core mission is to assist the host in surviving the imminent global extreme cold apocalypse. Time remaining until the extreme cold apocalypse officially descends: 29 days, 23 hours, and 42 minutes. Core function of this system: every day at 0000, a brand new permanently effective survival skill will be unlocked for the host with no usage limits, no negative side effects, and no cooldown time. Cheng Yin stood there completely dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long while. An apocalypse. And not just any apocalypse, but an extreme cold apocalypse. And it would arrive in only 1 month. Damn it, he had struggled for 8 years, finally making it from a broke kid who never knew where his next meal was coming from to a man worth 500 million standing at the pinnacle of his life. And now he was being told that in a month the world would be over. That was sheer utter nonsense. Are you kidding me? Cheng Yin could not help but swear. System, this extreme cold apocalypse. How cold are we talking? This apocalypse will be a global super cold wave disaster. Within 72 hours of its onset, the global average temperature will plummet to -60 degrees Celsius. Coastal regions will experience super ice tsunamis, inland regions will be completely frozen over. Power, water supply, and communication systems will gradually fail, the order of human civilization will collapse entirely. The initial mortality rate is estimated to exceed 85. -60 degrees. Cheng Yin drew in a sharp cold breath. He had gone skiing in the northeast in winter. Even at -20 degrees, he felt frozen to the bone. At -60, a man stepping outside to take a leak would probably have it freeze into a popsicle midair. Stay outside for 5 minutes, and you might just turn into a solid block of ice. He swallowed hard, his mind already beginning to calculate how to stay alive. His heartbeat grew faster and faster. After a few seconds of silence, he asked again, "System, you just said you'll give me 1 skill every day? What about today? I just bound you. You can't possibly give me nothing, right? Today is the first day of system binding. A novice exclusive benefit skill is hereby granted to the host: ultra-large storage space. Skill details: total area of the storage space is 500 million square meters with an internal clear height of 100 meters. Time within the space is absolutely static. Items stored will remain forever in the state they were in upon storage. Living creatures cannot be stored. The host may deposit and retrieve items freely through mere thought. 500 million square meters. Cheng Yin's mind buzzed, almost failing to process what he had just learned. Last year, he had spent tens of millions just to rent a single warehouse, yet this system had casually bestowed upon him a space of 500 million square meters. That was the equivalent of 70,000 standard football fields. And time inside was frozen. Then anything placed within would never spoil. Fruit and vegetables taken out after any length of time would remain fresh. Frozen meat would never thaw. Even chilled beer placed inside would always emerge perfectly icy. This wasn't merely a space, it was a mobile super warehouse. Can this really be true? Cheng Yin still could not quite believe it. He fixed his gaze on the stainless steel ashtray on the desk and silently intoned in his heart's door. With a soft whoosh, the ashtray that had been sitting on the desk vanished without a trace, disappearing in an instant without so much as a sound. Cheng Yin's eyes lit up at once. He hurriedly recited in his heart, "Retrieve." The next second, the cool ashtray appeared steadily in his palm, exactly the same as before, not the slightest difference. Damn, damn, damn. Cheng Yin cursed 3 times in a row, his whole being erupting with it. He was not someone unfamiliar with the ways of the world. He could sign contracts worth millions without so much as blinking. Yet now he was like a child who had never seen the world before, going wild in the study as he frantically tested this space. The desktop computer on the table, store retrieve, powered on and worked perfectly. The full wall of books on the bookshelf, store retrieve. Then he ran downstairs to the living room. He opened the double-door refrigerator, the imported Wagyu beef, cherries, Musang King durians, and several bottles of Lafite inside were all swept into the space in one go. 10 minutes later, he took them out again. The Lafite was still chilled, the Wagyu had not thawed at all, and the durian smelled exactly as it had when he first put it in, not the slightest fragrance lost. Cheng Yin believed it completely now. This was no illusion, no dream. The system was real, and the apocalypse was in all likelihood real as well. He collapsed onto the cashmere carpet in the living room and sat there for a long time, unable to recover his composure. The ragdoll cat in his arms, Cheng Yin, leaned over and rubbed its head against his arm, pulling him back to his senses, and he scooped the cat tightly into his embrace. Moments earlier, when he had gone crazy with testing, he had even tried to shove the cat into the space, only for the system to block it with a prompt that living beings could not be stored. "I'm sorry, Cheng Yin. I completely lost it just now and almost made you disappear." Cheng Yin rubbed the cat's head, both amused and exasperated. When the apocalypse comes and it's 60 degrees below zero, I'll still be relying on your fur coat to warm the bed. You're far more useful than any down jacket. Cheng Yin meowed, once having no idea that its human had just undergone a monumental upheaval in his life, nor that it had nearly met an untimely end. Holding the cat, Cheng Yin sat on the floor, first laughing, and then laughing he began to curse. Damn it, my life is absolutely ridiculous. Back when he was running a street stall, he had prayed every day to get rich. After finally making it, amassing billions in assets, owning villas and luxury cars, he was now being told that the world would end in a month. What was the point of my 8 years of struggle? Yet after cursing, he could not help but laugh again. So, when other people started out in the apocalypse, they would either be unarmed, ordinary folk, or refugees who could barely find enough to eat, beginning with nothing but the clothes on their backs and scavenging for survival. But him, he would begin with 500 million in cash, a time-frozen space of 500 million square meters, and a system that granted him one new skill every day. This wasn't an apocalypse start, it was a god-tier opening hand. While others fought for a mouthful of food in the end times, he could fill his space with the finest delicacies in the world and feast on rare dishes every single meal. While others shivered in 60 below temperatures, he could stock his entire space with warm supplies, turning the heating up until it felt like summer. While others slaughtered one another over scraps of resources, he would have a system gifting him a new skill every day. In a month's time, wouldn't he be able to swagger through the apocalypse as he pleased? At that thought, the flicker of panic in Cheng Yin's heart was instantly washed away by surging excitement. Suddenly, he recalled what had just happened at Jinlin Pavilion, slapped his thigh, and regretted it so much his guts ached. Damn, what a loss. That 8888 yuan package. I was spaced out the whole time and didn't even enjoy it. When they asked if I wanted to extend the time, I acted like a complete idiot. They probably think there's something wrong with me. A massive loss indeed, but he only regretted it for about 2 seconds. After all, the world would end in a month, who knew whether he would ever get a chance to enjoy such comforts again. Compared to that, this little money was nothing. Cheng Yin stood up, set the cat on the sofa, picked up his tablet, and got straight to business. He had built his fortune from scratch in the supply chain industry. Hoarding stock and planning ahead were exactly what he excelled at. Since it was confirmed that the apocalypse was coming, the most important thing now was to spend every last cent he had wisely. He created a spreadsheet on the tablet and began drafting a list, becoming more and more engrossed as he added item after item. Food and drink came first. These were absolutely critical. Rice flour, dried noodles, instant noodles, all to be hoarded by the ton. He would stock enough to last 500 years. With time frozen in the space, nothing would spoil, even after 5 centuries. He would simply fill it to the brim. Every kind of canned food, pork, beef, chicken, fruit, vegetables. If it was edible, he would stock it. Frozen meat, poultry, and seafood. Wagyu lobsters, king crab, salmon. Anything delicious would be collected into the space. Since it would never spoil, even at the end of the world, he refused to wrong his own taste buds. Then there were snacks, beverages, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, cola, beer, mineral water, to be hoarded by the shipping container. He normally loved an ice-cold cola, and even in the apocalypse, he had no intention of giving that up. Stockpiling so many supplies was absolutely necessary, because in time the planet's flora and fauna would gradually die out, and global food shortages would be inevitable. That would lead to horrors beyond imagination. People eating people. Although many people on Blue Star already lived in environments of -60 degrees, they were still a minority, and in the apocalypse, food would undoubtedly become the most critical resource. After all, many could find ways to resist the cold to some extent. But he himself did not tolerate cold well. Therefore, second on the list was warmth. At -60 degrees, an ordinary down jacket would be no better than paper. He would need professional polar cold weather gear, insulated boots, thermal underwear, wool socks, down sleeping bags. He would buy as many as he possibly could. And insulation materials such as extruded foam boards and rock wool. These were literally life-saving. He also had to renovate the villa. Cheng Yin calculated silently. Third came energy. In the apocalypse, the power grid would surely fail. Without electricity and heating, surviving at -60 degrees would be impossible. Diesel generators and gasoline generators. He would buy plenty as backup. Diesel and gasoline would be stored by the tanker full. He would also acquire solar panels and energy storage batteries. The more the better. As long as he had energy, he would not fear freezing or going hungry. There was a problem though. Some things could not be purchased on too large a scale, and he did not have unlimited funds either. Still, he decided not to overthink it. He would deal with obstacles as they came. Fourth came security. In the apocalypse, when order collapsed, humans would be more terrifying than ghosts. His villa would have to be thoroughly fortified, all doors and windows replaced with bulletproof, once the courtyard walls raised and topped with electrified fencing, and the surveillance system upgraded entirely to infrared night vision cameras. He would also need weapons for self-defense. Firearms were out of the question domestically, so he would have to go abroad. He traveled overseas frequently for business and held multiple passports from different countries, so that part did not worry him. Fifth came daily necessities and medicines. Toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, all to be hoarded in quantities sufficient for a lifetime. Even in the apocalypse, he refused to turn into a slob. Then there were medicines: frostbite, ointment, cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, wound treatments, first aid kits. Anything that might prove useful was to be stocked to the brim. Everyone knew that people in his country shared both a fear of insufficient firepower and a passion for stockpiling supplies, always afraid of going hungry. Cheng Yin was no exception. The more he listed, the more exhilarated he became, tapping at the tablet. So quickly it was as if it might start. In the past, he would calculate the cost versus the return on investment, count the cost effectiveness, and assess the rate of return. Now it was different. In a month, money would become worthless paper. If he didn't spend it, it would be a waste. He would spend every penny. He aimed to hoard as much as possible. He even planned to cash out his company's shares at a low price, converting everything into supplies. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and rushed to the yard. After ensuring no one was around, he looked at the several tons heavy artificial hill in the yard and silently chanted, "Collect." With a swish, the artificial hill vanished. Then he immediately chanted, "Retrieve," and the hill was gently placed back in its original position without disturbing a single blade of grass beneath it. Cheng Yin was overjoyed. The ability to freely collect and place down something that weighed several tons meant that in the future, he could directly suck in trucks of goods with ease, saving the effort of unloading. How incredibly convenient. He glanced at the time. There were only a few hours left until midnight when he could unlock his second skill. Cheng Yin suppressed his excitement and called the company's vice president. The phone rang twice before it was answered. The vice president's respectful voice came through. "Mr. Cheng, it's quite late. What can I do for you?" "Nothing major." Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm. "I haven't been feeling well lately and need to take a month off. During this month, I entrust all company matters to you, no matter how big or small. Do not call me unless the sky falls." The vice president was taken aback. The company was currently in a critical growth phase, and the boss suddenly announced a month off while relinquishing all responsibilities. He hurriedly asked, "Mr. Cheng, are you all right? Is it serious? Do you need me to arrange a hospital?" "No need, I just want to rest." Cheng Yin was too lazy to explain. "Just do as I said. I'll double your salary, and if you do well, I'll add you 2 more points in shares." Upon hearing this, the vice president immediately ceased to hesitate and quickly agreed. "Understood, Mr. Cheng. You can rest assured. I will handle everything at the company and nothing will go wrong." After hanging up, Cheng Yin called the cleaning lady, informing her that he would be traveling for a month and she need not come to clean and her salary would remain unchanged. The cleaning lady was so happy that she repeatedly thanked him, wishing he could travel for a few more months. After sorting out these matters, the entire house fell into complete silence. Cheng Yin sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, gazing outside. No one would expect that just a month later the entire blue star would turn into a frozen hell where all laughter and joy would be swallowed by endless cold and silence. Cheng Yin took a deep breath, his gaze slowly becoming resolute. He had no ability to save the world nor the leisure for it. What he could do was to ensure that he lived well in the impending apocalypse better than anyone else. Cheng Yin focused on the bright red countdown on his system panel in his mind, gently tapping his fingers on the sofa armrest. As the excitement faded, his mind cooled down completely. Having built his fortune from scratch to 5 billion, he understood one principle better than anyone in the apocalypse: money would be a pile of useless waste paper, but before the apocalypse arrived, money was hard currency that could buy life. He had the space, a super large warehouse of 500 million square meters, but what good was it if it was empty? It needed to be filled with goods. He had the villa, but an ordinary standalone villa in minus 60 degrees of extreme cold, and a completely collapsed order was no different from a house made of paper. It must be transformed into an iron fortress that could withstand and fight. Both of these would require a lot of money, and it would be a lot of money. Cheng Yin squinted his eyes, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. He had a little over 5 billion in liquid funds at his disposal, which seemed substantial, but to build a top-notch shelter and hoard enough supplies for a lifetime, it was still not enough. What to do if it's not enough? Borrow, steal, take. As long as I have no morals, morals cannot restrain me. The apocalypse will arrive in a month, whether it's banks or loan sharks who would still come to me for repayment. By then it wouldn't just be about debt collection, whether those lenders could survive the first wave of cold was in doubt. Thinking of this, Cheng Yin couldn't help but smile, picking up his phone and starting to operate without any psychological burden. He first called the account manager from a long-term cooperating bank. The phone rang once before the other side picked up, their tone extremely respectful. "Mr. Cheng, what can I do for you at this late hour?" Xiaozhang, I want to take out a loan. Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa, his tone flat. Whatever the maximum amount your bank can approve, release it all to me. Xiaozhang was momentarily stunned, quickly replying, Mr. Cheng, your qualifications are definitely not an issue. The maximum approval for personal loans is 30 million, and for business loans the maximum is 200 million. However, the process needs to be followed, and it would take at least half a month to disburse the funds at the fastest. Half a month? Cheng Yin scoffed, I can't wait. My company is in urgent need of funds to grow. The money must be in my account today. You can raise the interest however you like, there's no upper limit. As long as the money is in place, everything is negotiable. Xiaozhang was completely taken aback. Having worked as an account manager for so many years, he had seen people crying and begging for lower interest rates, and those who used connections to get approved, but he had never seen someone actively requesting unlimited interest just to ensure same-day disbursement. This was a big boss with a fortune of 5 billion, not a poor kid who couldn't pay back. If this deal went through, his performance for the quarter would be off the charts, and his year-end bonus could triple. Xiaozhang was instantly energized, quickly saying, Mr. Cheng, rest assured. He'll call the president right now. Special treatment. The money will definitely be in your account before the end of the workday. Not a single cent less. After hanging up, Cheng Yin didn't stop. He called each of the dozen account managers from various banks stored in his phone, using the same script: approve as much as possible, raise the interest at will, and ensure same-day disbursement. In less than an hour, his phone was flooded with text messages, each announcing deposits. 30 million, 50 million, 1.2 billion, 80 million. From the banks alone, he had managed to pull out over 4 billion in cash. But that was still not enough. Cheng Yin swiped his finger, opening a contact labeled Black Loan on his phone, and dialed. This was a big brother he had met during previous social events, essentially a loan shark well connected. The money came quickly but with terrifyingly high interest. Cheng Yin had never needed it before, but now it was just what he required. After ringing for a while, the other side finally picked up. Amid the noise of a bustling background, he heard Brother Wang's loud voice. Who is it? It's me, Cheng Yin. We met at a drinking party before. Cheng Yin's tone was calm. I need to borrow some money. Wang was momentarily taken aback, and then his tone turned polite. Oh, Mr. Cheng, it's an honor. What brings you, such a big boss, to be in need of such small money? Whether I need it or not is not your concern. Just tell me if you can lend it to me. Cheng Yin said, I will use my villa car and company shares as collateral. Lend me as much as you can, set the interest rate, and ensure it's in my account today. Wang was completely stunned, not speaking for a long time. After a while, he cautiously asked, Mr. Cheng, you aren't joking with me, are you? This is high-interest lending. The interest is not low. With your wealth, it hardly makes sense to seek us out. You wouldn't be playing with us, would you? He truly couldn't understand. A big boss with a net worth of 500 million, with houses, cars, and companies and banks eager to give loans, yet he came to them for a high-interest loan. Isn't that insane? Cheng Yin sneered, inwardly thinking that the world would end in a month. Who cares about high interest? I won't be around anyway. Yet he said lightly, I have an urgent need. Oh, just tell me if you can lend it or not. If not, I'll find someone else. Lend. Of course we can lend. Brother Wang instantly realized, oh, why not make money when it's available? With collateral, what was there to worry about? Mr. Cheng, send over your asset proof, and I will have someone assess it right now. Within half an hour, the money will be transferred to you. How much do you need? Whatever you can give, just give that much. After hanging up, Cheng Yin contacted several other private lenders, even reaching out to those who were rumored to offer loans without credit checks. Initially, these people reacted similarly to Brother Wang, wondering if this wealthy person was insane to seek high-interest loans instead of using the bank's low-interest loans. But once they saw Cheng Yin's assets, their eyes widened, each one eagerly rushing to transfer him money, fearing that someone else would snatch the deal. One brother involved in illegal lending even sent Cheng Yin a WeChat message after transferring the money. Brother, our interest rates are really high. If you get deceived or lose at gambling, turn back quickly. Don't be momentarily confused. Cheng Yin looked at this WeChat message and nearly laughed out loud, replying, no worries, thanks, thinking to himself, turn back. Should I wait to be frozen into a popsicle in the 60-degree cold wave? Cheng Yin looked at the string of numbers in his bank account and couldn't help but whistle. Including his principal and various loans, it totaled a staggering 1.4 billion. He had never seen so much money at once in his life. Except in video games. It felt great, but it was a bit taxing on his phone. After receiving dozens of calls, his phone was lagging, inundated with countless calls. With the money in place, the next crucial task was to transform his villa into a steel fortress capable of withstanding the apocalypse. Cheng Yin changed his clothes and drove straight to the most renowned renovation company in the city. This company was a top player in the industry, specializing in high-end private shelters, civil defense projects, and bulletproof security systems. It was said that many wealthy individuals' private villas were built by them, and they were also involved in some local civil defense works. The Maybach drove directly into the company courtyard. As soon as Cheng Yin got out of the car, the receptionist hurried over. Seeing his attire and the car he drove, her eyes lit up as she respectfully asked, "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" "No, I'm looking for your general manager to discuss a big deal," Cheng Yin casually replied. The young lady didn't dare to delay and quickly called the general manager's office. In less than 2 minutes, a middle-aged man with a beer belly dressed in a suit hurried out, smiling and shaking Cheng Yin's hand. "Hello, I'm General Manager Wang Jianjun. You can call me Old Wang." Once inside the office, Wang Jianjun brewed a cup of tea for Cheng Yin and asked with a smile, "What's your surname, boss? I wasn't aware you were coming today to discuss what kind of project." "We handle private basements, civil defense shelters, and security systems. You can absolutely trust our reputation in the industry. My surname is Cheng, no need for formality." Cheng Yin took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. "I have a standalone villa in the suburban villa area, 3 stories high, with a basement and a yard. I want you to transform this villa from top to bottom into a top-tier military fortress-level shelter." Wang Jianjun's smile remained, but he didn't take it too seriously. He had seen many rich individuals wanting to build villas, usually just installing bulletproof doors and windows and creating a small basement, spending at most a few million. "Don't worry, Mr. Cheng. This is our old profession. Just let us know your specific requirements. We will definitely handle it clearly for you." Cheng Yin put down his teacup and began listing his requirements calmly, making Wang Jianjun's eyes widen more and more. First, the entire house must be insulated against cold. The walls of the entire villa must withstand temperatures of 100 degrees. Even without heating, there should be no temperature below 0 indoors. All doors and windows must be replaced with bulletproof and impact-resistant custom versions with multiple layers of sealing and insulation. Second, structural reinforcement. The main structure of the entire villa must be reinforced with steel, with bulletproof steel plates added within the walls to withstand explosive impacts and bullet fire. The yard walls should be raised to 3 meters, and steel plates should be added within the walls to prevent digging and dismantling, able to withstand collisions from large trucks. Third, the core shelter area. The entire basement should be demolished and rebuilt into a fully enclosed nuclear and biochemical grade shelter equipped with an independent fresh air system capable of filtering toxic gas, nuclear radiation, and biological contamination, as well as an independent water circulation and power supply system, ensuring that even if the surface is destroyed, the basement can operate independently. Fourth, the security system. The entire house must have infrared night vision monitoring with no blind spots, equipped with motion detection alarms, and the perimeter must have vibration sensors and infrared beams that trigger alarms if someone approaches. Install an emergency shelter indoors with doors that are bank vault-level security doors resistant to prying and blasting. Fifth, the energy system. Install high-power diesel generators for me. Gasoline generators are also required, all treated for silent operation and serve as backups for each other. Additionally, install a solar power system with the largest capacity storage batteries, ensuring that even if the entire city loses power, the house can maintain 24-hour electricity. Cheng Yin finished listing his requirements in one breath, looking at the dumbfounded Wang Jianjun and asking, "Can you do these?" Wang Jianjun dropped the pen in his hand on the table, unable to regain his senses for a long time. "What do you mean by just these?" He had been in this business for over a decade and had seen high demands before, but never anything this outrageous. This was not building a villa. This was constructing a small military base. Not to mention withstanding an extreme cold apocalypse. Even in a war, this place could serve as a bunker. He swallowed hard, wearing a bitter expression. "Mr. Cheng, it's not that I can't do it for you. Your requirements are not to mention the materials. Just the sheer volume of this project, from design to construction to testing, would take at least 3 months. Many of the custom materials would have to be sourced from other regions or even overseas, making the timeline too long." Cheng Yin lifted his eyelids slightly. "Don't tell me those useless things. I'm just asking you what's the soonest it can be completed." Wang Jianjun gritted his teeth. "The fastest. At least 2.5 months. That's the absolute limit. Even if everyone in the company works around the clock, it will still take that long. I'll give you 1 month." Cheng Yin said calmly, "Everything must be completed, tested, and operational within 29 days. Wang Jianjun shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Cheng, this is truly not a matter of money. In 1 month, we might not even be able to gather the materials, let alone commence construction. It's really unfeasible." Cheng Yin smiled, leaning forward to look at him. "Is that so? Then let me ask you, how much would you normally quote for this?" Wang Jianjun paused for a moment, took out a calculator, and pressed for quite a while, looking up to say, "Based on your top configuration requirements, using the best materials, including labor and design, it would be around 300 million. Cheng Yin nodded directly, holding up 2 fingers. "I'll give you 400 million. Wang Jianjun's mouth instantly formed an O shape, and the calculator in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. This overwhelming wealth had finally come to him. 400 million 29 days, must be completed. Cheng Yin's voice was clear. For every day late, I will deduct 10 million. If it's finished a day early, I will give an additional bonus of 5 million. During construction, all workers will work in shifts around the clock. I will cover overtime meal and accommodation expenses at triple the salary, as long as the work is done quickly, and money is not an issue. The office was dead silent. Wang Jianjun stared at Cheng Yin, the blood vessels in his eyes, nearly bursting, breathing becoming rapid. 400 million. So much money, so much money, so much money. This order is worth the entire 2 years of revenue for their company. Even if it means spending money to snatch materials and hiring workers in shifts, they must complete this order. If they succeed, he will achieve financial freedom this year. If they fail, he will never receive such a big order again. An additional reward of 5 million. He could build a small villa in his hometown, buy a luxury car, and keep a young lover. Cough, cough, thinking too far. In the next moment, Wang Jianjun suddenly leaped up from his chair, his back nearly at a 90-degree angle, his smile, as bright as a sunflower, and the previous deep sorrow vanished without a trace, his voice raised by 8 degrees. Ah, Mr. Cheng, you should have said so earlier. It's only 29 days, right? Don't say 29 days. I'll get it done in 25 days. I'm not bragging with your requirements. Forget about military fortifications. As long as the money is in place, even the Dragon King can be crushed. I guarantee to arrange everything clearly for you. Money in place. Everything in place. You can rest assured. If we can't do this job, no one in the entire city can do it. Cheng Yin watched his rapid change of attitude, almost laughing out loud, thinking to himself that indeed 99 of the problems in this world can be solved with money, and the remaining one is simply because the money wasn't enough. He stood up, extended his hand. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. We can sign the contract now, and I'll transfer a deposit right away. The workers and materials must arrive by 8 a.m. tomorrow. No problem. Absolutely no problem. No issue at all. Wang Jianjun shook Cheng Yin's hand repeatedly. I'll draft the contract for you right now. They'll call all the suppliers right now. Tonight the materials will be sent your way. I'll summon the best construction team in the company overnight, and send them all to you. Working around the clock, not a second wasted. And one more thing. During the construction, all workers must keep confidentiality. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Don't see what shouldn't be seen. The confidentiality agreement must be signed. If any information leaks, the final payment will be forfeited. Understood. I totally understand. Wang Jianjun patted his chest. We will absolutely keep the secrets of wealthy clients. Whoever dares to gossip, I'll fire them directly. You can rest assured. Half an hour later, the contract was signed, and the deposit was directly transferred to the company's account. Wang Jianjun was like he had been injected with adrenaline, mobilizing the entire company, making calls one after another, frantically organizing people and materials, his loud voice filling the entire office. What do you mean it's difficult? Are you saying if it's difficult, then don't do it? Do you know how much this is worth? Cheng Yin didn't linger there, driving back to the villa area. After a long time, he just drank a few sips of water, hadn't eaten, and his stomach was already growling. Returning to the villa, Cheng Yin slumped onto the sofa, picked up his phone, opened the food delivery app, and was about to casually order a lobster set meal to fill his stomach when suddenly an idea struck him, and he sat up straight. Oh wow, right? Delivery. He had been thinking about stocking goods by going to the wholesale market, sourcing suppliers, and bringing back load after load. But now isn't delivery just a ready-made stockpiling channel? Whatever he wants to eat or use, with a simple tap on his phone, they deliver right to his doorstep, without him even needing to step outside. How convenient. The only issue is ordering too much at once, which might draw attention. But that's not a problem. Cheng Yin's eyes lit up, directly typing in the order notes. Company team building dining for hundreds. Please deliver quickly and provide extra utensils. Thank you. Perfect. Who would suspect a company team building ordering hundreds of takeouts? It's reasonable and without a flaw. Thinking of this, Cheng Yin couldn't help but laugh with joy, his fingers tapping rapidly on the phone screen as he entered into a frenzied ordering spree. Within a 5-kilometer radius, he didn't miss any stores, whether it was Chinese food, Western cuisine, fast food, barbecue, hot pot, fruit shops, supermarkets, convenience stores, pharmacies, or even pet stores. He had to prepare some food for Ji Yin since he really liked this cat. At a fast food restaurant, he directly ordered 300 family buckets and 300 double beef burger sets noted for company team building, and requested quick delivery. At a Sichuan restaurant, he ordered every dish on the menu, from fish-flavored shredded pork to boiled fish. At the barbecue restaurant, he ordered grilled lamb chops, whole roasted lamb, grilled kidneys, and lamb skewers, accumulating over 20,000 for just one order. At a high-end seafood restaurant, he ordered Boston lobsters, king crabs, Asian sea bass, and abalones, noting it was for a company business banquet, and requesting speedy delivery to ensure it wouldn't get cold. At the fruit shop, Even at the pharmacy, he ordered a bunch of cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, iodine, gauze bandages, and first aid kits, noting it was for company procurement of emergency supplies. Just 2 minutes after placing the orders, his phone started ringing wildly with confirmation calls from all the merchants. The first call was from the barbecue restaurant owner, who spoke cautiously as if he feared that Cheng Yin was causing trouble. Boss, I just want to confirm your order, a whole roasted lamb and grilled lamb chops, and it's a total of over 23,000. Are you sure you didn't order incorrectly? Our store is small with only 3 chefs, and we're worried we can't fulfill your team building in time. No mistake. Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa casually, saying, you guys hurry up and make as much as you can. It's fine to deliver in batches. For each delivery, I'll add a 50 tip for the delivery person, and once it's done, I'll give your store an additional 1,000 as a bonus for the hard work. The barbecue restaurant owner was instantly no longer conflicted, and his voice brightened. All right, boss. Rest assured, I'll call over the chefs from the next store to help out. We'll ensure it's done right. You'll get the first batch in half an hour. In less than half an hour, Cheng Yin's phone had not stopped ringing. All the merchants were in a frenzy, each one acting as if they had been injected with adrenaline. With the kitchens fully operational, even the dishwashing aunt and the cashier girl were called in to help pack and skewer. After all, such a sudden large order is encountered less than once a year. Only a fool wouldn't accept it. Before long, the first batch of takeout arrived. 2 delivery riders riding electric bikes had their back boxes packed full, and in their hands they carried several large bags, standing at the villa entrance, shouting, Mr. Cheng, your delivery has arrived. Cheng Yin opened the door and pointed to the living room. Just place it here, thank you. The 2 riders placed dozens of bags of barbecue burgers and drinks on the ground, unable to help but mutter, how many people are in this team building? Ordering so much. Cheng Yin smiled, said nothing, and tipped each of them 50, receiving their grateful thanks as they left. As soon as the door closed, Cheng Yin focused his mind, and instantly the mountain of takeout on the ground disappeared, without a trace, all stored in his 5 billion square meter space. In this space-time is absolutely frozen. A freshly grilled skewers can remain hot even after a year, and ice-cold cola will always be cold, not changing even a bit. It's simply a stockpiling artifact. Just as he finished storing this batch, the next batch of takeout arrived with 2 chefs, making over a dozen trips to put dozens of boxes in the living room. After the chefs left, Cheng Yin focused his mind again, instantly clearing the room, making it clean and tidy, as if nothing had happened. There had been a steady stream of people at the entrance of Cheng Yin's villa. Delivery riders on electric bikes came one after another, while merchants in vans delivered goods without stopping. There were even small trucks delivering grains and oils, and the road in front was nearly blocked, bustling like a market. And all of this was witnessed by Cheng Yin, who had just returned from socializing at the neighboring villa. Cheng Yin was involved in internet e-commerce, having achieved the position of CEO at a young age. She was beautiful and wealthy, having been neighbors with Cheng Yin for almost a year, yet they had only exchanged nods and little conversation. She watched wave after wave of delivery drivers bringing in stacks of takeout, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her assistant beside her was equally. She watched wave after wave of delivery drivers bringing in stacks of takeout, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her assistant beside her was equally perplexed, whispering, Mr. So what is this gentleman doing? Is he live streaming to sell goods? Or is he throwing a party at home? This is too extravagant. We've only just gotten out of the car, and already there have been dozens of deliveries. Cheng Yin looked at the brightly lit villa of Cheng Yin, shook her head, and with a slight smile, muttered, wealthy individuals often have peculiar hobbies. Let's not dwell on it, let's head inside. Though she was immensely curious, she didn't press further. After all, in their circle, wealthy people's eccentricities were plentiful. Some liked collecting luxury cars, while others preferred purchasing planes. What was it to them if he wanted to order hundreds of takeout dishes at once? Wealthy individuals could afford to be capricious. Little did she know that this seemingly odd neighbor was frantically hoarding supplies for the impending apocalypse a month away. At that moment, Cheng Yin was busy with deliveries. As one batch of delivery drivers left, he quickly gathered the items, ensuring that the living room remained empty for the next wave, avoiding any piling up. Moreover, he had already disconnected all the surveillance cameras in his home and cut off the internet connection, having no fear of anyone hacking into the system to witness the bizarre sight of him gathering items out of thin air. One delivery driver who frequently worked in the area delivered to Cheng Yin 4 times in one night. Each time he arrived, he found the living room impeccably clean with no trace of the hundreds of items he had just delivered, making him ponder the situation. He complained to a fellow driver, this boss in the villa area is quite mysterious, isn't he? I delivered to him 4 times in one night, totaling nearly 1,000 meals, yet his living room is so small. How does he manage all that? Every time he visited, it was empty like an endless abyss. The fellow driver laughed. You don't get it. That villa has several floors. Who knows, there could be a huge basement storage room. The houses of the wealthy are larger than you can imagine. The delivery driver thought about it and agreed, deciding not to dwell on it further, especially since the tips were generous, 50 each time, making him potentially earn several thousand in a day. After a hectic evening, he finally finished delivering for the day around 11. Cheng Yin collapsed on the sofa, exhausted to the point where he could barely lift his fingers. He had answered hundreds of phone calls and opened the door for deliveries dozens of times, tiring him out more than his usual workload. But despite the fatigue, he felt a solid sense of security stemming from the abundance of supplies he had gathered. With a thought, he glanced around the space. In the originally empty 500 million square foot space, small mountains of goods had already formed. Food, drinks, necessities, and clothing piled high. Just the various cooked dishes alone would last him a long time. Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction and casually took out a freshly roasted leg of lamb and a bottle of cold beer from the space. As he gnawed on the lamb leg, he glanced at his phone and began placing another order. This time, he directly reserved group meals from over 10 upscale restaurants across the city for the next day, arranging everything from breakfast to dinner in meticulous detail, even booking packages from all the Michelin star restaurants in the city, with the note remaining as company team building. After all, money that could be spent shouldn't be wasted. The space could accommodate it, and why not enjoy a feast? After finishing the lamb leg, Cheng Yin glanced at his phone. It was almost midnight. What new skills would be unlocked? He was genuinely looking forward to it. After binding the system on the very first day, he was granted a 500 million square foot, time-stopping space, effectively reducing the difficulty of his hoarding to zero. What kind of absurd skills would be unlocked on the second day? Cheng Yin's mind began to race. Would it be firearms mastery? Would it transform him from a boss who barely knew how to steer into a sharpshooter with unerring accuracy? In a post-apocalyptic world, such skills would provide unparalleled security. Or perhaps special forces combat techniques. One punch could take down a thug, effortlessly dispatching anyone who crossed his path. In a world where order had collapsed, that would be a vital skill for survival. Even if it were just a fire control or ice control ability, that would suffice. In a frigid post-apocalyptic world at minus 60 degrees, being able to conjure fire out of thin air would mean warmth wherever he went. A human-shaped sun. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes fixed on his phone as the digits changed from 2359 to a steady 000. In almost the same second, that familiar cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Today's new skill unlock was successful. Today's skill: Supreme All-Ability Lockpicking Skill. Skill details: the host can unlock any form of lock in the world without a trace, including mechanical locks, electronic password locks, fingerprint locks, iris recognition locks, facial recognition locks, smart access controls, and encrypted permission systems. Vehicle anti-theft locks, bank, vault locks, etc. Can be opened with no delay, triggering no alarms, and leaving no traces of tampering. The skill is permanent and has no usage limits. As the system notification faded, the living room fell into a deathly silence, only the sound of a chicken's squawk breaking the stillness. Cheng Yin's smile froze in place. He was stunned for a full half-minute before sitting up straight, exclaiming, "What the hell? Lockpicking skill?" His anticipation was doused with cold water. I waited a whole day for just a lockpicking skill. What am I supposed to do with this? Huh. The apocalypse is coming in a month with temperatures plunging to minus 60. Outside is nothing but ice and snow. Who am I going to pick locks for? Am I supposed to unlock the door for someone frozen solid? Or pry open the locks of ice blocks? He was genuinely angry and amused. The first day's space offered a godly skill that changed the game. The second day's lockpicking skill sounded like a joke. In the apocalypse, who the hell cares about locks? If I want to get into someone's house to scavenge supplies, I can just chop the door down with an axe, right? Why would I need to go to all that trouble to pick locks? This skill, aside from making me a thief, what else can it do? Wait a minute. A thief? He blinked, and the disappointment from earlier vanished instantly. It's not just physical locks. Electronic locks, fingerprint locks, iris locks, bank, vaults, encrypted access. He can open all of them. He suddenly stood up and rushed to the entrance of the villa. The front door of his house was equipped with a top-notch smart fingerprint password lock, costing over 100,000 yuan, featuring facial recognition, anti-tampering alarms, and locking down after 3 incorrect password attempts, claiming that even a professional locksmith would find it difficult to deal with in 3 days and nights. Cheng Yin stood inside the door, deliberately lit up the panel, and casually entered 6 incorrect passwords. Sure enough, the panel turned red instantly, emitting a shrill warning sound indicating only 2 attempts remaining before triggering the alarm. Cheng Yin took a deep breath and silently chanted 2 words in his heart: unlock. Almost the moment the thought settled, the lock, which was glowing red and in a locked state, suddenly clicked open. With a soft sound, the panel instantly turned back to normal green, and the screen brightly displayed "Lock is unlocked." Not only did the alarm not go off, but even the record of the incorrect attempts vanished without a trace, as if it had never happened. Cheng Yin's eyes lit up instantly. What the hell? Is this for real? He was not disheartened and dashed into the study focusing on his custom-made safe. This thing was truly a vault-level configuration requiring threefold verification of key password fingerprint with vibration alarms. Even if it was cut with a welding torch, it would take half a day. It cost over 2 million yuan when purchased, claiming to withstand small explosions. Cheng Yin casually threw the key to the safe onto the sofa a few meters away, then faced the tightly sealed cabinet door and silently chanted "Unlock." There was no shrill noise, no tremors at all. The originally welded shut cabinet door gently clicked open, revealing a gap. Cheng Yin reached out to pull open the cabinet door, and inside gold bars, property certificates and contracts were neatly arranged. Even the alarm device in the corner showed no response, let alone triggered any warnings. Cheng Yin stood there completely stunned. What the hell is this? This isn't just unlocking skills, it's an all-purpose access key. Isn't this a master key? He swallowed hard, suddenly recalling something, grabbed the car key and rushed towards the garage. His Maybach was parked in the garage, and he held the car key in his hand, but he didn't press the unlock button. Instead, he stood at the garage door several meters away and silently chanted "Unlock start." In the next moment, the car door unlocked with a click, and without any abnormal notifications, the vehicle's computer showed no records of any irregular starts. Cheng Yin took a deep breath. Incredible. This is so freaking amazing. Just a moment ago, he thought this skill was worthless, but now he realized the system had given him an enormous cheat. Previously, he thought this skill would only allow him to become a petty thief picking locks, but now he understood that in the upcoming apocalypse, this skill was truly god tier. Not to mention anything else, just the supplies, which had always been his biggest headache. Although he currently had over 1 billion yuan, money would eventually run out, and many resources couldn't be purchased in bulk just because he had the money. For example, the central warehouse of the grain and oil wholesale market was stocked with countless tons of rice flour and cooking oil, enough for him to eat for several lifetimes. For instance, in large chain supermarkets, snacks, beverages, daily necessities, and medicines were piled up like mountains, and in cold chain logistics, warehouses, frozen meat, seafood, fruits, and vegetables were abundant enough to fill half of his 500 million square space. And then there's oil and diesel. In the past, even if he had the money, he couldn't purchase too much at once. It would attract too much attention, and they might not even sell in bulk to individuals. But now he had this godly unlocking skill. As long as he wanted, he could sneak over quietly at night, directly open the warehouse door, and haul all the supplies into his space without anyone knowing. Afterward, he could lock the warehouse door back up, just like before, and when the staff arrived the next day, they might not even notice anything was missing. Thinking of this, Cheng Yin's heart raced, and his blood felt hot. He paced back and forth in the living room, already planning his route in his mind. First, he would go to the grain warehouses abroad, then to the oil depots, and finally weapons. All the core resources from foreign countries had to be stored in his space. However, as he walked, his pace suddenly slowed, and the excitement on his face gradually faded. There was a crucial problem he almost forgot. There were still a full 28 days until the apocalypse. If he really went to pry open someone's large warehouse now and emptied all the supplies inside, once they discovered it the next day, they would definitely call the police immediately. This was a major theft case involving billions, and the police would definitely investigate thoroughly, digging 3 feet into the ground to find the culprit. Even if he left no trace while unlocking, the disappearance of the supplies would lead the police to check all nearby road surveillance and checkpoint records, as well as investigate all suspicious individuals. As a businessman with a net worth of several billion appearing near the warehouse in the middle of the night, even without direct evidence, he would definitely be considered a key suspect. If he was really targeted by the police, even if he wasn't convicted in the end, being placed under house arrest, or even arrested, would mean that before the apocalypse even arrived, he had already gotten himself into trouble. By then, when the cold wave descends, even with his space and skills, he would end up frozen like a popsicle in the detention center. Wouldn't that be a purely foolish act? Moreover, many large storage centers had security patrols 24 hours a day, some even with guard dogs. Even if he could quietly unlock and enter to collect supplies, what would happen if he ran into a patrolling guard? Even if he could run away, there would still be eyewitnesses, which would only complicate matters. Cheng Yin sat down heavily on the sofa, the earlier excitement immediately cooling down significantly. Indeed, nothing comes for free. This skill, while impressive, carried too much risk to use now. Risk that he simply could not afford. Why rush? Good things come to those who wait. This skill is like a trump card to be kept for later. Once the apocalypse arrives, it will be a bomb. Moreover, even if he didn't use it now, this skill had plenty of uses. As for its uses, it's just a matter of taking advantage of opportunities. The more Cheng Yin thought about it, the more he found this skill appealing. Just a moment ago, he thought it was trash, but now he almost wanted to kiss the system. He casually took out a bottle of mineral water from his space, twisted it open, took a big gulp, and let out a satisfying burp, feeling exceptionally pleased. The roar of a truck came from the entrance of the yard along with the sound of someone shouting. It was Wang Jianjun bringing the construction team and materials arriving early on site. Cheng Yin walked to the window, pulled aside the curtain, and saw more than a dozen large trucks parked at the entrance of the yard along with excavators and cranes. Wang Jianjun, dressed in work clothes and wearing a hard hat, was directing workers to unload materials, looking energized with bloodshot eyes showing he hadn't slept all night, busy with his project. Cheng Yin smiled. Indeed, when the money is in place, the efficiency is different. He changed into casual clothes, went downstairs, and coordinated with Wang Jianjun, reiterating the construction requirements. He emphasized firmly, everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement, a do not ask what should not be asked, and do not look at what should not be seen. If any information leaks, the final payment will be void. Rest assured, General Cheng. Wang Jianjun patted his chest, holding the confidentiality agreement. Whoever dares to trespass will get their legs broken by me. The confidentiality agreements are printed, everyone must sign before entering the site. Those who refuse should get lost. There will absolutely be no mistakes. After arranging the construction matters, Cheng Yin didn't linger outside and turned back to the villa. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Yin pulled open the curtains and saw that Wang Jianjun and the construction team were already working industriously. Excavators were digging in the yard, and dozens of workers were carrying steel plates and insulation materials inside, each energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, even eating breakfast on the construction site. He glanced at his phone. It was only 7 in the morning. He yawned, leaned against the window, and suddenly recalled an old saying he had seen online: while the neighbors hoard grain, I hoard guns. The neighbor is my granary. This saying is simply the ultimate truth of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. With just a little stockpiling of supplies in his space, he could live comfortably until old age. Turning the villa into a steel fortress would ensure he wouldn't freeze to death, even at -60 degrees. But all of that is lifeless. When the apocalypse arrives, order will collapse and humanity will vanish. There will be plenty of desperate people banding together to seize his possessions. At that time, even if you have a lot of grain, without someone to protect it, you will merely be viewed as a fat sheep by others. Cheng Yin snapped back to reality. Stockpiling is fundamental. The gun barrel is the hard truth. There's no need to think about it domestically. Gun control is ridiculously strict. Forget automatic rifles. Even possessing a single handgun could land you in jail. Even if he has a god-level lockpicking skill, if he goes to break into an armory, he won't even wait for the apocalypse to arrive before getting arrested by the police. It would be a sheer act of self-destruction. So where can he get them? Beautiful country. That place is rife with firearms, with gun shops everywhere. The black market can even procure tanks. It's practically a paradise for weaponry. Even if something goes wrong, there are still 20 days until the apocalypse arrives. By the time the police want to investigate, the world will be frozen solid. Who will care then? Let's get to it. Cheng Yin grabbed his phone and opened the ticket booking app, searching for the fastest flight. By coincidence, there was a first-class flight departing in an hour. Business and economy classes were fully booked, leaving only 2 first-class tickets available. Cheng Yin didn't even blink as he purchased the tickets outright. To him, spending thousands on a plane ticket was no different from buying a bottle of mineral water. He changed his clothes, grabbed his passport, and slipped his bank card in his pocket, all done in 5 minutes. Before leaving, he called his assistant, speaking very seriously, I'm going abroad for a bit, probably 2 to 3 days. Don't contact me about company matters. Keep a close eye on the construction at my villa. If anything happens, send me photos via WeChat, don't call. His assistant was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded, understood, General Cheng. Rest assured, I will keep a tight watch. After hanging up, Cheng Yin pressed the accelerator, and his Maybach sped towards the airport like an arrow. The road was not busy, and he arrived at the airport in 20 minutes. With the exclusive fast track for first-class passengers, security checks and customs went smoothly without any lines. As soon as he arrived at the boarding gate, they began checking tickets. Settling into the spacious seat of first class as the plane slowly taxied down the runway and soared into the clouds, Cheng Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in his seat, and began to plan. He must get handguns like Glock and Desert Eagle, starting with a dozen for self-defense. He would stockpile bullets by the ton, and rifles couldn't be overlooked. The AK-47 is durable and effective, perfect for close-range firepower. He also needs sniper rifles like the Barrett Heavy Sniper. It's a divine weapon for defending one's home in the apocalypse. Additionally, he'd need heavy machine guns, RPGs, grenades, and flashbangs. Gather as many as he can. Oh, right, body armor and night vision goggles, military-grade communication devices. These life-saving items must not be overlooked. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing the plane would fly straight to beautiful country. But it would take 13 hours for a direct flight. There's no use in being anxious. He glanced at the clouds outside the window, murmuring to himself that it would be around 8 in the evening when they arrived, but it would be daytime there. Would movement be inconvenient then? Would those in the black market turn on each other? He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it. Pulling down his eye mask, he decided to take a nap first. He slept soundly, not even dreaming throughout the entire flight. Forget about the novel cliches where the flight attendants take the initiative to chat and show concern. Apart from asking him a couple of questions while serving meals, the flight attendants were busy with their own tasks and barely approached him. After waking up, Cheng Yin chuckled internally, thinking that indeed novels are deceiving. Where are all those flight attendants who swarm around rich people? They are just there to work. They were already quite tired from work. Where would they find the time to think of anything else? Just as he finished his thoughts, the plane began to descend. The captain's voice came over the intercom announcing they had arrived at Beautiful Country International Airport at 9:17 a.m. local time, with clear weather and a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Cheng Yin looked out the window, squinting against the bright sun that made it hard to keep his eyes open. It was evening back home, and the time difference left him feeling a bit dazed. As the plane came to a steady stop, just as Cheng Yin unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to disembark, a stunning flight attendant approached him briskly, wearing a smile that could sweeten even the sourest of hearts, slightly bending at the waist. Her voice was exceptionally gentle. Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you. I noticed you were sleeping the whole time, so I didn't want to interrupt. Would you mind sharing your contact information? When I'm off duty, I can show you around Beautiful Country. Oh, I know this place very well. Cheng Yin was momentarily stunned, nearly laughing out loud. Goodness, just now he was saying how novels are deceptive, and here it was happening. He glanced at the flight attendant. Oh, she was indeed beautiful, with exquisite features, and her figure was perfect. In the past, he might have smiled and exchanged contacts, thinking that having more friends leads to more opportunities. Even if nothing happened, going out for a meal or a stroll wouldn't be a loss. But now, with more than 20 days until the apocalypse, women, how can they be more important than guns? Women will never take precedence over guns, you know. Survival is his only goal right now. Cheng Yin politely shook his head, his tone flat. Sorry, that's not convenient. I'm here for urgent business and don't have time for sightseeing. The smile on the flight attendant's face instantly stiffened, clearly taken aback by the rejection. After a couple of seconds, she awkwardly smiled and said sorry to disturb you before turning to leave. Cheng Yin felt no ripple of emotion and directly disembarked. Having worked abroad for years, his English was as fluent as his native tongue. At customs, his business visa cleared without issue. When asked about his purpose, he replied he was there for business, and they stamped his passport and let him pass. Once outside the airport, Cheng Yin immediately hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, take me to XX Street quickly, and I'll double the fare. The driver with black skin whistled and pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car shot out like a rocket. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the destination, flanked by shops displaying gun signs with glass windows showcasing various handguns and rifles, leaving Cheng Yin wide-eyed. He paid the fare and immediately dashed into the first gun shop. The white-skinned owner inside was polishing a gun, glanced at him, and asked what he wanted. Cheng Yin didn't mince words, saying directly, I want 2 Glock handguns and an AK-47 with 1,000 rounds of ammunition for each. The owner raised an eyebrow, set down the gun he was holding, and extended his hand, saying, Sir, please show me your gun license and local identification. I need to conduct a background check. Cheng Yin was taken aback for a moment. I'm a foreign tourist without a gun license. Can I buy? The owner shook his head directly and pointed to the regulations on the wall. Sir, the law states that foreigners without a hunting license and local gun permit cannot purchase firearms. Not to mention guns, I can't even sell you bullets. Cheng Yin was not discouraged and asked a couple more questions, but the owner remained firm, refusing to sell anything for fear of losing his firearms sales license. He turned and exited that shop, then dashed into the next one and the one after that, running through dozens of gun shops, but they were all the same. Whether it was a handgun or a rifle, even a small dagger required various documents and background checks. As a foreign tourist with nothing, they wouldn't even let him in the door. In the last shop, the owner even took out his phone, asking if he wanted to call the police to have him thrown out. Cheng Yin squatted by the roadside, irritably smoking a cigarette, feeling overwhelmed. Damn it, having come this far, I can't go back empty-handed. I can't get it at home, and I can't buy it openly here either. Am I really going to have to rely on my lockpicking skills to steal? But it's broad daylight, the streets are full of people, the shops are under surveillance, and every owner has a gun on their hip, with some even having shotguns. Wouldn't they just turn me into a sieve? Even if I could silently pick the lock, I would be seen as soon as I entered. If someone came at me with a volley, not even 10 lives would be enough to escape. Even if I managed to steal, if they called the police, I wouldn't even be able to return to my country. I'd be purely asking for trouble. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, stamping out his cigarette, but on the ground, and swearing under his breath. Damn. Just then a tall black man over 6 feet, wearing a black hoodie and a thick gold chain around his neck, looked around and leaned over to him, asking in a low voice, "Brother, just come from the gun shop. Looking to buy some hard goods?" He gestured a gun sign at Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin immediately became alert, raising his gaze to scrutinize the black man. There was no way the reputation was too poor. However, the business reputation was still quite good. A jolt ran through his mind. Could it be that this is someone from the black market? Truly, when one path seems blocked, another opens. Just moments ago he was frowning, and now this surprise arrived so swiftly the highs and lows were too rapid. He suppressed the wild joy in his heart, nodded, and replied in fluent English. "Yes, I want hard goods, the more powerful the better. Do you have a source?" The black man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth unseen in other countries, glanced around to confirm no one was watching, and waved his hand at Cheng Yin. "Follow me, stay quiet, don't look around. We have everything you want at fair prices, no questions asked about the source." Cheng Yin was not afraid and followed him directly, twisting and turning for over 10 minutes, entering a secluded alley and squeezing into a dilapidated auto repair shop. The shop was filled with smoke, and 4 burly men sat on the sofa toying with guns. Upon seeing Cheng Yin enter, they immediately stood up, hands pressing against their waists, eyes full of vigilance. The black man who brought him whispered something to the leader, and only then did those men relax and sit back down. "Bro, have a seat." The black man who brought him pulled out a chair for him, saying, "My name is Mike. What do you want? Handguns, rifles, or ammunition? We have it all, brand new, no serial numbers, the police can't trace them." Cheng Yin waved his hand, getting straight to the point with a strong tone. "I want all of that, but I want something even more powerful. Heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, RPGs, grenades, mortars, bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, the more the better." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auto repair shop fell silent. The burly men were stunned, exchanging glances, their eyes filled with shock. Mike took a sharp breath, looking at Cheng Yin as if he were a madman, but then his eyes lit up. "No way, bro, are you looking to be armed to the teeth? Damn, this isn't an ordinary customer. This is a super big client. This deal is worth more than what these small fries would earn in a year." He hurriedly said, "Bro, the things you want we don't have at this small outpost. You need to talk to our boss." "Wait a moment, I'll contact him now. He can definitely meet your requirements." Mike walked aside with his phone, made a call, and in less than 2 minutes hung up, smiling at Cheng Yin. "It's settled. Our boss wants to meet you. The car is outside, let's go." Cheng Yin nodded and followed him out of the auto repair shop, where 2 black SUVs were parked and 4 armed bodyguards stood by the car, gesturing for him to enter. Cheng Yin didn't hesitate and got into the car. After all, these people were after money, not lives. The car drove for over half an hour, reaching an abandoned factory in the suburbs with armed bodyguards stationed every few steps, showing a high level of vigilance, clearly not a place for trivial matters. Inside the factory's office building, a bald man sat on a leather sofa covered in tattoos, toying with a silver desert eagle with a knife scar on his face, giving him a fierce and intimidating look. This was their boss, known as Old Snake in the underworld, who had been mixing in the black market for over a decade, having access to very wild channels, even procuring military surplus equipment. "Kid, I heard you want big goods, and the most powerful ones." Old Snake lifted his eyelids, looking at Cheng Yin with an arrogant tone. Cheng Yin held up 3 fingers, looking into his eyes, and stated word for word, 30 million in beautiful gold. As soon as he said this, the Desert Eagle in Old Snake's hand clanged and fell onto the glass coffee table. He abruptly stood up from the sofa, staring at Cheng Yin, unable to speak for a long time. 30 million beautiful gold. This isn't just buying a few guns for fun, this is arming an army. Having done black market business for over 20 years, this was the first time he encountered such a huge order. You have to know that even a large gang's annual revenue only amounts to tens of millions of beautiful gold. If he completes this order, how long would it take him to sell handguns? He swallowed hard. The arrogance from earlier instantly vanished, and his tone became polite. "Bro, you're not joking with me, are you? 30 million in gold." "Of course," Cheng Yin chuckled. "I didn't come all this way just to joke around with. The goods are sufficient. The money is yours without a single penny less." "Enough. Absolutely enough." The Old Snake suddenly became energized and waved his hand, saying, "Bro, let me show you the goods. As long as your money is in place, don't say guns, I can get you tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters." Saying this, he led Cheng Yin to the back of the factory, opening one large iron door after another, revealing 6 enormous, interconnected warehouses. As soon as the first warehouse door was opened, Cheng Yin's eyes widened. It was filled to the brim with handguns, Glocks, Desert Eagles, and more, all neatly arranged with boxes of ammunition piled high, like mountains stretching out of sight. The second warehouse was entirely full of rifles and sniper rifles. AK-47S, M416S, OAR-15 automatic rifles, and even Barrett heavy snipers with various high-powered scope suppressors and accessories all available. The third warehouse was even more outrageous, filled with machine guns, RPGs, high-explosive grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades, and even a few mortars with shells scattered all over the floor. The fourth warehouse had military-grade bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, thermal imaging devices, encrypted communication equipment, and even more than 10 sets of bomb disposal suits. In the fifth warehouse, there were dozens of armored vehicles and modified off-road pickups, and even a small decommissioned armed helicopter. The sixth warehouse was even more exaggerated, with 2 light tanks parked inside along with various tools and parts for maintaining and repairing firearms. Cheng Yin stood in the center of the warehouse, gazing at everything before him, nearly drooling. Damn it, this isn't just a black market warehouse, it's practically a small arms depot. With these items, not only could he protect himself in the apocalypse, he could walk through the city with authority. If anyone dared to come and steal his supplies, he could just unleash a hail of bullets. Anyone who dared would die. Forget about neighbors hoarding food. Hoarding guns is the real deal. When the time comes, whoever has food in the entire city will be my granary. His first thought was, I want all of this. Buy? What a joke. Spending money is nothing compared to directly storing everything in my space. Besides, with my lockpicking skills, as long as I can get in, all of this is mine. Cheng Yin suppressed his overwhelming excitement, maintaining a composed expression as he nodded at the old snake. The goods are good. They are all to my liking. The old snake couldn't stop smiling, of course. Bro, the goods here are all top-notch. Let's sign a contract now. You pay a 30 deposit first, and I will immediately arrange for someone to pack everything for you, ensuring that everything is organized, and you can have it transported wherever you want. Cheng Yin waved his hand and said, Don't rush you, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any cash. Cross-border transfers take time and require a lot of procedures. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll bring cash. We'll do a handover, cash for goods. By then you can have everything ready and I'll take it all away. The old snake was momentarily stunned, hesitating a bit. After all, such a large order made him wary of potential issues. But looking at Cheng Yin in his top-notch designer outfit with a limited edition watch on his wrist and an extraordinary demeanor, he didn't seem like someone there to cause trouble. Plus, he might never encounter such a big order again in his life. After gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. All right, bro, I trust you. Tomorrow night I'll be here waiting for you, and I'll have everything prepared. After saying this, he even specially dispatched 2 bodyguards to drive Cheng Yin back to the 5-star hotel in the city center. Cheng Yin entered the hotel room, locked the door behind him, and collapsed onto the big bed, unable to hold back his laughter, nearly in tears from joy. Damn, this is a huge profit. I initially just wanted to buy a few guns for self-defense, but I ended up stumbling upon an arms depot. Now everything is his. Greed inevitably emerged. When you possess abilities beyond the ordinary, like being a citizen of the country, seeing something you desire, and feeling greedy is not called greed, but claiming what belongs to you. After his laughter, he began to worry. The goods were great, but the question was how to empty the place. 6 warehouses surrounded by patrolling bodyguards, all armed with automatic rifles, with the warehouse doors being fortified against theft and surveillance, and infrared alarm systems everywhere. Even if he could silently pick the lock and get in to collect the items, once the warehouse was emptied, the surveillance would easily catch it, and the patrolling bodyguards could rush in at any moment. At that point, dozens of guns would be aimed at him. Even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning, contemplating several plans, but all seemed too risky and impractical. Time passed, and slowly it approached midnight. At that moment, a familiar, cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, right on schedule. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked a new skill today. Today's skill, absolute invisibility. Skill details: the host can freely turn the invisibility state on or off. In the invisibility state, the host is completely invisible, undetectable by the naked eye, optical devices, infrared, thermal imaging, radar, sonar, or any detection equipment. In the invisibility state, the host's body enters a void state, incapable of being touched or attacked by any entity, emitting no scent, and cannot be tracked by dogs or other animals through smell. The skill has no cooldown, no time limit, and no side effects, allowing the host to maintain the invisibility state permanently unless the host voluntarily reveals themselves. As soon as the system's prompt finished, Cheng Yin jumped up from the bed, filled with excitement. Damn, system, you're like my real father. You understand me so well. It's like you know exactly what I want. Just moments ago, he was worried about how to avoid the bodyguards and surveillance, and now he was granted absolute invisibility. Unable to be touched at all. With space, god-level lockpicking, and absolute invisibility, these 3 skills combined were practically pushing him to become a thief. Cheng Yin couldn't help but speak to the system in his mind. System, you're really something. Other systems give hosts cultivation techniques and unbeatable powers, but you seem determined to lead me down the path of a thief. This is too much. In the next moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. But I love you so much. Being a thief, I've decided. I said even if Jesus comes, he can't stop my desire to be a thief. He immediately chanted in his heart, activate invisibility. As soon as the thought settled, he looked down at his hands, and they directly vanished. His entire body became shadowless. He walked to the hotel dressing mirror, and the mirror was empty, showing only the hotel's background, with even his shadow gone. Cheng Yin felt ecstatic, his confidence rock solid. Perfect, absolutely perfect. The next morning there was no time to waste, he set off at once. Long nights breed complications. If Lao Shebi moved the goods tomorrow, or something went awry, the loss would be catastrophic. He didn't even change his clothes, still in casual wear, activated his invisibility, and slipped out the door. A cleaning lady pushed her cart down the corridor. Seeing the door ajar, but no one coming out, she was puzzled, completely unaware that a living person had just passed her. Cheng Yin moved unimpeded through the corridor and into the elevator. Tourists inside chatted and laughed, utterly oblivious to the presence of a man standing among them. Outside the hotel, a bus bound for the suburbs arrived. He boarded with the crowd and found an empty spot to The bus had been moving less than 10 minutes when a car ran a red light. The driver slammed on the brakes, and everyone lurched forward. A burly passenger over 300 caddies lost his balance and hurtled toward Cheng Yin with a shout. Cheng Yin's heart tightened. Damn. If the man collided with him, even if invisible, the discrepancy would be noticed. This would be disastrous. In the next instant, the hefty man passed straight through him and slammed into the bus handrail, grimacing in pain and cursing, entirely unaware anything strange had occurred. Cheng Yin stood dumbfounded. Incredible, an intangible state. That meant bullets couldn't touch him. Never mind a handful of armed bodyguards, even a tank's barrage wouldn't graze a hair on his head. With that certainty, he relaxed. The bus rode out to the suburbs. A kilometer from the abandoned factory, he disembarked and strode toward it. 2 guards at the gate patrolled with rifles. Cheng Yin simply passed between them, without a flicker of reaction. They never noticed anyone entering. Inside the factory, guards patrolled everywhere, and omnidirectional CCTV and infrared beams blanketed the compound. To Cheng Yin, however, those measures were mere ornament. He moved unhindered to the row of 6 warehouse doors. Each warehouse door was a security door with fingerprint and code locks. In the nearby security office, 2 guards watched the monitors, and 4 guards stood at the entrance on constant duty. Cheng Yin paused at the first warehouse door, lips curling in a cold smile. Is that all? He silently mouthed the command, open the lock. With a soft click, the security door obediently unlocked. The alarm system in the security office showed no reaction. The monitor continued to display a quiet warehouse door with no anomalies. He stepped into the warehouse. Seeing it filled with pistols and ammunition, his eyes brightened. He focused his will and whispered, collect. In a whoosh, every pistol round and accessory vanished without a trace, drawn into his immense spatial pocket of 500 million ping. No shell casings left behind. After emptying the first warehouse, he moved to the second, again unlocking it by will. Shelves of rifles and sniper weapons disappeared into his space. The third warehouse yielded heavy machine guns, RPGs, grenades, and mortars, collected. The fourth yielded bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, and communications gear, collected. The fifth emptied of armored vehicles, off-road trucks, and armed helicopters, collected. The sixth revealed 2 light tanks and a stockpile of fuel, collected. In under 5 minutes, the 6 adjoining warehouses were stripped bare, not a single item remaining. Standing amid the echoing emptiness, Cheng Yin clapped his hands, thoroughly delighted. He cast a glance into his spatial armory, weapons arranged with military precision, tanks, armored carriers, and helicopters parked neatly. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Now things were set. In the apocalypse, he could not only defend himself, he could raise a private army. He didn't linger. Striding out of the factory unhurriedly, he passed the patrolling guards nearby, who had no idea that their boss' years-long arsenals had been emptied. Humming to himself, invisible, he took the bus back to the hotel. Inside his room, he deactivated the invisibility, flung himself onto the bed, and laughed, watching the world through the window. This trip to Piaolianggua had been exceptionally worthwhile. Less than 10 minutes after he left the factory, the compound was in uproar. 2 patrolmen, smoking as they strolled and joking about how they'd spend their share once Cheng Yin's deal closed, were planning a night of indulgence. As they rounded into the warehouse area, their steps faltered. A cigarette fell from a mouth. The outermost warehouse door, number 1, was ajar, and narrow slit open. These 6 warehouse doors had keys and codes known only to Lao Shebi. He personally checked each lock after work every day. A single mistyped code would trigger an alarm across the entire compound, let alone a door left unlatched. Fuck, how is the door open? One of the patrolmen went pale, his hand already on his holster. Did the boss just forget to lock it? Ridiculous. You know the boss. He wouldn't forget to lock a door. The other guard's voice trembled as he grabbed the radio and shouted hoarsely everyone to the warehouse area. Hurry. Something's happened. The 4 guards posted at the outer entrance charged over. They looked at one another, swallowed, and flung open warehouse number 1. They froze as if struck by electricity, their blood chilled. What had been piled like a mountain, pistols, ammunition, and components, was now utterly gone. The vast warehouse showed not even a shell casing, the floor gleamed clean. Only a few startled rats scurried from the corners, squealing as they fled. It's over, it's over. One guard's legs gave out, and he collapsed, his face ashen. The goods, they erupted into panic and tore through warehouses 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, flinging each door open in turn. All emptiness. 6 warehouses that had been crammed with arms, armored vehicles, tanks, and fuel were now as if they had never held a thing. The men stood stupefied, speechless. One quick-thinking guard scrambled to the office building, shouting as he ran, "Boss. Bad news. Something's wrong. The warehouses are empty." Lao Shebi was in his office enjoying a bottle of liquor and already imagining how he'd spend the 30 million in pretty money. The shrill cry stole the smile from his face. He slammed his glass down and barked, "What are you yelling about? Has your father abandoned you?" "Boss, it's bad." The guard burst in, legs trembling. "The warehouses, 6 of them, are empty. All the stock is gone." Lao Shebi's grin froze mid-sip. He stared for 3 stunned seconds, then snatched the guard by the collar and snarled, "What did you say?" "All gone." "Say that again." "It's true, boss. Completely empty. Not a thing left." The guard sobbed. Lao Shebi shoved him aside and frantic barreled for the warehouse area with a dozen gun-toting men at his heels. When he saw the 6 hollow warehouses, he felt his head spin. A surge of rage rushed to his temples. He staggered back, nearly spitting blood and collapsing. This was his long-accumulated fortune. The foundation of his foothold in Pyongyang was black market. All those goods simply gone. He could hardly process it, so much of his capital vanished in an instant. "Search. Search until you find it." The old snake roared like a madman, his face twisted in rage. "Check the surveillance. Check the alarms. Drag those 2 useless security guards over here. I want to see who the reckless fool is that dares to touch my things." A group of people rushed into the security room, and the 2 security guards were still lounging with their legs up, playing on their phones. Upon seeing the old snake's ferocious expression, they jumped up from their chairs in fright. "Check the surveillance. All surveillance from the warehouse. Get everything from yesterday to today." The old snake slammed his palm on the table, startling several security guards. The 2 security guards fumbled to pull up the surveillance footage, fast-forwarding to the time when Cheng Yin entered the warehouse. Everyone gathered around the screen, their eyes fixed on the images, not daring to breathe. However, the next scene sent chills down the spines of the hardened men present, causing cold sweat to instantly cover their backs. The surveillance footage displayed a tranquil warehouse devoid of any presence. Suddenly, the main door of warehouse No. 1 clicked and unlocked on its own without anyone touching it, as if an invisible hand casually twisted the lock. Immediately after, the warehouse, which was piled high with goods, seemed to be erased with an eraser, becoming empty within mere seconds. Then the same situation occurred in warehouses No. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The doors opened by themselves, items vanished in an instant, and not a single figure appeared on screen throughout the entire process, not even a bird. They combed through all the surveillance footage from the factory area, entrances, walls, corridors, and inside the warehouses. With dozens of cameras, not a single suspicious person was caught, not even an unusual shadow. "What about the alarms? The infrared alarms? Check them all." The old snake's voice trembled in anger. The 2 security guards hurriedly checked the alarm system, but their faces turned from black to pale as they stammered, "Boss. There are no activation records for any of the alarm systems. Not even a single anomaly." Upon hearing this, the entire security room fell into a deathly silence. More than a dozen ruthless killers stood there, as if they had seen a ghost, their backs chilled, exchanging fearful glances filled with uncontainable terror. This was too bizarre. Even if a train was used to transport the arms from the 6 warehouses, how long would it take? It was impossible for anyone to move all that in just 10 minutes. Moreover, there was not a single person in the surveillance footage. The doors opened by themselves, and the items vanished into thin air, without the alarms even sounding. This was beyond what a human could accomplish. "Ghost! There are ghosts, boss!" One of the younger brothers screamed in terror, breaking the silence. "This place is haunted. Otherwise it just doesn't make sense." The old snake was also baffled. After over 20 years in the game, committing murder and arson, he had never encountered anything this strange. The first thought that flashed through his mind was Cheng Yin, but then he reconsidered. Even if that kid were a deity, it was impossible for him to clear out 6 warehouses in 10 minutes without even a vehicle. How could he do it? But apart from him, no one knew the specifics of this cargo. Search. Search the entire city for me. The old snake shouted with bloodshot eyes. Find that kid from the east. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. Leave no corner unchecked. A group of younger brothers, as if waking from a dream, rushed out frantically. But they all knew in their hearts that this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Not only was it unlikely to find the person, but even if they did with the strange occurrences, would they dare to confront him? They were scared of ghosts too. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil, Cheng Yin, was leisurely sitting in a 5-star hotel munching on a roasted chicken leg he had just taken out of his space, sipping on a cold beer, feeling utterly satisfied. He didn't care at all whether the black market was in chaos. Even if they were conducting a citywide search, not even a trace of him would be found. With invisibility void state, and unable to be physically touched, the surveillance couldn't capture him, and the police dogs couldn't sniff him out. What could they possibly find? Even if the old snake guessed it was him, what of it? Without evidence, without a trace, unable to capture even his shadow, they could only stare blankly. Cheng Yin finished off a chicken leg, let out a satisfied burp, and casually pulled up the system panel to take a look. 27 days until the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. There were still 27 days left. With a thought, he glanced over his vast spatial area of 500 million square meters. The recently emptied armory occupied only a small corner of the space, with plenty of room left stretching as far as the eye could see. Cheng Yin's eyes lit up with joy. Since he was here, he couldn't just take a few arms back, could he? With so many resources available in the beautiful country, it would be a waste to leave them behind. Why not take it all? After all, the space was big enough and time inside was absolutely static. Nothing would spoil, no matter how long it was kept. When the apocalypse arrived, all of this would be valuable hard currency for survival. In this way, he wouldn't need to drain all the resources from his homeland, leaving some hope for survival for his brothers. He picked up his phone, opened the map, and swiftly marked all the large storage centers in the vicinity. The Irma General Warehouse, Cold Chain Logistics Park, the largest grain and oil wholesale market warehouse, Tom's Membership Store Headquarters Warehouse, Jerry's Pharmaceutical Wholesale Warehouse, Baby Products Storage Center, Outdoor Products Super Warehouse. A dense cluster of red dots with routes planned clearly from near to far, leaving not a single one out. Cheng Yin looked at his phone screen, unable to suppress a smile. Isn't this just a delivery of resources right to my... With invisibility, divine level unlocking, and space, these warehouses were like his backyard. He could enter and take whatever he wanted completely undetected. No sooner said than done. He silently uttered, "Activate invisibility," and in an instant he vanished from the hotel room. He exited the hotel without hindrance just as a bus arrived. Cheng Yin blended in with the crowd and stepped onto the bus, finding a spot to stand. The people on the bus chatted and laughed, completely unaware that a ghost capable of emptying the entire city's warehouses was standing beside them. Half an hour later, the bus came to a steady stop at a platform not far from the supermarket warehouse. This was the largest Irma storage center in the beautiful country, with dozens of giant warehouses connected together, containing enough supplies to last tens of thousands of people for several months. The perimeter of the warehouse was surrounded by 3-meter-high barbed wire with infrared beams and 360-degree surveillance cameras covering the entire area. Inside the security room at the entrance, 4 guards were gathered around a table playing cards. At the entrance, 2 robust German Shepherd police dogs lay their ears perked up high. To ordinary people, this place seemed impenetrable, not even a fly could get in. Yet in Cheng Yin's eyes, it was simply an unguarded supermarket with the doors left wide open for him. He walked straight in through the main entrance, making not a sound. The 2 German Shepherds, known for their keen sense of smell, didn't even twitch, their noses still lying on the ground, dozing off. After all, the system clearly stated that in invisibility mode no scent was emitted, making it impossible for dogs to track. Upon entering the compound, he saw a row of giant warehouses neatly lined up, labeled as food storage, cold chain storage, daily necessities storage, medicine storage, outdoor supplies storage, and home appliances storage, clearly marked to ensure he wouldn't get lost. Cheng Yin headed straight for the largest food storage, standing before the door, silently reciting 2 words: unlock. With a faint sound barely audible, the door's lock clicked open. Cheng Yin walked directly into the warehouse. The sight before him made his eyes light up, nearly drooling. Towering shelves dozens of meters high lined up one after another, seemingly endless. The shelves were piled high with rice flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, self-heating rice, various meat cans, fruit cans, snacks, chocolates, nuts, cola, beer, and mineral water stacked like small mountains. Just the braised beef noodles took up 20 entire shelves. Wow, I hit the jackpot. It's all mine. Cheng Yin's heart was bursting with joy, and with a thought he silently commanded collect. In an instant, an entire row of shelves worth of supplies vanished without a trace, all collected into his vast space of 500 million cubic meters, not leaving even a single noodle behind. He was like a robotic vacuum cleaner collecting row by row. Wherever his mind reached, the supplies were instantly cleared. In less than 5 minutes, the entire warehouse was left completely empty, the floors spotless enough to serve as a mirror. After finishing with the food storage, he headed straight for the adjacent cold chain storage. At a chilling -18 degrees, as soon as he opened the door, a puff of white mist emerged, revealing frozen pork beef and lamb, Boston lobsters, king crab salmon, as well as various fresh fruits and vegetables, milk and yogurt. This was perfect. There was no need to spend money on fishing anymore. Cheng Yin walked in and waved his hand, collecting everything. Time absolutely stood still in his space. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged when taken out. Whether it was 10 years later, it would still be fresh, just like when it was first frozen. If he couldn't finish it, he would just feed it to the dogs. What a lavish lifestyle. Next up was the daily necessities storage. Toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, soap, sanitary pads, diapers. Various daily necessities piled up to the brim. Cheng Yin was not polite at all and collected everything. In the apocalypse, toilet paper was absolutely a hard currency, more useful than gold. In temperatures as low as -60 degrees, paper mills would completely shut down. Even if you had money, there would be nowhere to buy it. Whatever you could get, you wouldn't lose out. What is this? Cheng Yin leaned closer and saw that they were baby burp bags. Never mind, he'll take them all. They might come in handy later. Cheng Yin reluctantly collected all the burp bags, muttering, "These things really take up space. I'm not happy." The medicine storage was of utmost importance. Cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, painkillers, iodine, gauze, bandages, first aid kits, surgical tools, even wheelchairs and blood pressure monitors were all available. Cheng Yin didn't miss a single corner, clearing it all out and collecting everything into his space. In the apocalypse, where there were no hospitals or pharmacies, even a small cold could develop into pneumonia and take a life. Medicines were life itself. The more he stockpiled, the more options he had for survival. Then came the outdoor supplies storage: tents, down sleeping bags rated for -40 degrees, polar cold resistant, clothing, windbreakers, climbing shoes, outdoor stoves, solid fuel, and water purification equipment. He collected it all. These items were all life-saving treasures in an extreme cold apocalypse. In less than half an hour at the Irma compound, he had emptied out several giant warehouses, leaving not a single hair behind. During this time, 2 security guards were cruising in their patrol car, just a few meters away, chatting as they drove. Why is it so quiet today? There's not a sound at all. Indeed, usually there are wild cats that sneak in, but today not even a cat meow can be heard. They had no idea that the warehouse they were guarding had already been cleared out. And Cheng Yin was standing right next to their car, and they didn't hear a single sound. After finishing with Walmart, Cheng Yin didn't take a break and ordered a taxi, heading straight for the cold chain logistics park. He repeated the same operation: unlock, turn invisible, and collect everything. Inside, premium Wagyu beef, Musang King durians, cherries, and king grapes all went into his space. Even the electric forklift from the warehouse was conveniently collected, since his space was large enough to accommodate it, and it might come in handy later. Focusing on things that might be useful in the future. Next, he headed to the grain and oil warehouse, collecting tens of thousands of kilograms of rice flour and cooking oil, all. Passing by a gas station, he directly unlocked the underground oil depot, collecting all the gasoline and diesel into his space. From around 9 in the morning until after 4 in the afternoon, Cheng Yin finally wrapped things up leisurely. By that noon, he had emptied out over a dozen large storage centers nearby. The supplies in his space piled up into small mountains. Food, drink, necessities, clothing, medicines, fuel, everything he could possibly need for several lifetimes. He even stockpiled dozens of tons of pet food for his ragdoll cat Chicken, with various cat cans and treats piled like small mountains. Cheng Yin deactivated his invisibility, took a hot shower, and lay down on the soft bed, feeling utterly content. He picked up his phone and directly booked a first-class ticket, flying back home that very night. This trip to the beautiful country was a huge profit. He had emptied the arms depot and cleared out the supplies. It was time to go back. He wondered how Wang Jianjun was doing with building his steel fortress. Just as Cheng Yin boarded the plane soaring into the sky, the entire beautiful country was in an uproar. At 8 in the evening, an employee of Irma preparing to make a delivery opened the warehouse door and was instantly dumbfounded, staring at the empty warehouse, and called the police on the spot. Immediately after, all major grain and oil markets and pharmaceutical wholesale warehouses blew up one by one as they were found empty. The owners frantically called the police. Even Chuan Lauer was alarmed and immediately sent Fable to the scene to check the surveillance and find clues. If they couldn't recover it, who would dare to invest or do business in his Chuan Lauer's beautiful country? People would say there were thieves in your country. But the result was just like the black market. All the surveillance footage showed only the warehouse doors opening by themselves and the supplies vanishing in an instant. Not a single figure was seen, and all alarm systems had no record of being triggered at all. The storage centers had all been emptied. The entire city went into a frenzy, with everyone saying that the beautiful country was haunted, that a ghost had emptied all the warehouses overnight, and various bizarre theories spread like wildfire. Even the church was involved, claiming it was God's punishment. All because of Chuan Lauer's issues. And the instigator of this uproar, Cheng Yin, was sitting in first class, gazing out at the clouds, a smile playing on his lips. This move directly reduced the difficulty of surviving the apocalypse to zero. The plane glided steadily over the ocean, the sunlight from 10,000 meters above streaming through the window, landing on the small table in front of Cheng Yin. The flight attendant in first class had just served steak, lobster pasta, and a fruit platter. Cheng Yin was savoring his steak with knife and fork when a familiar voice filled with surprise and delight suddenly reached his ears. "Sir, is it really you again? What a coincidence." Cheng Yin's hand paused with the knife and fork as he looked up, immediately grinning. Well, wasn't this the flight attendant who had asked him for contact information before? So she was on this flight back to the country as well. What a fateful encounter. It would be a pity not to buy a lottery ticket. The flight attendant beamed, holding a glass of water, slightly bending forward, her impressive figure accentuated by the uniform. Her large eyes sparkled as she looked at Cheng Yin, her tone filled with excitement. "I was serving in the front just now and thought you looked familiar. I didn't expect it to really be you. Are you finished with your business?" Several portly passengers in first class turned to look, their eyes filled with envy. After all, such a stunning beauty approaching to strike up a conversation. What man wouldn't be overjoyed? But Cheng Yin felt no waves in his heart, even finding it somewhat amusing. A beauty? No matter how beautiful could she compare to the scent of his armory, or the allure of the mountain of supplies in his space? Could she rival the fragrance of the steel fortress that could save lives in temperatures of -60 degrees? The apocalypse was just a month away. He had no time to chat idly with her. Cheng Yin stabbed a piece of lobster meat into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and then lifted his eyelids to glance at her, speaking in a calm tone. "Yes, I finished my business and returned home. Is there something you need?" The flight attendant's smile became even sweeter as she placed the cup of water on his table, leaning forward slightly, her voice dripping with sweetness. "It's nothing major. I just feel we have a special connection. Previously, when I asked for your contact, you said you were busy. Now that we've been on the plane for so long, you must have some time, right? Is it convenient to add me on WeChat? I'm going to City X next month as well. You could show me around then." The nearby male passengers were wide-eyed, thinking, what a beauty. She's being so proactive. Why isn't this guy rushing to agree? If it were them, they would have already pulled out their QR code from their pockets. But Cheng Yin merely picked up the glass of water, set it aside, without drinking, shook his head, his tone still flat, with not a hint of emotion. "Not convenient." The flight attendant's smile instantly froze, clearly not expecting that even after being so proactive, she would still be rejected. She stood there stunned for several seconds before managing to force a smile, unwilling to give up, and asked, "Sir, do you have a girlfriend?" "No." Cheng Yin wiped his mouth, set down the knife and fork, leaned back in his seat, and looked at her. "It's just that I have no time and no interest." He watched her expression of disbelief and found it slightly amusing, adding, "Beauty, 3 strikes, and you've already asked twice. If there's a next time, I might actually consider being friends and have a good chat. But right now I'm really tired and just want to sleep, with no time for anything else." After saying that, he directly pulled down the eye mask, leaning back in his seat, clearly signaling that he did not wish to continue the conversation. The flight attendant stood in place, not knowing whether to leave or stay, her face alternating between red and white, feeling so awkward that her toes could almost dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. In the end, she could only bite her lip, nodding in disappointment, saying sorry to disturb your rest before turning around and leaving in dismay. Returning to the service area, several colleagues gathered around, asking her with smiles, "So, did you get his contact information? That handsome guy looks wealthy, dressed in designer brands. Even his watch costs over $1 million. If you win him over, it would be a profit." The flight attendant sat down with a face of despair, looking at her reflection in the mirror and examining her figure, self-doubt creeping in as she muttered, "Have I lost my charm recently? I was so proactive, yet he wouldn't even add me on WeChat, saying he just wanted to sleep. Does he not like women?" Her colleagues burst into laughter, never expecting this beautiful coworker would be turned down not once, but twice by the same man. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin, the subject of their discussion, had not fallen asleep at all. Pulling down his eye mask, his mind was racing with calculations. After returning home, he wouldn't go home right away. On this trip to America, he had stocked up on arms and supplies, but there was one crucial item he hadn't gathered enough of: transportation tools that could withstand extreme cold. Though there was a Maybach in the villa and armored vehicles and off-road vehicles smuggled in from the black market in temperatures of -60 degrees, with blizzards blocking the roads and thick snow, no matter how good an off-road vehicle was, it would get stuck. At that time, he wouldn't be able to go out, not even out of the courtyard gate. He had to acquire snowmobiles, tracked all-terrain vehicles, and snow-armored vehicles, as well as equipment usable on ice. While there were some domestically, it was better to get them from other countries like the neighboring dwarf nation. That place was surrounded by the sea, and heavy snow in winter was common. Their snow equipment was incredibly comprehensive, from civilian snowmobiles to tracked vehicles that could run in minus several tens of degrees. Moreover, that country was not a good place to begin with. With the apocalypse approaching, it would be a shame not to empty their supplies, given his set of skills. What he couldn't take away, he would burn on the spot. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Cheng Yin's lips. Perfectly after the plane lands, he would transfer to a flight to the dwarf nation. Having come this far, it would be a waste not to empty their storage center, considering the price of this plane ticket. The flight lasted over 10 hours, passing by in the blink of an eye. The plane landed steadily at the international airport. As Cheng Yin just got off the plane, his phone powered on, revealing dozens of missed calls, all from his assistant in Wang Jianjun. He first returned a call to his assistant, speaking succinctly, "I'm at the airport, about to transfer to a flight to the dwarf nation, returning in 2 to 3 days. For the construction on Wang Jianjun's side, send me daily video reports. The progress must be on track. Tell him if he finishes a day early, the bonus will be increased by 5 million. If he is late by a day, the final payment will be deducted by 10 million. The materials must be of the best quality. If he dares to skimp on quality, he can get lost." The assistant quickly agreed. "Got it, Mr. Cheng. Don't worry. Mr. Wang's side is working like they've been injected with adrenaline. The workers are on 3 shifts, 24 hours nonstop. The walls have already been raised and the steel plates are being welded. There will be no delay in the construction schedule. Okay, if there's anything, just WeChat me, don't call." Cheng Yin hung up and directly opened the ticketing app, booking the next available first-class flight to the dwarf nation's airport with an hour until boarding. He didn't even exit the airport, taking the transfer passage, directly passing through customs and breezing through security checks. The first-class exclusive passage was unobstructed, and as soon as he reached the boarding gate, they began checking tickets. On the plane, Cheng Yin immediately pulled down the eye mask and went to sleep. This period had been a flurry of moving arms and clearing warehouses, and he was indeed exhausted. Upon landing in the dwarf nation, there would be a tough battle to fight. He needed to recharge. The plane landed steadily at the airport in the dwarf nation. When he landed, it was just past 8 o'clock in the evening in the country of the short. The sky was completely dark, the streets were brightly lit, and a heavy flow of traffic filled with office workers and shoppers was everywhere. No one would have thought that a ghost from the Dragon Country was about to turn the entire short country upside down. Cheng Yin cleared customs, exited the airport, and took a taxi right away. He headed straight to the headquarters warehouse of the largest outdoor brand, Snow Leopard. This brand is the top outdoor snow brand in the short country, specializing in polar cold-resistant gear and snow vehicles. Over half of the snowmobiles and all-terrain vehicles in the short country are produced by them. The car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the warehouse. Goodness, this place has tighter security than the ERM warehouse in the beautiful country, with 3-meter-high walls topped with high-voltage electric fences, 2 security booths at the entrance, and 4 guards wielding batons along with patrol teams inside. Every few meters there was a surveillance camera. Even a fly flying in could be captured. After all, this warehouse has a considerable number of snowmobiles and various top-tier outdoor gear, with a total value beyond imagination, so the security was naturally tight. But to Cheng Yin, these were all mere decorations. He walked directly into the compound, and the 4 guards at the entrance didn't even raise an eyebrow. Inside the compound, the warehouses were neatly lined up with warehouse No. 1 being the vehicle storage filled with snowmobiles and all-terrain vehicles. Cheng Yin stood at the entrance of warehouse No. 1, looking at the several-meter-high rolling shutter door, which was equipped with a password lock and a vibration alarm. Any slight external force would trigger alarms throughout the compound. Cheng Yin sneered inwardly. "Is that all?" He silently murmured, "Unlock." Cheng Yin walked directly into the warehouse. The sight before him made his eyes shine. Rows of brand-new snowmobiles, from single-seat civilian models to double-seat off-road variants, and even extreme versions with tracks, were neatly arranged on the shelves, extending as far as the eye could see. On the other side of the warehouse were dozens of tracked all-terrain vehicles, some with 6 wheels, some with 8, and even polar-tracked vehicles with enclosed cabins capable of withstanding temperatures as low as 40 degrees, equipped with heating, navigation, and storage space. A true mobile fortress in apocalyptic blizzards. Wow, I'm going to get rich. They're all mine. Cheng Yin was overjoyed. These things would be far more useful in the apocalypse than off-road vehicles. With half a meter of snow, the tracked vehicles rolled over effortlessly, starting normally, even in 60 degrees. They were simply tailor-made for the extreme cold apocalypse. He didn't waste time with a thought. He silently commanded collect. In an instant, an entire row of snowmobiles vanished without a trace, all collected into a vast space of 500 million square meters, leaving not even a screw behind. It was like strolling through his own backyard. He collected as he walked, and in less than 3 minutes the warehouse was completely emptied, not a single key left behind. After clearing warehouse No. 1, he headed straight for warehouse No. 2, which was filled with polar cold-resistant clothing down sleeping bags suitable for 50 degrees, ice snow boots, crampons, goggles, outdoor stoves, solid fuel, and various snow survival gear, everything one could think of. Cheng Yin was not polite at all. With a wave of his hand, he collected everything. In the extreme cold apocalypse at 60 degrees, all of these were life-saving treasures. The cold-resistant clothing he had stockpiled earlier was nothing but paper compared to these professional polar. Just as he was happily collecting, footsteps were heard outside the warehouse. 2 guards with flashlights were patrolling while chatting, and they happened to walk right up to the warehouse door. "Did you hear something just now? I thought I heard a click." One guard shone his flashlight at the warehouse door looking. The other guard waved his hand and yawned. "You're imagining things. This door can't even let a mouse in. Stop overreacting. Let's finish this round and go back for a hot cup of coffee. I'm dying of sleepiness." As they spoke, they walked towards the warehouse door, and the beam of the flashlight illuminated Cheng Yin's position. Cheng Yin's heart raced. A mischievous thought came to him. He stood still waiting for the 2 guards to reach the door, before suddenly lifting his foot and gently kicking a nearby iron rack. The sharp clang echoed painfully in the quiet warehouse. The 2 guards froze in place, their flashlight beams trembling. Who's inside?" "Baka." One guard shouted boldly, his hand instinctively reaching for the baton at his waist. The warehouse was utterly silent without a hint of sound. The other guard, trembling, exclaimed, "The surveillance didn't trigger an alarm. How could there be a noise inside?" Cheng Yin stifled a laugh and lifted his hand again, gently pushing against an empty shelf. With a crash, the shelf toppled over, creating a tremendous noise. The 2 guards yelped in fright, turning to run, scrambling towards the security room while shouting, "There's a ghost. The warehouse is haunted." Cheng Yin watched their panicked retreat, almost bursting into laughter. "Trying to mess with me? I won't let you off." He didn't linger and quickly swept through the remaining warehouses, collecting outdoor accessories, repair tools, snow tires, and antifreeze oil. All of it. Even the electric forklift from the warehouse was casually collected by him. In less than half an hour, the entire headquarters warehouse of the Snow Leopard brand was left completely empty, not even a strand of hair left behind. Exiting the compound, Cheng Yin headed straight for his next target, the headquarters warehouse of the largest convenience store chain in the short country. Inside were stockpiles of goods from half of the frozen stores, including various bento rice balls, self-heating meals, drinking water, snacks, and daily necessities piled up like a mountain. As usual, invisibility, unlocking, and collecting. In less than 5 minutes it was over. Following that, every other headquarters warehouse was visited in turn. Rice, flour, cooking oil, convenience foods, frozen fresh produce, daily necessities, and medicines. Anything useful in the apocalypse was collected. Old rule: feed the leftovers to the dogs. He moved like a ghost, traversing various storage centers in a short country. In his invisible state, no one could see him, no one could touch him. The surveillance cameras couldn't capture him, the police dogs couldn't sniff him out, and the alarms wouldn't sound. That night, he emptied over a dozen large storage centers in the vicinity. His space was now filled with vast quantities of food, daily necessities, medicines, as well as snowmobiles, dozens of tracked all-terrain vehicles, and various polar cold-resistant gear sufficient for him to use for ages. The skill he unlocked today was a rather useless one called Fishing Master. Cheng Yin didn't bother to read the introduction in detail, since he had important matters to attend to the next day. The next day? In the news, the host reported with a look of panic, in the early hours of today, the Snow Leopard outdoor headquarters warehouse and several other corporate headquarters warehouses experienced a bizarre theft. All materials in the warehouse vanished into thin air. No suspicious individuals were captured by the surveillance, the locks were intact, and the alarm system was never triggered. The police have launched an investigation, and the specifics are being followed up. The television screen showed the warehouse entrance surrounded by police and reporters. The warehouse owner cried bitterly before the camera, lamenting that all his decades of hard work had vanished overnight. The police wandered around the warehouse, looking bewildered, unable to find any clues. The citizens of the dwarf nation were all buzzing with discussions. What? Supplies disappeared into thin air. The surveillance cameras captured nothing. This is outrageous. Could it be haunted? This has happened in many places in the beautiful nation recently. I heard that a warehouse of a supermarket in the beautiful nation was also emptied, and it was the same situation. This is too bizarre. Cheng Yin watched the news, nearly laughing out loud. This is bizarre. The more bizarre things are yet to come. He arrived at the oil storage base, where dozens of giant oil tanks contained hundreds of thousands of tons of diesel, gasoline, antifreeze, and aviation fuel. In the apocalypse, oil is like blood. Without oil, generators won't run, cars won't move. No matter how much equipment you have, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Cheng Yin looked at the endless rows of oil tanks, his eyes lighting up. Since he was here, he had to take all this oil. Anything less would be a disservice to himself. Take. I'll take it all. This, and that. With a swift motion, he decided it wasn't enough and headed straight for the military site. This place was a legitimate military warehouse, heavily guarded with armed self-defense soldiers at the entrance. Inside were large stocks of military cold weather gear, field rations, fuel, medical supplies, and even military vehicles and weapons. To ordinary people, this place was a forbidden zone. Entering would mean being shot to pieces. But to Cheng Yin, it was an unguarded warehouse open for anyone to enter and take. He directly activated his invisibility mode. Inside the warehouse, military snow vehicles, bulletproof off-road vehicles, field rations, cold weather clothing, first aid kits, and fuel were all there. Cheng Yin was unreserved, waving his hand to take everything. Even several heavy machine guns, automatic rifles, and ammunition in the warehouse were easily collected. After all, the space was large enough to hold it all. The more guns, the greater the sense of security. Having been poor for too long, he was terrified of insufficient firepower. Once he finished gathering weapons, a sudden thought popped into his mind. Since he was here, leaving without causing any trouble would be too easy for these scoundrels. The dog toilet had been a constant source of annoyance for him. Since he was here, he couldn't leave without giving this wretched place a good lesson. With that thought, a trace of fierce determination flashed in Cheng Yin's eyes as he headed straight for the dog toilet. This place was indeed heavily guarded, with a dozen armed police officers at the entrance and several security guards patrolling back and forth, filled with surveillance cameras. Even a bird flying in would be captured. After all, this place was sensitive and notorious. Protests happened daily, and the security level was extremely high. But to Cheng Yin, these were merely decorations. He walked straight in. Inside the dog toilet, it was quiet, with only a few security guards lazily patrolling with flashlights. Cheng Yin looked at the dog toilet before him and sneered coldly. The heinous crimes committed by these beasts back then would be repaid today with interest. Cheng Yin looked at the rows of plaques inscribed with the names of the stray dogs, and his anger flared up instantly. He took out several barrels of gasoline and an accelerant from his space, splashing it all over the wooden structure. At that moment, two patrolling security guards outside shone their flashlights at the entrance, and the two froze instantly. My! The door opened. One of the security guards frowned, shining his flashlight around. But the main door is locked. How did it open? The other guard became tense, pressing his hand against his walkie-talkie. Something's not right. Quick, let's go check. The two raised their flashlights and hurried inside. As they pushed the door open, Cheng Yin, still invisible, stood right in front of them, grinning and raising his hand to lightly nudge the incense burner beside him. With a crash, the incense burner toppled to the ground, creating a loud noise. The two guards were so startled that their souls nearly left their bodies, and the flashlight fell to the ground. Who's there? One guard shouted hoarsely, but the scene before them was empty, with not even a shadow in sight. The other guard trembled in fear, saying, The door is open. What's going on? Is it haunted? Cheng Yin held back his laughter, raised his hand again, and slapped down at a nearby table from a distance. The two guards screamed, turning and fleeing, shouting, There's a ghost. The dog toilet is haunted. Call the police. Watching the two run away in panic, Cheng Yin wasted no time, stepping to the door, pulling out a lighter, and igniting the gasoline he had splashed on the ground. Turning, he ran. With a loud boom, flames erupted instantly, rapidly spreading along the wooden structure. In less than 5 minutes, the entire dog toilet was engulfed in flames, with fire reaching the sky and thick smoke billowing. Cheng Yin listened to the sounds of the fire truck sirens, screams, and shouts coming from inside, feeling exhilarated, nearly laughing out loud. Since he was here, he had to leave them something to remember him by. He didn't linger, turning and striding away, heading straight for the airport. Just 10 minutes after he left, the entire dwarf nation erupted. A massive fire broke out at the dog toilet, the core building completely destroyed. Firefighters and police were all dispatched, with many fire trucks surrounding the dog toilet to extinguish the flames, while helicopters circled overhead, sealing off the entire area. However, when police checked all the surveillance footage, they saw only a lighter floating in the air. The previous warehouse theft case had not been solved, and now the dog toilet had been set ablaze. The entire dwarf nation fell into unprecedented panic. Rumors of hauntings spread like wildfire among the people, with everyone saying it was Sadako. Otherwise, there was no way to explain these bizarre occurrences. People in supermarkets were frantically hoarding supplies, while temples were packed with individuals praying and seeking blessings, turning the entire dwarf nation into chaos. The police were overwhelmed, and aside from the lighter, they couldn't find any clues. The entire high command was furious, but there was nothing they could do except stare blankly. And the instigator of this storm, Cheng Yin, had already reached the airport. As he passed through customs, he saw police patrolling everywhere in the airport along with the panicked dwarf citizens listening to the news of the dog toilet fire being repeatedly broadcast, feeling immensely satisfied. You have annoyed me daily, this is just a bit of interest. When the apocalypse arrives, you will suffer. He boarded the plane which slowly taxied down the runway, soaring into the clouds. Cheng Yin pulled up the system panel to take a look. There are still 26 days left. The apocalypse is coming. Leaning back in his seat, he watched the dwarf nation shrink outside the window, a smile forming on his lips. This trip was a blood profit. Snow gear, fuel supplies, all fully stocked, and he even burned the dog toilet on the way out. It was worth it. Time to go home. I wonder how Wang Jianjun is doing with building his iron fortress. The airplane landed steadily at the international airport as darkness fell outside the window. Cheng Yin stretched his back, feeling a bit fatigued from the recent days. His backside was sore from sitting. After all, it had been a hectic few days, emptying the arms depot and stockpiling supplies, and even setting fire to a dog restroom before leaving. Now that he was back home, he finally felt a sense of relief. As soon as he exited the airport, his assistant Xiao Lin approached, holding a sign and respectfully saying, "Mr. Cheng, welcome back. Shall we head straight to the villa?" "Yes, to the villa," Cheng Yin nodded, stepping outside and casually asking, "How is the construction progress with Wang Jianjun?" "While I was away, nothing went wrong, right?" Xiao Lin hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Cheng. President Wang has been working tirelessly with workers rotating shifts around the clock. The courtyard wall has been raised to 3.5 meters. The high-voltage electric fence is installed, and over half of the steel plates and insulation layers are already laid. The main structure of the underground nuclear biochemical shelter is nearly completed. President Wang guaranteed that it would be finished ahead of schedule. He wouldn't dare delay your matters." Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, with money in place, the efficiency was remarkable. With several hundred million invested, not only could the villa be remodeled in a month, but even if he asked Wang Jianjun to build a fortress in the yard, it could be done in half a month. The Maybach cruised smoothly along the road as Cheng Yin leaned back in his seat and casually switched on the car's TV. It was airing international news, with the host solemnly reporting recent global events. Recently, the beautiful country has experienced a series of bizarre warehouse thefts, including the headquarters warehouses of several companies like Irma, which were emptied overnight with enormous amounts of money involved. Simultaneously, a local black market arms depot was also completely cleared out. Local police have investigated for days without finding any suspects. The surveillance footage only shows the warehouse doors opening automatically and the goods disappearing into thin air. A wealth of supernatural rumors has emerged among locals. The dwarf country has similarly experienced a series of thefts, with countless supplies vanishing mysteriously. A significant fire broke out at the dog restroom, completely destroying the core buildings. The dwarf country police have classified this case as a top-level investigation, yet there are still no clues. Panic has spread throughout Japan, with citizens frantically stockpiling supplies. It seems the surveillance video showing the lighter floating in midair has not been released. Cheng Yin watched the news on TV, unable to suppress a smile. Goodness, it's only been 2 days and the world is in an uproar. I bet no one would expect that the person stirring chaos in these two countries is now comfortably sitting in a Maybach, leisurely heading back to his villa. Xiao Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but murmur while watching the news, "Mr. Cheng, this situation is too bizarre, isn't it? So many supplies just gone, and they couldn't even capture anyone on surveillance. And that fire at the dog restroom. It feels so satisfying. I just wonder who did it. They must be ruthless." Cheng Yin took a sip of bottled water and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, they are ruthless. A job well done." Xiao Lin didn't connect the dots back to his boss and continued to chime in, "Isn't that right? I've heard people saying that the dog restroom is now said to be haunted by vengeful spirits. Temples are crowded every day. It's hilarious." Cheng Yin chuckled but didn't respond. Vengeful spirits? There were no such spirits. He merely collected a bit of interest along the way. Half an hour later, the car drove into the villa area and came to a steady stop at Cheng Yin's villa. Upon stepping out of the car, he was momentarily taken aback. When he left 3 days ago, this place was still an ordinary detached villa, but now it had transformed dramatically. The courtyard wall, which was originally over a meter high, had been raised to 3.5 meters, topped with a dense high-voltage electric fence and wrapped in thick steel plates. There was hardly any place to step. Excavators and cranes were still at work in the yard, with workers wearing hard hats carefully carrying insulation materials into the house, and the sparks from welding the steel plates crackled as they worked fervently. Wang Jianjun was on site, holding blueprints and directing the work. His face was shiny with exhaustion, bloodshot eyes revealing he hadn't slept much in 3 days, yet he appeared spirited, his voice booming enough to be heard from afar. Upon seeing Cheng Yin return, Wang Jianjun immediately dropped the blueprints and hurried over with a smile, saying, "Mr. Cheng, you're back. How do you find the progress?" Cheng Yin walked around the yard inspecting everything before nodding. Not bad, the progress is faster than I expected. You didn't cut corners on the quality, did you? Absolutely not. Wang Jianjun patted his chest in assurance. With the generous amount you provided, how could I dare cut corners? All materials are of top-tier specifications as per your request. The insulation layer is aerospace grade and all the steel plates are bulletproof. Feel free to check. If anything is subpar, I won't take a cent of the final payment. Alright, you've worked hard. Cheng Yin patted his shoulder. Continue at this pace. If you finish a day early, there's a bonus of 5 million. I keep my word. Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had been energized. Rest assured, Mr. Cheng. I guarantee it will be finished ahead of schedule. In 20 days. No, in 18 days. I will definitely get it done for you. Cheng Yin smiled and said no more, turning to enter the villa. The villa had also undergone a transformation. The walls of the first-floor living room had been completely removed with steel structure reinforcement underway. Various materials were piled on the floor, and workers were carefully carrying out the construction, strictly adhering to his requirements. He ascended to the third floor, entered his study, locked the door behind him, and settled into his boss chair. With a thought, he glanced around his expansive 500 million square meter space. It was already filled to the brim with food, drink, supplies, military fuel, and snowy gear, all neatly stacked. There was no end in sight. Not only could one person live comfortably for a lifetime, but it could also sustain a team of hundreds. Survival supplies were thoroughly stocked, but Cheng Yin frowned suddenly at the empty corners of the space. Wait a minute. The apocalypse was about to arrive, with extreme cold temperatures at -60 degrees outside and chaos prevailing. He would likely be stuck in this steel fortress for a long time, possibly for a lifetime. I can't just eat, sleep, and clean guns every day, can I? That would drive anyone insane. To live is not just about surviving, but also about living comfortably and happily. Survival in the apocalypse is fundamental, but entertainment must keep pace too. Otherwise, even if one survives, staring at four walls would be no different from being in prison. With this thought, Cheng Yin instantly became excited and picked up his phone to start ordering frantically. First, he ordered gaming equipment, securing 20 top-tier gaming computers, various consoles, and handheld devices, collecting everything from the latest models to classic ones. He bought every game disc and cartridge available on the market. Gaming chairs, desks, and 4K gaming screens were all ordered in a complete set. If he was going to do it, he would create a top-notch gaming room. Next came audiovisual equipment: TVs, surround sound home theaters, top-quality speakers, amplifiers, and players, plus a vast collection of Blu-ray discs from classic films to the latest releases, as well as TV shows, anime, and variety shows. He downloaded everything available, filling dozens of hard drives, so even without internet in the apocalypse, he could still watch. He also set up a fitness area. In the apocalypse, staying indoors every day without exercise was unacceptable. Treadmills, stationary bikes, weight racks, dumbbells, barbells, and a full set of strength training equipment, even boxing rings and sparring gear were included. Not only could he work out, but he could also practice combat skills, self-defense abilities. In the apocalypse, he became more and more excited, ordering everything from billiard tables and mahjong machines to arcade games and basketball machines. Anything that could be played indoors and relieve boredom was included. Money. Right now, money is just worthless paper. If you don't spend it, it would be a waste. From around 8 in the evening until midnight, Cheng Yin finally placed all the orders, spending over 20 million without even blinking. At that moment, a familiar system notification sound rang in his mind. On time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Today's new skill has been successfully unlocked. Today's skill: God level dishwashing skill. Skill details: the host can clean any dish spotless without any water stains remaining, with a 100 increase in efficiency, permanently effective. Cheng Yin's smile instantly froze. God-level dishwashing skill. He was stunned for a long time, unable to help but speak to the system in his mind. System: dishwashing skill. Is that also a skill? The system replied indifferently. Daily skills are randomly unlocked, all related to survival. Cheng Yin couldn't help but laugh. So in the system's eyes, dishwashing was also a survival skill in the apocalypse, right? He had no choice but to accept it happily. After all, the system had already given him good things. However, he couldn't help but wonder what ridiculous skill the system would give him tomorrow after giving him a dishwashing skill today. Cheng Yin was awakened by the sound of construction in the yard. Opening his eyes, it was already past 9 in the morning, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains and falling onto the floor. He picked up his phone and saw dozens of missed calls, all from logistics and merchants. The orders for the entertainment equipment he placed last night had already started to be delivered. He yawned, rolled out of bed, and after washing up, went downstairs just in time to run into Wang Jianjun and the workers carrying custom soundproofing materials into the house. Seeing Cheng Yin come down, Wang Jianjun hurried over. Mr. Cheng, you're awake. Some people outside say the equipment you ordered yesterday has all arrived at the door. Should we bring it in for you? Yes, move it all to the empty room on the second floor, and be careful not to bump anything. Cheng Yin nodded and casually instructed. Got it. Don't worry. Wang Jianjun quickly called the workers, carefully moving things into the house. Cheng Yin walked into the yard, watching truck after truck drive to the door, unloading gaming tables, computers, speakers, pool tables, and fitness equipment as if moving house. The security guard at the door and the passing neighbors couldn't help but look over, their eyes filled with curiosity. After all, the villa area is filled with wealthy people. No one's home renovation has such a grand scale, with dozens of trucks delivering goods in a day, as if money didn't matter. Cheng Yin didn't care how others saw it. After all, the apocalypse was about to come. Who cares if it looked strange? He squatted at the door, watching the workers move things, still pondering what was missing. He had games, audiovisual equipment, and fitness gear, but in the apocalypse, having just these wasn't enough. He needed some living creatures. Otherwise, living alone in such a big villa would be too lonely. Pets. Yes, he needed to get some pets. He already had a ragdoll cat named Jean at home, which kept him company while living alone. In the apocalypse, having a few more cats would not only relieve boredom, but also help relieve stress. It was definitely better than staring at cold walls all day. Thinking of this, Cheng Yin stood up, drove his Mercedes, and headed straight for the city's pet hospital and stray animal rescue station. He first went to his usual pet hospital and immediately said to the director upon entering, "I want to buy a few of the stray cats you're rescuing that still haven't been adopted. Cat food, cat litter, cat can food, pet medicine, get a little of everything." The director was taken aback, stunned for a long while before responding, "Mr. Cheng, we currently have a few stray cats that have been rescued, but they have some minor illnesses. Are you sure you want all of them? Pick a few that are well-behaved." Cheng Yin nodded. "You treat their illnesses, make sure they are fully vaccinated, and I'll cover all the expenses. I'll come by this afternoon to pick them up." The director was instantly thrilled, quickly nodding in agreement. Their rescue station had always been financially tight, and now someone was willing to adopt so many stray cats, especially someone like Mr. Cheng, who wasn't short on money. These cats' lives would surely improve. After leaving the pet hospital, Cheng Yin ran to several stray animal rescue stations in the city and adopted a few good dogs. There were several adult ragdolls, British shorthairs, and blue cats, along with a few farm dogs, a golden retriever, a Labrador, and a German shepherd. The German shepherd was just right, though it could guard the house in the apocalypse, being highly alert and more effective than surveillance. His space was large enough, not to mention a few cats and dogs, even hundreds could live there for a lifetime. In the afternoon, Cheng Yin rented 2 trucks to bring the adopted cats and dogs along with pet supplies back to the villa. Wang Jianjun, along with the workers, followed Cheng Yin's instructions to connect several rooms on the 3rd floor, transforming them into temperature-controlled pet rooms, providing cat climbing frames, cat beds, dog houses, automatic feeders, and automatic water dispensers, all set up. The cats were jumping around in the pet room, while the dogs were frolicking in the specially designated activity area in the yard. The once desolate villa instantly became lively. Cheng Yin sat on the carpet in the pet room, holding 2 clingy little kittens in his arms, looking at the room full of cats and dogs, feeling immensely content. So what if the apocalypse comes? I still have food and drink, cats to cuddle, and dogs to play with. My life is even more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. In the following days, Cheng Yin completely transformed into a happy homebody, monitoring the renovation progress of the villa daily. The gaming room, home theater, gym area, pool room, and pet room were completed one after another. In the gaming room, 20 top-tier computers were lined up with all kinds of mainframes and handheld devices available, and the 4 walls were filled with game discs and cartridges. They even installed 3 dedicated internet lines, so even if one failed, there were still 2 backups, allowing him to play as long as he wanted before the apocalypse. Even without the internet, there were single-player games. In the home theater, with a laser TV, top-notch sound system, lazy sofas, and a starry ceiling, the atmosphere was fully set, even better than a cinema. In the gym area, there was a complete set of gym equipment, and even a sauna room and massage bathtub were installed. After exercising, he could enjoy a sauna and a massage, feeling incredibly comfortable. Life was really luxurious. The only thing bothering him was the new skill unlocked every midnight. He unlocked the God-level mopping skill, which mopped the floors spotless without leaving a trace of water. He unlocked the God-level cooking skill, mastering all 8 major cuisines with dishes that tasted better than those cooked by national banquet chefs. He unlocked the God-level haircut skill, able to cut any hairstyle in the world permanently flawless. He unlocked the God-level home appliance repair skill, able to identify and fix any appliance issue at a glance, fixing it in a minute. All the skills he unlocked were trivial life skills, seemingly useless, but in reality they weren't of much use. Cooking. With the mountain delicacies and seafood he has stockpiled in his space, weighing several tons, he can simply take out whatever he wants to eat from the 5-star hotel menu. Why bother cooking for himself? Haircuts. Who cares about hairstyles in the apocalypse? If it grows too long, just cut it short, right? Appliance repair. How many appliances has he bought? If one breaks, he just throws it away and gets a new one. Why bother fixing it? But it doesn't matter. Even in the apocalypse, one should still look handsome and live exquisitely. Every day after unlocking skills, Cheng Yin would joke with the system, as if the system wanted to train him to be an all-around house husband. The apocalypse is coming, and you're giving me these skills. But jokes aside, he couldn't do anything about it. The system's skills were randomly unlocked. That afternoon, Cheng Yin was playing games in his esports room when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring at the entrance. He paused for a moment. Aside from the construction workers and delivery people, no one ever came to his villa. He walked to the monitoring screen and saw a beautiful woman in a professional outfit standing at the door. It was his neighbor Cheng Yin, a well-known beauty and CEO in the villa area. She ran an e-commerce business and was worth over 10 billion at a young age, even wealthier than him. They had been neighbors for nearly a year, and aside from a nodding acquaintance, they hadn't exchanged many words. Cheng Yin furrowed his brow but pressed the door open button. As the door opened, Cheng Yin stepped in, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at the bustling construction crew, the piles of materials, and the walls lined with steel plates and high-voltage electric fences. She approached the door just as Cheng Yin stepped out. Cheng Yin smiled at him and asked, "Hello, sorry. I see you're doing construction every day, and it's quite noisy with the electric fence installation and steel welding. Plus, there are dozens of trucks delivering supplies every day. What are you turning this villa into?" Cheng Yin looked at her and thought to himself, how could he tell her that the apocalypse was coming in just over 10 days, and he was transforming it into a steel fortress for survival? He smiled and casually replied, "It's nothing much, just that I like to play games and keep fit. I'm turning the villa into a private media room and gym and upgrading the security. I saw on the news that some villas were robbed, so I wanted to be more secure. And you see how badly things have been stolen in the beautiful country and the little country. I'm just being cautious." Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit skeptical. Who upgrades security to make the walls look like a fortress? And with construction going on 24 hours a day, it's almost like preparing for war. But she didn't ask more. After all, it was someone else's private matter, and she was just curious. She smiled and nodded. "I see, then I won't disturb you any longer. I just thought with all this construction going on every day, something might have happened. By the way, I noticed your trucks coming in and out. Could I trouble you to have the workers be a little more mindful and not block the road? I occasionally have cars coming in and out, and it's a bit inconvenient." "No problem, I'll tell them to park on the side and not block the road." Cheng Yin nodded and readily agreed. "Thank you so much." Cheng Yin smiled in gratitude, took another glance at his fortress-like villa, her curiosity deepening, but she didn't say more and turned to leave. Cheng Yin watched her silhouette as he closed the door, not thinking much of it. After all, with just over 10 days left, who would have the mind to care about what others were doing in their homes when the apocalypse arrives? Surviving would be good enough. He turned back into the house, just settling onto the sofa, when a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Warning. In 72 hours, the first round of cold waves will strike globally, with temperatures plunging to -20 degrees in many areas. Please make preparations in advance. Cheng Yin sat up straight, his eyes suddenly bright. It's coming. 72 hours. It seems this is just the prelude to the storm. The real apocalypse is still about 10 days away. He walked to the window, pulled aside the curtains, and looked outside at the still sunny weather. In 3 days, this bustling city would face its first frozen test. And Cheng Yin was even more curious about what skills would be unlocked in the next few days. Would they still be trivial life skills, or would the system provide him with something genuinely useful? Once the system's cold wave warning was issued, Cheng Yin immediately put aside any thoughts of leisure. He had originally planned to enjoy a few more days before the apocalypse arrived, but now the first cold wave was just around the corner in 72 hours. He had to ensure all preparations were in place without a hint of negligence. After all, this first cold wave was the prelude to the apocalypse and the first test for his steel fortress. He immediately found Wang Jianjun, pulling him aside from directing the construction and getting straight to the point. "Old Wang, I need to tell you something. All projects must be completed and debugged within 3 days to ensure they can be used normally." Wang Jianjun was stunned, his smile freezing on his face. "Cheng, 3 days? That's a bit. The original timeline you gave was a month, and only 10 days have passed. The main structure is nearly complete, but the underground shelter, the heating system throughout the house, and the security system haven't been fully debugged yet. 3 days is simply not enough." "Not enough doesn't matter, it has to be done." Cheng Yin's tone was very firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "I don't care how you do it, how many people you add, how many shifts you work. Everything must be completed within 3 days with no flaws whatsoever. Just tell me what conditions you need." Wang Jianjun thought for a moment. 3 days is possible. I can hire more workers from outside, and it can be completed in 3 days, but it will cost more." Cheng Yin didn't hesitate at all. "No problem. If it's completed within 3 days in addition to the bonus we discussed, I'll give you an extra 10 million. When Wang Jianjun heard the figure of 10 million, his eyes instantly reddened and his breathing quickened. 10 million. This project was already quite profitable, and with an additional 10 million bonus, completing this job would grant him financial freedom for the rest of his life. Isn't it just finishing in 3 days? Even if I have to stay awake, I'll get it done. He gritted his teeth and said, Cheng, don't worry. 3 days. Just 3 days. Even if I have to call all the workers in the entire X city over, I will make sure it's done perfectly. If a single part is missing, you can deduct my pay. Alright, I believe you. Cheng Yin nodded. Just tell me how much it will cost and how many people you need, and I will fully cooperate. No worries, I'll handle it. Wang Jianjun now seemed like he was on fire, turning around to pull out his phone and frantically calling everyone, summoning all his workers and collaborating construction teams, even calling relatives from his hometown, urging them to come immediately, working in 24-hour shifts with triple pay. After hanging up, Wang Jianjun grabbed the intercom and shouted to all the workers at the construction site, everyone listen. All projects must be completed within 3 days. Those who do well will receive an extra 10,000 bonus. Everyone get moving. The entire construction site erupted in excitement. Upon hearing about the bonus of 10,000 yuan, the workers went wild, their hands working at an extraordinary pace. The sparks from welding steel plates crackled, and the roar of excavators was deafening. The whole villa construction site had completely entered a sprinting state. Cheng Yin looked at the bustling construction site, feeling much more at ease. Although Wang Jianjun appeared unreliable, he truly had a knack for engineering. As long as the money was in place, he could definitely deliver everything clearly and precisely. Having resolved the construction matters, Cheng Yin did not idle away. He began to take stock of his supplies, checking for any deficiencies. With a thought, he entered a super large space of 500 million square meters, carefully inspecting everything. In the food section, rice, flour, grains, and oil were piled up like mountains. Various canned goods, frozen food, snacks, and beverages stretched as far as the eye could see, sufficient for him to eat for several lifetimes without any issue. In the energy section, there was diesel, gasoline, aviation kerosene, along with a massive amount of solid fuel and charcoal. Even if the generator ran 24 hours a day, there would be more than enough to last him a lifetime. In the medicine section, there were cold medicines, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, various prescription medications, emergency equipment, and surgical instruments, all available. He even stockpiled several sets of ICU equipment, more than enough to meet his needs. In the weapons section, there were handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, RPGs, grenades, as well as tanks and armored vehicles. The piles of bullets and shells were ample enough for self-defense, and even to form an entire team without any problem. In the daily necessities section, toilet paper, shampoo, shower gel, and various living supplies were stored by the ton. He would not run out even if he used them for a lifetime, no problem. And there were also several tons of body warmers. In the vehicle section, there were off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, snowmobiles, and all-terrain vehicles, even a helicopter with complete parts and fuel, no problem. He checked several times and found that the survival supplies were indeed stocked to the brim with no gaps. The only thing that needed supplementing was some emergency supplies to deal with the first wave of cold waves, as well as some easily overlooked small items. For instance, a large quantity of hand warmers. Although his villa had full house heating, these items were essential for survival when going outside. There were also many candles, lighters, and matches. Even if the power went out completely, he could still have light and fire. Additionally, there were many power banks, solar chargers, and various types of batteries. More was better. There was also coal and firewood. Although he had a diesel generator, it was always better to be over-prepared, in case the generator malfunctioned, burning coal or wood could provide warmth. With this in mind, Cheng Yin picked up his phone and began to place a flurry of orders. He ordered hand warmers, lighters, and matches by the box, filled several pages of orders with power banks and batteries, and directly contacted a supplier 10 kilometers away from the villa to order an entire trainload of coal and firewood, requesting same-day delivery. In the following 2 days, Cheng Yin focused on monitoring the construction progress while receiving deliveries and storing everything into the space. The delivery truck at the villa's entrance never stopped coming in waves. The delivery drivers were puzzled, wondering what this family was up to, buying so much coal and hand warmers. Were they opening a supermarket? Next door, Cheng Yin was utterly astonished. First, the villa was transformed into a fortress, and now trucks were continually delivering coal, rice, flour, and hand warmers, even candles and matches. This was all too strange. Isn't there enough space in your villa for all these items? The executives at her company were discussing how unusual weather had been reported in many parts of the world recently. The Meteorological Bureau had also issued a cold wave warning, stating that there would be a significant drop in temperature in the coming days, but surely it didn't warrant hoarding so many supplies. Cheng Yin felt a bit suspicious, but didn't dwell on it, assuming Cheng Yin was just exhibiting the quirks of a wealthy person. At most, she had her assistant procure a batch of warm supplies and food to keep at the company and home just in case. Over the past 2 days, the skills Cheng Yin unlocked at dawn remained predominantly trivial lifestyle skills. He unlocked the god-level plant care skill, ensuring that any plant in his care would thrive and never wither. He also unlocked the god-level sewing skill, allowing him to mend torn clothing to look as good as new with no traces left. He unlocked basic cold resistance enhancement, slightly boosting his bonus cold resistance, enabling him to move comfortably in a short sleeve at -10 degrees without the risk of frostbite. The only skill that was somewhat useful was this basic cold resistance enhancement. Although it seemed inconspicuous in a post-apocalyptic world with temperatures of -60 degrees, even a slight increase in cold resistance meant a better chance of survival. Cheng Yin considered himself fortunate. It was much better than receiving god-level plant care or sewing skills. Time flew by, and it was already the 3rd day of the system's warning. That morning, as Cheng Yin opened his eyes, he felt that the temperature in the room had dropped significantly. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, the sky was overcast with a biting cold wind blowing, causing the tree branches to sway wildly. Pedestrians on the street were bundled up in thick down jackets, hurrying along with their necks tucked, in a stark contrast to the weather of just a few days ago when it was in the teens. Checking his phone, he saw that the Meteorological Bureau had issued the highest level red warning for cold waves, stating that within the next 24 hours, the temperature in X City would plummet by 25 degrees, with a minimum temperature dropping to -20 degrees, accompanied by heavy to blizzard-like snowfall, urging citizens to prepare for cold weather and to avoid going out unless necessary. The news reported that cold wave warnings had been issued across the country, and many countries worldwide were experiencing extreme cold weather. In some foreign regions, temperatures had already dropped to -30 degrees, and small-scale failures were occurring in the power systems. The internet was in an uproar. What the hell? -20 degrees. When has X City ever been this cold? This is ridiculous. The whole world is cooling down. In the beautiful country, temperatures have dropped to -30 degrees. The little country is even more outrageous, starting to freeze over. What is going on? Don't ask. Just know that it's a global climate anomaly. Hurry and stock up on supplies. Rice, flour, and oil are nearly gone from the supermarkets. Hand warmers are sold out. I just went to the supermarket and the shelves were empty. It was like being robbed by the happy folks from the beautiful country. It's terrifying. Cheng Yin looked at the news and the discussions online, his expression calm. This was just the beginning. -20 degrees was nothing compared to the -60 degrees expected in a few days. It was merely a trivial matter. Just then, Wang Jianjun rushed in, his face filled with excitement. He exclaimed loudly to Cheng Yin, "President Cheng, it's finished. Everything is complete. All projects have been debugged. There are no issues at all. You can inspect it at any time." Cheng Yin's eyes lit up, and he stood up saying, "Let's go." He followed Wang Jianjun and inspected the entire villa inside and out. The courtyard wall stood 3.5 meters high, topped with high-voltage electric fencing. The entrance had collision-resistant posts capable of withstanding truck impacts, and the perimeter was lined with infrared beams and vibration sensors that would immediately trigger alarms if anyone approached. Inside the villa, the entire structure was reinforced with steel, the walls embedded with bulletproof steel plates, and all windows fitted with multi-layered, heat-insulating bulletproof glass. Even if it was -50 degrees outside, the indoor heating could reliably maintain a temperature above 25 degrees. The underground nuclear-grade shelter features an independent fresh air system, water circulation system, and power supply system. Even if the surface is completely destroyed, the shelter can operate independently, fully stocked with emergency supplies. The entire house is equipped with 5 high-power diesel generators that serve as backups for one another. Even if the city loses power, it can switch to its own power supply in a second, ensuring 24-hour electricity and heating throughout the house. The security system has comprehensive surveillance, able to clearly monitor even a mouse sneaking in. Perfect. After inspecting, Cheng Yin felt immensely satisfied. This is no villa, it is a steel fortress, solid as a rock. Not only can it withstand extreme cold of -60 degrees, but it can also serve as a bunker in case of war. He immediately transferred the remaining payment to Wang Jianjun, along with the promised bonus of 15 million, without a single penny missing. Upon receiving the money, Wang Jianjun's hands trembled as he thanked Cheng Yin profusely, almost bowing in gratitude. Just as Cheng Yin completed his inspection of the villa and felt completely at ease, snow suddenly began to fall outside. At first, it was a few scattered flakes, but within minutes it turned into a heavy snowfall. The heating inside the house maintained a steady 26 degrees, as warm as spring, while the world outside began to be blanketed in ice and snow. Cheng Yin walked to the window, watching the swirling snow, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The first wave of cold air had finally arrived. Little did he know this cold wave was far more severe than the system had warned. In just one night, the entire X city would be plunged into ice and chaos. The heavy snow fell throughout the night. By the next morning, when Cheng Yin awakened, the world outside was already a vast expanse of white. The heavy snow continued to fall, with the accumulation in the yard reaching up to his ankles. The streets, trees, and houses in the distance were all covered in thick snow, turning the entire X city into a city of ice and snow. He glanced at his phone. The real-time temperature displayed -21 degrees, having already dropped below the lowest recorded temperature in X city. The news was in complete disarray. This cold wave arrived with such ferocity and temperature drop that X city's heating system simply could not cope, leading to widespread failures. Over half of the residential complexes in the main urban area lost heating, with frozen pipes being a common sight, and many old neighborhoods even lost their running water. The power system was also slowly collapsing. With the cold wave arriving, every household turned on their air conditioning and electric heaters, causing a surge in electricity consumption, leading to failures in several substations and localized blackouts. Roads were blocked by snow. The main thoroughfares in the city had such thick snow that buses and private cars were all trapped, leading to complete traffic paralysis. Supermarkets and convenience stores were emptied, shelves completely bare, with not even a bottle of mineral water available. Hand warmers, down jackets, and heaters had been snatched away, with prices skyrocketing, yet nothing could be found. The internet was filled with wails of despair. "I'm freezing. The power is out. The indoor temperature is -5 degrees. All the pipes are frozen. How can we live like this? My house too. It was over 10 degrees yesterday, and today it's directly -20 degrees. This is completely abnormal. What on earth is happening? The roads are all covered in snow, cars can't move at all, and the supermarket is out of everything. We can't even have a hot meal at home. Is anyone going to do something about this? The heating company's phone lines are down, and no one is answering at the power company. We're about to freeze to death." Cheng Yin looked at the news, feeling utterly unfazed. He had already anticipated this situation. The first round of cold air had caused such chaos in X City. When the extreme cold of -60 degrees officially arrived days later, it would only get worse. Inside his villa, it was warm as spring, with the heating stable at 25 degrees and the generator on standby. Even if the city power was cut off, there would be no impact whatsoever. The refrigerator was packed with food and drinks, and the space was stocked with everything one could need. Outside, the world was freezing and chaotic, yet he was inside, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, leisurely enjoying steak and drinking red wine. Holding a clingy chicken in his arms with several kittens circling his legs, his life was nothing short of blissful. Just then the doorbell rang. Cheng Yin walked to the monitor screen and saw it was Cheng Yin again. She stood at the door, bundled up in a thick down jacket, her face flushed from the cold, rubbing her hands together as if she were freezing. Cheng Yin pressed the door release button, and Cheng Yin quickly walked in. As soon as she entered, she was enveloped by the warmth of the house, unable to suppress a shiver as she let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm sorry to bother you again." Cheng Yin smiled awkwardly at Cheng Yin, her expression filled with embarrassment and helplessness. "The power is out at my place, and the pipes have frozen. It's really cold there. I have no other choice but to ask if you have any extra hand warmers, down sleeping bags, or similar items. I can pay for them." She was truly out of options. Unable to stay at home due to the freezing conditions, with nothing available at the supermarket and the supplies in the company snatched away by employees, the entire villa area seemed to have something off about Cheng Yin's home, with its power grid and steel plates. Perhaps he had prepared something. Cheng Yin looked at her red face and didn't say much. As neighbors, with the apocalypse not having officially arrived, there was no need to be too harsh. Once the apocalypse hits, he wouldn't be so easy to talk to. He turned around and fetched 2 top-quality down sleeping bags, along with 2 large bags of hand warmers, a few boxes of mineral water, and self-heating rice, handing them to her. "No need for payment, just take them and use them." Cheng Yin looked at the sleeping bags and hand warmers in her hands, as well as the food Cheng Yin had given her, stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Once the cold wave passes, I will definitely thank you properly." "It's nothing," Cheng Yin nodded lightly. "The snow is too heavy. Hurry back and be careful on the road." He didn't mention that she should prepare more supplies. He had no obligation to do so. Helping her this time was only because the apocalypse had yet to arrive. If he didn't help her, he genuinely feared she would report him. If he were to be investigated later, it would be catastrophic. Cheng Yin repeatedly thanked him, clutching her things, and hurried back to her home. As she left, she increasingly felt that something was off about Cheng Yin. This cold wave had come so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard, yet Cheng Yin's home was not only warm, but also stocked with sleeping bags, hand warmers, and ample food and drink, as if he had known this cold wave would arrive all along. Despite her confusion, she had no time to think much about it. Her home was freezing, and she needed to hurry back to warm up. Although it wasn't too cold under the blankets once she got out of bed, it was simply unbearable. Everything was ruined. After sending Cheng Yin off, Cheng Yin closed the door and didn't dwell on the matter. A few bags of hand warmers and a few boxes of self-heating rice were nothing to him, akin to a drop in the bucket. As long as Cheng Yin didn't report him, that was enough. In the following days, the cold wave showed no signs of weakening, with temperatures plummeting to -25 degrees, completely freezing X City. Areas without electricity and heating grew increasingly numerous, and the entire city fell into chaos with frequent public safety incidents as people resorted to fighting over food and heating supplies. However, it was merely -20 degrees, not a significant problem. Many cities faced similar temperatures. It was just that some people were spreading doomsday rumors that incited panic and looting of supplies. Some people also took the opportunity to release their inner darkness and pressure. Overall, it was not a big problem, not even an issue. Moreover, discussions about the apocalypse have already begun circulating online, and more people believe that this unusual cold wave is not just a normal climatic anomaly. The end of the world might truly be approaching. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin continues to live comfortably. Every day, he plays games, works out, cuddles his cat, watches movies, and occasionally stands by the window to gaze at the icy world outside, enjoying life to the fullest. The only thing that piqued his interest was the skills he unlocked daily. Yesterday, he unlocked the God-level calligraphy skill, producing characters that surpassed even the masters of calligraphy, with power that could penetrate the paper and engrave deeply. Cheng Yin looked at this skill, nearly bursting into laughter. With the apocalypse looming, did he really need to practice calligraphy? Should he write spring festival couplets for people frozen into popsicles in the -60-degree weather? Today, he unlocked God-level reaction speed. Skill details: the host's neural reaction speed is enhanced to 20 times the limit of an ordinary human. He could effortlessly predict and dodge bullets, explosions, and all incoming fast-moving objects. His dynamic vision was enhanced 20 times, allowing him to clearly capture rapidly moving objects, with the skill being permanent and without any side effects. As the system's prompt echoed, Cheng Yin suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow! Finally something useful has arrived. And it's a God-level skill. 20 times the reaction speed of an ordinary human. He can even predict and dodge bullets. This is simply a life-saving skill for the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing has never been the cold, but people. For a bite to eat, those blinded by hunger can do anything, and hidden guns and arrows are hard to defend against. But now with this God-level reaction speed, he could predict and easily dodge bullets, even if an RPG. This skill is practically tailor-made for the apocalypse. Cheng Yin was so excited that his hands trembled, slightly eager to test just how outrageous this skill was. He first picked up a handful of peanuts from the table and threw them into the air, dozens of peanuts instantly. At the moment the peanuts were thrown to Cheng Yin's eyes, the once fast-flying peanuts slowed down, as if in slow motion. Every trajectory of each peanut was cleared down to the finest detail. Unhurriedly, he reached out his hand, catching each peanut one by one, not letting a single one fall to the ground. Cheng Yin looked at the handful of peanuts in his hand, gasping in awe. Incredible! So incredible! Everyone stand up. This was just the basic test. He then ran over to the gym area, grabbed a bouncy ball, and slammed it against the wall. The bouncy ball rebounded at a high speed at an awkward angle, but to Cheng Yin its speed was as slow as a snail. With a gentle reach, he easily caught the bouncy ball in his hand. He repeatedly tested several times. No matter what angle the bouncy ball came from, or how fast it was, he could effortlessly catch it without even blinking. Cheng Yin stood there, unable to contain his laughter. Awesome. So awesome. The previous useless skills were all just a matter of accumulating luck. This was a direct profit. With this God-level reaction speed combined with the arsenal in his hands, an impenetrable fortress, and an abundance of supplies, what was there to fear in the impending apocalypse? Just as Cheng Yin was filled with excitement, the snow outside gradually came to a halt. The howling cold wind also began to calm down. He paused for a moment, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtain. The heavy snow had completely stopped and the wind had calmed down significantly. Although the outside world remained a white, snowy landscape, it was clear that the temperature was gradually rising. He glanced at his phone, and the real-time temperature had risen from -25 degrees to -5 degrees, and it continued to climb. The news also displayed the latest weather forecast. The cold wave has essentially ended, and within the next 24 hours the temperature in City X will gradually rise to above 10 degrees, with clear weather and transportation, electricity, and heating systems will progressively resume. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow. The cold wave has ended. The first round of cold wave warnings from the system only lasted exactly 3 days before dissipating completely. He looked down at the system panel where the countdown clearly displayed time until extreme cold apocalypse arrives. 3 days. 3 days left. Cheng Yin instantly understood. This cold wave was merely a warning from the system, a rehearsal. The real threat would come 3 days later. But it was evident that the people outside would not think this way. As news of the cold wave ending and temperatures rising spread, the entire city erupted in excitement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the strange, heavy snowfall had finally passed. The news of the cold wave's end spread throughout City X as if it had grown wings. In just one day, the temperature rose from -25 degrees to above 12 degrees, with bright sunlight melting the snow and the flowing melted snow water coursing down the streets. Although there were still piles of snow along the roadside, the entire city had come back to life from its frozen silence. The electric and heating companies mobilized all personnel to repair the faulty lines and pipes, and neighborhoods that had experienced water and power outages gradually resumed supply. Snow-clearing vehicles from the sanitation department hit the roads to clear the snow from the main thoroughfares. Things slowly returned to normal. Supermarkets and convenience stores began urgent restocking, and the empty shelves were being filled little by little. The streets became gradually busier, with everyone wearing expressions of relief after surviving the ordeal, chatting in small groups, their conversations revolving around the sudden cold wave. That scared me. I thought the end of the world was coming. -25 degrees, no heating or electricity at home. I almost froze to death. Isn't that right? Thank goodness the cold wave has passed. It was just an extreme weather event. Those doomsday theories online are pure nonsense. Exactly. The Meteorological Bureau even stated that it was just a rare cold wave event, and now it's over everything. However, to be honest, this cold wave was quite bizarre. The temperature dropped too quickly. Luckily, it only lasted 3 days. If it had gone on any longer, something serious could have happened. Not to mention the risk of freezing to death, but the prices of goods have been outrageous. A down jacket that used to cost $400, I bought 2 pieces for over $1,500. Ooh, I can't believe it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, considering this cold wave as a rare extreme weather incident, and the previous panic and despair vanished as life gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, the authorities swiftly took action. On one hand, they worked diligently to restore city operations, and on the other, the police started cracking down on looters and troublemakers who took advantage of the chaos during the cold wave. Police cars roared through the streets as batches of troublemakers were apprehended, and the previously chaotic public order quickly restored. Online, various doomsday rumors began to be cleared, with many accounts being banned, and everywhere the message spread that the cold wave had passed and normal production and life were resuming. The entire City X, and even the country and the world, quickly recovered after this 3-day cold wave, as if the previous freezing and chaos had all been a dream. Because -20 degrees was never a big deal, it was just that it had been snowing continuously, which affected traffic, and many people were still wearing short sleeves, so when it suddenly dropped to -20 degrees, it was a bit bewildering. Only 2 people did not let their guard down. One was Cheng Yin, and the other was Cheng Yin. The day after the cold wave ended, Cheng Yin specially came over with a gift to thank Cheng Yin. She was dressed in a sharp business suit, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, a stark contrast to the shivering figure from 3 days ago. Upon entering, she handed over the gift in her hands, smiling as she said, "Mr. Cheng, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for the things you provided, I would have suffered terribly during those 3 days. Just a small token, please don't reject it." Cheng Yin took the gift, casually set it aside, and poured her a glass of water. "It was just a matter of convenience. There's no need to be so polite." Cheng Yin sat on the sofa gazing at Cheng Yin's fortress-like villa. Remembering his frantic stockpiling and renovation of the villa before the cold wave hit, she hesitated before asking, "Mr. Cheng, tell me honestly, did you already know that this cold wave was coming?" Cheng Yin lifted his eyelids to look at her, neither confirming nor denying, simply stating, "I just prepared a bit in advance, but it was just good luck, because I'm afraid of dying." Cheng Yin looked at him, already having an answer in her heart. It was definitely not as simple as mere good luck. He had begun transforming the villa into a fortress a month in advance, frantically stockpiling supplies, even hauling coal and heating pads by the truckload. This was definitely not something that could be done casually. He must know something. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask if something even more terrifying was about to happen, but the words caught in her throat. Even if she asked, Cheng Yin might not tell her. But she had already made up her mind. She could not let her guard down. The 3-day cold wave had already left her frozen. What if an even more severe one came next? After leaving Cheng Yin's house, Cheng Yin immediately took action. She ordered the company's procurement department to buy supplies frantically, without regard for cost: rice, flour, oils, instant foods, drinking water, medicines, warm clothing, generators, solar charging panels. She bought as much as possible, filling several large warehouses of the company. Not only that, but she also had her own villa reinforced and insulated, installing an independent heating system and generator, and even purchased a number of security devices. But what could she really accomplish in just 3 days? The company's executives did not understand, thinking she was making too much of a fuss. The cold wave had already passed. Why stockpile so many things? However, Cheng Yin insisted on proceeding. She had a persistent feeling that this cold wave was just the beginning. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin continued to prepare methodically. In the 2 days following the end of the cold wave, he upgraded the villa's security system again, reorganizing and categorizing the supplies in the space to ensure he could quickly find what he needed after the apocalypse. At the same time, he also began to familiarize himself with his extraordinary reflexes, spending time each day training to master this skill thoroughly. The skills he unlocked every early morning remained a mixed bag. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Master Automotive Repair skill. Any vehicle malfunction could be fixed in an instant, even allowing for modifications done by hand. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Master Combat skill. Proficient in all martial arts in the world, his close quarters combat ability was maximized, making him nearly invincible in melee when combined with his extraordinary reflexes. Both skills were practical survival skills for the apocalypse, so Cheng Yin felt satisfied. Yet he still harbored a vague concern. When the apocalypse arrives, the most unpredictable threats are not the visible attacks, but the calculations, betrayals, and malice lurking in the depths of human hearts. In a dire situation of -60 degrees for a bite to eat, or a bit of warmth, even the closest of people could turn against each other. He could dodge bullets, but he could not evade the treachery hidden behind smiles. And this concern was completely resolved by the system on the last day before the apocalypse descended. Time passed slowly. The countdown on the system panel became shorter and shorter. Until that night, at midnight, Cheng Yin sat in his study waiting for the new skill to unlock at the appointed time. At exactly midnight, the familiar system prompt sound did not announce a new skill as usual, but instead a cold, serious warning ding. Highest level alert. There is only 1 day remaining until the global extreme cold apocalypse officially. After the apocalypse arrives, the global temperature will plummet to -60 degrees. Electricity, water supply, communication, and transportation systems will collapse completely, and human societal order will utterly disintegrate. Extreme low temperatures, blizzards, ice disasters, and resource scarcity will become the norm for survival. Please prepare for final survival. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Today's new skill unlocked successfully. Today's skill: Master Mind Reading. Skill details: the host can actively toggle the mind reading state on and off without cooldown or consumption, and can accurately read the true thoughts of any target within a 10-meter range, simultaneously identifying the other party's malice, lies, calculations, and hidden intentions. The skill is permanently effective with no side effects. The moment the system prompt finished, Cheng Yin abruptly sat up straight from the sofa, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Wow, this is the real divine skill for the apocalypse. In survival during the apocalypse, weapons, supplies, and fortresses are foundational, but human hearts are the most uncontrollable risk. With this mind-reading skill, no one can keep secrets in front of him. Whether the other party genuinely wants to befriend him or harbors ulterior motives, whether they seek to cooperate for survival or wish to stab him in the back, he can see through it all at a glance. This skill is truly a pitfall prevention tool tailor-made for the apocalypse. Cheng Yin completely put his mind at ease. Space, unlocking invisibility, extraordinary reflexes, master combat skills, master automotive repair, plus this ability to see through people's hearts with a master mind-reading skill. Survival, combat, risk avoidance, and preventing betrayal. Every ability maximized. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked outside to see that it wasn't snowing. Everyone was completely unaware of the impending apocalypse. No one knew that in 1 day the global temperature would plummet to -60 degrees, ice would cover the land, civilization would collapse, and the long winter would arrive, leaving everything in silence. Cheng Yin glanced at the system panel, where the countdown was still rapidly ticking down, each second bringing him closer to the end of days. He was fully prepared, just waiting for the extreme cold apocalypse to arrive in this frozen world to survive and become the sole ruler. Ding. The global extreme cold apocalypse has officially entered the countdown. Cheng Yin looked at his phone, which showed full signal and fast Wi-Fi, while the television was still broadcasting the evening news. Everything was eerily calm, as if the system's recent warning was merely an illusion. Outside, it began to snow. The plush cat Chicken nuzzled his palm, emitting a soft purring sound. Several other kittens circled around him, weaving about his legs. They were already accustomed to Cheng Yin's prey. Cheng Yin bent down to pick up Chicken and sat down on the temperature-controlled carpet in the living room, casually taking out dozens of top-quality cat food cans from space and placing them on the floor. Dozens of chickens and cats immediately gathered around, eating happily. Yes, some were called cats, meaning soulmates. He stroked the soft cat in his arms, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yet this time it did not flip the table right away. Instead, it slowly tightened the noose like a frog being boiled in warm water. Those who were still immersed in the return to normalcy after the cold wave 3 days ago would never imagine that this seemingly ordinary snowfall would mark the beginning of an icy hell. At that moment, the phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated violently with messages from the bank demanding loan repayments popping up one after another. In order to stock up quickly, he had borrowed a considerable amount of money from the bank along with loans from several small lending companies, and even some illegal loans. Today was the due date for repayments. Soon after, calls from other bank loan officers started coming in. Cheng Yin answered the phone only to be met with the urgent and threatening voice of the loan officer on the other end. Mr. Cheng, your loan is due today. When will you repay it? If you default, we will have no choice but to take legal action and seize your villa and assets. Cheng Yin scoffed, his tone flat. Repay? What nonsense, who do you think you are? The loan officer on the other end was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response, and after a brief pause he angrily retorted, Mr. Cheng, are you crazy? You owe money and refuse to pay. Do you believe we will come knocking at your door? You are a company boss after all. Come knocking. Cheng Yin looked out at the increasingly heavy snowfall and smiled more broadly. If you have the guts, come. If you can make it to my villa alive, then you deserve some credit. After saying that, he hung up the phone and added that number to his blacklist. Just after hanging up, another call came in, this time from a small loan company with an even harsher tone, even containing threats. Cheng Yin, you owe us 30 million and it's due today. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise we'll send someone to break your leg. Cheng Yin couldn't be bothered to waste words, hanging up immediately and blocking the number. For the next several minutes, his phone and WeChat did not stop ringing with banks, lending companies, and even previous suppliers, all demanding payments. The messages in WeChat had already exploded with dozens of repayment requests and various threats and insults in voice messages. With a blank expression, he rapidly operated his phone, selecting and deleting all the loan collectors, lending companies, and bank managers as friends, blocking them. In less than a minute, his WeChat was clean, with not a single annoying repayment message left. In this apocalypse, who cared about loans and credit scores? Surviving was the only truth. After deleting everyone, Cheng Yin casually tossed the phone aside and opened a short video app. The snow had been falling for nearly 2 hours and a thin layer of white had already accumulated outside. The short video platform was flooded with videos about the snowfall. Who understands family? It just warmed up 3 days ago, and now it's snowing heavily again. When will this cursed weather stop? A few days ago it was minus 20 degrees and I was frozen to death. You just recovered for 3 days, and here we— What the hell is wrong with this weather? Is it playing with me? People are already starting to panic, buy rice and oil at the supermarket. My mom just told me to stock up on 2 bags of rice. Are we going to face another cold wave? Don't scare me. The Weather Bureau of City X just issued a warning: heavy snowfall will continue for the next 3 days and temperatures will plummet to minus 30 degrees. My God. In the videos, the cries and complaints of netizens were everywhere, forming a stark contrast to the relief felt when the cold wave receded 3 days ago. Most people were simply irritated and complaining, completely unaware that this snowfall would be the last snowfall for most of their lives. Cheng Yin scrolled through the videos with a blank expression. He could see in the videos that crowds were once again scrambling, and supermarkets, traffic on the streets was becoming congested. Some were stockpiling goods, some were cursing, while others still remained indifferent, thinking it was just an ordinary heavy snowfall. They said these people were truly alarmists. He turned off the short video and got up to walk to the kitchen. He took out fresh Wagyu beef, king crab, lobster, matsutake mushrooms, and various top-grade ingredients from his space. Relying on his godly culinary skills, he prepared a lavish dinner in less than half an hour. To be fair, the skills the system provided over the past 30 days were quite useful. The pan-seared Wagyu cheese-baked lobster, matsutake soup, and several exquisite side dishes filled the entire living room with a delicious aroma. Cheng Yin sat at the dining table, poured a glass of Lafite, leisurely enjoying the top-notch delicacies, while watching the increasingly heavy blizzard outside, listening to the occasional news alerts popping up on his phone, living an extraordinarily pleasant life. Outside, people were still agitated and complaining about the sudden heavy snowfall, scrambling to grab a bag of rice and flour. Meanwhile, he was in his villa, warm as spring, enjoying gourmet food and fine wine, cuddling a soft cat, fully prepared for the impending icy hell. This snowfall lasted for 3 consecutive days, with the temperature dropping in a stepwise manner. On the first day, the snowfall was only moderate, with temperatures hovering around minus 10 degrees. Electricity and internet remained normal, with the city operating without any impact. Only netizens continued to complain online about the cold wave's return. Next door, Cheng Yin calmly stayed in her own villa, showing no intention of seeking help. It seemed she had stocked enough supplies to last for a while. On the second day, the heavy snowfall suddenly intensified with snowflakes, as large as goose feathers falling furiously, the accumulated snow in the yard reaching above the ankles and temperatures dropping to -20 degrees. The number of vehicles on the street was reduced by more than half. The supermarket shelves were once again emptied, and people were not overly panicked. Cheng Yin once tried putting on a full set of down clothing and stepped outside the villa for 5 minutes. Even in a down jacket, the biting cold wind still cut at his face like a knife. It was still a bit cold. He had no doubt that if he didn't wear a down jacket, he wouldn't last 10 minutes outside before suffering severe frostbite, and half an hour would be enough to freeze to death in the snow. He quickly retreated back into the villa and had no intention of going out again. At midnight on the third day, the system's notification sound rang out once more, cold and cruel. Ding! The global extreme cold apocalypse has entered its final stage. Current global temperatures have rapidly dropped to -60 degrees. Electricity, water supply, and communication lines have begun to fail. The transportation system is paralyzed and social order is gradually collapsing. Extreme blizzard conditions will continue to ravage. Please exercise caution when going outside and prioritize your own survival. Cheng Yin abruptly approached the window and drew back the curtains. Outside was a pitch-black frozen darkness with endless dark and raging blizzards threatening to crack the entire world. For the next 10 days, the blizzard showed no signs of abating. The snow in the yard surged at a visible rate, gradually covering the waist and chest, eventually piling up to the height of the windows on the first floor of the villa, burying most of the wall beneath the snow, leaving only a few windows high above exposed. During these 10 days, the city's power system was largely paralyzed, with only a few units and wealthy districts' detached villas managing to maintain power through their backup generators. Communication was intermittent, completely losing the possibility of external contact, and transportation was completely blocked, turning the entire city of X into isolated fortresses cut off by ice and snow. To be precise, the entire world was like this. However, thanks to the supplies hoarded before the cold wave and the apocalypse, most residents were barely managing to stay at home, relying on their stored food and coal for warmth. Even though life was tough, no one was willing to step outside into the biting cold of -60 degrees. The entire city fell into an eerie silence, with only the howling wind and snow raging day and night. Cheng Yin spent these 10 days in a stable, isolated existence. Every day he played games, cuddled cats, worked out, and researched newly unlocked trivial skills ranging from supreme household cleaning to expert gardening and even elite appliance repair. He found joy in this leisurely routine, keeping the villa in perfect order with these skills. Occasionally, he would stand by the window on the second floor, gazing at the white, snow-covered world outside, using binoculars to observe the situation in the villa area. In the neighboring Su Qingjian's house, a faint light always glimmered, indicating that they had enough supplies and fuel to sustain themselves, avoiding dire straits. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the tranquility was completely shattered. The food supplies of most ordinary families had been completely exhausted. The coal and fuel had burned down significantly. The house at -60 degrees was no different from an ice cellar. Hunger and cold finally forced people to step outside, risking their lives in the blizzard to seek a glimmer of. At home, one could only wrap themselves in blankets to resist the cold, but what about the hunger? Not eating would genuinely lead to death. Cheng Yin stood by the window on the second floor, holding binoculars, when he finally spotted the first figure clad in a down jacket, wrapped in blankets, with only their eyes visible, stumbling through the waist-deep snow towards a nearby supermarket. 1, 2, 10 dozens. More and more figures appeared in the vast white snow, like a swarm of ants struggling on the ice, planes betting their lives for a morsel of food. What they did not know was that the nearby supermarket and convenience store had long been completely sealed by several meters of snow, bearing even the door frames, and digging them open would be exceedingly laborious. In such a situation, the effort required would be unimaginable, let alone finding food inside. Despair was rapidly spreading in this frozen city. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin's villa, shining with warm light amidst the endless darkness and snow, became the only beacon of hope for all those struggling for survival. On the night of the 10th day of the apocalypse, the villa remained brightly lit, warm as spring. Cheng Yin was sitting on the carpet in the living room, playing with dozens of cats and dogs, holding a cat toy that made several kittens jump around joyfully. At that moment, a warning sounded from the surveillance monitor. Cheng Yin paused with the cat toy and looked up at the monitor screen. On the screen, 3 figures bundled up tightly were standing in waist-deep snow, desperately banging on the large iron gate in front of the villa. Through the thick iron door and swirling snow, their sobbing cries could be faintly heard. This was the first time someone had come knocking since the apocalypse began 10 days ago. Cheng Yin put down the cat toy, stood up, and walked to the monitor, enlarging the image. The 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared to be in their 20s, wrapped in thick down jackets with 2 layers of blankets on top. They wore goggles and masks, their exposed skin was frostbitten and red, and they were covered in snow and ice fragments, clearly having been out in the storm for a long time, nearing their limit. One of the men was desperately banging on the door with his frozen hands, shouting hoarsely, "Sir, please. We beg you to open the door. Please give us something to eat. We haven't eaten for 3 days. Please. Boss. We know you have food. You have power. Please save us. We will work for you. We are willing to do anything." The woman also joined in, her voice trembling from the cold, each breath visible as mist. "Boss. Please. If we can't find food, we will really freeze and starve to death." Cheng Yin stood in front of the monitor, his expression unchanged, silently muttering, "Activate mind reading." In an instant, the truest thoughts of the 3 individuals clearly entered his mind. The man at the front thought, "Great. There really are people in this villa. The lights are still on. There must be food. If he opens the door, we can rush in and take it. The person inside definitely can't stop us 3. The man next to him thought, "Damn it. Hurry up and open the door. I'm about to starve to death. If he gives me something to eat, I'll do anything. If he refuses, I'll go all out against him." The woman thought, "Please open the door quickly. I don't want to die. As long as I can live, I'm willing to do anything. Once we get in, there will be food, and we won't have to freeze outside anymore." Cheng Yin's lips curled into a cold. Indeed, the cries for help in the apocalypse were never purely desperate. They always concealed greed and schemes. The 2 men were thinking of robbing the moment the door opened, while only the woman simply wanted to survive. However, to survive, she could also do unimaginable things. "If you want food, that's fine." Cheng Yin's voice remained calm. "I won't give it to you for free, nor will I let you in." The snow around the villa had buried more than half of the first floor. "You help me clear the snow at the entrance and around the walls, piling it far away, and I will give you food based on the amount of work done. After you finish, I'll give you 2 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. The more you work, the more." As soon as he said this, the 3 people outside were instantly stunned. They clearly did not expect Cheng Yin to propose such a condition. The leading man's expression changed instantly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he frantically calculated, "Damn it. This kid is not playing by the rules. He won't open the door?" Shoveling snow. At minus 60 degrees, shoveling snow, nearly dying, and only getting 2 packets of instant noodles. Just as he was about to curse, the woman beside him couldn't wait to shout, "Well, do it. Well, do it. Boss. As long as you give us food, we will help you shovel the snow. Will you keep your word?" "I will keep my word," Cheng Yin replied lightly. "I'll throw down the tools from the 2nd floor window, and whatever work you do, I'll give you that much food, absolutely no delays. But remember, you can only work. If you dare to take a step closer to the front door, or have any improper thoughts, I will shoot." Saying this, he picked up a handgun by the window and flashed the dark muzzle outside. In reality, it wouldn't even be dangerous. They couldn't break the villa's door anyway, let alone blow it up. Is that realistic? And even then, it might not blow open. 3 figures outside the door could be seen clearly. The leading man's expression changed instantly, and the harsh words that had come to his lips were forcibly swallowed back. They were well aware that Cheng Yin had a gun and would truly dare to use it. In this minus 60-degree snow, death was death. No one would care. "Let's do it. We'll do it." The woman quickly replied, fearing that Cheng Yin might change his mind. Cheng Yin wasted no words, turning to retrieve 3 snow shovels and several pairs of thick insulated gloves from the space. He walked to the window on the side of the 2nd floor, opened a crack, and threw them down. The 3 quickly picked up the shovels and gloves from the snow, exchanged glances, and ultimately resigned themselves to pick up the shovels, starting to laboriously shovel the accumulated snow around the villa's walls. In the biting cold of minus 60 degrees, even wearing thick down jackets, shoveling snow was a life-threatening task. The piercing cold wind whipped with icy shards cutting across their faces like knives. The warm breath they exhaled instantly formed thick frost on their eyelashes and masks, and each swing of the shovel required immense effort. Cheng Yin sat in front of the surveillance screen petting a cat, while watching them work, his mind-reading ability fully activated, keeping a close watch on their thoughts. The leading man, after shoveling for less than 10 minutes, began to curse inwardly, constantly calculating how to grab something and run, even thinking about finding an opportunity to smash a window and rush in. The other 2 simply kept their heads down, focused on finishing quickly to get food. Cheng Yin's gaze turned icy as he pressed the intercom, addressing the leading man coldly, "If you don't want to work, then get lost. Don't just dawdle or harbor any crooked thoughts. If you slack off again, just scram. You won't get a single bite of food." The man stiffened abruptly, looking up at the surveillance camera, panic filling his eyes. He couldn't fathom how Cheng Yin knew his thoughts when he had only considered them in his mind. No longer daring to slack off or entertain crooked thoughts, he could only lower his head and shovel snow with all his might. Seeing that they had shoveled enough, Cheng Yin finally spoke, "Stop, that should be enough." The 3 immediately ceased their work, collapsing in the snow, gasping for breath, too exhausted to lift even their fingers. They were truly both hungry and cold, suffering a dual assault on their spirits and bodies. Cheng Yin, as agreed, tossed down 6 packets of instant noodles, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 sausages from the window. The 3 looked at the food in the snow, their eyes lighting up instantly, as they rushed over like madmen, disregarding the cold, tearing open the packaging and shoving it into their mouths, eating ravenously, with tears streaming down their faces. This was the first bite they had eaten in 3 days. After finishing the food, the woman looked up towards the modified window on the 2nd floor and hoarsely shouted, "Big brother, we'll keep working. We'll come back tomorrow. Can you leave us some work?" Cheng Yin replied lightly. Watching the 3 help each other disappearing into the swirling snowstorm, Cheng Yin turned off the intercom, his expression unchanged. He was no saint and wouldn't offer help to others for no reason. Exchanging a few packets of instant noodles for someone to help him clear the snow around the villa was a deal that was guaranteed to be profitable. After all, the 1st floor of the villa was buried under snow, obstructing visibility and providing cover for those with ill intentions. Clearing the snow was only beneficial to him. What he hadn't anticipated was that this snow shoveling for food deal would spread like the wind, quickly reaching the ears of all the nearby survivors struggling to survive. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a group of over 10 people surrounded the villa's entrance. They were all survivors from nearby neighborhoods, having heard that snow shoveling could be exchanged for food, braving the snowstorm to rush over, each one shivering from the cold, yet their eyes were filled with hunger for food. Cheng Yin stood in front of the surveillance monitor, activating his mind-reading ability, discerning their thoughts. He eliminated the several individuals harboring thoughts of robbery or ambush, leaving only 8 who sincerely wanted to work for food, devoid of any crooked intentions. He maintained his usual rules, not opening the door, but throwing down shovels and tools from the window, delineating the work area, and allocating food according to workload, rewarding more for more effort. When you finish, leave the tools in the corner. Anyone who dares to take them, ill-treat them to seaweed egg drop soup. After saying this, Cheng Yin returned to petting the dog. The 8 individuals outside the villa's walls were tirelessly shoveling snow. The several meters of snow surrounding the villa was being cleared at a visible pace, piled up in a distant open area, and the walls and entrance of the 1st floor, originally buried under snow, were fully revealed, greatly enhancing visibility. Cheng Yin also followed through, providing food according to each person's work output. Those who received food were overjoyed, thanking the villa repeatedly and agreeing to return to work the next day. In the following days, more and more people came to the villa seeking work. At one point, dozens surrounded the entrance. Cheng Yin remained vigilant, using his mind-reading ability each time to discern any with crooked thoughts or intentions towards the villa, driving them all away, leaving only the honest workers. Thanks to these people, the snow around the villa was cleaned completely. Even the path at the entrance was cleared to make way. Cheng Yin only expended a few boxes of instant noodles and mineral water, which to him was merely a trivial expense. Through his mind-reading ability, he also learned about the conditions outside from these survivors. The entire city of X had begun to descend into chaos. Supermarkets and convenience stores were buried under snow, and few were able to dig out food. For a single bite to eat, neighbors turned against each other, and thefts occurred daily. Deaths from starvation and freezing outside were commonplace. The whole city had transformed into a hell on earth, and his villa had become the only place in the area where food could be reliably exchanged. As night deepened, the blizzard outside fell wildly. Cheng Yin was nestled in the gaming chair in the 2nd floor living room, cradling a soft chicken in his arms, playing a single-player game on the screen. On the carpet nearby, a dozen cats and dogs were napping, and several kittens were scurrying about. The entire villa was warm and cozy, a constant 27 degrees, contrasting starkly with the -60-degree frozen hell outside. At that moment, the German shepherd lying closest suddenly perked up its ears, producing a low growl in its throat, vigilantly staring at the direction of the villa's door. Cheng Yin paused with the mouse, instantly removing his headphones. There was definitely someone outside. He gently patted the German shepherd's head, softly reassuring, "Good boy, don't bark, it's fine. I'll go check." The German shepherd immediately quieted, yet continued to fixate on the doorway, its low growl persisting. The other dog stood up, gathering at Cheng Yin's feet, displaying a protective demeanor. Cheng Yin quietly rose and tiptoed to the monitoring screen, switching the view to various corners outside the villa's walls. Upon seeing this, a cold smile instantly crept across his lips. In the surveillance footage behind the villa's walls, 7 or 8 dark figures were lurking, sneaking glances this way, brandishing steel pipes and axes that glinted ominously in the snow. Not only were there shadows at the front wall, but also on the left and right sides. A rough count revealed over 30 people effectively surrounding the villa. Cheng Yin knew well that what was coming was, after all, inevitable. For the past 10 days, he had been exchanging food for labor at the villa's entrance, inviting nearby survivors to help him shovel snow. The compensation was ample, honest to all, and everyone in the area knew that the well-lit villa was home to a wealthy individual with food. He understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden, but in this apocalyptic world his villa glowing in the darkness was itself a beacon that could not be concealed. Already several places had begun experiencing intermittent power outages. Rather than hiding away, it was better to be up front and use absolute strength to subdue anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions. No, to eliminate them, ensuring no future troubles. He had long anticipated that eventually someone reckless enough would attempt to rob him. He just hadn't expected these people to arrive so swiftly. Looking down, he saw AK-47s, M4 rifles, and Desert Eagle handguns arranged neatly surrounded by piles of yellow ammunition along with grenades and flashbangs, all hard-earned, specifically stolen from abroad before the apocalypse. Previously, he had thought that since it was only the 10th day of the apocalypse, and order hadn't completely collapsed, he had no need to kill, unless provoked, scaring them off would suffice. But now seeing over 30 armed individuals outside, clearly intent on breaking in to steal, perhaps even to take his life, he knew that showing mercy would be pure foolishness. In this world, mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself. Letting one slip today would mean 100 would come tomorrow. In the end, it would be Cheng Yin who would pay the price. So today, none of these people were allowed to leave. Cheng Yin reached for the AK-47, racked the slide with a crisp motion, and strapped 2 handguns to his waist, stuffing 2 grenades into his pocket. He didn't take a silencer. There was no need today. He intended to make a loud commotion, letting everyone in the area hear the fate awaiting those who dared to target Cheng Yin. He turned back to the window on the second floor, pulled the curtains slightly apart, and glanced at the monitor, once more silently chanting in his mind, "Activate mind reading." Instantly, the thoughts of the 30-plus people outside the walls came flooding into his mind, as if on loud. The leader among them was Zhao, who had previously come to shovel snow and harbored ulterior motives, only to be chased away by Cheng Yin. At this moment, this kid was hiding behind a snow mound beside the front door, staring intently at the villa's entrance, thinking viciously, "Damn it, every day they hand out food guarding such a large villa with so many supplies. If not robbing him, then who? Once we rush and we'll control this kid first, steal all the supplies, and there must be women inside the villa. Then my brothers will have a blast. Be careful, don't cause any deaths. There's still an official broadcast. If we cause a death, we'll be shot when the rescue arrives. First subdue him, grab the supplies, and then get out. Survival is the priority." Next to him, a young man with yellow hair wielding an axe growled, "What are we afraid of, Tiger brother? In this damned weather, the police can barely keep themselves safe. Do you think they'll bother with us? When we rush in, if this kid dares to resist, I'll chop him down with one swing. The instant noodles, ham, sausages, and bottled water inside are ours. If we snatch them back, we can survive in this damned weather." Another person was thinking that when the door opened, he would be the first to rush in and grab 2 boxes of instant noodles. "I haven't had a full meal in 3 days. Cheng Yin listened to these people's thoughts, feeling the coldness in his eyes deepen. Were they still hoping not to cause any deaths? "So you think that while you try to rob my things and target me, I should politely let you go? Dream on." Time passed second by second. The wind and snow outside grew fiercer, howling winds perfectly masking their movements. Zhao, who bundled in a thick quilt, gestured to those around him. The 2 kids with hammers immediately crouched low like rats and scurried to the wall, raising their hammers to smash against it. Just as their hammers struck the wall, Cheng Yin, by the second-floor window, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da-da. The deafening gunfire instantly shattered the silence of the snowy night, drowning out the howling wind. The power of the AK-47 was terrifying at close range. The bullet knocked the hammer from the kid's hand along with half of his palm, then brutally pierced into his chest. The kid couldn't even scream. His body stiffened, collapsing backward heavily onto the snow, blood instantly staining the white snow beneath him, making it clear he wouldn't survive. The other kid with the hammer nearby was completely stunned, frozen in place, as if he had seen a ghost. He never expected someone would die before they even started. Was that the sound of gunfire? The ambush was immediately exposed. Zhao, who hiding behind the snow mound, was also stunned, unable to see his face wrapped in a towel. He never imagined that the opponent actually had a gun. Moreover, it was a rifle, and they were using it ruthlessly, killing someone with just a few shots. He had originally thought the opponent was just a wealthy second-generation heir. Even if he had power and weapons, he would only have a self-defense handgun. He never expected the opponent to have such heavy artillery. Hearing the continuous gunfire, he realized it wasn't a handgun. But at this point, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had to shoot. Zhao Hu's eyes turned red as he roared, "Damn it. He dares to kill. Brothers, charge. He only has 1 gun and bullets are limited. Rush in. Kill him. All the supplies inside are ours. The guns are also ours." Cheng Yin was stunned. This guy was really brave, still daring to charge with a gun. Didn't he know that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot? It seemed he was indeed close to starving. Once he said that the remaining 30 or so people were also driven mad by hunger, brandishing axes and steel pipes rushing out from all directions towards the villa's doors and walls. Charge! Kill him! Steal the supplies! Steal the women! Damn it, let's fight him! Over 30 people like a swarm of madness rushed towards the villa through the waist-deep snow. At the second-floor window, Cheng Yin showed not a hint of panic, in fact a cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. These few people dared to come and rob him, seeking death. His reflexes fully activated. What originally appeared to him as a frenzied crowd charging in now slowed down, like a slow-motion replay, every movement, every step, even every breath clearly visible. He aimed the AK at the yellow-haired kid at the front wielding a steel pipe, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. With several gunshots echoing, the windows buzzed. The bullets accurately struck the yellow-haired kid in the chest. The tremendous impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into the snow, and he was instantly lifeless. Immediately, Cheng Yin turned the gun towards the people rushing in front and continuously pulled the trigger. The deafening gunfire echoed in the silent villa area, causing people's eardrums to throb painfully. The ones at the forefront fell one after another, their blood staining the pristine white snow, turning it a deep. Yet the remaining individuals, driven by rage, charged forward like madmen. A few had already reached the outer gate of the villa, raising axes and fiercely striking the bulletproof door, creating a loud clattering sound. A few others rushed to the edge of the wall, forming a human ladder, attempting to climb over the wall. Cheng Yin's gaze turned cold as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a grenade, removed the safety pin, and threw it directly at the clustered group in front of the gate. With a bang. "What the hell is this?" someone in the crowd screamed. But it was already too late. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted instantly. Flames soared into the sky, and the shockwave sent those nearby flying. Snow chunks shattered, ice steel pipes, and axes flew everywhere. The few people in front of the gate were blown to bits, lifeless on the spot. This completely terrified the remaining individuals. Guns. And grenades. This was not the work of a rich second-generation heir. This was a damn arms dealer. Those who had been charging in front instantly halted, turning to flee. Run. Run quickly. This guy, he's got guns and grenades. We can't fight back. Run. The crowd instantly scattered, each rolling and scrambling away, wishing they had 2 more legs to escape faster. Wanna run? Cheng Yin sneered, thinking it impossible to let them escape. If he let one go today, he would bring more tomorrow, leading to endless troubles. He raised his AK, aiming at the fleeing crowd, and continued to pull the trigger. The gunfire rang out one after another, as those escaping fell one by one, the snow littered with corpses and blood. Zhao, who was at the forefront, utterly terrified, rolling and crawling away, his only thought was to run. This person was a devil. But just a few steps into his escape, Cheng Yin had already locked onto him. With enhanced reflexes, even as Zhao, who ran at high speed, and despite the fierce wind and snow, Cheng Yin still accurately aimed at his back. Bang! The last gunshot hit Zhao, who perfectly in the back. His body stiffened abruptly, stumbling forward a few steps before collapsing into the snow, twitching twice before falling completely still. The whole world fell silent in an instant. Only the sound of the howling wind and snow remained. Cheng Yin stood by the window, glancing at the snowy ground outside. More than 30 people, not a single one escaped, all perished in the snow outside the villa. Their blood stained large patches of snow, appearing particularly glaring. Cheng Yin set down his gun, swapped out the empty magazine with a clatter, and reloaded. The dogs and cats in the villa were frightened by the earlier gunfire and explosions, clustering around Cheng Yin's feet and barking. Cheng Yin bent down, patting each of their heads, softly soothing them. It's okay, be good, don't be afraid." He kept these dogs as pets for fun, never intending to let them fight. Matters of fighting and killing were enough for him to handle himself. After calming the dogs, Cheng Yin walked back to the window and looked towards other directions in the villa area. The continuous gunfire and the sound of the explosion had been too loud. Anyone still alive in the entire villa area would undoubtedly have been awakened. Sure enough, as he looked up, the once pitch-black villa area was now illuminated, one villa after another, lights flickering on. 1 light, 2 lights, 10 lights. Countless pairs of eyes behind windows were staring in terror toward. The entire villa area had been completely awakened by the gunfire just now. In the basement of 3 villas in the area, a middle-aged couple huddled in their blankets, relying on several thick quilts to keep warm, with 2 candles flickering beside them, the dim candlelight casting shadows on their pale faces. Their generator had run out of fuel long ago and had stopped for almost a day, and the room was as cold as an ice cellar below 20 degrees. The couple curled up in their blankets, not daring to make a sound, waiting for dawn to see if they could find something to eat. Just then a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out from outside. The couple instantly shivered all over, nearly rolling out of their blankets. The man quickly covered his wife's mouth, his eyes wide open, every hair on his body standing on end as he whispered, "Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound." The woman turned pale with fear, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her husband's arm tightly. Immediately after, outside, the gunfire continued, one shot after another sounding like firecrackers crackling endlessly mixed with a loud explosion. The couple shrank into their blankets, holding each other tightly, terrified to the point of nearly losing their minds. They had lived for decades and had never heard such dense gunfire nor the sound of bomb explosions. Isn't this something that only happens in movies? How could it appear in reality? The gunfire lasted for several minutes before finally stopping. Outside, silence returned, leaving only the sound of the wind and snow. Yet the couple still dared not make a sound. After over half an hour, the man carefully climbed to the second floor of the villa, peering over the edge to look outside. Outside was pitch black except for a certain villa in the distance, the one Cheng Yin lived in, which was brightly lit, glaringly so. And in the snow at the villa's entrance, under the faint moonlight, one could see shadows lying scattered all over. The man gasped in shock, quickly retracting his head, sitting back down on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. Back in the basement. "Well, what happened?" the woman asked in a trembling voice, seeing that he looked very unwell. The man swallowed hard. So many people, all dead at the entrance. The one shooting was that person who always has the lights on and hires people to shovel snow. How could he have a gun? And he killed people. Isn't he afraid of being caught and executed in this blizzard? The woman's voice changed with fear. Not just guns. That explosion sound just now must have been a bomb. Besides, they still don't know how long this blizzard will last before it passes. The man clutched his chest, panting heavily. What kind of person is this? How could he have such heavy artillery? Then, what do we do from now on? He lives right next to us. The woman cried. Don't provoke him. Absolutely don't provoke him. The man immediately said, even if we starve to death, we absolutely cannot provoke him. This is a madman who kills without blinking. We should stay quietly at home and absolutely not go out. The same scene played out in villa after villa throughout the entire area. In another villa, several young men were gathered around a small electric stove, munching on dry instant noodles. They were a group of college classmates who had come together after the apocalypse, hiding in this villa, barely surviving on a small stockpile of supplies and the villa's generator. The recent gunfire and explosions had left them all bewildered. The group exchanged confused glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Is that the sound of an AK? Absolutely. I've played shooting games for over a decade and even gone to the shooting range. There's no way I'm mistaken. And that explosion earlier was definitely from a bomb. Who the hell is this? So ruthless. They cautiously peeked out the window and saw a pile of bodies at the entrance of Cheng Yin's villa. Are they insane? Did they really kill all of them? So many people. Just like that. What else could they do? They stormed right up to the door. Would you not fight back? But this person is truly vicious, leaving not a single survivor, and they even had rifles and bombs. This is too wild. I wonder if it was C4. We must never provoke him. Let's stay low-key and not set our sights on him, otherwise we won't know how we died. In another villa, an elderly couple, retired professors, were living. When the gunfire erupted, the old couple was sitting on the sofa listening to the intermittent official broadcasts on the radio. The repeated sounds of gunfire and explosions startled the old lady. The old man supported his partner, his expression grim as he moved to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to gaze towards Cheng Yin's villa, letting out a heavy sigh. The world has changed. Completely changed. The old man shook his head, his voice filled with sorrow. We used to watch gunfight movies on TV, never expecting it would happen right before our eyes. Will the person shooting come looking for us? The old lady asked with fear. No, the old man shook his head. Who would come looking for us? Two old geezers, almost 6 feet under in this heavy snow. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't come looking for us. It's just a pity for those young people who lost their lives. The old lady wiped away her tears, unable to utter a word. In the entire villa area, among dozens of villas, all the survivors were awake at this moment, discussing Cheng Yin and the gunfire they had just heard. Some said he was a madman killing without blinking. Others said he was right to act that way when others had intruded at his doorstep. Anyone would fight back. Some marveled at the weapons he wielded, curious about his background, while many felt a deep-rooted fear remembering this villa lit with lights, housing an unapproachable, ruthless individual, vowing never to provoke him, even if it meant starving. As for Cheng Yin at this moment, he was completely unconcerned about how others discussed him. This was the effect he desired. He wanted everyone in the neighborhood to know that Cheng Yin was not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to invade his territory would meet a dead end. Only in this way could he avoid countless troubles in the future, making those with ill intentions think twice about whether their lives were worth the gamble. He stealthily made his way to the first floor and opened the villa's front door. A biting cold wind rushed in mixed with a strong scent of blood. Cheng Yin tightened his winter jacket and stepped out into the yard, glancing at the bodies lying in the snowy ground, his expression emotionless. He had no intention of dealing with those corpses. In temperatures as low as -60 degrees, the bodies would freeze solid, not decaying or stinking, left there as a warning for all passers-by to see the fate of those who dared to target him. He could have someone move them later. He only checked the villa's front door and the walls for any signs of damage. The bulletproof door and steel walls were completely intact, just stained with blood and snow. Only then did Cheng Yin turn and re-enter the villa. Closing the door cut off the cold wind and the smell of blood, and the villa instantly returned to warmth and quiet. Cheng Yin took off his winter jacket and tossed it aside, went to the bathroom to wash his face, then walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and grabbed a bottle of iced tea, taking a big gulp. The iced tea slid down his throat, instantly suppressing the faint sense of aggression he felt after firing the gun. He was not a born killer. It was a lie to say that he felt nothing after taking so many lives for the first time. But he had no regrets. In this apocalypse, it was either you die or I live. Those who dared to rob him had to be prepared to die. If he showed mercy today and let them go, he would be the one dead tomorrow. The cat Tai Mei nudged against his pant leg, making a soft purring sound. Cheng Yin looked down and smiled, stroking the cat, and the turmoil in his heart was instantly calmed. He sat down on the sofa in the living room and turned on the satellite receiver again, adjusting the frequency. The recent gunfire had stunned the entire villa area, but it also made him realize that the order in the apocalypse was collapsing even faster than he had imagined. Just 10 days and people were already daring to gather, over 30 individuals armed and ready to rob. In a few days, when food was completely exhausted, even more people would come with blood in their eyes to rob, and even larger gangs would emerge. He needed to gather information about the outside situation in advance and be fully prepared. The satellite receiver crackled for a while before finally picking up the official emergency broadcast again. It was still the same repetitive announcement, the voice steady, but compared to yesterday, the signal was much worse, mixed with strong static and intermittent interruptions. Attention, all citizens of the city. The world is experiencing extreme snowstorm disasters. Rescue teams are working hard to repair the lines. Citizens are advised to stay home to avoid risks and conserve supplies. Supply in key areas is ongoing. Citizens are advised to remain calm and not believe or spread rumors. Unite and overcome difficulties together. The broadcast was intermittent, with many parts drowned out by static, making it difficult to hear completely. Cheng Yin frowned and continued adjusting the frequency, switching to the civilian walkie-talkie channel. The channel erupted with discussions about the snowstorm. Damn, how long is this snow going to last? I'm starving. I just risked going to the neighborhood convenience store, and it was half buried in snow. I dug for a long time before barely getting it open, only to find all the food inside frozen solid. Ew, I have to chip away at it. This is outrageous. Some people here have already started killing pets to eat. Has the world really changed completely? What else? It's -60 degrees, power and water are completely out every day, and food is running out fast. What won't people do to survive? And this is just the 10th day. It's already like this. Oh, what will happen in the future? What else can we do? Stock up on supplies, lock the doors, and stay indoors. Don't open the door for anyone. Otherwise you won't know how you died. The channel was filled with noisy voices full of panic and despair. Cheng Yin listened quietly without saying a word. Everyone realized that the apocalypse had truly arrived and order was on the brink of collapse. In the past, people still held on to hope, believing that rescue would come soon and life would return to normal, so they adhered to their principles and refrained from outrageous actions. But now the snow showed no signs of stopping. To survive, to find something to eat, to obtain a bit of heating fuel, more and more people would abandon their principles, take up arms, and resort to robbery and murder. The true chaos had only just begun. Cheng Yin stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the endless darkness and the blizzard outside, staring at the frozen corpses in the snow with a cold glare. He was fully prepared. Whoever dared to come would meet their demise. As the gunfire from the villa area echoed throughout the neighborhood, the sunshine-bright residential community 3 kilometers away remained immersed in a false sense of security and order. In the bone-chilling cold of -60 degrees, the small entrance was completely sealed by several meters of snow, making it impossible for cars to leave. Most of the 30-plus residential buildings were engulfed in darkness and cold, with only a few households exhibiting faint light. In the entire community, the brightest and warmest place was the property office and residence committee, located right in the center. A powerful diesel generator was humming, supplying electricity to the office, where the electric heater was running at full blast, making the room cozy and warm, a stark contrast to the frozen hell outside. Inside the office, Lu Guilin was sitting on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of ginger tea. On the table beside her lay opened cans of meat sausages and an entire bag of steamed buns. At 58 years old, she had worked in the street office for 30 years before retiring. She was eloquent and skilled at winning people's hearts, enjoying a high reputation in the Sunshine Bright community. On the day the apocalypse descended, the entire community erupted in chaos. Some households lost water supply and clamored for the property to fix it. Almost 2 days passed. Intermittent water and power outages began, temperatures plummeted below zero, and panic ensued in every household, with some crying and others causing a ruckus, turning the community into utter disarray. It was Lu Guilin who stepped forward first. She, along with property manager Zhang Tao, security captain Wang Hu, and several elderly sisters who usually danced with her in the square, took a loudspeaker and shouted at each building in the community. She soothed everyone's emotions, closed the community gates, and prohibited outsiders from entering, preventing the chaos outside from spilling in. She also brought out the emergency supplies stored in the residence committee warehouse, including flood relief materials and staple food, distributing them to the elderly living alone and families in need. At that time, everyone in the community regarded Lu Guilin as a lifesaver, a pillar of support, calling her Director Lu with utmost obedience. They all felt that as long as Director Lu was around, following her would allow them to survive until rescue arrived. But now 10 days had passed, and the emergency supplies in the residence committee warehouse had long run dry. The official rescue supplies had only been delivered once on the third day of the apocalypse, consisting of a few packets of instant noodles and bottles of mineral water for each household, and there had been no further news since. Fortunately, most households in the community still had some food reserves. As for those without any supplies, the cold and hunger gripped them like two invisible hands around their throats, and panic spread once again throughout the community. However, Lu Guilin was not at all flustered. She had spent her entire life understanding how to win people's hearts, how to use unity, and hoped to keep everyone firmly together. On the very day the emergency supplies ran out, she initiated a proposal for resource coordination within the community group, calling for collective efforts to overcome difficulties, which was met with an overwhelming response from the majority. At that moment in the property office, Lu Guilin set down her ginger tea and slowly asked the property manager Zhang Tao and security captain Wang Hu, how is the registration of today's supplies going? How many households have not submitted yet? Zhang Tao quickly replied with a smile, Sister Lu, most have submitted, but there are still a dozen young households hiding their supplies and refusing to hand them over, saying they want to keep them for themselves. A bunch of senseless young people. Lu Guilin snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. What time is it now? Still thinking about hoarding supplies? How long can they last on their own? Only by pooling resources together, managing them centrally, and distributing them uniformly, can we sustain until rescue arrives. Don't they understand this simple principle? Exactly. Security Captain Wang Hu immediately chimed in. He was tall and burly, previously a security captain at a construction site, now overseeing a dozen security personnel in the community and wielding considerable authority. Sister Lu, just say the word, and it'll take my brothers over to persuade them this afternoon. I don't believe they will dare to refuse. Don't be too aggressive. Lu Guilin waved her hand, adopting a serious tone. We are neighbors, so persuasion should be the main approach. Explain the situation to them clearly. This is a special time and unity is of utmost importance. Individualism and selfishness will be condemned by everyone. Understood. Sister Lu, I get it. Wang Hu nodded, immediately a fierce look appearing on his face. He thought to himself, old lady, as long as you're useful, it'll keep you around. But when you're of no use, your greatest value will just be your food. Lu Guilin looked at the two and nodded in satisfaction, reaching for a can of meat on the table, using a fork to pick up a piece of meat and chew it slowly. She was well aware that all this talk about resource coordination and collective efforts was just a ruse to placate the residents. Over half of the gathered supplies had been secretly stashed away by her Zhang Tao, Wang Hu, and a few trusted confidants in the basement of the property office. Rice, flour, oil, canned meat, sausages, and instant noodles were piled high enough to last them several months if rationed carefully. Only a small portion was distributed to the residents, one bowl of thin porridge and a small compressed biscuit per person each day, just enough to keep them alive. As for her promise of openness and transparency and no favoritism, it was even more laughable. The residents in the freezing cold chewing on hard compressed biscuits and drinking thin porridge with visible rice grains. Meanwhile, she was in the warm office enjoying canned meat with steamed buns and sipping ginger tea, living a life of utmost comfort. She understood the thoughts of these ordinary people better than anyone. Even if they were freezing to death and starving to the point of fainting, as long as she told them that rescue was on the way, they would obediently hand over their last bit of food, clinging to the illusory hope and enduring day by day. and she, relying on the hope and trust of these people, firmly controlled the entire community, enjoying comforts and waiting steadily for the blizzard to pass. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and an elderly lady in her 80s, dressed in a down jacket and holding a cloth bag, walked in, her face beaming with a smile. Director Lu Im here. She was Li Dama, the spouse of Grandpa Zhang from Building 7. Grandpa Zhang and his wife lived alone in the community with their children away in other cities. Before the apocalypse, Lu Guilan often took care of them, and the elderly couple trusted her immensely, treating her as their own daughter. Li Dama, please sit down, please sit down. Lu Guilan immediately smiled and stood up warmly, pulling Li Dama to sit down, pouring her a cup of hot water. It's freezing outside. Why did you come here in person? If there's anything I can just have Xiao Wang go over. It's no trouble, it's no trouble. Li Dama smiled and handed over the cloth bag in her hand. Director Lu, this is the last half bag of flour from my home, along with a small bucket of peanut oil. I discussed it with my husband and decided to turn it all in for unified management. With you in charge, we feel secure. Oh, Li Dama, you shouldn't, Lu Guilan said with a visibly moved expression, patting Li Dama's hand. You two are old, you should keep it for yourselves. Why turn it in? That won't do. Li Dama immediately replied, this is a special time. Everyone must unite. We can't be selfish. Director Lu, you work hard every day for the whole community, and we as an elderly couple must do our part. Besides, if we are with you, how could we ever go hungry? Rest assured, Li Dama, as long as I have food, you and Grandpa Zhang will never go hungry. Lu Guilan immediately patted her chest to assure her, feeling elated inside. Another fool had voluntarily delivered food to her door. After sending Li Dama away, Zhang Tao looked at the half bag of flour in his hand and smiled at Lu Guilan. Sister Lu, you're really impressive. Just a few words, and these old folks willingly handed over their entire stash. Lu Guilan scoffed, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and leisurely said, these common folks are the easiest. As long as you give them a glimmer of hope and make them feel that help is just around the corner, they will obediently comply, without us having to exert much effort. As for the lives of those residents, what does that have to do with her? In the bright sunshine community on the 6th floor of Building 12, Li Yu was curled up in her cold blanket, shivering all over her teeth, chattering uncontrollably. The rental unit had long lost power, with a thick layer of frost covering the windows, and the temperature inside had dropped to -25 degrees. She had worn all her thick clothes, wrapped herself in 2 comforters, yet the bone-chilling cold still pierced through her hands and feet, were completely numb, devoid of any sensation. At 23 years old, she had just graduated from university a year ago and was working at an internet company in City X, renting alone in this community. Before the apocalypse struck, she had just received her paycheck. Seeing the weather forecast predicting a heavy snowfall, she felt an inkling of unease and went to the supermarket to stock up on 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of bread, a box of bottled water, some snacks, canned food, and several thick quilts. At that time, her colleagues mocked her, saying she was overreacting, questioning why she needed to stockpile so much. Yet now she was immensely grateful for her earlier decision. It was these supplies that prevented her from starving in the 10 days leading up to the apocalypse. However, she never imagined that the hard-earned provisions she had hoarded would eventually be deceived away by mere words. 3 days ago, Lu Guilan, accompanied by Wang Hu and several elderly residents from the community, blocked her rental unit's door. Lu Guilan smiled warmly, earnestly trying to persuade her. Little Li, look, this is a special time. Everyone is going through tough times together. As a young girl, having so much food, you won't be able to finish it, and it will spoil over time. Why not turn it in for unified management and distribution? When help arrives, the government will surely take care of you. At that time, I was unwilling to hand over my hard-earned supplies, intending to keep them for myself. But then Wang Hu's face darkened immediately, and he struck the door frame with his rubber stick sternly, saying, young lady, don't be ungrateful. This is a special time, and not cooperating with the resource allocation is disrupting the disaster relief order. When help comes, you'll be held accountable. Moreover, as a young girl guarding so much food, if you draw the attention of bad people, and something happens, who will take responsibility? The elderly residents nearby chimed in, each giving her a piece of advice, implying that not handing over her supplies was selfish and insensitive to the plight of others, questioning why young people lacked a sense of collective honor. As a recent graduate alone in this city, she had never encountered such a situation. Surrounded by a crowd facing moral coercion and threats, fearing they might indeed break in to rob her, she could only cry as she surrendered more than half of her supplies secretly, hiding a few packets of instant noodles and some bread. Yet after turning in her supplies, her situation grew increasingly dire. Each day, she could only go to the property management office to receive a bowl of watery porridge barely containing rice grains and a small piece of compressed biscuit, which could hardly fill her stomach. After 3 days, she was so hungry that she felt dizzy lying in her cold bed at night with no strength left. What chilled her heart even more was that she lived next door to the property management office, where every night she could smell the delicious aromas wafting from it. She had seen Wang Hu and the security guards carrying boxes of instant noodles, bottled water, and canned meat from the property management office every day, yet they told everyone that supplies were running low and that they could only receive so little each day. She knew better than anyone that she had been deceived. All the talk of unified management, fair distribution, and shared hardships was nothing but lies. The supplies they collected were all embezzled by Lu Guilin and her confidants. They feasted comfortably in their warm office while those residents who had turned in their supplies were left starving and shivering in a frozen cellar. However, she dared not speak up or cause a scene. Everyone in the community believed Lu Guilin's words and regarded her as a savior. If she dared to stand up and accuse Lu Guilin of embezzling supplies, she would only be branded as a rumor-monger, a selfish and villainous person, becoming the target of everyone's scorn. Moreover, Wang, who controlled a dozen-strong security guards, all armed with batons and steel pipes. As a young girl, she could not resist. If things escalated, she would only be retaliated against, and in the end, she wouldn't even receive that bowl of thin porridge. Despair, like a cold tide, gradually engulfed her. She curled up in her blanket, listening to the howling wind and snow outside. Her stomach growled in hunger, her hands and feet felt numb from the cold, and tears fell silently, soaking her pillow. If she stayed here any longer, she would either starve to death or freeze to death, ultimately, not even knowing how she died. She had to leave. She had to get out of here. At that moment, she heard the voices of two men from the neighboring apartment, their conversation drifting through the thin walls. Have you heard? There's a big boss 3 kilometers away in the villa area who has a lot of supplies. Is that true? Even now there are people with extra supplies. What would I gain from lying to you? I heard it from someone who went out looking for supplies yesterday. That boss hires people to shovel snow by the villa entrance, and for their work, he gives them 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. No deception. I'm not lying. My goodness. Is there really such a good deal? Shoveling snow for 2 packs of instant noodles. That's quite generous. Absolutely. That person is really wealthy. The villa has a generator running every day, lights on, and it's warm inside with supplies that can't be used up. So, should we try it too? It's better than sitting here drinking thin porridge every day, right? Are you crazy? It's minus 60 degrees outside, 3 kilometers of this thick snow. How can we make it? Once we go out, whether we can survive to our destination is uncertain. True. So let's wait a bit longer. Director Lu said that the rescue supplies will arrive tomorrow. The conversation gradually faded, but a spark ignited in Li Yu's heart. A villa area. 3 kilometers away, there's a boss who offers food in exchange for work. No need to hand over supplies, no need for moral coercion, no need to read others' expressions. Just offering her labor could earn her food and help her survive. This thought grew wildly in her heart, like a weed. Go. She must go. Even if the outside world was a freezing minus 60 degrees, even if the 3-kilometer trek was fraught with peril, it was still better than being trapped here, having everything deceived away, and ultimately starving or freezing to death. She suddenly sat up from her blanket, feeling as if all the blood in her body was boiling at that moment. She had to survive. She immediately got up, using the dim light from her phone's flashlight to start packing her belongings. She put on all her thick clothing, sweaters, down jackets, and windbreakers, layer upon layer. She tore her quilt into strips and wrapped them around her legs, waist, and hands, leaving only her eyes exposed. She carefully stuffed the last 4 packs of instant noodles and half a bottle of mineral water, which she had secretly hidden, into her bosom, keeping them close. This was her only food for the journey. Finally, she picked up a fruit knife and hid it in her sleeve. It was her only weapon for self-defense. Once everything was packed, she took a deep breath, walked to the door, and placed her hand on the doorknob, but paused. She understood in her heart that once she opened this door, there would be no turning back. Outside was a blizzard at minus 60 degrees, a 3-kilometer road, where she could freeze to death at any moment, and she might encounter bad people or danger. But staying inside meant waiting for death. Li Yu gritted her teeth, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. Rather than sitting idle and waiting for death, it was better to take a chance. Take a chance, and a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. She suddenly twisted the doorknob and pushed open the entrance door of the apartment building. The snow at the entrance of the building was already above her waist. As she stepped down, her entire body nearly sank in. The icy snow instantly poured into her pant legs, making her shiver. Fortunately, the elevation in their area was low, and the snow had not piled up too high. In some places, it was already a layer deep. However, the supermarket in their community, although not buried, had been completely looted. The bitter cold of minus 60 degrees was 100 times more terrifying than she had imagined. Gritting her teeth, she moved forward step by step with great difficulty. Each step required immense effort. The snow was waist-deep, as heavy as cement, tightly wrapping around her legs. Each time she lifted her foot, it felt as if it was filled with lead. The cold wind whipped at her with shards of ice, striking her fiercely. Even though she was bundled up tightly, she could still feel the bone-chilling cold. Her hands and feet quickly became numb and lost all sensation. She could only mechanically push forward with sheer willpower. She dared not stop as she knew that if she paused she would never be able to move again, only freezing to death in the snow, becoming a frozen statue, surrounded only by vast white snow and the howling wind. She had been walking for nearly 2 hours and had covered less than 2 kilometers. The instant noodles in her arms had long frozen solid, and the mineral water had turned to ice. Her strength was almost depleted as she felt dizzy, her body weak, and each step required heavy breathing. At that moment her foot slipped, and she lunged forward, falling into a snow pit, the snow instantly covering. The icy snow poured into her collar and nostrils, freezing her body into violent spasms. She couldn't catch her breath and nearly fainted. She desperately struggled to crawl out of the snow pit, but her hands and feet were already numb with cold, making it impossible to exert any strength. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. Despair immediately overwhelmed her. Am I really going to die here? I'm only 23 years old. She thought of her parents far away back home, thought of how she hadn't yet truly seen this world, and remembered that she just wanted to live. A surge of determination suddenly welled up from her heart. She frantically waved her arms, slowly crawling upward, her nails breaking, but finally, she climbed out of the snow pit and fell heavily onto the snow, gasping for air. Tears mixed with snowmelt froze on her face. Lying in the snow, she barely propped herself up and stood up. Continue walking. She could not stop. Gritting her teeth, she moved forward step by step. Along the way, she saw many frozen corpses in the snow, both male and female, young and old, all of whom had gone out looking for supplies only to freeze to death along the way. Each time she saw a body, her heart would lurch, yet it also strengthened her resolve to keep moving forward. Stopping meant facing the same fate. Not knowing how long she had walked or how many times she had fallen, finally a glow of lights appeared before her. It was the villa area, the brightly lit villas. The villa was right there. Tears surged in Liu's eyes, and her whole body trembled. She had finally arrived. She was still alive. She gave it her last bit of strength and quickly walked toward the glow. But she didn't notice that just behind a snow pile, not far from her, 2 men wielding steel pipes and machetes were watching her back with greedy eyes. In Cheng Yin's villa, the lights were still bright and warm. He was in the kitchen preparing a midnight snack for himself. The skill unlocked by the system today was God-level barbecue, yet another somewhat useless life skill. However, having nothing else to do, he took out fresh lamb skewers, lamb kidneys, and chicken wings from the storage space. Relying on his God-level barbecue skill, he grilled them until they sizzled with oil, and the aroma instantly filled the entire house. A dozen German shepherds circled around his feet, wagging their tails and eagerly watching the skewers in his hands. A few kittens also approached, meowing around him, hoping to snag a bite. Cheng Yin smiled, distributing pieces of grilled lamb to each dog and tearing off some chicken breast for the kittens. Watching them eat with delight, he picked up a skewer of lamb himself, taking a big bite of the tender and juicy meat. Outside, it was a freezing hell with temperatures plunging to -60 degrees, and a blizzard howled, making human life seem as insignificant as grass. Yet here he was in the warmth of his villa, petting cats, grilling skewers, and sipping on cold beer, living an incredibly comfortable life. At that moment, a soft knocking sound suddenly came from outside the villa's door. It was faint and almost inaudible amidst the howling wind and snow. If it weren't for the villa's alarm system going off, he would have never noticed. Cheng Yin paused with the skewer in his hand, raising his eyes to the monitoring screen. On the screen outside the villa's door stood a small figure, bundled up, tightly covered in snow, shivering from the cold, gently tapping on the door with her frozen, gloved hands, looking as if she might collapse at any moment. It was a woman. Cheng Yin raised his eyebrows, set down the skewer, approached the monitoring screen, and zoomed in on the image. It was Liu, who had walked over from the sunny bright community. At this moment, she had reached her limit. The cloth wrapped around her face was thickly covered in snow, and her eyes, barely open, were trembling as her whole body shook, relying on her last breath to stand here. She had walked 3 kilometers through the blizzard, taking countless falls, and clung to life with sheer willpower, pushing herself to make it this far. Cheng Yin observed her disheveled appearance without a hint of emotion, simply silently reciting in his mind, "Activate mind reading." Instantly, Liu's most genuine thoughts flooded clearly into his mind. Finally arrived. Finally arrived. Please open the door. I beg you for a chance. I can do any work. I just want to survive. I mean no harm. I just want to work for food. Please. It's so cold. So hungry. I can barely hold on. Please don't chase me away. Mom and Dad. I'm sorry. I might not be able to hold on any longer. Cheng Yin was taken aback. He thought she was just another person with ulterior motives trying to rob him. Unexpectedly, this woman truly harbored no ill intentions, only a pure will to survive and a desire to live. There wasn't even a hint of calculation or malice. This was the first time since the apocalypse that he encountered someone who came to him without any dark thoughts. What moved him even more was the tenacity in her eyes, a resilience that refused to give up even in the direst circumstances. It reminded him of himself when he first started his business. Back then, at the age of 20, with only a few thousand yuan in his pocket, he rented the cheapest office, faced difficult clients, was deceived by peers, and was scolded by investors for being unrealistic. At his poorest, he didn't even have enough money for a bowl of beef noodles, squatting in the underground parking lot of an office building, shivering from the cold, yet still gritting his teeth and refusing to give up. In that moment, he felt a kinship with this young girl in the snow, both equally helpless, both in dire straits, and both unwilling to bow their heads. This thread of empathy loosened the taut string in his heart just a bit. Yet he still did not open the door. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted is the most fatal mistake. Just because she harbored no malice now doesn't mean she won't later. Opening the door meant risk. Moreover, who knew if she had hidden weapons on her, if someone was following her, or if she was a spy sent by someone else. He walked to the intercom, pressed the talk button, and his cold voice came through the speaker to the outside. "Stop knocking on the door, it's useless." The sudden voice from the intercom startled Li Yue, and she quickly regained her composure, rushing to the intercom, her voice hoarse and shaky, as she urgently said, "Hello, my name is Li Yue, and I came from the Sunny Bright community. I heard you were looking for someone to work for food. I can do any work. Shoveling snow, cleaning, anything. I beg you, give me a chance. I just want to exchange labor for food. Please," she cried while speaking, her voice trembling uncontrollably. As Cheng Yin listened to her words, his mind-reading ability still active, he could clearly hear her thoughts filled with urgency and pleading, devoid of any calculation or malice, not even a hint of resentment, only a pure desire to survive. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again, his tone still cold. "The Sunny Bright community is 3 kilometers away from here, and it's minus 60 degrees. A girl like you dares to walk over, you must be quite resilient." I had no choice." Li Yu cried as she said, "All the supplies in the community have been taken away. I'm starving and freezing to death. If I don't come out, I'll die in there. Boss, I can really do any work. I don't need much. Just give me a bite to eat and a place to shelter from the wind. Please." Cheng Yin watched the distraught Li Yu on the monitor, knowing in his heart that she was speaking the truth. He could hear from her heartfelt words about her experiences in the Sunny Bright community, the despair of being deceived by Lu Guolan, the perilous journey of 3 kilometers, and her countless moments of wanting to give up, yet stubbornly persisting. Cheng Yin contemplated for a moment. Life in the apocalypse was indeed boring. If this person posed no problems, having her handle the villa's chores might not be a bad idea, especially with the several tons of supplies in storage. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "You can come in, but don't think about the front door. Walk along the wall, there's an independent doghouse where you can enter." Li Yu instantly stopped crying, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly nodded. Okay, they'll go there. Thank you, boss. Thank you." She quickly turned around, afraid that Cheng Yin might change his mind, stumbling through the freshly shoveled snow toward the doghouse. Cheng Yin put down the intercom and looked outside. The doghouse he mentioned was far from an ordinary doghouse. It was specially designed and modified by him before the apocalypse, with the entire doghouse connected to the main villa, separated by a blast-proof tempered glass and a retractable steel barrier gate like those in prisons, which only he could control from within. Inside the doghouse, there was underfloor heating and an air conditioning system set to a constant temperature of 28 degrees, complete with ventilation, drinking water, and monitoring systems. A dozen German shepherds usually lived there, and it was clean and tidy, more luxurious and warmer than most houses outside. This was also the second line of defense for his villa. Anyone trying to enter the villa from here must first go through the doghouse, where he could clearly check everything under his watchful eye. If anything seemed off, he could instantly lock the front and back doors, trapping anyone inside. Soon on the monitoring screen, Li Yu staggered to the entrance of the doghouse. Cheng Yin pressed the remote control, and the outer door of the dog kennel slid open slowly. "Come in, and close the door behind you," his voice emanated from the speakers inside the kennel. Li Yu hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped inside, then shut it firmly behind her. Instantly, the howling blizzard and biting cold beyond vanished, sealed away outside. A wave of warm, enveloping heat surrounded her. Radiant floor heating seeped through the soles of her shoes into her numb, frost-bitten feet, so sudden that she shuddered violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. She had never imagined, not even in her wildest dreams, that a place built for dogs could be so luxurious. Immaculate non-slip flooring, neatly arranged dog beds, automated water dispensers, even toys for canine amusement lined the space. A wall-mounted thermometer clearly read 28°C. It was a world apart from the frozen wasteland beyond where temperatures plunged to -60 degrees. At that moment, the other German shepherd resting in the inner chamber, and several free-roaming cats, emerged and gathered around Liu. The muscular shepherds circled her warily, noses twitching as they sniffed intently at her clothes. Their sharp, unwavering gazes locked onto her with unnerving focus. Liu froze instantly, every hair on her body standing on end. Her breath caught in her throat, her limbs turned icy and rigid. She dared not move a muscle. She feared that the slightest motion would trigger an attack. To her astonishment, however, the dogs merely circled and sniffed. No barking, no bared fangs, no lunge. They waited for their master's command. The cat's boulders still rubbed playfully against her ankles, gazing up at the unfamiliar visitor with wide-eyed curiosity. Liu's taut muscles eased, just slightly, as she remained rooted in place, motionless except for lifting her eyes toward the blast-proof glass before her. Behind the glass stood Cheng Yin, idly twirling a desert eagle in his hand. His expression was impassive, his gaze glacial, piercing, incisive, as if dissecting her from crown to soul. Her heart leapt into her throat. She dropped her eyes immediately, unable to bear his stare. "Lift your head and look at me," his voice cut through the iron door, devoid of warmth or inflection. Liu jerked her head up, meeting his gaze through the prison-like grill, her eyes brimming with trepidation and silent entreaty. "I know you wish to survive and to stay here working for me. My domain is not open to just anyone," Cheng Yin said coolly. "If you wish to enter, you must abide by my rules. First, no weapons or anything forbidden may ever cross the threshold of my villa. I have none, boss. Truly, I carry no weapon. I'm just an ordinary girl. I harbor no ill intent." Liu stammered desperately, her voice trembling. "Whether you do or don't is not for you to decide, but..." His gaze grew colder still. "Now, empty everything from your person. Pocket sleeves, every hidden fold, leave nothing behind." Without hesitation, she obeyed. With shaking hands, she withdrew a frozen packet of instant noodles and half a bottle of ice-locked mineral water, both concealed in her coat, and placed them carefully on the floor. She had consumed the rest along the way. Then she emptied her pockets, her mobile phone, keys, and identity card, arranging them in precise, trembling order. Having finished, she raised her eyes to him, voice quivering with anxiety. "Boss, I've given you everything. I truly have nothing else." Cheng Yin's gaze remained unsoftened as he surveyed the items. "There's more." Liu blinked. Then comprehension struck her, face paling. "Oh yes, a fruit knife." She bit her lip, voice cracking with tears. "Boss, I brought it from home for self-defense on the road. I swear, I mean you no harm whatsoever. I only feared encountering bandits. Truly, I simply forgot." As she spoke, she cautiously raised her left arm, fearing even the smallest movement might provoke the circling shepherds, and slowly drew out a compact folding fruit knife from her sleeve, laying it gently upon the floor. It was small, insignificant in this post-apocalyptic world, fit only for bolstering courage, not combat. Cheng Yin regarded the blade without surprise. He had intended precisely this test, to see whether she would comply honestly. His mind-reading ability had confirmed it. She truly had forgotten. Good. She had told no lie. "Throw the knife into the snow outside the kennel," he commanded, voice like frost-laced steel. "Yes. Yeah." Liu nodded frantically, snatched up the knife, rushed to the outer door, flung it far into the blinding white expanse, and slammed the door shut behind her before dashing back to her spot, utterly still. The German shepherds continued their silent orbit, no growl, no sound. Cheng Yin watched her, then spoke again, tone absolute, unyielding. "Now, strip every garment from your body. Not one piece remains." The words struck her like a physical blow. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, speechless. She had never imagined he would demand such a thing. At 23, freshly graduated, untouched by such exposure, she had never disrobed before any man, let alone a stranger. And now, surrounded by massive dogs, observed unblinkingly through iron bars by a man whose gaze felt like a blade, shame, humiliation, and anguish flooded her chest, hot tears spilling unchecked. "Be boss. I truly had nothing else. Her voice dissolved into ragged sobs. "I will not repeat myself." His voice hardened, impatient, glacial. "Either strip completely, so I may verify you conceal no weapon or surveillance device, or walk out now and freeze to death in the storm. Choose." His words held no mercy, only the same merciless chill as the blizzard beyond the walls. Liu shuddered violently, and clarity pierced through her panic. Did she truly have a choice? Outside lay a 60°C maelstrom, 3 kilometers of open snow. She would never reach sunshine, cheerful residential complex. She would die mid-stride, encased in ice. Here, she need only disrobe for inspection. If cleared, she would live, fed, sheltered, warmed. Which mattered more, shame or survival? Survival, without question. In this kennel, it was so warm. She drew a slow, steadying breath, and wiped away her tears. Shame and sorrow receded, replaced by steely resolve. What was fleeting humiliation measured against life itself? She lifted her chin, met Cheng Yin's gaze through the iron grill, and clenched her jaw in quiet assent. Yes, I'll strip. After speaking, she trembled as she untied the cotton quilt wrapped around her body and threw it on the ground. Then one by one she took off her outer windbreaker and down jacket, placing them on the floor. Having walked outside in -60 degrees, she had layered 7 pieces of clothing. With each item she removed, her body trembled even more violently, and her face turned paler. The German shepherd beside her remained quietly by her side, only curiously watching her movements without any sign of agitation. Soon she was left with only her thermal underwear. Her body no longer shook violently in the snow, and with her hands clasped in front of her chest, she dared not move, tears streaming down her face once again. Continue undressing. Not a single piece is allowed to remain. Cheng Yin's voice came again, devoid of any softness. Liu closed her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. Eventually, gritting her teeth, she removed the last piece of her clothing, standing naked in place. She trembled all over, unsure if it was from the cold or fear, her hands tightly hugging her chest, head lowered, not daring to look at Cheng Yin behind the iron door or the surrounding cats and dogs, feeling so ashamed that she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Turn around, spin in a circle, raise your arms, and spread your legs. Cheng Yin's voice remained cold, showing no signs of emotion. Liu bit her lip and complied with his request, slowly turning around in a full circle, raising her arms and spreading her legs, allowing him to clearly see that she was hiding nothing. Cheng Yin stood behind the iron door, his serious gaze sweeping over her entire body, confirming that she had no hidden weapons, no listening devices, no tracking equipment, not even a single item that could harm. He could also clearly hear that her current thoughts were filled only with embarrassment and shame, devoid of resentment or any schemes, with just one thought: as long as she could survive, anything was acceptable. Cheng Yin felt a slight shift in his heart and pressed the remote control in his hand. With a click, the door behind the glass slowly opened. Come in. Cheng Yin was not afraid of her attacking. His reflexes were sharp enough to dodge bullets. Cheng Yin's voice remained flat, but it lacked some of the previous coldness. The bathroom is on the left. There's hot water, clean towels, new toiletries, and warm underwear and clothes. Go take a hot shower first. Don't freeze to death in my villa. Liu instantly lifted her head, disbelief in her eyes, and tears surged forth once again. She had survived. She was truly alive. She hurriedly picked up the clothes from the ground and wrapped them around herself to cover her body. Facing Cheng Yin, she deeply bowed and choked out, "Thank you. Thank you." Cheng Yin did not look at her again, turning back to the living room, leaving behind a faint remark. After your shower, there's food on the coffee table in the living room. Remember, don't ask what you shouldn't, don't touch what you shouldn't, and don't enter rooms you shouldn't. Otherwise, I can throw you out at any time. Liu nodded, vigorously clutching her clothes, and quickly entered the bathroom, closing the door. Hot water sprayed from the shower head onto her frozen, numb body, warmth instantly enveloping her. She leaned against the wall, covering her mouth, and cried silently. She had survived. In this frozen apocalypse, she had finally found a place to live. What she did not know was that at the moment she entered the villa, a shadow in the distant snow was watching Cheng Yin's villa closely. They watched as this young girl walked into the fortified villa. They exchanged glances, greed gleaming in them. If one little girl could enter, why couldn't they? The supplies inside and the beautiful girl who had just entered were. Moreover, this villa surely had a generator. Just as the bathroom door closed, the sound of running hot water clearly drifted into the living room through the wall. Cheng Yin sat down on the sofa, holding half a skewer of freshly grilled lamb. His mind replayed the image of Liu standing there naked in the kennel like a film. White, truly white. Even though she shivered from the cold, her skin resembled that of a freshly peeled egg, so fine that he could see the veins underneath. She was thin, but in all the right places, not lacking at all. When she hugged her arms in front of her chest, the cleavage made his throat dry. To put it plainly, her breasts were significant. Cheng Yin cursed under his breath and took a big bite of the lamb skewer. The crispy exterior and tender interior of the meat chewed in his mouth, a flavor he usually found delightful, now tasted somewhat bland. He was not some morally steadfast man. Before the apocalypse, he was a billionaire businessman, never lacking in women. Models, internet celebrities, fresh graduates, he had seen it all. He had long since grown tired of it. Since the countdown to the apocalypse began 30 days ago, he had devoted himself entirely to stockpiling supplies, renovating the villa, and acquiring weapons. It had been 40 days since he had touched any woman, let alone spoken to one. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, one glance had ignited a spark within him, as if a fire had been thrown into a pile of kindling. A Kuan in his arms seemed to sense something was off, rubbing against his palm and letting out soft purring sound. Cheng Yin looked down and stroked the cat a couple of times, taking a deep breath to forcibly suppress the chaotic images in his mind. Thoughts aside, safety was always the top priority. In the apocalypse, women were the most troublesome things. In many apocalypse novels, protagonists lost supplies, fortresses, and even their lives because of women. The most outrageous are those who were eaten and then reborn. They would say, "I love you so much, for you I would do anything," and then conspire with outsiders to kill. Brother, are you stupid? You still want to talk about love in the apocalypse? I love you, my foot. Cheng Yin would never make such a foolish mistake. This girl Li Yue appeared innocent with only the thought of survival in her eyes, no malicious intent, and a tenacity that reminded him of himself when he first started his business. But the heart is a mystery, especially in the apocalypse. Today she might be grateful to you, but tomorrow she could stab you in the back for a morsel of food. Undressing for inspection was just the first step. Whether she could stay would depend on her subsequent performance. Cheng Yin casually tossed the skewer on the table and took a big gulp of ice-cold beer. The cold liquid slid down his throat, finally suppressing some of the fire in his heart. He hadn't turned off his mind-reading ability, and through the wall Li Yu's thoughts still clearly reached his ears. The hot water. So warm. I'm finally alive. Oh my god, is this shower gel Chanel? This boss is so wealthy. Even in the apocalypse, he has such things. Just now, when I was undressing, did he see everything? So embarrassing. But he is also doing it for safety. If I were him, I would also check thoroughly if someone wanted to enter my house. Better than letting a bad person in. I must work hard. I absolutely cannot make him angry. I must stay. In this apocalypse, this place is heaven. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised in his heart. This girl surprisingly held no resentment. Most ordinary girls would curse him as a rogue and hold a grudge if forced by a strange man to undress for inspection. But Li Yu was different, as she not only didn't hate him, but felt he was right, wholeheartedly thinking about working hard to stay. It turned out to be a clear-headed, intelligent person. He casually picked up the tablet on the table and opened the surveillance footage, checking every corner around the villa. He had noticed when Li Yu entered earlier that there were several shadowy figures lurking in the snowy distance, likely. At this moment, those shadows were still hiding not far from the villa, peeking over occasionally, their eyes brimming with greed. Cheng Yin curled his lips into a cold smile. A bunch of fools, don't they feel cold? Over 30 of them had already perished at his hands, yet these few misfits dared to covet his attention. Did they really think the gun in his hand was a mere stick? He did not rush to act. Just a few grasshoppers making no significant splash. He would wait until they came knocking, resolving it all at once to avoid future trouble. At that moment, the water in the bathroom stopped. Cheng Yin's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He inwardly cursed himself for being so useless. It was just a woman finishing her bath. He felt as if he were a naive young boy who had never seen the world. He picked up a skewer of grilled kidneys and pretended to chew calmly, though his eyes involuntarily darted toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was gently pushed open. Li Yu stepped out, her head lowered and moving cautiously. What Cheng Yin had prepared for her was a brand new set of thermal underwear and a loose black down jacket, all items he had stored before the apocalypse. The clothes were a bit large on her, sagging and loose. The sleeves hung down a considerable length, forcing her to roll them up to reveal her delicate wrists. Having just finished a hot shower, her cheeks were flushed, and her previously pallid complexion finally bore a hint of color. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets trickling down to the collar of her down jacket, carrying a faint scent of body wash. In her life, she had never worn such fine clothing, nor used such luxurious body wash. When she had just graduated and started working after deducting rent and food from her monthly salary, there was hardly anything left to spare. Even a bottle of body lotion costing over 100 yuan made her feel pained, let alone Chanel's body wash. At that moment, she stood frozen, unsure of where to place her hands and feet, her head down, not daring to look at Cheng Yin, or around her fingers nervously fiddling with her down jacket. Until Cheng Yin's voice came through, faint and devoid of emotion. "What are you standing there for? Come here." Li Yu shivered all over, hurriedly lifted her head, and walked cautiously to the sofa, standing 2 steps away from him, anxiously gazing at him. "Boss, don't just stand there, sit down." Cheng Yin gestured toward the sofa across from him, and then nodded toward the barbecue on the table. "Just grilled, still warm. Take whatever you want, don't stand on ceremony with me." Only then did Li Yu dare to lift her head and take a good look at the villa. She was instantly stunned. The entire villa was ridiculously large, decorated luxuriously, resembling the mansions she had seen on television. The floor was covered with polished marble, warm to the touch. Later, she would learn that the entire villa was equipped with underfloor heating, and the air conditioning maintained a constant temperature of 26.7 degrees, making it cozy everywhere without a hint of chill. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows had been fortified into impenetrable walls, yet one could see the blizzard raging outside, with excellent sound insulation that blocked out all the howling wind and snow. In the living room stood a gigantic, genuine leather sofa, facing a 100-inch television, and beside it a wine cabinet stocked full of various red, and white wines and beverages overflowing and stretching beyond sight. The kitchen was open plan, littered with many unfinished barbecues, next to a massive double-door refrigerator. What shocked her even more was the enormous cat tree in the corner of the living room with dozens of cats of different breeds leaping around. In the nearby doghouse, without needing any introduction, she counted several German shepherds lying quietly, well-fed, and living a life better than before the apocalypse. Tears welled up in her eyes at once. Outside was a frozen hell at -60 degrees amidst the extreme cold of the apocalypse, yet here it was brightly lit, warm as spring, filled with food, drinks, supplies, hot water, and electricity. This was no villa, it was simply a paradise on earth. Having walked out from a bright community and trudged through the snow for several hours, falling countless times, and nearly freezing to death, now, she realized all of it was worth it. This was undoubtedly the best decision she had ever made in her life. Are you dumbfounded? Cheng Yin's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of amusement, interrupting her thoughts. Liu snapped back to her senses, her face flushing red as she quickly lowered her head, wiping the corners of her eyes nervously, saying sorry. I've never seen such a nice house before, I'm just amazed. She felt embarrassed as she spoke. There's nothing to see, but it's just a place to live. Cheng Yin replied indifferently, picking up a skewer of grilled chicken wings and placing it on the plate in front of her. Hurry up and eat. You look so skinny that a gust of wind could blow you over. If you don't eat, you won't even be able to stand, let alone work. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Liu quickly grabbed the chicken wings, her eyes reddening, repeatedly thanking Cheng Yin. She hadn't seen meat in almost half a month. In the bright community, she had only a bowl of watery porridge with barely visible grains and a tiny compressed biscuit each day, hardly enough to fill her belly, let alone eat meat. Now, looking at the glistening, fragrant grilled chicken wings, her mouth watered instantly and her stomach audibly. Her face flushed red as she awkwardly lowered her head, picked up a chicken wing, and cautiously took a bite. The crispy exterior and tender meat infused with a secret sauce's flavor exploded in her mouth, so delicious she nearly swallowed her tongue. Tears fell again, uncontrollably. In her life, she had never tasted such delicious barbecue. It was no joke, divine barbecue skills were incomparable to ordinary ones. Liu was truly starving. At first she hesitated, eating slowly, but after a couple of bites, she could no longer hold back. Chicken wings, lamb skewers, grilled kidneys, grilled prawns. She grabbed whatever she could, devouring it ravenously, forgetting to wipe the grease from the corners of her mouth. Cheng Yin sat across from her, leisurely sipping a cold beer and watching her eat without saying a word. He could hear her thoughts, filled with so delicious. There are even prawns. I can actually eat fresh strawberries in the apocalypse. She resembled a little hamster that had never seen the world, her mind solely focused on food with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Sometimes Cheng Yin doubted if such a pure person truly existed in this world. Wasn't she just a straightforward foodie? Watching her like this, his guard began to lower a bit more. Just then, Liu, eating too hastily, choked on a piece of meat, her face turning crimson as she coughed repeatedly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Eat more slowly, no one's competing with you. Cheng Yin felt both amused and exasperated, casually grabbing a bottle of cola from the table, opening it, and handing it to her. Drink this to help. Don't choke to death here, I still need to deal with the corpses. Liu hurriedly grabbed the cola and took a big gulp, finally swallowing the piece of meat. Her face flushed red as she panted for breath, bowing to Cheng Yin. I'm sorry, boss. I was too anxious and made a fool of myself. It's no big deal. Cheng Yin waved his hand, looking at her, and couldn't help but tease. What? Just a moment ago in the doghouse you were standing in front of me, without clothes, yet you weren't this flustered. Now you almost choked on barbecue. What a shame. As soon as those words were spoken, Liu's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, even her neck was flushed. She buried her head low, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She never expected Cheng Yin would suddenly bring up this matter, and in such a teasing tone. Cheng Yin looked at her shy demeanor, a flicker of mischief igniting within him. He cleared his throat, suppressing his frivolity, and spoke in a more serious tone. Don't call me boss, but sounds awkward. Liu lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Oh, then what should I call you? Call me Yin Go. Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa, a playful glint in his eyes mixed with an irrepressible assertiveness. It sounds nice with a dominant vibe. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Cheng Yin's chiseled face and the rebellious spark in his eyes, her cheeks flushed even more. She bit her lip and timidly called out, Yin. Yin Go. Her voice was soft and tender like a little kitten, making Cheng Yin feel a tingling sensation in his heart. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, responding, Ah, that's more like it. He paused for a moment, then looked at Liu and said, half jokingly, half seriously, Earlier when I asked you to take off your clothes for inspection, don't turn around and curse me for being a pervert. I don't want to deal with such matters either, but in the apocalypse it's better to be careful. It's better than letting someone with a knife or something sneak in and stab me while I'm asleep, don't you think? If you have that thought, I can send you back to the icy wilderness at any time. Do you understand? Li Yu's face turned red again as she hurriedly shook her head, explaining anxiously, no. Ingu, I absolutely did not curse you. I know you were doing this for safety, well, I don't blame you at all. Really, she truly didn't blame him. On her way here, she had encountered two men who, seeing a young girl alone, had their eyes turn green with greed. If she hadn't run fast, who knows what might have happened. In this apocalypse, women are inherently a vulnerable group, and being able to meet someone like Cheng Yin, who only asked her to undress for inspection without doing anything excessive, while providing her with food, drink, and shelter, was already a huge stroke of luck. Cheng Yin looked at her, who was almost in tears from anxiety, smiled, and waved his hand, as if the murderous gaze from earlier wasn't his at all. All right, I was just joking with you. Don't be so nervous. He reined in his joking tone and turned serious. Since you called me Ingu and are staying here, I want mistress. You will have enough food, drink, clothing, and shelter. I will make sure you don't freeze or starve. However, you must remember my rules. First, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't look where you shouldn't look, and don't touch what you shouldn't touch. The study and basement in the villa. Without my permission, you absolutely cannot step inside, understand? Li Yu immediately nodded vigorously. I understand. Ingu, I will absolutely not touch or look at anything recklessly. Second, don't try to play any tricks on me or pull any stunts. Cheng Yin's eyes instantly turned cold. I don't care what you were like outside, but here you have to be honest. If I find out you have any ulterior motives or dare to tell anyone about the situation here, you know the consequences. Understand? His words were laced with a strong killing intent, causing Li Yu to shiver instantly, but she still nodded immediately, her gaze firm as she spoke. I understand. Ingu, I swear. I will never do anything to betray you. If I have even a hint of ulterior motives, let me freeze to death in the snow outside. Cheng Yin could clearly hear her heartfelt words, devoid of any falsehood, filled only with determination and gratitude. He nodded, his expression softening, pointing to the strawberries on the table. All right, don't make it sound like a declaration. Have some fruit, it's very sweet. Li Yu sighed in relief, picked up a strawberry, and cautiously took a bite. The sweet flavor melted in her mouth, warming her heart. At that moment, the tablet Cheng Yin had placed on the table suddenly emitted a beeping alarm. Cheng Yin's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the tablet, opening the surveillance screen. On the screen, numerous dark figures appeared at the various entrances surrounding the villa. Counting them casually, there were at least dozens of people armed with steel pipes, axes, and kitchen knives closing in on the villa from all directions. Leading them were a few thugs who had just rushed out from the Bright Sunshine community. They were holding walkie-talkies and shouting loudly, their eyes filled with greed. Strange, I just killed so many people, and more are coming. What's going on? Could it be that the authorities issued a notice to be self-reliant? The apocalypse has arrived, eh? Forget it, let's just kill them again. Cheng Yin's eyes turned icy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They've come. Li Yu also saw the dark figures in the surveillance footage, her face instantly changing with fear. Ingu, there are so many people. Are they coming for us? What else could it be? Cheng Yin said, casually picking up the AK-47 from the window, racking the bolt with a swift motion. Are they here to deliver New Year goods to me? If you're scared, hide in the room, lock the door, and no matter what sounds you hear, don't come out, understand? He pointed to the adjacent room. Li Yu looked at the gun in Cheng Yin's hand, then at the crowded figures in the surveillance. Though she was terrified, she gritted her teeth and shook her head. I won't hide. Ingu, I can help you. I can pass you bullets. I can do anything. I don't want to hide. Cheng Yin was momentarily taken aback, looking at her in surprise. This little girl looked soft and weak, yet she had quite a bit of courage. But then again, if she weren't brave, she wouldn't have dared to run this far in the heavy snow. At the same time, Cheng Yin's villa was surrounded 1,000 miles away in the core city. The National Emergency Command Center was brightly lit and filled with smoke. A massive electronic screen was displaying real-time footage from countries around the world, a shocking sight. Time rewound to the moment the apocalypse descended, with global temperatures plummeting and heavy snow engulfing the entire blue planet. The first to suffer disaster were the airplanes flying at 10,000 meters altitude. At that altitude, the temperature was already low, and the moment the apocalypse arrived, an extreme cold wave swept in, causing the temperature at high altitudes to plummet drastically, by at least 100 degrees. There were no warnings, no buffers. Domestically, a commercial airliner was flying steadily at 10,000 meters. Inside the cabin, some passengers were sleeping, others were watching movies, and the cabin crew was pushing a cart to distribute drinks. In the cockpit, Captain Wang Lei was chatting with the co-pilot, feeling relaxed as he looked at the stable data on the dashboard. In an hour, they would land at Core City Airport. Just then, the plane suddenly jolted violently, as if it had hit a wall. The passengers in the cabin screamed in unison, and the beverage cart toppled over, spilling drinks everywhere. What's happening? Wang Lei steadied the control stick, his face changing as he questioned sharply. The co-pilot frantically pressed buttons on the dashboard, his expression strange and his voice trembling. Captain, not good. The external temperature of the aircraft is plummeting. Minus 60 degrees. Minus 70 degrees. It's still falling. It's already below minus 100 degrees. What? Wang Lei's pupils constricted as he looked down at the dashboard where the temperature was still plummeting, having already dropped below minus 110 degrees. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the cockpit. Warning, left engine icing. RPM rapidly decreasing. Warning, right engine icing. Engine shut down. Each alarm was like a death knell, making Wang Lei's scalp tingle. He desperately pulled at the control stick, trying to maintain stability, but it was futile. The engines on both sides had completely shut down, and the plane lost power, plummeting like a stone. Quick! Start the auxiliary power system. Restart the engines. Wang Lei yelled, veins bulging on his forehead. The co-pilot frantically pressed buttons, but no matter how he operated it, there was no response from the engines. The fuselage was completely encased in a thick layer of ice, the wings severely iced over, completely losing lift. The cockpit windows were also covered with a thick layer of ice, making it impossible to see anything outside. In the cabin, passengers had fallen into despair, their screams, cries, and prayers mixing together. Oxygen masks had dropped down, but they were useless. The temperature in the cabin was rapidly dropping from below 10 degrees to below 20 degrees, quickly falling to below 30 degrees. Many people passed out from the cold. Prepare for emergency landing. Wang Lei shouted, his eyes filled with determination. But he had no idea what lay below the plane. Outside was pitch black and nothing could be seen. The plane continued to plummet 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 5,000 meters. A deafening roar erupted as the civilian airliner carrying over 100 passengers and crew violently crashed into a snow-covered mountain, exploding in a fiery blaze. The same scene unfolded in various corners of the globe. A flight from the beautiful nation experienced an engine failure over the ocean and plummeted into the icy waters, failing to send out a distress signal. Flights from other countries, their fuselages coated in ice, crashed directly into radio towers, iconic landmarks collapsing in an instant. In the brief hours since the apocalypse began, countless airplanes soaring through the skies worldwide, be they commercial airliners, military fighter jets, transport planes, or helicopters, had nearly all crashed. It came so suddenly, leaving no time for any response. The global aviation system was completely paralyzed in an instant. Only a handful of military helicopters, relying on the pilots' exceptional skills, managed to make emergency landings on the ground, saving a few lives. The same was true domestically. At the moment the apocalypse struck, nearly all commercial airliners flying in the sky crashed, with only a few that were in the descent phase managing to force a landing at airports, saving some passengers' lives. On the third day of the apocalypse, surface temperatures plummeted to minus 50 degrees, while water, electricity, and communication systems began to slowly fail. The military used transport helicopters, braving the bitter cold of minus 50 degrees and blizzards, to deliver the first batch of emergency supplies, rice flour, oil, medicines, and heating equipment, to various locations. The first batch of supplies received by the Sunny Bright community was used by an old lady to win the hearts of the people. However, that flight paid a painful price. 3 helicopters encountered severe blizzards en route, and the crew and supplies on board never returned. Now it is the 11th day of the apocalypse. In City X, temperatures have dropped to minus 60 degrees, with snowstorms persisting for 11 days, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters, and the temperature in the air plummeting to minus 120 degrees. Currently, only low-altitude flights can barely operate. Flying too high would mean facing temperatures exceeding minus 100 degrees, even down to minus 200 degrees, where urine freezes instantly in such cold. Not to mention ordinary planes, even the most advanced military aircraft dare not fly too high. The routes for aerial rescue have been largely cut off. The ground situation is even more dire. All highways, national roads, and provincial roads across the country are completely blocked by snow, with icy surfaces making passage impossible. Ordinary vehicles can barely travel 10 meters before getting stuck in the snow, unable to move. Only heavy tracked armored vehicles can still make some progress in the snow, but the extreme cold of minus 60 degrees poses a great challenge to the engines, which freeze after a short, while making long-distance travel impossible. City X, a metropolis with a population of over 10 million, has now completely transformed into a frozen city. In the core city, the National Emergency Command Center exudes a tense atmosphere that could freeze. Around the circular conference table sit the highest officials from various domestic departments, several generals from the military, and top experts from meteorology, geology, energy, and medical fields. Every face bears a heavy fatigue and seriousness, with the ashtray in the conference room already piled high with cigarette, but smoke swirling around. The meeting has been ongoing for a full 8 hours. At the head of the table, the leader glanced at the disaster report before him, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. His voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable weight. Comrades, the severity of the situation needs no elaboration. Everyone knows it in their hearts. Globally, we are facing an unprecedented extreme cold wave and blizzard with no country able to escape unscathed. According to the information we currently possess, other countries have completely descended into chaos. Governments paralyzed, military forces out of control, and rampant looting and violence entering a state of anarchy. In our country, although we have also suffered severe blows, our system remains intact, our military is still operational, and our people's hearts are still united. We must hold on. We must do everything possible to help more citizens survive. As his words fell, the director of the Meteorological Bureau immediately stood up, his expression grave, as he reported, "Leader, comrades, according to the latest monitoring data from our meteorological satellites, this extreme cold wave is still intensifying. Currently, temperatures in most regions of our country have dropped below -50 degrees, with the lowest temperatures surpassing -70 degrees. Urban temperatures are generally maintained at -60 degrees and are continuing to decline. The blizzard shows no sign of relenting. Based on our model projections, this extreme weather will not improve for at least the next month, and it may even get colder. More seriously, our meteorological satellites have been failing one after another due to the extreme low temperatures, with most losing contact. We may soon completely lose our capability for meteorological monitoring." As these words were spoken, a gasp of shock echoed through the conference room. Would temperatures continue to drop? Would the blizzard last another month? This meant that the toughest days were yet to come. Immediately, the head of the Energy Bureau also stood up, his voice hoarse. "Leader, comrades, the national power grid is already over 70% paralyzed. Only a few core areas of major cities relying on nuclear and thermal power plants are still maintaining electricity. Most other areas have lost power completely. Transport of coal and natural gas has been completely interrupted due to the roads being blocked by snow, and the coal reserves at thermal power plants can last at most another half-month. The national reserves of finished oil are also unable to be allocated due to transport interruptions, and all gas stations have ceased operations. Energy has become the biggest challenge we face now. Without electricity and fuel, our equipment cannot operate, and the common people will have no source of heating, leaving them at risk of freezing to death." The Minister of Transport and the Minister of Communications also stood up in succession to report, and the situations were uniformly grim. Transport nationwide has come to a complete standstill, and major communication lines are largely interrupted. Only military communication networks are barely operational. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. At that moment, a military general stood up, saluted, and spoke in a powerful voice. "Leader, comrades, our military is fully prepared. We have assembled the most elite armored forces in the military, forming 20 death squads, all equipped with the most advanced tracked armored personnel carriers, snow vehicles, and ample fuel and supplies. We are ready to advance from all directions towards the cities most severely affected. Even if we have to crawl, we will deliver supplies to the citizens. Simultaneously, we have gathered all engineering troops to clear the snow from the main roads. Even if we have to use explosives or dig by hand, we will open a lifeline." The general's words slightly eased the heavy atmosphere in the conference room. As long as the army remains the backbone of this country, will not break. But just then someone raised a sharp question. "Leaders, comrades, I have a question. Our material reserves are limited. The rescue forces are also limited. In this situation, should we prioritize ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens, or should we prioritize relocating researchers, experts, and core technical workers from various fields?" As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. Everyone knew how cruel this question was. With limited rescue forces and limited materials, who should be saved first? Someone immediately spoke up. "Of course we should prioritize saving the common people. They are our citizens. How can we abandon them?" "I disagree." Someone immediately countered. "The common people need to be saved, but experts and scholars should be prioritized. They are the foundation of our country. They are our hope for overcoming this extreme cold wave and rebuilding our homes." Meteorological experts, geological experts, energy experts, agricultural experts, military industry experts, as well as professors from various universities, researchers from research institutes, and senior technical workers, these individuals are our nation's most valuable assets. Only by safely relocating them to the core shelters can we gather together to study how to cope with this extreme cold weather, how to produce food, generate energy, and survive in such an environment. If we cannot even protect these experts, then no matter how many common people we save, we will have no hope for the future, and we will only be left to starve and freeze to death. In the conference room, a fierce debate erupted instantly. Each side had its own reasoning, and no one could convince the other. Just then the big boss at the head table raised his hand to stop the argument. He looked around and spoke in a steady and firm voice. Comrades, stop arguing. We will save the common people. We will also save experts and scholars. We must grasp both sides firmly. I order the immediate activation of the national-level rescue plan. First, the military's death squads will immediately set off advancing toward the disaster-stricken cities, prioritizing the deployment of emergency supplies to ensure the basic survival of the common people. Second, we will immediately form special action teams to rush to various cities. At all costs, we will safely relocate our researchers, experts, core technical workers, and their families to the core underground shelters in Magic City, Core City, and so on. Provide them with the best protection and the best research conditions, allowing them to focus on research and overcome difficulties. Third, all shelters in the country will be open, doing our utmost to receive the disaster-affected population and ensure their basic survival. All military and police forces will be deployed to the grassroots level to maintain order and severely crack down on criminals taking advantage of the chaos to rob and kill. Anyone who dares to profit from national calamity and disrupt order will be severely punished. Comrades, the time to test us has come. This disaster is a calamity for our entire nation and our entire ethnicity. But our dragon country has never been defeated by any disaster. We haven't in the past, and we want now. I urge everyone to do their utmost, spare no effort, and ensure the safety of the people. At all costs, we must protect our country. We will surely overcome this difficulty. As the boss voice fell, everyone in the conference room stood up in unison, saluting in a standard military manner, and shouted in unison, "Yes. We guarantee to complete the mission." The meeting concluded and orders were immediately issued. Across the country, armored vehicle convoys braving the heavy snow and the biting cold of -60 degrees set out from the military camp, making their way toward the disaster-stricken cities with great difficulty. Special operations teams also set off, immediately rushing to various cities to carry out the task of relocating experts and scholars. Meanwhile, outside Cheng Yin's villa, the shouting and banging outside the villa sounded like thunder clanking and crashing. Everyone was acting like they had gone mad, smashing axes, steel pipes, and kitchen knives against the reinforced gates and walls as if money meant nothing. People inside, don't be shameless. Hurry up and open the door to hand over the supplies. Otherwise, once we rush in, we'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The leader of the gang, a yellow-haired thug, roared frantically at the barely ventilated second-floor windows, saliva spraying everywhere, his eyes nearly overflowing with greed. The people behind him were also howling like a pack of starving wild dogs. "Big brother, it's too cold outside. If we don't get in soon, we'll freeze to death. Let's do it," a purple-haired lackey said beside him. After the official final notice was issued, the last bit of their restraint disappeared. Oh, what law, what order, is nothing in front of a mouthful of food. What does it mean to protect oneself? Will there be rescue? I'm about to starve to death. I can't wait. Not even for a minute. They had long found out that there was only one young man living in this villa. Even if he had a gun, how many bullets could one gun have? With so many of them, they could drown him with a single spit. As long as they rushed in, all the food, drink, diesel, and warm rooms inside would belong to them. Inside the villa, Liu stood behind Cheng Yin tightly, holding a magazine, her whole body trembling, but she gritted her teeth and made no sound. She had never seen such a scene in her life. The fierce glint in the eyes of the people outside was like they wanted to eat people, and it frightened her so much that her heart was about to leap out of her throat. But looking at Cheng Yin's tall figure in front of her, she felt inexplicably more at ease. "Brother Yin," Liu called out softly, her voice trembling. "Don't be afraid." Cheng Yin did not turn his head, holding an AK-47, swiftly loading the first full magazine with a smooth motion without a hint of hesitation. He turned his head slightly, glanced at Liu and said flatly, "Stand well behind me. When I shout to change the magazine, just hand it to me. Nothing else matters, understand?" "Understood, Brother Yin. I understand." Liu nodded vigorously, gripping the magazine, even tighter, her gaze becoming much more resolute. Cheng Yin's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned his gaze back to the window. His godlike reflexes activated instantly, and the movements of the frenzied thugs outside seemed to slow down, in his eyes moving like snails. Every action, every breath, even the grotesque expressions on their faces were all crystal clear. He had already used mind reading to thoroughly understand the thoughts of this group of people. They were not only thinking about robbing supplies, but also planning to rush and kill him and assault Liu. They were all a bunch of scoundrels rotten to the core. Since they are seeking death, he will grant them their wish. Cheng Yin raised his gun, precisely aiming at the yellow-haired leader through the gap in the curtains. Bang! The deafening gunshot instantly drowned out the howling wind and the sound of the door being smashed, echoing through the villa district. The bullet accurately penetrated the yellow-haired man's forehead, directly blowing off half of his skull. The ferocity on the yellow-haired man's face had not yet dissipated when his body fell straight back, crashing heavily into the snow, blood instantly spraying everywhere. In the -60-degree cold, it quickly froze into icy shards. This gunshot instantly silenced the crazed crowd outside for a fleeting moment. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Cheng Yin to actually dare to shoot, and with one shot blow the head off their leader. "Boss! The boss is dead!" Someone screamed, their voice filled with terror. "What are you scared of? He only has one gun. How many bullets can he have? Charge! Everyone go! He can't kill us all!" A burly man with a face full of muscles reacted, and with bloodshot eyes screamed, brandishing a watermelon knife, charging towards the front door. He looked somewhat like the person who sold watermelons to Chang'e. Once he shouted, the remaining people also reacted. Greed ultimately overcame fear, and they began to howl again, rushing towards the villa recklessly. Cheng Yin showed no signs of panic, not even blinking an eye. "Want to charge? Then come and pay with your lives." He pulled the trigger again. The gunfire rang out continuously in the snowy night. Cheng Yin's hands were as steady as iron. With each shot fired, someone would inevitably fall. Not a single shot missed. Every bullet claimed a life. The first few people charging at the front fell one after another into the snow, their blood dyeing the pure white snow a shocking crimson. The recoil of the AK-47 felt negligible in his hands. With his godlike reflexes, he could even accurately predict the evasive moves of those people, aiming in advance to take them down with one shot. My leg. Run. This guy is a madman. His aim is too precise. Oh, I lost a knot. Holy mother. I don't want to die. In less than a minute, several people had collapsed to the ground, either dead or injured. The remaining people finally became frightened. Those at the front turned to run, no longer daring to advance another step. "Want to run? Too late." Cheng Yin sneered, turning the gun towards those who were fleeing, continuing to pull the trigger. The gunfire did not cease, and the number of fallen people grew. In the snow outside the villa's main door, bodies lay haphazardly, and with the previous batch of dead, the scene resembled a slaughterhouse. Soon the first magazine was emptied. "Change the magazine," Cheng Yin said in a deep voice. Li Yu quickly reacted, immediately handing a magazine to Cheng Yin with both hands. Although her hands were still shaking, she did not waste any time. Cheng Yin took the magazine, swiftly changing it with a crisp sound, not wasting a single second, and raised his gun again to shoot at the remaining scattered people. He showed no mercy. Not a single one of these people was allowed to escape today. The shooting continued, and all 30 bullets in the second magazine were fired off one by one. Outside the villa, it fell completely silent. No more screams, no more banging on doors, no more cries. Only the howling of the wind and snow remained, along with the occasional weak groan of the dying, quickly frozen stiff in the cold wind. All had fallen in the snow outside the villa, with not a single survivor. Li Yu stood behind Cheng Yin, looking through the window at the bodies scattered outside. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, her stomach churning, but she gritted her teeth and held back her nausea. Although she had long known the cruelty of the apocalypse, it was her first time witnessing so many dead bodies lying haphazardly in the snow. Just minutes ago, they had been the ones screaming madly, now all turned into cold corpses. Cheng Yin put down his gun and glanced back at her, seeing her trembling in fear, but still managing to hold herself up. He felt a newfound appreciation for her. This little girl seemed soft, yet her bones were quite tough. She hadn't fainted from fear, much stronger than he had imagined. "Are you scared?" Cheng Yin asked, casually placing the gun on the nearby table. Li Yu hurriedly shook her head, then nodded, finally whispering, "A bit. But brother, I'm not afraid. They are the bad guys. They came to steal, and you were acting in self-defense." Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, surprised that she could say such a thing. He smiled, saying nothing further, and walked to the monitoring screen, scanning the entire villa district. In the entire villa district, any villa still lit had someone peering out from the windows, all of them pale, with fright, looking towards his villa. He was killing again. This was the second batch tonight. With this, the people in the entire villa district were let alone having the intention to come after him. They probably wouldn't even dare to approach his villa in the future. Cheng Yin's lips curled into a cold smile. This was exactly the effect he desired. In the apocalypse, reasoning is useless. Only the gun in hand is the hardest truth. The more ruthless you are, the less others dare to provoke you. At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the sky, coming closer and growing louder, even drowning out the howling wind and snow. Cheng Yin paused for a moment, abruptly looking up at the sky outside the window. Was that the sound of a helicopter? The roar drew nearer. Cheng Yin walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and looked up into the sky. In the pitch-black night sky, amidst the heavy snowstorm, 3 military green camouflage helicopters were flying low, slowly approaching the urban area. The helicopters were clearly heavily modified, equipped with the most advanced anti-icing systems on their rotors, and thick insulation layers covered the fuselage. Even the cockpit glass was specially made to be anti-freezing and bulletproof. In the extreme cold of -60 degrees, they could still fly. It's a military helicopter. Li Yu also leaned towards the window, her eyes shining with excitement as she spotted the helicopter in the sky. Brother Ian, it's the army. Help has arrived. She had always believed that as long as she saw soldiers, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even in this frozen apocalypse, the moment she saw the military aircraft, her fear and unease dissipated by more than half. Her nose tinged, and tears nearly fell. Cheng Yin watched the helicopter in the sky, his gaze slightly shifting. He hadn't expected that the military could actually operate helicopters in such extreme weather. It should be noted that the temperature in the air had already dropped below -120 degrees. The ability to modify helicopters to this extent and still fly low in a snowstorm truly showcased the nation's immense capabilities. 3 helicopters flew very low, almost brushing against the rooftops. At that moment, the loudspeakers on the aircraft blared a steady and powerful announcement, clearly reaching the ears of every person on the ground through the wind and snow. Citizens of City X, we are soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Please remain calm. Do not panic. We are delivering emergency relief supplies citywide. Please collect the supplies in an orderly manner organized by community, and do not rush. Currently, our city is facing an extreme cold wave disaster, and the nation has activated the highest level of emergency response. Rescue forces from across the country are gathering. Please trust the nation, trust the government. We will never abandon any citizen. The broadcast repeated again and again like a beam of light in the silent snowy night, illuminating the despairing hearts of countless people. Cheng Yin could clearly see that in the dark villas around him, countless people opened their windows, waving at the helicopters above, crying and shouting, their voices filled with the exhilaration of having survived. Many had endured 11 days in the apocalypse, already on the brink of collapse. At that moment, upon hearing the military's voice, they could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The 3 helicopters flew along the main roads of the city, dropping supply boxes secured with parachutes at intervals, filled with rice flour, cooking oil, compressed biscuits, mineral water, medicines, and warm clothing and blankets. Cheng Yin stood by the window watching the helicopters fly towards the sunshine-bright community, quickly disappearing into the night. Not only helicopters, but on the ground, armored vehicles were trudging through the heavy snow, battling against the blizzard on the snowbound roads. In front of the armored vehicles were bulldozers and snowplows from the engineering troops, clearing the accumulated snow bit by bit, creating a path through the 1-meter-thick snow. Whenever they reached the entrance of a community, the armored vehicles would stop and soldiers would unload supplies from the vehicles, distributing them to the residents, while using loudspeakers to calm everyone's emotions and record the casualties and shortages. Those trapped for 11 days, upon seeing the soldiers, all cried, kneeling in the snow to bow and thank. The young soldiers with ice and snow on their faces and eyebrows, their faces turning purple from the cold, nonetheless handed their cotton clothing and hot water to the residents, constantly soothing everyone's emotions. Even in the face of the apocalypse, with order on the verge of collapse, this country and its army had never abandoned the ordinary citizens. In other countries, when the apocalypse struck, the government collapsed directly. The military only cared for their own survival. The wealthy hid in underground bunkers, and ordinary people could only wait for death. But only in the Dragon Nation, even if the sky were to fall, the army would stand in front, bearing the burden for the people. At that moment, in front of the sunshine-bright community, a helicopter slowly descended, and 2 soldiers carrying several large supply boxes entered the community. The leading soldier, holding a loudspeaker, shouted to the gathered residents, "Dear residents, please do not crowd. Everyone will get their share." The officer's voice was loud and powerful. "We have brought emergency food and medicine and will continue to deliver supplies. In addition, we have established a large official shelter at the Olympic Sports Center. It has heating, electricity, food, drinking water, and professional medical teams. The shelter is about 25 kilometers from here. We have set up supply points along the way. Residents who are able to go to the shelter can go together, and our soldiers will assist you along the way. For those who cannot go, please stay at home. We will continue to deliver supplies to ensure your basic survival. Additionally, we will deploy emergency power vehicles every Wednesday and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the squares of each community, providing temporary power for everyone to charge their phones and power banks, and to receive official emergency broadcasts." As soon as the officer finished speaking, the gathered residents erupted into thunderous cheers, many of them crying on the spot, repeatedly murmuring, "We are saved, we are saved." The soldiers handed the supply boxes to the heads of the Community Property and Neighborhood Committee, Lu Guilan and Zhang Tao, repeatedly instructing them to distribute fairly and absolutely not to embezzle, as someone would come to check later. Lu Guilan patted her chest, solemnly promising that she would ensure every grain of rice reached the residents and would not be lax. The soldiers did not stay long. They had to deliver supplies to the next community and quickly boarded the helicopter which took off. Lu Guilin, holding the supply box, wore a fawning smile, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smirk. Such people holding onto the supplies would never distribute them fairly. One could only wonder what schemes they were concocting. Sure enough, as soon as the helicopter flew away, Lu Guilin's smile instantly disappeared. She exchanged glances with Wang, who beside her, and several people carrying supply boxes turned and entered the property office, locking the door behind them, completely ignoring the residents still gathered outside waiting for their supplies. Cheng Yin turned to take a look at Li Yue, who was leaning by the window watching the direction in which the helicopter flew away, her face flushed with excitement and her eyes sparkling. "What? Do you want to go to the shelter?" Cheng Yin asked lightly. Li Yue immediately came to her senses, quickly shaking her head, turning to Cheng Yin, her gaze resolute. "I won't go. Brother Yin, I won't go anywhere. I will stay here and work for you. I will do whatever you ask." She knew better than anyone that the official shelter, even if it had food and heating, would surely be overcrowded with dozens of people crammed into one room, and it was uncertain whether they would even have enough to eat, let alone live comfortably like they do now. Moreover, traveling 25 kilometers in a blizzard at -60 degrees, a little girl like her could hardly survive the journey. Just 3 kilometers today had almost frozen her to death in the snow. Staying with Cheng Yin was the safest and most reliable option. Cheng Yin looked at her determined expression, nodded, and said nothing more. He turned and sat down on the sofa. The military's rescue had indeed stabilized the emotions of most people, allowing this city on the brink of collapse to regain a bit of order. But Cheng Yin knew in his heart that this was only temporary. The extreme cold wave was still ongoing, temperatures continued to drop, and the blizzard showed no signs of stopping. The military supplies were also limited, and the rescue forces were even more limited, unable to care for the millions of people. Before long, when supplies ran out and hope was shattered again, the ugliness of human nature would only be more thoroughly exposed. At that moment, in the property office of the Sunshine Bright community, Lu Guilin was staring at several large supply boxes on the floor, her eyes gleaming with greed, her mouth almost stretching to her ears. Cheng Yin turned and walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water on his face, instantly feeling much more awake. In the mirror, he saw a hint of fatigue in his eyes, yet his gaze remained fierce. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, fully aware that although he had killed everyone and intimidated the entire villa area, he had also completely leaked the information about the large supplies and heavy weaponry he possessed. Before long, a larger gang, more people, would set their sights on his villa. The days ahead would only become increasingly unsettled. However, with his current capabilities, he could kill as many as came, and if they couldn't match him, he would use bombs or tanks. After washing up, Cheng Yin stepped out of the bathroom. Li Yue had already tidied up the entire living room and was standing beside the sofa, looking helplessly at him like a student waiting for a teacher to assign a task. Cheng Yin couldn't help but smile at her demeanor and waved at her, saying, "Come with me." "Okay, Brother Yin." Li Yue immediately followed, cautiously trailing behind him, feeling a bit anxious, unsure of where Cheng Yin was taking her or what he wanted her to do. Cheng Yin led her to the side of the villa where there was a heavy door connected to the previous doghouse. It was the same place where he had asked Li Yue to strip for inspection. Cheng Yin pressed a switch and opened the door. A wave of warm air instantly rushed towards them. A few German shepherds saw Cheng Yin enter and immediately surrounded him, wagging their tails and rubbing against his legs. A few kittens also strutted over, circling Li Yue's feet. It was only then that Li Yue noticed. At the very back of the doghouse, there was a separate compartment with a thick soundproof door, and inside was a large bed covered with brand new sheets and blankets. Beside it, there was a wardrobe, a bedside table, and even a wall-mounted air conditioner. The walls were adorned with cozy wallpaper resembling a normal bedroom, perhaps even more luxurious. Li Yue was stunned, standing in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Cheng Yin couldn't help but chuckle at her dumbfounded expression and pointed to the compartment, saying to her, "From now on, you'll live in this room in the doghouse." Li Yue suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at Cheng Yin in disbelief, her eyes wide open. "Brother Yin, what did you say? You want me to live here?" "What? Don't wanna?" Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow. "I do. I wanna so much." Li Yue immediately reacted, nodding vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice, tears welling up in her eyes as she choked out, "Thank you, Brother Yin. Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much." She understood better than anyone that Cheng Yin would never let her live in the master bedroom of the villa. Being given a separate warm room was already an immense blessing. Moreover, this room was 100 times, 1,000 times better than she had imagined. In this apocalyptic world with temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees, having a warm, safe place to sleep was a luxury beyond what many dared to dream. And Li Yue had actually received it. Cheng Yin observed her nearly crying with excitement and waved his hand, saying lightly, "No need to thank me. Giving you a place to stay doesn't mean you can live here for free. From now on, the cleaning of the villa and taking care of the cats and dogs will all be your responsibility. If you do well, you can stay here with all the food and drink you need. If you don't do well, I can kick you out at any time. Do you understand?" "I understand, Brother Yin. I completely understand." Liu nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. "You can rest assured. I will definitely do all the work well. I absolutely won't disappoint you. If I don't do well, you can kick me out at any time, and I won't say a word." Cheng Yin nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk back into the villa. When he reached the door, he paused and looked back to say one last thing. "The door here can be locked from the inside, so it's very safe. Lock the door at night when you sleep, and don't worry. The cats and dogs are very well behaved and won't disturb your sleep. Of course, I can lock you in here at any time." After saying that, Cheng Yin turned and left, closing the iron door behind him. Only Liu remained in the entire doghouse, along with a group of cats and dogs circling around her. Liu stood there for a while, dazed, before slowly walking to the compartment, reaching out her hand to gently touch the soft bed. The texture she felt at her fingertips made her nose tingle, and tears instantly fell. She walked to the bedside and sat down. The thick mattress was soft and warm, with underfloor heating radiating through the floor, warming her to the bone. She had never stayed in such a nice room or slept on such a comfortable bed in her life. Before the apocalypse, the house she rented was just a partitioned room of a dozen square meters, cold in winter and hot in summer, and her bed was just a hard wooden board. And now, in this frozen apocalypse, she was able to live in such a good room with warm underfloor heating and a soft big bed. All of this was given to her by Cheng Yin. Liu's heart was filled with gratitude, and she repeatedly thought to herself, "Brother Yin is so good, really so good. He doesn't even know me, yet he provides me with food and a place to stay, saving my life. I must work hard and not let him down. I must not do anything to betray him." She carefully took off her clothes, lay down on the bed, and pulled the thick blanket over herself. The blanket was soft and warm, wrapping around her like being embraced by sunlight. The warm air instantly enveloped her entire body, dispelling the chill that had settled deep within her bones. For the first time in 11 days, she slept in such a warm bed, no longer having to huddle in a cold room, shivering, nor worrying about someone breaking in to steal, nor fearing that she might freeze to death when she woke up. A sense of safety and happiness wrapped around her like a tide. Liu curled up in the blanket, poking her head out, a blissful smile on her face as tears rolled down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. She felt that this was the happiest moment of her life. All the hardships she had endured, the constant fear, the near-death experiences, all seemed worth it at this moment. She was so tired, both physically and mentally exhausted. Lying in the warm bed, feeling completely safe, drowsiness surged upon her. In just a few minutes, she hugged the blanket and fell into a deep sleep with a smile of happiness still on. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin was sitting in front of the monitoring screen, watching the footage from the doghouse compartment, observing her undressing and listening to Liu's thoughts before she fell asleep, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. This little girl truly was someone who found contentment in simplicity. Just providing her with a warm place to stay made her so grateful, without a single malicious thought. He turned off the monitoring screen of the doghouse, thinking that as long as she remained obedient, didn't cause trouble, and stayed by his side to help out, it would be quite nice. After all, guarding such a large villa alone could indeed be quite boring. Cheng Yin yawned as drowsiness began to creep in. He got up and walked to the master bedroom, placing his gun on the bedside table, then took off his clothes and lay down on the soft bed. There were still many things to do tomorrow. He closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The villa was quiet, with only the steady hum of the generator and the howling wind and snow outside intermingling. In other places where the snow was deeper, particularly at higher altitudes, they had already begun to collect the frozen. As for what they were collecting them for, everyone had their own understanding. The next morning, as dawn broke, Cheng Yin woke up. He had once again unlocked a useless skill last night. His biological clock was always accurate. He woke up right on time. He reached for the handgun on the bedside table, skillfully opened the chamber to check the bullets, then got out of bed and put on his coat. Stepping out of the master bedroom, the living room was silent. Cheng Yin glanced at the second-floor window, where the traces of gunpowder and spent shells from last night's shooting quietly lay in the corner. Liu might not have woken up yet. After all, the all-steel retractable gate connecting the villa and the doghouse could only be operated remotely by him. If he didn't open the door, Liu, who lived in the small room of the doghouse, couldn't step into the villa at all. This door, harder than steel bars, was impossible to break through, not even by a young girl wielding an axe. The outer door of the doghouse could be locked from the inside, but control of the door to the villa was always in Cheng Yin's hands. Even if Liu lived here, she could never come and go freely, effectively eliminating all risks. Cheng Yin walked to the surveillance screen and first opened the live feed from the doghouse. In the footage, Liu was already awake. In her independent small room, the bed was neatly made, the quilt folded squarely. She was carefully mopping the floor of the kennel, not even missing the corners of the dog play area. A few German shepherds surrounded her feet, wagging their tails and rubbing against her legs, completely unafraid, while several chickens behaved themselves obediently. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, surprised that the young girl woke up so early. Before he could give her instructions, she had already tidied up the doghouse. He casually pressed the remote, and with a click the all-steel retractable gate slowly opened, revealing the passage to the villa. Hearing the sound of the door unlocking, Liu immediately stopped her work, looked up at the open gate with bright eyes, hastily put down the mop, and cautiously stepped into the villa. "Brother Yin, you're awake." Liu walked into the living room and saw Cheng Yin standing in front of the surveillance screen. She immediately stopped, slightly lowered her head, a hint of shy obedience on her face, and greeted him softly. Last night, she had lain in her warm bed, excited for a long time before falling asleep, waking up before dawn, afraid of waking up late and upsetting Cheng Yin. But she knew she couldn't enter the villa, so she could only clean the doghouse inside and out, waiting for Cheng Yin to wake up and open the door. She was always anxious, fearing Cheng Yin would think she was slacking off and kick her out. Cheng Yin responded, lightly glancing at her. Seeing her hair neatly groomed and clothes clean with no signs of staying up late, he noticed a spark of energy in her eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You woke up quite early. Since I couldn't sleep, I tidied up the doghouse first," Liu quickly said, cautiously glancing towards the kitchen, tentatively asking. "Brother Yin, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Are there any ingredients in the fridge? I can make you something to eat. I don't know if it will suit your taste. If it's not good, I can make it again right away." Cheng Yin nodded, not refusing. "Sure, just make something simple, nothing too complicated." "All right." Liu instantly sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a happy smile as she hurried into the kitchen. She was well aware that Cheng Yin allowing her into the villa and letting her cook was the first step to his acknowledgement of her. She had to do this well, and absolutely could not make a mistake. Cheng Yin watched her busy in the kitchen, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, not saying anything further. This young girl was more sensible and perceptive than he had imagined, understanding her position, abiding by the rules, being aware of her responsibilities, and not being the kind of fool who was oblivious. Yet those kinds of fools often green the male lead, then devour him, allowing the male lead to take revenge before the apocalypse. A few minutes later, Liu quietly emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying breakfast and neatly placing it on the dining table. A bowl of steaming millet porridge, 2 golden fried eggs, and a plate of crispy pickles alongside a cup of warmed milk gently steaming. "Brother Yin, it's ready. Please try it." Liu stood beside the dining table, hands hanging down, nervously watching Cheng Yin, afraid she hadn't done well. Cheng Yin sat down at the table, picked up chopsticks, and took a bite of the fried egg. The egg was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, perfectly seasoned with no burnt taste, even better than what the ant he hired before the apocalypse made. He then picked up the millet porridge and took a sip. It was creamy and fragrant, the temperature just right as it slid down his throat, warming his stomach. "The taste is good," Cheng Yin casually complimented, glancing at Liu. "Didn't expect you to have this skill." Liu's eyes instantly brightened, her nervousness disappearing, her smile curving delightfully. "Thank you, Brother Yin. My family is from the countryside. I live alone while working, so I cook for myself every day, just some homestyle dishes. I'm glad you like it. If you enjoy it, I'll make it for you every day." Cheng Yin nodded, not saying anything further, and leisurely continued his breakfast. Liu quietly stood beside him, hands down, waiting like a well-behaved little wife, not daring to breathe, yet occasionally stealing glances at Cheng Yin, watching his chiseled profile, her heart warm and flustered with a vague, indescribable excitement. In her life, she had never met anyone like Cheng Yin. He seemed cold as ice, merciless, yet he had given her a lifeline, a warm place to stay, even if it was just a small room in the doghouse. To her, it was already a paradise in the apocalypse. She now felt as if life had hope. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Yin put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a tissue, looked at Liu, and instructed, "Today's tasks. I will clarify them for you. There are 4 tasks and none can be missed." Liu immediately stood up straight, ears perked, fearing she would miss a word. "Brother Yin, you say it, I will remember. I promise not to miss a single one. First, check all the doors and windows in the villa one by one, and report any issues to me this afternoon." Cheng Yin extended a finger, counting one by one. Second, clean the public areas of the villa, the living room, hallway, and staircase. Mop them thoroughly, clearing away dust and spent shells, especially the gunpowder stains on the walls from last night, using a cleaner to wipe them off completely. Third, and this is the most important task for today, thoroughly clean all the beds in the doghouse for the cats and dogs, replace all the mats with new ones, scrub and disinfect the food and water bowls, and ensure they are fed and have water. Most importantly, clean the corners of the feces and stains with disinfectant, leaving no scent whatsoever. Cheng Yin's words were not casual. He kept many German shepherds and over 20 different breeds of cats in the villa. Even with automatic litter cleaning devices, the sheer number made it easy for smells to develop if left uncleaned for a day. Before the apocalypse, he had only one cat, the little one named Cheng Yin, and the cleaning was done by the cooking ant. Now in the apocalypse, it had to be Liu who did it. Liu heard this and showed no sign of disgust or reluctance on her face. She immediately nodded vigorously, saying, "All right, Brother Yin. I promise to clean it thoroughly, leaving no trace of odor. We have raised cats in our village and know how to handle these things, so don't worry." She was well aware that for Cheng Yin, providing her with food and a warm place to stay made any work seem trivial. Not to mention cleaning up the pet waste, as she was willing to do even more dirty and strenuous work. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, having a place to call home was already a tremendous stroke of luck, and she had no right to be picky. Cheng Yin looked at her unhesitating agreement with a hint of approval in his eyes. He added one last remark. Fourth, check the refrigerator and storage room in the villa thoroughly. Categorize the food, drinks, medicines, and daily necessities. Make a list for me indicating what is running low and what is in surplus, and label everything clearly. He paused, observing Liu's serious note-taking, and casually added, "As for the snow clearing in the yard and outside the walls, and washing away the bloodstains, you don't need to worry about that. There are plenty of hungry people outside looking for something to eat. If I throw out a few packets of instant noodles, someone will rush to do it. There's no need for you to go out, which also saves you from unnecessary trouble with outside people. Opening the door means danger. Remember this principle." Upon hearing this, Liu's heart warmed instantly. She quickly looked up at Cheng Yin and nodded vigorously, saying, "I understand, Brother Yin. Thank you. I will definitely make the list very clear, and I will work hard." She understood that Cheng Yin's words not only meant she didn't have to do the dangerous work, but also that he was protecting her. In reality, she was overthinking. Opening the door was indeed dangerous, and Cheng Yin simply wanted to prevent any risk. Outside, there were starving survivors with red eyes, as well as numerous unscrupulous thugs. A young girl like her going out could easily get into trouble. Cheng Yin appeared cold, yet he had considered even this small risk for her. He was truly kind. Cheng Yin waved his hand, saying nothing more, signaling her that after breakfast she could start working. After finishing breakfast, Liu immediately grabbed a notebook and pen, checking each window and door in the villa, working swiftly and attentively, showing no signs of laziness. Cheng Yin watched her busy figure and sat down in the gaming chair. His decision to keep Liu from doing these tasks was not only out of concern for her safety, but also to prevent her from any contact with outside people, avoiding the risk of her being coerced or revealing details about the villa. In an apocalyptic world, one must always be vigilant against others, and even if she seemed obedient now, he could not completely let down his guard. Just as he prepared to watch a movie, the alarm suddenly blared, beep, beep, beep. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow and casually opened the surveillance footage from the outermost door. On the screen, 7 or 8 people stood outside the villa's main gate, all bundled in cotton clothes, their faces frozen and bruised, with unkempt beards and ice clinging to their hair. They were cautiously knocking on the door, their eyes filled with anxiety and longing. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, leaning close to the intercom, hoarsely shouting, "Boss, we're back. We want to find some work. We can do any dirty or tiring work as long as we get something to eat." Cheng Yin looked at the people on the monitor, using his mind-reading ability to confirm they posed no threat. Cheng Yin pondered for 2 seconds and pressed the communication button on the intercom, his cold voice transmitting through the speakers, "If you want to work for food, that can be arranged." The people outside instantly brightened with excitement, their blood pressure rising as they hurriedly crowded around the intercom. "Thank you, boss. Thank you. What do you want us to do?" "We will do anything," Cheng Yin replied blandly. 2 tasks. First, remove all the bodies from the snow outside the door. Not a single one should be left behind. Second, clear all the snow in the yard and outside the walls. He paused and stated the reward. "Once done, I will give you 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of mineral water, and 10 sticks of ham. If the work isn't done well, you won't get a single grain of rice." As soon as this was said, the people outside became excited, hurriedly nodding and bowing, saying, "We will do it. We will do it. Don't worry, boss. We guarantee to clean it thoroughly and leave you satisfied." It was just moving bodies and clearing snow after all. It was certainly better than starving. In this apocalypse, seeing dead bodies was nothing unusual. To exchange for so much food was simply a stroke of luck from heaven. Cheng Yin said nothing more and directly let them start working. Looking at the corpses scattered all over, the few men couldn't help but feel queasy, but thinking of the instant noodles and ham they could get, they immediately got to work, 2 men lifting one body and starting to carry them out. The others grabbed shovels by the wall and began to clear the snow and bloodstains outside, working vigorously and showing no signs of laziness. Cheng Yin sat in front of the monitor, observing their actions with a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He saw clearly that these men were directly moving the bodies to a distant collection point. Cheng Yin used his mind-reading ability, clearly hearing their thoughts. Damn it, with so many bodies it would be a shame to just throw them away. Today is a freezing 48 degrees below zero, and they are frozen stiff, so they won't spoil. If I cut them into pieces and hide them, they could serve as emergency rations enough to feed my family for several months. In this damn weather, food is impossible to find. If I don't eat this, will I just wait to starve? The men were calculating in their minds, swiftly hiding the bodies, and then using shovels to clear the snow in the yard thoroughly. Only then did they return to the front of the gate, shouting into the intercom, "Boss, we are done. Please check. We guarantee it's clean." Cheng Yin couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He had never intended to deal with these bodies, letting them move them away was simply to avoid seeing them and to keep his mind at ease. Whether they threw them away or hid them as emergency rations was none of his concern. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, such things were too common, and he had no time to manage them. Leaning back in the gaming chair, he closed his eyes and silently recited, "Deploy 3 boxes of 91 Master instant noodles, 2 boxes of 1982 mineral water, and a whole pack of ham to the empty space outside the villa's main iron gate." The moment his thoughts settled, his exclusive system space responded immediately, the supplies materializing silently from the space and appearing neatly piled on the snow outside the villa's main gate without making a sound. This top-tier space provided by the system allowed him to place supplies anywhere within the range of his mental power without needing to open the door to send them out. Throwing them out the window a couple of days ago was merely to see how desperate people had become in the apocalypse. A few people outside the door were on tiptoe, eagerly peering into the entrance, waiting for Cheng Yin to bring them food. In the blink of an eye, several neatly stacked boxes of supplies appeared on the snow-covered ground, including 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of bottled water, and a whole pack of ham sausages quietly arranged as if by magic. The group instantly froze in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Just now, there was nothing here. What the hell? How did this suddenly appear? The door didn't even open. Boss, is this a divine being? Or some kind of supernatural ability from a novel? Can things be conjured from thin air? I guess he must be an alien. No matter how it came about, what's important is that there's food. Who cares how it was The middle-aged man at the front was the first to react, swallowing hard. He bowed deeply towards the entrance and shouted, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We will never forget your great kindness." The others quickly came to their senses, bowing in gratitude, their eyes filled with admiration and deep respect. They had always thought of Cheng Yin as a ruthless figure who could kill without blinking, but now they felt he was unfathomable, able to conjure supplies without even opening the door. How could he be an ordinary person? He was clearly someone with great power. The group dared not linger, quickly grabbing the supplies on the ground, clutching them tightly in fear of being robbed. They ran off, without looking back, their pace noticeably faster than when they arrived, with only one thought in their minds: even if they starved, they must never provoke this powerful figure. Cheng Yin sat before the surveillance screen, watching them retreat into the distance, carrying away the supplies, and turned off the monitor at the door, his expression blank. In the eyes of these people, it didn't matter whether the supplies had been conjured out of thin air, or if he had used some incomprehensible mechanism. As long as it made them more wary and reluctant to provoke him, this little trick was insignificant. Although the daytime temperature was slightly warmer than at night, it was still minus 48 degrees. According to meteorological satellite forecasts, the temperature was continuing to drop and would soon plunge below minus 70 degrees. At that time, food would become even scarcer and incidents of cannibalism would only become more frequent and widespread. Meanwhile, in the Sunny community, the old woman Lu Guilin had begun to create chaos with the military supplies. As dawn broke, a large crowd had already gathered at the entrance of Sunny community, numbering at least 300 to 400 people. Young and old families in tow, everyone was bundled up in multiple layers of cotton clothing and blankets, carrying bulging bundles on their backs, wielding kitchen knives, wooden sticks, and mops, anything that could be used for self-defense. In the biting cold wind of minus 48 degrees, the sounds of crying children, the worried voices of women, and the scoldings of men mixed together in a chaotic symphony. Many faces were marked with fear of the unknown road ahead, yet beneath that fear lay a glimmer of hope for survival as they gritted their teeth, ready to embark on the perilous 15-mile journey to the shelter. On the steps at the entrance of the community, Lu Guilin, dressed in a thick military coat, held a loudspeaker and passionately shouted to the crowd, "Dear neighbors, everyone listen closely. We must look out for each other on the road. The elderly and children should walk in the middle, while the strong should take the sides. We must not fall behind. Rest assured there will be supply points set up by the military every 5 kilometers with hot water and bread, so nobody will go hungry. As long as we reach the shelter at the Olympic Sports Center, there will be heating white rice and meat for everyone to live well. Her heartfelt shouting made anyone unaware truly believe she was a good director who cared for the residents. Yet her twisted thoughts were truly disgusting. Hurry up. Everyone hurry up. The farther you go, the better. Ideally, all of you will freeze to death on the way. The more people who leave, the more supplies there will be for me. Once you're all gone, I'll be the emperor of this community, living however I want. This old woman was truly vile, rotten to the core. To monopolize these supplies, she shamelessly pushed hundreds of elderly, weak, and children towards the dead end without batting an eye. Soon the crowd set off. 300 to 400 people marched out of the community gate, plunging into the swirling blizzard, trudging towards the Olympic Sports Center. However, they had barely walked 2 kilometers out of the community when accidents began to occur one after another. An elderly woman in her 70s, already suffering from severe lung disease, had run out of medication during the apocalypse and had been frozen for over 10 days, leaving her exhausted. The icy wind at -48 degrees whipped into her lungs, and she suddenly couldn't breathe. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed straight into the snow, twitching a couple of times before her eyes rolled back, and she lost her breath on the spot. Her son and daughter-in-law fell over the old woman's cold body, crying heart-wrenchingly, but in the midst of the blizzard their cries were as small as ants, quickly whisked away by the cold wind. The people around them merely glanced numbly, not stopping their steps, continuing to push forward. In the apocalypse, death had become a common occurrence. No one had the energy to sympathize with others. Taking care of themselves and their families was already exhausting. Next, a 5-year-old boy, his lips purple from the cold, cried out in distress, but when his father wrapped him in his arms and continued on, he realized the child had stopped crying. Looking down, he found the child had already lost his breath, his little face frozen like a block of ice. The man collapsed onto the snow with the child's lifeless body breaking down in tears, but was ultimately dragged away by relatives urging him to keep moving forward. Death spread rapidly through the ranks like a plague. In less than 5 kilometers, over 10 people had collapsed in the snow, never to rise again. Among them were the elderly, children, and even young people who were already ill. In the extreme cold of -48 degrees, every step drained their life force. The people in the line finally panicked completely. No, we can't go any further. If we keep going, we'll all freeze to death on the road. Lu Guilin deceived us. Why are there no supply points? Not even a ghost in sight. I want to go. Even if I have to starve at home, it's better than freezing to death in this wild place. Damn it. That old bastard Lu Guilin. She deliberately tricked us out here to die, so she could hoard the supplies. The crowd erupted in chaos, despair, and anger, replacing the previous hope, and more than half turned back, cursing and wishing to rush back to tear Lu Guilin apart. A few others, thinking that going back would also mean starvation, steeled themselves and continued towards the Olympic Sports Center, but not far into their journey, they too collapsed in the snow, never to rise again. The once mighty procession completely fragmented within 2 hours, cries and curses blending with the howling wind and snow, a scene too tragic to behold. At the entrance of the community, Lu Guilin watched the crowd scattering in panic and returning in disarray, her face showing no emotion, even revealing a trace of gloating coldness. She turned and returned to the property management office, locking the door with a clang, and went to celebrate with Zhang Tao and Wang Hu. This is the apocalypse. The ugliness of human nature is laid bare in the face of survival. For a morsel of food, hundreds can be pushed towards death. In order to live, people can become colder than beasts. In a corner of the community stood 3 young men, leaning against the wall, their faces dark as they stared towards the property management office, their eyes filled with raging anger and murderous intent. The leader, Zhou Lei, 22 years old, had just graduated from university and found a job as a programmer in City X, renting in the Sunshine community. When the apocalypse struck, he brought his younger sister, who lived far away in their hometown, to stay with him, thinking they could look out for each other. However, just a few days ago, his sister had developed a high fever and was now lying in their rental unit, delirious and unable to drink even a sip of hot water. Previously, Lu Guilin pressured everyone to submit supplies. Zhou Lei had initially refused, but Lu Guilin, along with Wang Hu and a group of security guards, blocked his door, employing both moral coercion and threats. She accused him of not cooperating with epidemic prevention and disaster relief, claiming that when help arrived, he would be arrested and imprisoned, saying he hoarded supplies without caring for the lives of the elderly and children in the community. They even considered resorting to violence. In the end, he had no choice but to hand over most of his stash of instant noodles and medicines, leaving only a little food and a few fever-reducing pills. But now his sister's fever was worsening, the medicine was long gone and food was running out, yet Lu Guilin held on to the supplies sent by the military, refusing to share even a grain of rice with them, deceiving everyone toward a path of death. Nearby, Dagong and Haozi, Zhou Lei's university classmates, were also renting in this community, the 3 of them relying on each other. Just now they had witnessed a grandfather who had a good relationship with them take his grandson to the shelter. Not long after leaving the community, he froze to death in the snow, the bodies of the grandfather and grandson lying lonely in the snow without anyone to collect them. Lazy, we can't endure this any longer. Dagong gritted his teeth, his fists cracking with tension, his voice filled with anger. That old bastard Lu Guilin doesn't see us as human beings at all. She wants us all dead so she can hoard the supplies for herself. Yesterday, the military sent 4 large boxes, and she only took out 2 boxes of crappy instant noodles, hiding the rest. If we don't take action soon, not only will your sister not survive, but the 3 of us will also starve and freeze to death here. Housie with red eyes lowered his voice and said, Lazy, I just sneaked behind the property office. I saw through the window that they are stewing canned meat, gnawing on white bread. The table is covered with ham, sausages, bottled water, and boxes of medicine. Wang Hu and those security guards each got 2 cigarettes and several barrels of diesel. They are living comfortably while we can't even have a bowl of thin porridge, and your sister is lying in bed waiting to die. Zhou Lei clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the door of the property management office, his heart filled with hatred and murderous intent, growing wildly like weeds. He had considered enduring, he had thought about waiting for rescue. But now his sister was on the brink of death. Rescue was nowhere in sight, and Lu Guilin, this venomous woman, held life-saving supplies and medicines, yet only cared for her own enjoyment, while pushing them all toward death. Endure. If they continued to endure, they would only wait to collect corpses. Damn it, let's do it. Zhou Lei gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws, his voice as cold as ice. We'll make our move tonight. Lu Guilin, Zhang Tao, Wang Hu, and those lackey security guards, not one will be spared. Dagong and Housie exchanged glances, each seeing the ruthlessness in the other's eyes, and nodded in unison. Let's do it. We'll fight them. At worst we die. It's better than starving to death here helplessly. But Lazy, Dagong paused, frowning. Wang Hu has a rubber baton and steel pipes. They have 7 or 8 people, and we're just 3. We can't possibly win in a heated fight. Moreover, even if we kill them and seize the supplies with this terrible weather and the blizzard continuing, we don't know when the military supplies will come again. What will we do when we run out? Zhou Lei's expression darkened. He remained silent for a full half-minute before raising his head to look at his 2 brothers, his voice low and filled with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines. Run out. Aren't Lu Guilin and the others still around? Dagong and Housie froze in an instant, a chill running through their bodies. They looked at Zhou Lei in disbelief. Lazy. What do you mean? What do I mean? Zhou Lei sneered coldly, his eyes filled with a madness pushed to the edge. In this damned apocalypse, food is life. If we kill them and take the supplies, their bodies shouldn't go to waste. Frozen outside, they won't spoil and can serve as reserve food. If we conserve it, it will be enough for us for several months. As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell silent. Dagong and Housie felt their hair stand on end, their stomachs churning, but then they realized what time it was. It was the apocalypse. A world where people eat people. Outside, some had already killed for a pack of instant noodles. What they were considering did not seem so outrageous. Were others allowed to do something on the first day of the month, but they could not do so on the 15th. If they did not act this way, their fate would be sealed, and Zhou Lei's sister would be lying in bed waiting to die. All right. Dagong took a deep breath, biting down hard. We'll do it your way. Let's move tonight. First, we'll seize the supplies and save your sister. As for those corpses, freeze them and use them as reserve food. It's better than starving to death. Housie nodded as well, the fear in his eyes turning into ruthlessness. Let's do it. Lu Guilin and the others deserve to die. Even if we eat their flesh, it is what they deserve. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing the determination of no return in the other's eyes. The despair of the apocalypse had pushed them to the edge of a cliff. Either they hardened their hearts and became beasts to survive, or they would be left as lambs to the slaughter, dying without a whole corpse. They quickly devised a plan for their attack. Wang Hu and several security guards would drink and play cards in the security room next to the property management office every night, leaving only Lu Guilin and Zhang Tao inside the office. They would first pretend to go to the shelter to collect some emergency food and medicines, tricking the security guards into opening the door to the security room, and then deal with Wang Hu and the security guards before taking care of Lu Guilin and Zhang Tao. For tonight's operation, they even returned to their rental unit to find all the kitchen knives and fruit knives at home, hiding them in their clothes, waiting for nightfall to make their move. This is how the apocalypse unfolds. When survival becomes the only luxury and hunger and despair consume all reason, the act of cannibalism is anything but novel. Lu Guilin would push hundreds towards death for resources, while Zhou Lei and his companions would not hesitate to kill Lu Guilin to use her as food. This is human nature. Under the extreme pressure of survival, all morals and boundaries shatter into pieces. Around 10 in the morning, the relentless snowstorm showed no signs of stopping. Outside, it was a freezing hell at -50 degrees, yet inside the villa, it was still warm, a constant 26 or 27 degrees, creating a stark contrast with the world outside. The sizzling sound of cooking filled the kitchen, accompanied by the faint aroma of food wafting through. Liu was tying her apron, busy preparing lunch. Cheng Yin praised her cooking skills, which motivated her to put in even more effort, hoping to make the dishes more to his taste. As long as Cheng Yin was satisfied, she could stay safely inside, without having to brave the icy wilderness outside. Cheng Yin gently swiped his fingers across the tablet screen. Last night he had taken down quite a few people, with 2 magazines, the gunfire echoing through the villa area for nearly 10 minutes. He needed to check if anyone had been stirred by the gunfire, if anyone was planning to band together to cause trouble, for there were many residents in this villa area, and it was likely that some would be reckless enough to target him. Before the apocalypse, this villa area was home to the affluent and the elite, but after 12 days of disaster, most of the villas had gone dark. Either the owners had frozen or starved to death inside, or they had ventured out in search of survival, never to return. In the entire villa area, only a handful of houses, including his, could still keep the generator running and the lights on. Finding nothing unusual, Cheng Yin set the tablet aside, ready to eat. On the other side in the villa, the generator emitted a faint and intermittent hum. The sound indicated that the diesel inside was about to run out. The central air conditioning in the living room had long stopped working, with only a small electric heater by the sofa providing a feeble warmth. On the sofa sat 2 young women, identical in appearance, both stunningly beautiful, but exuding entirely different vibes. They were a sight that could dazzle anyone passing by. The one on the left wore a black turtleneck sweater layered with a thin down jacket, her hair neatly tied in a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate collarbone. Her face was cold and sharp with refined features, and her slightly upturned eyes held a chill devoid of warmth, resembling ice. Even curled up on the sofa, her back remained straight, radiating a distant coldness that was characteristic of her older sister Lu Lanyin. Her figure was flawless. After over a decade of studying ethnic dance, she had a tall and slender frame. Her long legs were both straight and lengthy, and even wrapped in thick thermal pants, her excellent proportions could not be concealed. Her waist was so slim it could be grasped with one hand, and even through the sweater her alluring figure was evident, making her a quintessential icy beauty. Standing there, she resembled a cold plum blossom in the snowy mountains, both beautiful and thorny. Next to her, curled up, was her younger sister Lu Lanyin. Wearing a pink down jacket, her hair softly draped over her shoulders, with round apricot eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, her chubby little face gave off a soft and gentle vibe. Snuggled into the sofa with a cushion, her little face was flushed from the cold, her nose red, and her big eyes misty, with tears evoking a sense of pity. In contrast to her sister's cold allure, Lu Lanyin was the epitome of a sweet girl with skin as white as milk. Even with her face reddened from the cold, it did not diminish her charming appeal. Though they shared the same face, the feelings they evoked were different. Also a dancer, her figure was softer, her lines more gentle, her chest pleasantly plump, creating a striking contrast with her obedient face, sweet, yet not cloying, radiating an aura of pure desire. This pair of twins with top-tier looks and physiques, yet contrasting temperaments, was truly rare. At that moment, Lu Lanyin, holding her cushion, felt a gurgling sound from her stomach, which was particularly clear in the quiet living room. Her little face instantly turned red, and she instinctively shrank closer to her sister. Looking up at Lu Lanyin, her voice was soft and choked, saying, "Sister, I'm so hungry." This light statement made Lu Lanyin's body stiffen for a moment. She turned her head to look at her sister's red nose and the unshed tears of grievance and hunger in her eyes. In her cold gaze, a fleeting flicker of unrecognized tenderness crossed her face. She reached out and pulled her into an embrace, using her own warmth to comfort her. Her voice was as cold as her demeanor, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. "Just hold on a bit longer, yeah. Today we will eat the half piece of compressed biscuit we saved from breakfast. We need to ration it, or else it will truly be gone." Lu Lanyin snuggled closer to her sister, obediently nodding her head, yet tears could not help but fall from her big eyes, landing on Lu Lanyin's sweater. She sniffled and said softly, "I know. Sister, am just too hungry. We haven't had a full meal in 2 days." Lu Lanyin felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if pricked by a needle. On the day the apocalypse struck, the 2 sisters had been relaxing at home for the weekend while their parents were abroad on business. No one had anticipated the sudden drop in global temperatures as the extreme cold waves swept across the entire planet. Water, electricity, and communications began to gradually cut off, and they could no longer contact their parents who were far away. Fortunately, before their parents left, they had stocked some rice flour, cooking oil, and mineral water at home. The diesel was reserved for the villa, with strict instructions for them to stay indoors and not wander about. But no one could have imagined that this cold wave would be so terrifying, with temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees, paralyzing the entire city and collapsing order. 12 days later, the little supplies they had stored at home were almost depleted. There were very few compressed biscuits left, and only 2 bottles of mineral water remained. They had to carefully ration even a sip of water, let alone a full meal. Even worse, the diesel in the generator was nearly gone, and it was uncertain how much longer it could last. Once the diesel runs out and the generator stops, this small electric heater will also shut down, and the temperature inside will plummet to the same level as outside, minus several degrees. Even if the sisters do not starve to death, they would freeze to death. Lu Lanin had considered going out to find resources, but a few days ago, she had witnessed 2 men brutally killing someone over a packet of instant noodles right at their doorstep. Outside, there were countless desperate individuals engaging in arson, murder, and plunder. The 2 defenseless young girls would be no different from lambs to the slaughter the moment they stepped outside. Forget about finding supplies. Even returning alive was uncertain. She could only huddle with her sister in the villa, living frugally, eating just 1 meal a day and waiting for rescue. She kept telling her sister and herself that the country would not abandon them and rescue would surely come. But after waiting for 11 days apart from hearing the distant sound of helicopters a few days ago, there had been no further signs of rescue. Especially with the sounds of gunfire coming from next door, the sisters huddled together in their bedroom, trembling for half the night, not daring to turn on the lights for fear of being discovered by those outside. Their hearts sank deeper into despair. Sister, Lu Lanhua lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lu Lanin, Daddy, and Mommy. Are they not coming back? Are we going to die here? Don't say such things. Lu Lanin immediately interrupted her, reaching out to pinch her sister's cold, icy face. Her tone remained cold, yet she spoke with undeniable determination. Mom and Dad will definitely come back, and rescue will surely arrive. We must hold on, do you hear? As long as we hold on, there is hope. While she spoke with conviction, her heart was already in turmoil. Being the elder sister born first, she had to remain strong. If she collapsed, her sister would truly have no way out. Deep down, she knew very well that they had reached a dead end and could not hold on for much longer. At that moment, a sudden rumbling sound echoed from outside, growing louder as it approached. It was the sound of a helicopter, and it was much closer than the sounds they had heard days prior. Lu Lanhua immediately stopped crying, suddenly looking up with wide eyes at the window, incredulously saying, "Sister, can you hear it? It's a helicopter. It's the sound of a helicopter. It's a helicopter. It's the sound of a helicopter." Lu Lanin immediately stood up, quickly walked to the window, and pulled the curtain open to look outside. Amidst the heavy snowfall, 3 military green camouflaged helicopters were flying towards the villa area. The leading helicopter was gradually descending, heading towards the villa next door, where 2 elderly people lived. It was a military helicopter. Rescue had truly arrived. A wave of excitement flashed across Lu Lanyon's cold face, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. They had endured in this cold villa for over 10 days, holding on in despair for more than 10 days, and finally awaited rescue. It's the soldiers. The rescue has come. We are saved. Lu Lanhua jumped up from the sofa, overwhelmed with excitement, crying and laughing, grabbing Lu Lanyon's hand, bouncing with joy, her eyes rekindled with light, a dazzling hope that burst forth from despair. Yes, we are saved. Lu Lanin took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement within her, though her voice still held a barely perceptible tremor. She watched the helicopter slowly descending. Her heart, which had been in suspense for over 10 days, finally settled. The helicopter landed steadily in the next door's yard, stirring up the snow. The cabin door opened and 4 armed soldiers jumped down, first quickly setting up a perimeter, guns at the ready. Shortly after, several military personnel hurried into the villa. Sister, they landed next door? Lu Lanhua immediately grabbed Lu Lanyon's hand, her eyes sparkling. We saw them in the neighborhood, before the 2 elderly people. Are very nice. Let's hurry over. Tell the soldiers they will surely take us with them. Lu Lanin looked at the door of the neighboring villa, a hint of hesitation flashing in her heart. She suddenly realized that these people were specifically here to pick up the 2 elderly individuals carrying out a special mission. They might not take the 2 unrelated persons with them. But looking at her sister's eyes filled with hope, and then at the generator in the room that was about to shut down, and the empty food cabinet, she had no other choice. This was their only chance, the only opportunity to survive. All right, let's go. Lu Lanin nodded, immediately picking up the 2 thickest polar down jackets from the sofa, wrapping herself and her sister tightly, and putting on hats, scarves, and gloves, leaving only their eyes exposed. The sisters opened the villa door, instantly enveloped by the biting cold wind at 50 degrees below zero. The piercing chill penetrated through their thick down jackets, making them shiver. But they couldn't care about the cold. Hand in hand, they trudged through the knee-deep snow, stumbling towards the neighboring villa. As they reached the villa's entrance, they saw the door open, and the leading officer was accompanying the two elderly people with white hair out. The two elderly individuals were holding thick research materials and encrypted hard drives, dressed in military-issued winter clothing, while the soldiers carefully transported their research materials to the helicopter. These two elderly individuals were precisely the ones frightened by the gunfire earlier and were actually experts sent by the military. No wonder they were being prioritized in this apocalypse. At the door, seeing the Lu sisters running over, the leading officer was momentarily taken aback, then immediately raised his hand to signal the soldiers on alert to lower their guns. Looking at them, Lu Lanyue ran forward immediately, nearly slipping in the snow due to her haste, but fortunately Lu Lanin reached out to support her. She stood in front of the leading soldier, tears welling in her eyes, voice trembling, urgently pleading, "Soldiers, please, take us with you. We live next door. Our supplies are almost gone. The generator is about to stop. We will freeze and starve to death. Please take us away from here." Her voice was soft, filled with deep pleading, her big watery eyes looking at the officer, tears streaming down her cheeks, making one feel a pang of heartache. Lu Lanin stood beside her sister, not saying much, just slightly bowing her head and deeply bowing to the soldiers. She still maintained her cold demeanor, but her slightly trembling shoulders and reddened eyes revealed her inner tension and plea. She knew that her and her sister's lives depended on each other's words. The leading soldier looked at the two shivering young girls before him, and a hint of compassion flashed across his face as he sighed heavily. He performed a standard military salute to the sisters, his tone filled with regret as he helplessly said, "Ladies, I'm truly sorry. We have received a top-level emergency order from the state specifically to pick up Professor Zhang and Professor Li, two top experts in the field of geology, to take them to the national-level core shelter in Core City. The seats and weight of the helicopter have all been strictly calculated in advance. There is no extra space and no extra fuel. We cannot take you with us." This statement struck the sisters like a slap, harshly landing on their heads. Lu Lanyu's smile froze instantly, the light in her eyes dimming visibly, ultimately extinguishing completely. She stood there stunned, her mouth opening and closing, but unable to utter a word, tears cascading down like broken pearls. Lu Lanyun's body swayed, feeling disbelief. She bit her lip so hard that it bled, barely managing to steady herself. The hope that had just ignited shattered completely at this moment, leaving not a single fragment behind. Their only path to survival was gone. The soldier looked at the two young girls, despairing expressions, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. But military orders are absolute. His task was to ensure the two elderly professors safely reach Core City at all costs. With no extra space and no extra fuel, it was impossible for him to take them with him. He was silent for a few seconds, signaling to the soldiers beside him. The soldier immediately nodded, turned, and ran back to the helicopter, quickly returning with a box of compressed biscuits and a box of mineral water, handing them to the sisters. "Ladies, we are bound by our mission and truly powerless." The soldier looked at them, his tone heavy as he said, "Take these supplies, ration them, and they should last for a while. Additionally, at the Olympic Sports Center, we have established a large official shelter 28 kilometers from here with supply points set every 5 kilometers, and soldiers will assist you. If you are able, you can travel there together, and you will survive." Lu Lanyuan numbly accepted the 2 boxes of supplies, the boxes icy cold, numbing her hands instantly, but she felt no cold at all. Her heart had turned to ice, but what did the coldness of her body matter? She still choked back tears, deeply bowing to the soldier, crying, Thank you. Thank you." Lu Lanin also slightly bowed to the soldier, saying nothing. In her cold, ice-like, peach blossom eyes, the light had completely vanished, leaving only boundless despair. The officer saluted once more, said nothing further, and immediately turned to escort the 2 elderly professors onto the helicopter. As the cabin door closed, the rotor blade spun rapidly once again. The helicopter slowly ascended, circling above the villa before quickly flying north, disappearing into the blinding snowstorm, leaving only the increasingly distant roar that eventually faded away. In the vast snowy expanse, the Lu sisters were left alone, holding 2 boxes of supplies, standing there forlornly. The biting cold wind at -50 degrees whipped through the snow, striking them fiercely, making them shiver uncontrollably. "Sister." Lu Lanyue could no longer hold back, clutching the box. She burst into tears. "The rescue has left. They didn't take us. What are we going to do? Are we really going to die here?" Lu Lanin held her trembling sister in her arms, gently patting her back. Her face still bore no expression, cold as ice, yet her eyes were red, and the scorching tears finally could not be restrained, sliding down the corners of her eyes and instantly freezing upon hitting the snow. What could she do? She didn't know. Go to the shelter. A 28-kilometer journey with snow reaching waist-deep in places at -60 degrees. In a blizzard, the two little girls could never survive the trek. They would freeze to death halfway. Stay in the villa. The diesel would run out soon, and there was only one box of compressed biscuits to sustain them for a short while. In the end, they would still meet a grim fate. Both paths led to death. They had no way out. Stop crying, yeah. Lu Lanine held her sister, her voice hoarse, but still trying to sound calm. Let's go back to the villa first. It's too cold outside. You'll freeze. She pulled her dazed sister along, clutching the two boxes of supplies, and once again stumbled into the blizzard, rushing back to their villa. With a clang, the villa door was shut, isolating them from the wind and snow outside. However, conditions inside were not much better. In a few minutes they were gone. The generator made its last hum and shut down completely. The electric heater in the living room instantly went out, and the temperature inside plummeted at a visible rate. Lu Lanine leaned against the door, sliding down to sit on the floor, hugging her knees and crying silently. Lu Lanine stood in the living room, gazing at the completely darkened dashboard, closing her eyes as a thin layer of frost settled on her long eyelashes. And throughout this ordeal, from the moment the sisters rushed out seeking help to the shattering of hope and their despairing return to the villa, every detail, every expression, every heartfelt cry was crystal clear to Cheng Yin, resonating clearly in his mind. Cheng Yin sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee he hadn't touched. He was using his mind-reading ability, the sisters' thoughts from initial hunger and fear to excitement and hope upon seeing the helicopter, followed by despair and helplessness after being rejected, all flowed clearly into his mind. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. This pair of sisters, their faces obscured and bundled up tightly, were one sweet and one cold, both stunning in looks and figure. What was rare was that their hearts were pure. There were no sinister schemes, no calculations, no ill intentions. They simply wanted to survive. The elder sister desperately protected the younger, and the younger relied on her sister. In this predatory apocalypse, their innocence was indeed a rarity. Moreover, his villa was too large with dozens of cats and dogs. Liu alone could hardly manage everything. Having two nimble girls to help wouldn't be a bad idea. He would absolutely never admit it was, because he had several tons of waste bags with no place to use them. He would never admit it. However, he still needed to conduct a thorough investigation. Of course, Cheng Yin was not foolish enough to immediately open the door to recruit them. In this apocalypse, people's hearts were opaque. Liu had been tested by life and death. These two sisters appeared innocent now, but who could know if they would turn against him for a morsel of food later? However, he also had no intention of simply watching them freeze or starve to death next door. A playful smile curved at the corner of Cheng Yin's mouth as he raised the coffee cup and took a small sip. He wanted to see how long these delicate girls could endure in this dire situation and what choices they would make. At that moment, Liu emerged from the kitchen with a freshly prepared meal of 4 dishes and a soup. Glancing at Cheng Yin's back, she softly called out, "Brother Yin, lunch is ready, come eat." Cheng Yin had no thoughts of anything else. In this vast world, food was the most important. In the sunny and cheerful community, a long-planned revenge was already at the moment of readiness. As night fell, the temperature plummeted to -59 degrees, turning the entire community into an ice cellar. Except for the property office, still lit up, the whole area was shrouded in darkness with not a single sound. Inside the property office, however, it was a scene of revelry. Lu Guilin sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, nibbling on a sausage, while on the table in front of her were open cans of meat, steamed buns, and a bottle of unfinished liquor. Zhang Tao and Wang, who sat opposite her, gnawing on chicken legs, their mouths greasy, while several security guards surrounded the table, drinking and eating heartily, their faces glistening with oil, living in a completely different world from the residents outside, who had been starving for several days. "Sister Lu, you're really brilliant." Wang, who gulped down a mouthful of liquor, burped and gave Lu Guilin a thumbs up. "Those fools were all tricked by you to the Olympic Sports Center. Those who didn't die on the way dare not come back, and now the entire community is under our control. The resources sent by the authorities can be all ours to keep." "Of course." Lu Guilin huffed, proudly tossing the sausage skin onto the ground, her face full of disdain. "A bunch of brainless fools. They don't even see what kind of world it is now, still thinking about equality. Those who survive are the ones with brains and means." She took a sip from her cup of liquor, squinting as she said, "I've already found out that the Olympic Sports Center shelter is overcrowded with people freezing and starving to death every day. It's only suffering to go there. How could it be comfortable to be a local emperor in this community? We can make the military supplies last a year. After some time, when the people outside have mostly died off, we can go out and scavenge for supplies. This city will belong to us." "Sister Lu is right." Zhang Tao immediately echoed, his eyes filled with greed. "In a couple of days, we'll deal with the remaining troublemakers in the community and seize their supplies too. Let's see who dares to oppose us." The more they spoke, the more pleased they became, drinking more and more, completely unaware that death had quietly approached their doorstep. In the corner of the community square, Zhou Lei, De Gang, and Haozi were hiding in the hallway of the apartment building, intensely watching the light from the property office, their knives gleaming, their eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. They had been lurking here for a while, having grasped all the details. Lazy, they've been drinking for a while now. There are 7 people inside, 4 security guards, plus Lu Guilin, Zhang Tao, and Wang Hu. We can take them out one by one, no problem. De Gang lowered his voice, gripping the steel pipe tightly, his eyes full of venom. Haozi nodded. This group had to be eliminated. Zhou Lei's gaze was as cold as ice. He touched the antipyretic medicine for his younger sister in his pocket, which he had risked his life to find in the home of a deceased doctor in the neighborhood. With just a few pills, it wouldn't last for many days. Lu Guilin and her group, holding life-saving supplies and medicines, were enjoying themselves while pushing ordinary residents like them to the brink of death, refusing to share even a single pill with his feverish sister, who was on the verge of dying. This blood debt must be collected today with interest. Make your move. Zhou Lei squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, first crouching down and stealthily making his way towards the back door of the property management office. De Gang and Haozi immediately followed their footsteps light as they treaded on the snow, making no sound. The small iron gate at the back was secured with a tiny padlock. Zhou Lei raised the steel pipe in his hand and struck down hard. With a clang, the padlock was smashed open. Inside the office, Lu Guilin and the others were still drinking and boasting, completely unaware that someone had already snuck in. Wang Hu, go check the back door. Was there a noise just now? Zhang Tao had drunk a bit too much and thought he heard a sound calling out to Wang Hu. Wang Hu waved his hand, impatiently cursing. What noise could there be? This whole neighborhood is our territory. Who would dare to cause trouble? Just drink your wine. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the office was suddenly kicked open. Zhou Lei and the other 2 rushed in with steel pipes and kitchen knives like 3 hungry wolves. The murderous intent in their eyes instantly froze the people inside the room, making them drop their wine glasses to the ground. Lu Guilin, your death is at hand. Zhou Lei roared, the first to charge forward, swinging the steel pipe violently at Wang Hu's head. Wang Hu reacted instantly, just as he tried to grab the rubber baton on the table, but it was already too late. The steel pipe smashed down on his head, making a crisp cracking sound, and he fell straight to the ground without a sound. He fell asleep instantly. His head tilted to the side, he lost consciousness right there. This sight completely stunned the people in the room. They've killed someone. They've killed someone. Lu Guilin screamed, rolling and crawling under the table. The smugness on her face instantly turned into sheer terror, and she was so frightened that she woke up from her drunken stupor, trembling all over. The remaining security guards panicked as well, just as they were about to grab their weapons to fight back. De Gang and Haozi charged forward, their kitchen knives slashing down brutally, taking down 2 of them in an instant. These security guards usually bullied ordinary people with their numbers, but in this life-and-death moment, they were all cowards, terrified by Zhou Lei and the others' reckless demeanor. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. They'll give you all the supplies. All of it. Zhang Tao, scared out of his wits, knelt down with a bang, continually bowing to Zhou Lei and the others, blood oozing from his forehead. Now you know to give in. Zhou Lei sneered, kicking him in the chest and knocking him down to the ground. He pointed the steel pipe at Zhang Tao's nose, angrily scolding, when you tricked us into going to our deaths, did you ever think about leaving us a way out? You hoarded military supplies while watching us starve and freeze. Did you ever think about sharing even a bite with us? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. Zhang Tao cried, snot and tears flowing, continuously begging for mercy. But Zhou Lei had no intention of sparing him. All the despair, anger, and hatred from these days erupted at this moment. He swung the steel pipe down fiercely again and again until he reduced Zhang Tao to a pulp, stopping only when there was no longer a breath left. In just a few minutes, the security guards and Zhang Tao in the office were all dealt with, leaving only Lu Guilin, who was trembling under the table. Zhou Lei walked to the side of the table and flipped it over. Lu Guilin was instantaneously exposed before them, and seeing the blood and corpses covering the floor, she was so frightened that she urinated herself, soaking her pants, and a foul smell spread out. Zhou Lei, lazy. No Lei. Lu Guilin knelt on the ground, continuously bowing to Zhou Lei. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have deceived everyone. I shouldn't have hoarded supplies. Please spare me. They'll give you all the supplies in the basement. All of it. He'll be your slave. Please don't kill me. Now you realize your mistake. Too late. Zhou Lei's eyes were icy as he looked at the wicked old woman before him, wishing he could tear her apart. When you tricked hundreds of people into their deaths, did you ever think there would be a day like this? When you had life-saving medicine and watched my sister burning with fever, refusing to share even a single pill, did you think there would be a day like this? The officials said there would be supplies every 5 kilometers. But you, The supplies given by the officials were enough to reach 5 kilometers, yet you only gave them a single compressed biscuit, tricking them into going to a shelter. You are truly a beast. I will give it. Right now? All the medicine. Lu Guilin crawled to get her bag, emptied all the medicine inside, and handed it to Zhou Lei. Look. It's all here. It's all right here. Antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, all for you. Please spare my life. Zhou Lei snatched the medicine, gripping it tightly in his hand. This was the stuff that could save his sister's life. Seeing Lu Guilin's wretched state, his hatred deepened. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open and the residents of the neighborhood swarmed in, each holding kitchen knives and sticks, their eyes filled with rage. They had long heard the commotion inside and had seen everything that had happened. In these past days, they had been deceived miserably by Lu Guilin. How many families had been ruined, how many people had frozen and starved to death on the roads, all thanks to Lu Guilin. Kill her. Kill this old bastard. It's her. She tricked us into our deaths. My parents froze to death on the road. I want her to pay with her life. She hoarded our supplies, letting us suffer from hunger and cold. She must die. I said, how could the officials give us only a single compressed biscuit and expect us to go to the shelter? It turns out it was all hoarded by this vile woman. The residents were enraged, their eyes bloodshot as they rushed in, surrounding Lu Guilin in the middle. Lu Guilin looked at the encircling residents, scared out of her wits, screaming and trying to run, but was grabbed by an old lady who yanked her hair and slammed her to the ground. Now it's your turn. The old lady spat on her face, angrily scolding, my grandson is only 10 years old. He froze to death on the way just because you tricked us out. I must tear you apart today. The residents surged forward, fists, sticks, and kitchen knives, all aimed at Lu Guilin, the screams echoing throughout the property office, soon fading into silence. Zhou Lei stood aside, coldly watching this scene without intervening. This was Lu Guilin's deserved fate. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Minutes later, the residents stopped. Lu Guilin had been beaten beyond recognition, completely lifeless, dying in the sea of blood she had created herself. Zhou Lei held the medicine and shouted to the crowd, Lu Guilin is dead. The supplies she hid in the basement all belong to us. Now open the warehouse and distribute the supplies. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their eyes rekindled with hope. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. Outside, a blizzard howled, and the temperature dropped to -62 degrees, plunging the entire city into a dead silence. At this moment, Cheng Yin suddenly heard a cold and familiar system prompt in his mind. Ding! Today's skill has been delivered. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new exclusive talent skill. Skill named Clairvoyance. Cheng Yin was instantly stunned, his face filled with confusion. What? 1,000-mile eye and wind listening ear. These are clearly two top-tier divine abilities. How could the system directly combine them into one skill? After living for 28 years, he had never seen such an outrageous setting. Others unlocked skills one by one, yet he had two incredible abilities packaged together. Cheng Yin couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, saying, come on, system, merging two invincible skills together, saving me a chance to unlock right. Before he could think much more, a refreshing warm current instantly enveloped his entire body, tingling from the bottom of his eyes to his ears as his vision and hearing underwent a dramatic transformation. What was once unclear in the distance through the heavy snow now became distinctly visible. The faint footsteps and murmurs of refugees several kilometers away were clearly heard. Every little sound was impossible to escape from. Cheng Yin became intrigued and decided to thoroughly test this extraordinary fusion skill. First, he activated the wind listening ear, instantly capturing all the subtle sounds from all directions in the villa area: the wind blowing, snow falling, distant ice cracking, and the quiet sobbing of the Lu sisters next door. He heard everything distinctly. Then he activated the 1,000-mile eye, piercing through the night. The wind and snow and the walls, obstacles of dozens or even hundreds of meters, became nothing as his vision laid everything bare. The more Cheng Yin tested, the more excited he became, internally exclaiming how incredible this skill was. With this, no one's movements could escape his notice, and he no longer feared being ambushed or having someone sneak behind him. He casually directed his gaze and nonchalantly glanced towards the doghouse beside his villa. Initially, he just wanted to see if there was any movement over there, or if the cats and dogs were safe, but the 1,000-mile eye disregarded the walls and obstructions as his vision penetrated straight through, landing clearly in the little room where Li Yu was resting. In the next moment, Cheng Yin's breath caught sharply and his eyes widened. The room was warm, and Li Yu was completely unguarded. After a long day of sorting supplies, taking care of cats and dogs, cooking and working, she was already exhausted, facing away from the door, slowly shedding her clothes, preparing to change into loose pajamas for bed. The soft light illuminated her skin, which was fair and delicate, her figure voluptuous and graceful, with curves that were particularly alluring, presenting a sight of pure whiteness that dazzled the eyes. Cheng Yin was instantly dumbfounded, hurriedly trying to instinctively look away. Yet he proudly did not turn his head. This was called being true to oneself. Who would have thought that the recently unlocked 1,000-mile I was so overbearing, penetrating walls without any hindrance, completely out of control, casually sweeping across and seeing things he shouldn't. He had initially only wanted to test the skill to scout for danger with no other thoughts in mind, but now he had unintentionally stumbled upon a private scene. Cheng Yin felt a wave of embarrassment and agitation. Li Yu had always been obedient, diligent, and understanding, wholeheartedly staying in the villa to help him manage various affairs, never showing any ulterior motives. Accidentally peeking at her with his new skill felt indeed quite unethical. He quickly collected his thoughts, forcefully redirected his 1,000-mile eye, and no longer looked in that. With the wind listening ear, he could still vaguely hear Li Yu's gentle movements and her soft breathing, causing Cheng Yin's heart to race. Good heavens! This fusion skill is indeed powerful, but it could easily lead to awkward situations. A moment's carelessness could allow one to see through walls and uncover private matters. What's with this somewhat perverted situation? The skills given by the system are making me a thief and a void. I don't like it at all. Cheng Yin inwardly clicked his tongue, finally understanding why the system merged the 1,000-mile eye and wind listening ear into one skill. If they were unlocked separately and stacked, there would be no privacy left. He calmed his emotions, suppressing the agitation within, and reactivated the skill, preparing to test its limits. Let's see how far this skill can actually see. Cheng Yin grinned, silently reciting in his heart, pulling the vision of the 1,000-mile eye further out, and in an instant he was out of the country. The next moment the scene before him caused his smile to freeze, and his heart skipped a beat. He had originally thought that the extreme cold of -60 degrees in City X, where burning, killing, and looting led to bloodshed due to starvation, was already tragic enough. But the foreign view was a living hell, far worse than City X by tenfold or more. In the extreme cold of over -60 degrees, the city had long since completely collapsed, the official rescue system had directly crumbled, and the military had retreated to their bases, completely ignoring the lives of ordinary citizens. The streets were littered with frozen corpses piled like firewood by the roadside, with no one collecting them or caring, and scenes of wild dogs gnawing on the corpses were seen everywhere. Cheng Yin's gaze fell upon an abandoned apartment building where he instantly witnessed a horrifying scene that made his scalp tingle. In a dim basement, a few emaciated men surrounded two women who were crying to the point of losing their composure, holding a half piece of blackened bread, cursing and shouting something. Cheng Yin activated the wind listening ear and instantly heard their conversation clearly. For this half piece of bread, do you want to change someone? If you don't change, you will starve to death tomorrow. Change. I'll change. Just please give her a quick and don't let her suffer. The woman's voice was filled with despair, crying so hard she could hardly catch her breath. Cheng Yin saw clearly that one of these two women had exchanged herself for a half piece of bread, while the other had also given someone up just to gain a bite of food that could keep her alive. The men took the person and turned, dragging them into the back room, and the sounds that came from inside made Cheng Yin momentarily shut his eyes. He had seen the cruelty of the apocalypse before, and many bloody events had been witnessed. But such blatant trading of people for a half piece of bread still sent a chill down his spine. This was not an isolated case, as Cheng Yin's vision swept across one city after another. Such scenes were everywhere. There was no rescue, no order, no law, only the law of the jungle, only the instinct to survive. Those with guns occupied supermarkets and warehouses, feasting on delicacies, while ordinary citizens either became slaves or ended up as food in someone else's mouth. Damn, this is too tragic. Cheng Yin cursed, unable to help but feel grateful that he was born in Long Country. Even in the apocalypse, the government had been desperately building shelters and providing supplies. Even with pests like Lu Guilon, they were just a minority. At least the grassroots citizens still had some hope and were not reduced to such a state of trading lives. As he reflected on this, he casually pulled his vision to other countries, landing in the territory of a sand country. He had initially thought that the situation in beautiful country was already outrageous, but the next scene he saw directly shattered his worldview. The image showed a dilapidated house outside. The weather was over -50 degrees, and inside there wasn't even a decent heating device, just a pile of nearly extinguished charcoal. A rather disheveled man from Sand Country was wrapped in a tattered blanket, tightly holding a giant lizard over half a meter long, treating it like a treasure, humming a tune, while occasionally lowering his head to kiss the lizard's head. Cheng Yin was completely stunned at the scene before him. What in the world? In this freezing weather of -50 degrees, how could one possibly hold onto a cold-blooded lizard? What kind of operation is this? Even more outrageous was yet to come as the door of the dilapidated house was pushed open and another tall, thin man entered, holding a machete, pointing it at the giant lizard while shouting at the other man. Cheng Yin activated his listening ability and instantly caught the conversation between the two, leaving him dumbfounded. Modi Dway, are you crazy? You're starving to death, and you're holding onto that lizard as if it's a treasure. Hurry up and kill it to roast. We can last another half-month with it. The tall, thin man was so angry that his face turned red as he waved the machete and approached. In response, Modi Dway panicked and clutched the lizard tightly to his chest, grabbing a nearby stick to strike back, yelling frantically, "Get away. If you dare to touch my beloved, I'll kill you. This is my wife. You want me to kill my wife to eat meat? Beloved, that's just a lizard." Modi Dway has your brain frozen over. What do you know? We are truly in love. Even if I starve to death, I won't lift a finger against it. If you dare to have any ideas about it, I'll fight you right now. As the bearded man spoke, he hid the lizard behind him and began to fight with the tall, thin man rolling around in the dilapidated house, all over a lizard. Cheng Yin was dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. No way. Seriously, dude. Omega to Omega. In this apocalypse where food is running out, he actually treats a lizard as a beloved. He would rather starve to death than kill it to eat meat. What kind of ridiculous mental process is this? My friend, that's 666. After living for 28 years, he had seen absurdity, but never this absurd. This operation by the tall man shattered all common sense, leaving his eyes burning and nearly unable to open them. I'm done, really done. Cheng Yin quickly shifted his gaze away from the tall man, fearing that if he continued to watch, his own worldview would be skewed, his eyes polluted. He pulled his view back into the territory of Long Country, and his feelings deepened. Even in the same apocalypse, although there was chaos and hungry people in Long Country, the overall order was still intact. Official rescue helicopters were constantly flying, shelters were being built one after another, and the army was maintaining order even in the most remote towns. There were grassroots officials helping the common folk to stay warm and find supplies that would never turn into the hellish chaos of the beautiful country, nor would there be such absurd operations from the tall man. It's still better to be born in my own country, Cheng Yin thought with relief. He casually activated his distant vision, scanning the situation around City X. At the official shelter in the Olympic Sports Center, although it was overcrowded, they distributed rations on time. Everyday soldiers patrolled, and no one dared to commit crimes openly. Even the corrupt could only secretly embezzle supplies. Compared to those places abroad that had completely spiraled out of control, this was simply paradise. Just then a faint rustling sound suddenly came through his listening ability, originating from the doghouse beside the villa. Cheng Yin's ears perked up instantly, and he instinctively wanted to activate his distant vision to take a look, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he recalled the awkward scene of peeping at Liu changing clothes and abruptly hit the brakes. Cheng Yin, this is unethical. A small white version of Cheng Yin said in Cheng Yin's left ear. A small black version of Cheng Yin kicked the white version away. Ethics? What ethics do you have? Have you forgotten what you did in the beautiful country, the dwarf country? What did you say back then? As long as you have no ethics, they can't bind you. Where did your original intention go? Hurry up and open your distant vision to look in. Cheng Yin thought for a moment. That makes some sense, or I've already collapsed into ruins. What more can I collapse? Should I take a look? Cheng Yin was about to activate his distant vision when he suddenly heard Liu's soft mumbling in his ear. Is brother Yin still not asleep? It's already late at night. Should I cook him a bowl of hot soup to warm him up? He must be exhausted after such a long day. But I can't get out of this doghouse. Oh, it's so annoying. Cheng Yin couldn't help but smirk. Liu was becoming more and more considerate, diligent, and understanding, even knowing how to care for others. However, that one glance earlier still left him feeling a bit restless. But he didn't rush to act on any thoughts in this apocalypse. People's hearts were as distant as the belly. Liu seemed obedient now, but who knew how she would change in the future? Sleeping with her now would be too risky. The risks were too great. This investment wasn't worth it. Better to observe and test her further. With a thought, his distant vision instantly penetrated two walls, landing in the neighboring villa. Upon seeing this, Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow. Living next door was none other than the beautiful CEO, Su Qingyan. At this moment, the situation in the villa was completely different from the warm atmosphere in Cheng Yin's place. Although the generator still had fuel, it couldn't last much longer. In the bedroom, only a small desk lamp was lit, the air conditioning had long stopped, and only a small heater was on the side, keeping the temperature in the room just above freezing. Su Qingyan was bundled up in a thick down jacket, her face lacking the usual sharpness and elegance, showing a pale complexion with a hint of redness, and her eyes were filled with deep exhaustion. Beside her sat a girl in her early 20s, her assistant Xiaolin, who was also wrapped up like a dumpling, holding a cup of hot water and sipping it slowly. Cheng Yin activated his listening ability, and their conversation clearly reached his ears. Xiaolin looked at Su Qingyan and sighed softly. Sister Qingyan, our diesel can only last for another month at most. It won't help to conserve. The generator has to run every day, or we can't stay in this house. In this minus 50 to 60 degree weather, if the generator stops, we'd freeze like popsicles in less than a day. Unless we stay wrapped up in bed 24 hours a day, covering ourselves with blankets wherever we go. With these words, the living room fell silent instantly. Su Qinjian's brows furrowed tightly as her grip on the cup of water slightly tightened, her eyes filled with worry. Before the apocalypse, she indeed had money and had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies due to her connection with Cheng Yin, but no one expected the cold wave to be so harsh, dropping to minus 50 to 60 degrees, causing water and electricity to stop and the diesel consumption to exceed her expectations by more than 10 times. Currently, the supplies could still last for a few months, but the diesel was truly running low. Without diesel, the generator would stop, and no matter how much food there was, they would freeze to death in the villa. After a long silence, Su Qinyin finally spoke, her voice tinged with fatigue. I know I've calculated it long ago. If it really comes to that, we'll have to seek help from Cheng Zhong next door. Xiaolin's eyes suddenly brightened, and she quickly nodded. Yes, Qinyin Jie? I've wanted to say this for a long time. The handsome guy next door is really amazing. He turned the villa into a fortress before the apocalypse, hoarding so many supplies and even guns. Just a few nights ago, so many people surrounded him, but he took them all down by himself without even blinking. He's actually quite nice. Last time during the cold snap, he even gave us supplies. Upon hearing this, Su Qinyin couldn't help but smile, faintly nodding. Yes, he really is a good person. Speaking of which, I suspect he knew the apocalypse was coming in advance. Otherwise, how could he have transformed the villa into a bulletproof one and hoarded so many supplies, diesel, and even prepared weapons so thoroughly? Definitely, Xiaolin said with admiration. Who else would take the trouble to build such thick walls and stockpile a warehouse full of diesel? Qinyin Jie, you're so smart. Last time when we came back from the handsome guy's place, you told me to quickly buy some supplies and diesel. Otherwise, we would have starved or frozen to death by now. Su Qinyin smiled and said nothing. Deep down, she felt grateful that the 3-day cold snap had alerted her to the unusual situation. Before the cold snap, Cheng Yin next door was frantically moving things into the villa, with truck after truck entering the villa area. After the cold snap ended, she kept a lookout and hoarded quite a bit of supplies and diesel. Otherwise, if the apocalypse had truly arrived, she wouldn't have lasted this long. However, she never expected the apocalypse to be so terrifying, with extreme cold temperatures of minus 50 or 60 degrees, societal collapse, and lives treated like weeds. As a woman with just a small assistant and guarding a villa, even with supplies, she couldn't last long. The gunshots from the past few nights and the corpses strewn outside the villa made her realize that in this apocalypse, it wasn't enough to have money and supplies. One also needed strength and the ability to protect oneself. And Cheng Yin was the strongest person in the entire villa area. Qinyin Jie, when shall we go find that handsome guy? Xiaolin looked at her and whispered, shall we go early? Ask him to exchange some diesel for supplies. If we offer more, he should agree. Su Qinyin shook her head and sighed. Let's wait a bit longer. The apocalypse has just begun for a few days, and we can hold on for a while. Going to beg him now would be too passive. Besides, you saw how he killed everyone who attacked him the other day without batting an eye. He seems cold and unapproachable. If we rush, and what if we upset him? That wouldn't be good. She paused, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. Moreover, in this apocalypse, human relationships are worth very little. Last time he helped us by giving us supplies. We must remember this kindness. If we go to him now, just offering money and supplies might not be enough. Xiaolin was momentarily stunned, instantly understanding her meaning. Her face turned slightly red as she whispered, Qinyin Jie, do you mean? It's nothing really. Su Qinyin interrupted her, took a sip from her cup to conceal her emotions, and said, let's just hold on for now. If we can't bear it any longer, we can talk then. At least he's not a bad person. Even if we seek help, it's better than looking for those outside. At least he won't endanger our lives. Cheng Yin listened to their conversation clearly, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. What a guy this Su Qinyin really sees things quite clearly. Last time during the cold snap, the reason he gave her supplies wasn't out of kindness, but rather to prevent her from reporting him for hoarding supplies. At that time, the apocalypse hadn't started yet. If he had been reported, he would have faced some trouble, so he casually gave her some supplies to close her mouth. Now that the apocalypse has arrived and law and order have collapsed, he didn't fear reports at all. Want diesel? Want protection? Sure. Just bring something to trade. As for what to trade, that would depend on her own choice. Cheng Yin was pondering this when he casually directed his clairvoyance towards the city, landing on a supermarket a few kilometers away from the villa area. He had been to this supermarket before the apocalypse. It had 3 levels stocked with rice, flour, oil, snacks, drinks, and daily necessities. He had hoarded a lot of supplies from there. At this moment, the supermarket's entrance was sealed off by thick layers of ice, the ice as thick as a city wall, over half a meter thick. Outside the supermarket, around 70 to 80 people were frantically chiseling the ice with shovels, pickaxes, and steel pipes, their faces frozen blue and purple, hands blistered and bleeding, but they dared not stop. Leading them was a muscular man over 6 feet tall, dressed in a thick military coat, smashing the ice with a pickaxe, making loud clanging sounds. It was Zhao Jun, who had been a coach at a nearby gym before the apocalypse. "Brothers, put in some effort. We're almost through the ice." Zhao Jun shouted, his voice carried away by the wind and snow. "If we break open this supermarket, the food and drinks inside will last us a long time. We can survive. Think of your wives and children, your parents, and yourselves." His shout reignited the spirits of the exhausted crowd, making them swing their tools faster. Cheng Yin watched this scene, clearly noting that this group had been chiseling for nearly half an hour. They had made significant progress in breaking through the ice, but it had come at a great cost. Lying in the snow were 4 or 5 frozen corpses, all of whom had died from prolonged exposure, while chiseling ice, their body temperatures plummeting without even anyone to collect the bodies. The apocalypse is this cruel. For a bite to eat, even knowing they might freeze to death, they still charge forward. If they don't, they'll starve or freeze to death at home, but if they do, there's a slim chance of survival. After an unknown amount of time, with a loud bang, the thick ice finally broke open, a large hole revealing the supermarket's glass door. "It's open! It's open!" The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, each person moved to tears. Zhao Jun took the lead, smashing the frozen glass door with a steel pipe, the first to rush into the supermarket. Seeing the remaining items and snacks on the shelves, this group of people, who had been hungry for several days, went wild, stuffing things into their backpacks. Some even tore open bread packaging, devouring it greedily, choking and turning pale, yet refusing to stop. "Don't grab!" Zhao Jun shouted angrily, kicking over a man who had filled 2 large bags with snacks. "Rice, flour, and oil will be divided per person. Everyone gets a share. No one is allowed to take more. Snacks and canned goods should be gathered first, and we'll divide them later. Whoever dares to hoard them, Zhao Jun won't be polite." As a former fitness coach with many disciples, Zhao Jun had a high standing among this group. With his loud shout, everyone immediately stopped grabbing and obediently followed his instructions to gather the supplies and sort them. "Bro, we hit the jackpot this time." A young man ran to Zhao Jun, his face flushed with excitement. "So many supplies, if we ration them, we can eat for half a year. And we might be able to trade for some pretty girls too. Then we can have a good time." Zhao Jun nodded, looking at the ample supplies. He let out a heavy sigh of relief, his eyes also reddening. He led this group of neighbors, surviving for 11 days in the apocalypse, where every day someone froze or starved to death. The pressure was nearly unbearable. This time, after a life-and-death struggle in the supermarket, they finally succeeded. "Don't celebrate too soon." Zhao Jun took a deep breath and shouted to the crowd. "Hurry up and move the supplies. We need to head back now. We must return to the community before dark. Otherwise, if we encounter thugs, our supplies will become theirs. This time, let's all rest well and come back in a week. Let's strive to bring all the supplies from this supermarket back." "All right." Everyone responded in unison, full of energy, carrying the supplies and stepping through the snow towards the community. Cheng Yin watched this scene with little emotional fluctuation. This group of people fought hard, breaking the ice, and several had frozen to death to obtain just a little bit of supplies. Meanwhile, he had so many supplies that several warehouses couldn't hold them. Even if it were for half a year, he wouldn't run out, let alone for several lifetimes. This was the disparity. Before the apocalypse, some prepared for rain, while others held on to their luck. After the apocalypse arrived, some were in heaven, while others were in hell. The next day, Liu carefully approached with a bowl of steaming chicken soup. She had changed into a fitted white loungewear that accentuated her graceful figure, her hair softly draped over her shoulders, a slight blush on her face, as she walked to Cheng Yin's side and softly said, "Brother Yin, I made you a bowl of chicken soup to warm you up." Cheng Yin looked up at her. Her face was pale, yet flushed, her eyes carefully seeking his approval with a hint of uncontainable affection. The loungewear clung to her form, accentuating her curves, stirring something within him. He took the chicken soup, took a sip, and found it delicious, warmth spreading down his throat, making him feel much better. "Not bad," Cheng Yin praised casually. Liu's eyes instantly lit up, her blush deepening as she leaned in closer, her body almost touching Cheng Yin's arm, her voice soft with a hint of subtle temptation. "If Brother Yin likes it, I'll make it for you every day. You saved my life, provided me with a place to stay and food. I don't know how to repay you." As she spoke, her small hand gently rested on Cheng Yin's arm, her fingertips trembling slightly, her eyes shimmering with affection. In this apocalypse, she had nothing of value to repay Cheng Yin except for herself. Cheng Yin felt the soft touch on his arm, watching her flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, stirring something deep within him. This girl was clearly tempting him. However, he remained composed and withdrew his arm, smiling as he patted her head. Just work hard and don't think about anything else. I've finished the soup, it's still early, so find something to do yourself. Liu was taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes, but she quickly masked it and obediently nodded. All right, brother, call me anytime if you need anything. She turned and walked away, glancing back at Cheng Yin, her eyes unable to hide the affection she felt. Cheng Yin took another sip of chicken soup, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This girl was quite proactive. However, it was not the right time yet. It wasn't that he remained unperturbed, but he understood well that feelings in the apocalypse were too fragile. Right now, Liu was obedient to him because he could provide her with food, shelter, and protection. But if one day he fell into hardship, lost his supplies and strength, would she still act the same way? Although he had many skills now, he was not invincible overall. In the apocalypse, people's hearts were hard to gauge. He needed to observe and test her further. Once she had thoroughly settled her heart and was wholeheartedly following him, it wouldn't be too late to discuss other matters. Watching Liu happily tidy up the house, Cheng Yin leaned back in his gaming chair, smiling and shaking his head. This girl was quite single-minded. Just then, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps and voices came from the direction of his villa's entrance. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow and activated his clairvoyance. 5 or 6 middle-aged men cautiously approached the door, each carrying a box, their faces full of apprehension and tension. They were the few survivors from the villa area, led by a factory owner who had met Cheng Yin a few times before the apocalypse. Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa, watching the men approach the door with great caution, his face showing little The leading middle-aged man was named Wang Jianjun, whose wealth had been in the tens of billions before the apocalypse, and he was considered a prominent figure in the villa area. In the past, when he saw Cheng Yin, he couldn't even be bothered to look him in the eye, thinking he was just a cold boss. Someone like him was not worth his attention, feeling Cheng Yin was not in the same league. Now, however, he stood outside Cheng Yin's villa like a grandson, nodding and bowing, not daring to breathe too loudly. Cheng Yin pressed the intercom button and a cold voice came through the speaker. What do you want? Wang Jianjun shuddered at the sound of Cheng Yin's voice, quickly leaning into the intercom, squeezing out a flattering smile as he cautiously said, Hello, Mr. Cheng. Hello. We are the residents of the villa next door, and we've come to ask for your help. Help, eh? Cheng Yin replied nonchalantly. What can I help you with? Well, Mr. Cheng, our families are running low on diesel, and the generator is about to stop. In this temperature of over -50 degrees, if the generator stops, our whole family will freeze to death. Wang Jianjun quickly added, his tone full of pleading. We know you have plenty of diesel and ample supplies, so we wanted to exchange some diesel with you. Rest assured, we won't ask for it for free. We brought money. We brought gold. Name your price, we are willing to pay anything. As he spoke, he opened the box in his hands, revealing stacks of cash and bars of gold dazzling in the snow. Cheng Yin couldn't help but laugh, a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. Even in the apocalypse, these people were still living in a dream. Cash. Gold. What was the difference between these things now and waste paper or stones? Can they be eaten or drunk? Can they burn like diesel or stop bullets? It would be more effective to hit you on the head with a gold bar to see if there's anything in your head, but shit. Money and gold are useless to me. Cheng Yin's voice was cold. If you want diesel, you can. Bring something useful to exchange, and you otherwise get lost. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people outside instantly froze in place, exchanging glances, their smiles abruptly stiffening. They never expected Cheng Yin would refuse money and gold. In the villa district at midnight, the blizzard continued to pour down, as if it were free, with the nighttime temperature plunging to -68 degrees. Inside the villa, it was warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the frozen hell outside. Cheng Yin leaned back in his gaming chair, watching the downloaded movie. Just as he picked up a chip and took a bite, a cold yet familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Today's skill has been delivered. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a brand new exclusive talent skill. Skill 12, Talisman Dog Talisman Ability. Skill effect grants the host the power of immortality, eternal youth at its peak, meaning everlasting life, immunity to all fatal attacks and damage, and the ability to avoid death. Bodily functions are permanently maintained at peak levels. Cheng Yin's chips fell directly to the ground as he shot up from the gaming chair, utterly baffled, wondering who he was and where he was. Am I dreaming? Then came the ecstatic realization. What the hell? Dog Talisman. The immortal power from Jackie Chan Adventures. Immortality. Immunity to all fatal injuries. Eternal life. Cheng Yin's heart raced wildly, his hands trembling. What the hell is this heaven-defying skill? In the apocalypse, money is the least valuable thing, but life is the most precious. Now the system has granted him the ability to be immortal. In this freezing apocalypse below -60 degrees, doesn't that mean he can walk sideways? What so-called gangs of thugs, what armed criminals, what extreme cold blizzards? He was no longer afraid of death, so what was there to fear? Cheng Yin on a whim grabbed a military dagger from the table, gritting his teeth and with no hesitation, he slashed it fiercely across his left palm. The sharp blade instantly cut through the skin, a gash appearing in his palm, blood gushing out immediately, and a piercing pain swept through his entire body. What the hell? That hurts like hell. Cheng Yin grimaced in pain, utterly stunned as the dagger clattered to the ground, his mind completely blank. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to be immortal? Why does it hurt so much? Could it be that the system is a scam? He looked at the blood still flowing from his palm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain, and the previous ecstasy cooled down significantly as he hurried to his computer. He opened the full series of Jackie Chan adventures that he had downloaded long before the apocalypse, quickly flipping to the episode where the dog talisman appeared and started fast-forwarding. The subsequent plot clearly showed the dog talisman grants its holder immortality, immunity to all fatal injuries, and even if hit by the Holy Master's laser vision, one wouldn't die, but would still feel pain normally. Non-fatal wounds would hurt just as much. In other words, if you were directly hit by a nuclear bomb, the dog talisman's immortality would activate, and he wouldn't feel pain, but for non-fatal injuries, he would still feel pain. Seeing this, Cheng Yin instantly breathed a sigh of relief, followed by even wilder joy. So that's how it is. The system isn't a scam, it's just that he didn't understand the setting. The dog talisman protects him from death. All lethal attacks are immune, but the pain from non-lethal attacks would still be felt. Awesome. So freaking awesome. Cheng Yin slammed his fist on the table, trembling with excitement. What does it matter if it hurts? Pain is better than dying. In the apocalypse, what is the most precious? Life. As long as he can't die, there are infinite possibilities. Don't even mention being besieged by thugs. If a nuclear bomb were to hit his villa, he would just take it on the chin. In this apocalypse, he could truly walk sideways. He casually picked up the handgun on the table, hesitated for 2 seconds, but still didn't dare to shoot himself. After all, even if he couldn't die, the pain from a bullet wasn't a joke, and there was no need to seek that kind of suffering. With the immortality power of the dog talisman combined with the previously unlocked godly reflexes, invisibility, mind reading, not to mention a full warehouse of weapons and ammunition with supplies that could last for generations, he was truly invincible in this apocalypse. After calming his wildly racing heart, Cheng Yin simply wiped his palm with an alcohol swab. Though the wound wasn't very deep, he still tidied it up a bit. He activated his divine sense to scan the surroundings of the villa district. Any signs of movement would not escape his eyes and ears. After confirming there was no danger, he yawned and got up. Before, he was always worried that someone would ambush him at night or that thugs would come to cause trouble, but now with his immortality ability, he was no longer afraid. Cheng Yin went straight to the bedroom and fell asleep, dreaming of nothing, sleeping soundly. The next day, Cheng Yin got up and opened the iron gate to Li Yu's doghouse, then went to play a single-player game for a while. Before long, he heard Li Yu's voice. "Brother Yin, I made you beef brisket with potatoes. The meat is tender and falling apart." Today, Li Yu was dressed in a snug red home outfit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. As she moved, her waist swayed slightly, igniting a fire in Cheng Yin's heart. In the past, he might have suppressed these thoughts, planning to observe Li Yu further and test her loyalty. But now it was different. With the immortality power of the dog talisman, walking sideways in the apocalypse was not a problem. What was there to worry about? Let alone the fact that Li Yu was already devoted to him. Even if she had any ulterior motives, Cheng Yin was not afraid at all. She wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Cheng Yin walked over, wrapping his arms around Li Yu's waist from behind. The soft touch sent a tingling sensation, and he leaned down, chuckling softly in her ear. "Your cooking skills have improved. You made me meat first thing in the morning." How obedient. Li Yu's body stiffened for a moment, then melted into his embrace, her face turning beet red, her breathing quickening as she softly said, "Brother Yin, you worked hard all day yesterday. You must be exhausted. You need to eat something good to replenish your strength." She turned around, wrapping her arms around Cheng Yin's neck, her watery eyes gazing at him, overflowing with affection as she stood on her tiptoes to get closer to his lips. Cheng Yin didn't shy away. He leaned down and kissed her. The girl in his arms became soft like a puddle, clinging tightly to him, her whole self hanging on to him. After the kiss ended, Li Yu's face was as red as a ripe apple buried in his chest, and afraid to look up. She gently tugged at his clothes with her fingers and whispered, "Brother Yin, I'm willing to give you anything. As long as you want it, I can be ready at any time." Cheng Yin pinched her cheek, laughing as he patted her bottom. "Let's eat first. The meat is about to overcook. We'll talk after we finish eating." With the power of immortality, he had no reservations now. Li Yu was sweet and sensible, devoted to him. He should accept what he could. There was no need to keep up any pretense. Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she hurriedly nodded happily, turning around to go to the kitchen to serve rice and vegetables. Before long, the dining table was filled with a large basin of beef brisket with potatoes. The glossy beef was tender and falling off the bone. The potatoes soaked up the meat juices, and there was freshly steamed white rice on the side. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, this meal was nothing short of a grand feast. In the current weather, plants could no longer survive. As plants died, herbivores would slowly go extinct, followed by carnivores. In a word, edible things would only become scarcer. Cheng Yin and Liu sat at the dining table, just after picking up their chopsticks and taking a couple of bites. Cheng Yin's keen hearing suddenly picked up some noises coming from outside the villa door. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow and activated his clairvoyance. Two young women bundled in thick down jackets were standing at the gate of his villa, the twin sisters Lu Lanin and Lu Lanyue, who lived in the neighboring villa. The older sister Lu Lanin had a face that was frozen purple, her lips cracked, and her pants and shoes soaked with snowmelt, stiff from the cold. She was half supporting and half carrying her younger sister Lu Lanyue, who had little strength left yet was desperately shielding her sister from the biting wind and snow with her body. These twins were renowned campus beauties at X City University, one cold and the other sweet, both possessing unparalleled beauty and figure, and they had gained some fame in the entire X City before the apocalypse. Cheng Yin had seen them once with his clairvoyance and was aware that such a pair of sisters lived in the adjacent villa. Although they were nearly out of options, he had never interacted with them. In the entire villa area, only Cheng Yin's house still had lights on and could maintain the generator's operation. Lu Lanyun's villa had stopped the generator 2 days ago. The interior was extremely cold, and her sister Lu Lanyue was already burning with a high fever from the cold, her consciousness fading. Without rescue and warmth, she would freeze to death within half a day. In a desperate situation, Lu Lanin could only grit her teeth, half supporting and half carrying her sister through waist-deep snow, stumbling to the door of Cheng Yin's villa. This was their only chance for survival. As soon as Cheng Yin saw the scene, Lu Lanyun's voice, tinged with tears, echoed from outside, hoarse, yet resolute, clearly transmitted through the intercom. "Is anyone there? Please open the door. My sister is going to freeze to death. Please save us. I am willing to pay any price if you are willing to save us." Liu also heard the voice outside. Her hand holding the chopsticks paused as she looked at Cheng Yin. "Brother Yin, someone is calling for help outside." Cheng Yin chewed the beef brisket in his mouth, leisurely picked up the intercom, pressed the talk button, and asked in a flat tone, "Any price? What can you offer me? In this apocalypse, money and gold are worthless paper. What do you have that is worth me risking my life to save you?" Hearing Cheng Yin's voice, Lu Lanin felt as if she had grasped the last straw of hope and urgently cried out, "I can do anything. I can work for you. Clean, do laundry, cook. I can handle any dirty or hard work. As long as you save my sister and provide us with something to eat and a warm place to stay, I am willing to do anything." Cheng Yin scoffed, leaning back in his chair, and said slowly into the intercom, "I don't lack for workers here." He paused, his gaze swept over Lu Lanyun's frozen but still exquisite face and her tall, slender figure. Even wrapped in a thick down jacket, her outstanding temperament could not be concealed. He got straight to the point. "What if I want you? Would you be willing?" The moment these words left his mouth, the other end of the intercom fell into a dead silence. Lu Lanin froze in place, while Lu Lanyue, on her back, let out a weak moan, her small face burning with fever, her eyes barely able to open, her breathing becoming faint. The sound of her sister's moan pierced Lu Lanyun's heart like a needle. She closed her eyes, hot tears streaming down, and when she opened her eyes again, only determination remained. She spoke into the intercom, her voice trembling with tears, yet incredibly firm, "I agree. As long as you save my sister, I will promise you anything. Please open the door and let us in. My sister is running out of time." Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, not expecting the woman to agree so readily. He did not make it difficult for her anymore, and directly pressed the remote control switch. The small door of the villa slowly opening. "Come in." Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Lanin was instantly overwhelmed with joy and gritted her teeth, using all her strength to carry her sister, and stumbled through the door. After being frozen in the -60-degree blizzard for several minutes, her body was already stiff. Suddenly rushing into the 20-degree warm room, the drastic temperature difference made her shiver, nearly causing her to collapse, but she still tightly protected her sister in her arms. "So warm." Lu Lanin instinctively murmured, her tears flowing even more fiercely. Never before in her life had she felt that heating was such a precious thing. Cheng Yin sat at the dining table watching the sisters covered in snow and looking disheveled behind the iron door of the doghouse, raised his chin and said in a flat tone, "You two stay inside for a while, warm up. I'll finish my meal first." Lu Lanin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded, but the rich aroma of potato and beef stew wafted over, invading their nostrils. Having not had a proper meal for 5 days, relying only on compressed biscuits to survive, the moment they smelled the rich meat fragrance, their stomachs immediately growled and saliva flowed uncontrollably. Lu Lanyue leaned against her sister, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, slightly opened her eyes upon smelling the fragrance, and weakly murmured to Lu Lanin's sister, "It smells so good." Lu Lanyun's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles as she held her sister tightly. The room was warm and cozy 100 times better than their previous ice cellar villa. Looking at her sister's frozen purple face, Lu Lanyin silently vowed that as long as she could save her sister, she would do anything. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Cheng Yin fed a piece of beef brisket into Li Yu's mouth, watching her rosy cheeks, and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Li Yu quickly shook her head, swallowing the meat in her mouth, and said softly, "No. I know Brother Yin understands. As long as I can be with you, I don't care about anything else." Cheng Yin smiled, ruffled her hair, and continued to eat the tender beef brisket. The sisters in the doghouse, smelling the drifting meat aroma and hearing the sounds from the dining room, could only swallow hard, not daring to breathe. They were well aware that from the moment they stepped into this villa, their fate was entirely in Cheng Yin's hands. Cheng Yin leisurely finished the last bite of rice, placed the bowl on the table, and Li Yu immediately reached out to take it, nimbly tidying up the dining table, carrying the bowls and chopsticks towards the kitchen, ensuring every single oil stain was wiped clean. When she finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, she saw Cheng Yin leaning against the sofa, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, leisurely smoking. In the swirling smoke, the man's profile was hard and sharp, his gaze carrying a casual ruthlessness that made her heart race. She quickly walked over, naturally sitting beside Cheng Yin, gently massaging his shoulders, her voice soft. "Brother Yin, are you tired? Let me give you a massage." Cheng Yin turned his head to glance at her, pulling her into his embrace. Li Yu gasped in surprise and leaned into his chest, her cheeks as red as ripe cherries, yet she didn't shy away. Instead, she tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. "What you said to me earlier, does it still count?" Cheng Yin lowered his head and chuckled softly in her ear, the warm breath making her tremble all over. Li Yu quickly nodded, looking up at him with watery eyes, her voice sweet. "It counts. It always counts. If Brother Yin wants it, I'll give it to you anytime." Cheng Yin pinched her cheek, unable to suppress the heat rising within him. In the past, he might have tested her for a few more days, but things were different now. With the power of the dog talisman by his side, he could do whatever he wanted in this apocalyptic world without any concerns. He lifted Li Yu effortlessly and strode toward the bedroom. Li Yu gasped, then buried her face in his embrace, unable to stop the smile creeping onto her lips. She had waited too long for this day. Being able to follow Cheng Yin in this apocalypse was equivalent to having the strongest backing. 50 minutes later, Cheng Yin emerged from the bedroom, looking refreshed. He grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and took a sip, feeling completely at ease. "When can I gain the kidney skill? Otherwise, with more women in the future, my kidneys won't be able to handle it." Li Yue, however, had fallen asleep, her face flushed and a satisfied smile on her lips. He wiped his mouth casually, took out a box of fever medicine, a bottle of antibiotics, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, and a few bottles of mineral water, then turned to walk toward the doghouse. As he reached the door, he heard the suppressed cough of Lu Lanyue from inside, accompanied by Lu Lanyun's soft comfort. Both sisters' voices carried an unmistakable sense of despair and anxiety. Cheng Yin stood before the large iron gate of the doghouse, not even bothering to open it. He simply tossed the items through the gaps in the iron bars. The items landed on the ground, startling Lu Lanyin and Lu Lanyue, who hurried over to see Cheng Yin standing outside the iron door, his expression neutral with a cold gaze. Lu Lanyin looked at the medicine and food on the ground, her heart tightening. She quickly bowed to Cheng Yin and said softly, "Big brother, thank you. Thank you for giving us medicine and food." She was already mentally prepared. As soon as Cheng Yin spoke, she would immediately fulfill her previous promise. Even if he wanted her to go out now, she would have no objections. After all, in this apocalypse, being able to save her sister's life meant that she was willing to give up her body or even her life for it. Everything was for her sister. But Cheng Yin didn't take her words, only lifting his chin, slightly glancing at the doghouse, and spoke in a flat tone. "This doghouse is sealed inside, and out no wind or snow can get in. There are warm blankets inside along with a private bathroom and heating. From today on, you 2 sisters will live here." Lu Lanyin was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. "Big brother. What did you say?" "We are Lu Lanyue, having just taken her medicine and slightly recovering, was also confused, staring at Cheng Yin with her big watery eyes filled with incomprehension. They had thought that even if Cheng Yin took them in, he would at most let them sleep on the floor of the villa or in a storage room. They never expected he would actually let them live in this doghouse. "What? Do you have objections?" Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, sneering. "Don't act dumb with me. This place looks like a doghouse, but the conditions inside are at least 10 times better than the ice-cold villa you lived in before. There is food, drink, and heating, so you won't be cold or hungry. What more do you want?" He paused, his tone growing colder. "Also, let me make it clear, this place will be your activity range from now on. Li Yu will live in the main building of the villa from now on. She will take care of things in the villa. You 2 will stay in this doghouse, cleaning up the hygiene inside and outside the doghouse and taking care of the dozens of cats and dogs. That will count as your rent." Upon hearing this, the sisters were completely stunned, standing there for a long time, unable to regain their senses. the girl who had eaten with him, would be living in the main building of the villa. They could only live in this doghouse. A complex mix of feelings surged in Lu Lanyon's heart. Embarrassment, grievance, and reluctance, but more than that there was a sense of relief. What was embarrassing was that they had once been the famous school flower sisters of X City University, admired wherever they went, and now they were actually going to live in a doghouse and serve cats and dogs. It was laughable to think about. What was grievance was that she had already prepared to give up everything, yet Cheng Yin didn't even give her the chance to enter the main villa. He just threw them into this doghouse, as if to confine them. But it was also true that she felt relieved. At least Cheng Yin didn't kick them out, giving them a place to shelter from the wind and snow with heating, and even medicine to save Lu Lanyue's life, providing them with food and drink. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, this was already a tremendous blessing. Living in a doghouse was better than freezing to death, or starving outside, or being ravaged by mobs. Lu Lanyue also came to her senses, tugging at her sister's sleeve, and softly said, "Sister, it's good to have a place to stay. I don't want to go back to that ice-cold villa anymore. It's so warm here." Her fever hadn't subsided, yet her voice soft, filled with fear. She was genuinely afraid of being frozen and starved. She would be willing to stay in a cage as long as there was heating and food. Lu Lanyue regained her composure, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply to Cheng Yin again, saying earnestly, "We understand, big brother. Thank you for taking us in. We will definitely clean up well and take care of the cats and dogs. We won't violate your rules." Cheng Yin looked at her eyes that held no resentment, only obedience and gratitude. He nodded and said nothing more, turning to leave. He had never intended to let the sisters enter the main building of the villa. Liu had gone through life and death trials and was well acquainted with him. They understood each other. Loyalty was the reason she was entitled to live in the main building. The sisters were not related to him. He had barely seen them a few times. Providing them with a place to stay along with food and shelter was already a great act of kindness. As for Lu Lanyue's previous mention of any cost, Cheng Yin was not unmoved. He just saw no need for it. With his immortal body, he could walk through this apocalypse freely. Oh, what kind of women could he not find? There was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble over such matters. First, keep them in the doghouse for a while, observe their true nature, and then discuss other things. Back in the main villa, Liu was already awake, wearing Cheng Yin's shirt with bare legs, cleaning up in the living room. Upon seeing Cheng Yin return, she immediately blushed and walked over, though her gait was somewhat awkward. Liu reached out to take the jacket he had taken off, asking softly, "Brother Yin, you're back. How are those sisters doing?" He replied, "I've arranged for them to live in the doghouse, and they'll be responsible for managing the doghouse." Cheng Yin pinched her cheek and smiled, saying, "From now on you will live in the master bedroom. You will take care of things in the villa, officially becoming the villa's housekeeper." Liu's eyes instantly brightened, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She tiptoed and kissed Cheng Yin on the cheek happily, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yin. I will definitely take good care of you and keep the villa clean." She knew all too well that Cheng Yin had allowed her to stay in the master bedroom and manage the affairs of the villa, which meant he considered her one of his own. In this apocalyptic world, such treatment was something many would covet. How could she not feel happy? Cheng Yin chuckled as he patted her on the backside and turned towards the villa's entrance. Having been cooped up in the villa every day, he was already feeling stifled. Before he unlocked the dog talisman, he had to be cautious to avoid dangers lurking outside. But now things were different. He had an immortal body and the full map enhancement of the 1,000-mile eyes and wind ear, and just recently, he had unlocked the cold resistance skill. In temperatures of -60 degrees, he felt as if it were merely -50. It was the perfect opportunity to take a stroll, see what the city had turned into, and scavenge for supplies, checking if there were any foolish things to clear out along the way. He first took out the top-notch cold-resistant clothing he had collected before the apocalypse, and tucked the keys to the all-terrain snow vehicle into his pocket. This vehicle was specially sourced from a country of dwarves before the apocalypse, designed to handle polar blizzards with wide anti-slip tracks that could traverse waist-deep snow and frozen ice with ease. The engine was fully equipped with cold protection. It could start instantly, even at -70 degrees, showing no signs of freezing, making it 10 times stronger than an ordinary snow vehicle. In this frozen city, it was like a land tank. Most importantly, his personal space had already been filled with several tanks with plenty of shells and bullets ready for him to unleash at the right opportunity. Liu hurriedly approached and asked, "Brother Yin, are you going out?" "Yes, just going for a walk. Staying in the villa every day is driving me crazy. You stay safe at home, lock the doors and windows, take good care of those two sisters, and don't let them run around. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Brother Yin. I'll definitely keep an eye on the house." Liu nodded quickly, then said worriedly, "There are many rioters outside and plenty of bad people. Don't worry, those insignificant ones can't harm me." Cheng Yin grinned, his eyes full of arrogance. He was joking. Now he was immortal. Not to mention a few rioters. Even if an army came, they wouldn't be able to kill him. What was there to fear? No beef. No duck pairs. After packing up, Cheng Yin instructed Liu a few more things, and then pushed open the villa's main door, plunging into the swirling snow. The frigid wind at -50 degrees whipped the snow against his protective gear. An ordinary person would instantly freeze, but with his cold-resistant skill and protective clothing, he only felt a slight chill, without any sensation of cold. He extracted the silver-gray, all-terrain snow vehicle from his space, its large body and heavy tracks exuding a sense of power. Cheng Yin turned the key and the engine started smoothly, without any struggle typical of extreme cold. He surged forward. The snow vehicle emitted a deep roar as the wide tracks crushed through the waist-deep snow at the garage entrance, barreling out towards the city center. Cheng Yin drove the all-terrain snow vehicle swiftly across the frozen snow. Thick snow lined the sides of the road with frozen corpses and abandoned cars scattered everywhere. Once bustling, the city now resembled a dead zone, with only the howling wind and snow breaking the silence. The wide tracks of the snow vehicle crushed through the thick snow without getting stuck, easily rolling over ice lumps and wrecked cars, maintaining its speed. While driving, Cheng Yin activated his wind ear, absorbing all sounds around him. He could clearly hear the desperate struggle of refugees hiding in the abandoned residential buildings, fighting over a piece of bread. He could see a few kilometers away in a supermarket a group of people were brawling over a bag of flour. Even the sounds of wild dogs gnawing on corpses in the underground garage were crystal clear. Cheng Yin felt no waves of emotion. This was the nature of the apocalypse, the survival of the fittest. He was not a savior. He had no time to deal with these trivial matters. As long as they didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. Yet there were always foolish ones who brought trouble to his doorstep. Just after leaving the villa area, around a corner, Cheng Yin's wind ear picked up sounds from an abandoned shop ahead. "Boss, they're coming. That kid's car is here. Damn it. Finally, that kid came out. I don't believe he can stay cooped up in the villa forever. Get ready. When his car comes, we'll surround it. Pull him down and kill him. His vehicle and the supplies in the villa will all be ours. Everyone stay alert. This kid has a gun and is ruthless. A few days ago, he killed dozens of people, so don't let your guard down. First, blow out his tires." Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Well, someone dares to ambush me." It seemed they had been lying in wait for several days at the villa entrance, just waiting for him to step out. With his 1,000-mile eyes, he scanned the abandoned shops and unfinished buildings by the roadside, spotting 30 or so people hiding there, armed with steel pipes, knives, and even a few shotguns and homemade guns, all fixated on his vehicle, waiting for him to walk into their trap. Had this been before, Cheng Yin might have taken a detour or cleared them out first. But now things were different. He was immortal. Not to mention 30 people, even 300 wouldn't intimidate him. Instead of stopping, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The snow vehicle's tracks spun rapidly, and the speed surged as he charged directly into the ambush zone, almost as if delivering himself to them. The ambushing refugees instantly cheered. "Damn, this kid is actually speeding up. He can't be that stupid, right? Perfect. That saves us the trouble of chasing him. Shoot. Blow out his tires." The scar-faced leader ordered, and 2 refugees hidden in the shop immediately raised their shotguns and pulled the triggers at the snow vehicle's tracks. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the heavy metal tracks, producing just a couple of sharp clinks, sparking without leaving a mark. What the hell? What kind of broken vehicle is this? Even a shotgun can't penetrate it. Damn. Forget the tracks. Charge in. Surround the vehicle. The scar-faced leader cursed angrily and was the first to rush out with his knife, followed by 30 or so refugees, all shouting as they charged forward, surrounding the snow vehicle tightly. Steel pipes and knives crashed against the glass and body of the vehicle, creating a loud clattering sound. "Kid, get your ass down here. Damn, you dare come out alone. You must be tired of living. Quickly hand over the supplies from your villa. And leave the vehicle. Ew, I might still leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The scar-faced leader shouted fiercely, spitting on the window of the driver's seat. He was a small leader of a local refugee gang. A few days ago, he heard that there was a tough nut in the villa area with a massive stash of supplies and countless weapons, which sparked his greedy thoughts. Knowing Cheng Yin was powerful, he didn't dare approach the villa gate to seek death, so he had his men lie in wait at this intersection for several days, just waiting for Cheng Yin to step out to catch him off guard. In his mind, no matter how powerful Cheng Yin was, he was just one person. With their 30 or so people and their guns, they could wear him down even if it took time. At that moment, the driver's door suddenly opened, and Cheng Yin leisurely stepped out of the vehicle, not even holding a gun, his face displaying a nonchalant smile as he glanced around at the surrounding refugees, as if looking at a bunch of fools. Let's not forget his reflexes. He could dodge bullets. "You few crooked melons dare to block my path." Cheng Yin scoffed. "You want to rob my supplies? You'd better check if you're worthy of that. You wouldn't have the life for it." The scarred-faced man stared at Cheng Yin, who remained completely unfazed and even dared to mock them, instantly enraging him. He raised his gun, aiming at Cheng Yin's head, and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Kid, you still dare to be stubborn? Do you believe I can blow your head off with one shot?" Cheng Yin smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. "You can try and see if your bullet can even touch a single hair on my body." His nonchalant demeanor unnerved the scarred-faced man. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. They had already surrounded him. They couldn't just let him go. "Damn it! How dare you be ungrateful? I will cripple your leg first." The scarred-faced man cursed, turning the gun to shoot at Cheng Yin's thigh. Bang! The gun fired the bullet, whistling through the air towards Cheng Yin's thigh. What happened next left everyone stunned. Just as the bullet was about to hit Cheng Yin's body, seemed to transform into a shadow. He simply shifted sideways by half a step, and the bullet whizzed past him, striking the snowy ground behind him, sending up a spray of snow. Not only did it miss his leg, it didn't even graze the edge of Cheng Yin's clothing. What the hell? What just happened? Did I just imagine that? He actually dodged it. Could he be the fire cloud, evil god? No. No, the surrounding refugees erupted in disbelief, their eyes wide, their faces filled with incredulity, as if they had seen a ghost. The moment the gun went off and the bullet was fired was just a blink of an eye. They hadn't even seen how Cheng Yin had moved, and the bullet had missed. Was this even human reaction speed? The scarred-faced man was also dumbfounded, almost dropping his gun, his scalp tingling with fear. He had lived for more than 30 years and had never seen anyone dodge a shotgun at such close range. What kind of monster was this? Martial arts? Was it a trick? Art comes from life, right, brothers? Cheng Yin brushed off the snow on his pants, sneering, "This is the level of accuracy. You can't even touch the edge of my clothing, yet you dare to rob others on the road." As soon as he said this, the scarred-faced man snapped back to reality, a fierce glint flashing across his face, and he roared at his subordinates, "What are you all standing around for? Shoot together. I don't believe he can dodge all the bullets. Kill him." The surrounding refugees with guns immediately reacted, raising their shotguns and makeshift weapons, and pulled the triggers at Cheng Yin. Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire erupted simultaneously, bullets shooting towards Cheng Yin from different directions, sealing off all his escape routes. In the eyes of the refugees, with so many guns firing at once, even if Cheng Yin had wings, he could never escape. But the next second, a scene even more terrifying unfolded. Cheng Yin's figure flickered rapidly in place, his footsteps ghostly, his movements appeared slow, yet he dodged each bullet with precision, either having them whiz past his body or hit empty space. Out of 7 or 8 shots fired, not a single one touched him. He even had the leisure to flick off the snow that had landed on his shoulder, his face showing not a single ripple of emotion, as if he were playing with them. "Monster! He is a monster!" Someone screamed first, and the previously arrogant refugees instantly panicked, their hands trembling while holding their guns, their eyes filled with utter terror as they looked at Cheng Yin. To be unable to hit him at such close range, this was simply impossible for a human to achieve. If he wasn't a monster, then what was he? Both monsters and ghosts terrified them. They simply couldn't accept it. Cheng Yin looked at the terrified refugees, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you done shooting? Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he silently chanted in his heart, and suddenly a light tank appeared out of thin air in the middle of the empty road. The cold steel body and the dark muzzle radiated a suffocating pressure amidst the raging snowstorm. The entire world fell silent. 20 to 30 refugees stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the tank before them, their minds completely blank. No, no. After a full 3 seconds of silence, someone let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Tank! Tank! Tank! Tank!" Did I just imagine that? Where did this kid pull out a tank from? Everyone went crazy, turning to run, tossing aside their knives and steel pipes, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Are you kidding? They had only a few broken shotguns and steel pipes, thinking they could rob him. Yet not only could he dodge bullets, but he also pulled a tank out of thin air. What the hell? Isn't this asking for death? The scarred-faced man was even more terrified, his soul almost flying out of his body. Like Tom Cat, his spirit left his body as he scrambled into a nearby shop, rolling and crawling, scared to the point of wetting himself. Cheng Yin watched the terrified refugees, a cold smile on his face, as he leisurely climbed into the tank, closed the hatch, and adjusted the cannon, aiming at the group of people fleeing the fastest. Trying to run. Too late. Since you dared to come to rob me, be prepared to pay with your lives. Boom. A deafening cannon blast echoed as the tank's cannon unleashed a dazzling tongue of fire, the shell whistling through the air, accurately landing among the fleeing refugees. A massive explosion erupted instantly, a fireball soaring into the sky, the shockwave sending the nearby refugees flying, 7 or 8 people blown to pieces on the spot. The others were knocked to the ground, blood oozing from their orifices, twitching on the ground, without even the ability to scream. One shot brought the remaining refugees to complete destruction. My God, what the hell? Don't fire. Stop firing. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Please spare us, big brother. We beg you, spare us. We were just— The remaining 10-odd refugees immediately knelt down in the snow, frantically bowing towards the tank, crying out for mercy, completely shedding their earlier arrogance. They were genuinely terrified. They had thought he was just an ordinary rich kid. Even if he had guns and supplies, they had the numbers. Yet he not only dodged bullets at close range, but also pulled a tank out of nowhere. One shot had obliterated half of them. This was no human, clearly a killing god from hell. Cheng Yin sat in the tank listening to the pleas for mercy outside his face, showing no signs of emotion. Now you know to beg for mercy. But when you ambushed me trying to kill me for supplies, did you ever think of the consequences? In this apocalypse, making the wrong choice means paying the price. He completely ignored their pleas for mercy, adjusted the cannon again, and fired another shot at the abandoned shop by the roadside. Fire! Boom! Yet another loud explosion rang out, claiming the lives of several refugees on the spot. The kneeling refugees begging for mercy were driven to madness by this sight, turning to flee in different directions, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. But how could their 2 legs outrun the shells of a tank? Cheng Yin sat inside the tank, firing off shots like at a shooting range, each shell accurately chasing down the fleeing refugees. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed far along the empty road, leaving craters in the snow strewn with corpses and shattered limbs. Blood stained the snow, quickly freezing into a dark red ice at the frigid temperature of below -30 degrees. In less than a few minutes, the 30 or so refugees who had ambushed him were obliterated, leaving not a single. When that group had opened fire earlier, he had effortlessly evaded their bullets, not a scratch on him. The godlike reaction speed is truly astonishing, coupled with the invulnerability of the dog talisman. I am practically invincible. Cheng Yin grinned, feeling immensely pleased. In past battles, he had to find cover, calculate the trajectory of bullets, and fear being hit by stray shots. Now, not to mention a few hunting rifles, even a machine gun's barrage could be easily dodged thanks to his reaction speed. In the worst-case scenario, he had the invulnerability to fall back on. In this apocalyptic world, who could possibly stop him? This is how the apocalypse works. If you don't kill others, they will find ways to kill you. Since these people dared to set their sights on him, they should be prepared to be ground into dust. Thrilling. Cheng Yin grinned, finally releasing the pent-up frustration from 20 days of confinement in the villa through this battle of equal strength. But since he was already out, he couldn't just return empty-handed. After staying in the villa for so long, having finally unlocked the dog talisman to get some fresh air, he naturally aimed to scavenge all the resources he could from the surrounding area. Cheng Yin then exited the tank. He casually stored the tank in his spatial storage and turned to sit back in his tracked all-terrain snow vehicle. Not far from the villa outside the sunny community, there was a large 2-story chain supermarket adjacent to a brand-name pharmacy, the largest and most well-stocked shop and pharmacy within several kilometers. He often shopped there because these 2 places were the closest to his villa. Now it was perfect. After finishing off the refugees, he could conveniently raid the supermarket and pharmacy. Especially the pharmacy, where fever reducers and antibiotics were the most scarce hard currency in the apocalypse. It would be wise to gather as much as possible. Just right, let's go take a look and clear out the supermarket and pharmacy. It would mean this trip wasn't in vain. Cheng Yin made up his mind, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. He turned the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator, and the snow vehicle let out a deep roar as it sped towards the sunny community. The wind and snow outside the window grew stronger, visibility decreasing. Most of the residential buildings along the road were dark, with only a few windows faintly glowing from the embers of charcoal fires, like flickering candles in the endless chill ready to extinguish at any moment. Cheng Yin remained unaffected by this. The once prosperous city of X had long become a hell on earth. Corpses of those frozen to death, starved, or killed by refugees were scattered everywhere along the roadside. Those who managed to survive were either somewhat capable, extremely lucky, or were clinging to life by losing their humanity and preying on their own kind. He was not a savior and had no time to care about the lives of these strangers. It was already enough to take care of himself and those in the villa. In just a short while, Cheng Yin arrived at his destination, covering a distance of 3 kilometers. The snow vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of the sunny community. Cheng Yin opened the car door and jumped out, scanning the area with his eyes, his brows slightly furrowing. The community's entrance had long been crushed by the heavy snow. The security booth at the entrance was half buried in snow, indicating someone had cleared it. Inside the community, it was eerily quiet, with not a sound, only the howling wind and snow. Cheng Yin activated his clairvoyance to scan the area. Most of the residents were huddled inside their apartments around the charcoal fires, looking pale and emaciated, nearly lacking the strength to speak. Clearly they had run out of food long ago, and had reached a desperate state. He had no intention of concerning himself with the people in the community. His gaze shifted to the supermarket and the adjacent pharmacy across from the community entrance. Just as he had expected, the entire supermarket and pharmacy had become a giant ice shell frozen solid by the extreme cold. The doors and windows of the supermarket, the roller shutters of the pharmacy were all tightly wrapped in layers of ice and snow. Even the signs of the supermarket and pharmacy were frozen in the ice, resembling two connected ice castle sculptures. The snow outside the supermarket and pharmacy was completely clean, with only traces left by the wind and snow, along with numerous footprints. Evidently, someone had tried to get in to grab medicine over the past 10 days. It was clear they had failed. After all, the ice layer was as hard as steel. For ordinary people, even if there weren't many of them, it would be difficult to break through. Even if someone had the good fortune to chip away at a bit, it would soon freeze over again. Moreover, most of the residents in the sunny community had long been too weak from hunger to muster the energy to chip away at this impenetrable ice shell. Cheng Yin walked around the supermarket and pharmacy, activating his clairvoyant skill to thoroughly scan the supermarket had 2 levels. The first floor was dedicated to food and fresh produce, while the second floor housed daily necessities and maternal and child goods. Inside, apart from 3 corpses of employees frozen at the entrance, there wasn't a single living soul. The shelves were fully stocked with rice flour, cooking oil, canned snacks, and daily necessities, almost untouched. Only a few rows of shelves at the entrance had been scattered by the chaos caused by people rushing in when the apocalypse first hit, and after that the ice layer sealed it off, preventing anyone else from entering. The pharmacy next door was even more perfectly preserved. Inside, in both layers of the store, cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and first aid supplies filled 3 large shelves, all brand new and unopened. Not a single box had been touched. In the storage room behind the checkout counter, there were even stacks of spare medicines completely untouched. Good heavens, this is truly a treasure find. Cheng Yin grinned widely, his eyes sparkling. Initially, he had only intended to stop by and see if he could find a few useful items, not expecting such well-preserved supermarkets and pharmacies. Especially the pharmacy filled to the brim with medicines, it was simply delightful. Without further ado, Cheng Yin stepped back a good distance to avoid any ice chunks that might break off, directly pulling out the super-powerful Death RPG rocket launcher from his spatial storage and slinging it over his shoulder. Dealing with this ice shell using a pickaxe and shovel is simply a waste of effort. An RPG is much quicker. A single shot can solve the problem directly. He first aimed the RPG's barrel precisely at the ice at the supermarket's main entrance, his finger resting on the trigger, a hint of excitement curving his lips. Isn't it just ice? Today I will blow it to smithereens. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his acute hearing unexpectedly caught a few fragments of conversation coming from the nearby sunny community. Look, there's someone outside the supermarket. Is someone trying to break the ice? Damn, it seems like it. What is he holding in his hand? Chill, just watch. If he can get the ice open, we'll rush out. Even if we can't grab much, at least we can get— Damn it, I'm starving. Who cares who he is as long as he can open the supermarket, we'll have a way out. Cheng Yin's finger hesitated on the trigger as he looked at the apartment windows, the smile on his lips instantly turning cold. Good grief, he hasn't even blown up the supermarket yet, and there's already a group of people hiding in the shadows watching him, waiting to reap the benefits. How interesting, truly fascinating. Instead of panicking, Cheng Yin felt a sense of amusement rising within him. He continued to aim at the ice shell and firmly pulled the trigger. Whooshed, whooshed. Anti-meme. The rocket propelled with a long tail flame, striking precisely at the ice and snow at the supermarket's entrance, the deafening explosion instantly tearing through the snowstorm. A massive shockwave swept outward, the once incredibly hard layer of ice and snow shattered into pieces, with shards of ice flying like rain, and even the tempered glass doors inside were blown to smithereens, glass shards and broken ice scattered everywhere. Cheng Yin stood there without even blinking. He blew the smoke off the RPG's barrel, grinning widely. What a thrill. Isn't this more exhilarating than shooting a handgun? Indeed, this thing is the most efficient, 100 times better than a pickaxe or shovel. He swapped in another rocket and once again hoisted it on his shoulder, aiming at the remaining ice ridges and the deformed door frame at the supermarket entrance, and fired another shot. Anti-meme. With another loud bang, the remaining ice shell and the deformed door frame were blown away, crashing heavily onto the supermarket floor with a dull thud. The entrance of the supermarket was completely cleared, the wide door now wide open with no obstructions. A bone-chilling cold air surged out from the supermarket, the temperature inside no better than outside. The entire supermarket resembled a massive natural ice cellar. He casually stowed the RPG away into his space and walked in leisurely, as if he were visiting his own supermarket. As soon as he stepped into the supermarket, the first-floor food section revealed rows of neatly arranged shelves filled with rice flour, cooking oil, vacuum-packaged meat, canned fruit, snacks, drinks, and instant food, all abundantly displayed. Except for a few rows of shelves at the entrance that had been ransacked by early survivors of the apocalypse, the rest remained nearly intact. There's a lot of stuff here. This trip was definitely worth it. Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction, not being polite at all, silently chanting in his heart. An entire row of shelves filled with rice flour and various grains instantly vanished without a trace. Next, he took boxes of cooking oil, various canned meats, canned fruits, self-heating rice, and self-heating hot pots. Anything edible and storable long-term was swept away. Even the gum, lighters, matches, and candles on the shelves were cleared out. Of course, he didn't forget the bags for waste disposal. Staying true to his purpose, Cheng Yin walked and collected without stopping his pace. In less than a few minutes, half of the first-floor food section was emptied, leaving behind only some items he didn't like. The frozen dumplings, buns, tang yuan, meatballs, and beef and lamb rolls in the freezer were all swept into his space in one go. After all, he didn't have to worry about them thawing or spoiling. Once they were stored in his space, they would remain as they were upon retrieval. Having emptied the first floor, Cheng Yin leisurely made his way to the second floor. On the second floor, the daily necessities section was piled high with toilet paper, laundry detergent, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, and shower gel, resembling a small mountain. Cheng Yin didn't hold back and simply waved his hand, collecting everything into his space. Finally, he collected all the baby products, including milk powder, diapers, and infant supplies. In the future, when he has a wife and children, these will come in handy, and he also casually took away clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. In less than 10 minutes, the entire supermarket, both floors, was emptied by Cheng Yin by 98%. He strolled out of the supermarket, his gaze landing on the adjacent pharmacy. Having finished collecting the supplies from the supermarket, the next target was this well-preserved pharmacy. The medicines inside were what he valued most today. Cheng Yin once again pulled out the RPG rocket launcher from his space, hoisting it on his shoulder, aimed at the thick layer of ice outside the pharmacy's roller shutter, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Still a meme. The rocket hit precisely. The explosion sounded once more, and he fired again, completely clearing the entrance of the pharmacy, revealing the shop, filled with medicine racks inside. Cheng Yin casually stowed the RPG and strode into the pharmacy. The shelves inside the pharmacy were neatly arranged with cold medicine, antipyretics, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cough medicine, and gastrointestinal medicine packed full across 3 large shelves. At the innermost counter, there were various bandages for external injuries, iodine, alcohol, and even surgical needles, scissors, and first aid kits, all unopened and brand new, untouched at all. This is incredible. Cheng Yin's eyes lit up as he waved his hand, sweeping all the medicines and medical supplies directly into his space. This time he left nothing behind, not even noticing some unwanted medications mixed in. Medical supplies would always be useful. He didn't lack food, and simply left behind what he didn't like. In the apocalypse, medicine is life. With fever, inflammation, or injuries, without medicine, even the strongest body might not endure. At best, they might end up disabled. At worst, they could lose their life. With these medicines, even if he doesn't need them in the future, they will be more than sufficient for Liu and the Liu sisters back at the villa if they fall ill or get injured. In less than 3 minutes, the entire pharmacy was also left empty, not a single box of band-aids remaining. Cheng Yin walked out of the pharmacy leisurely and sat back in the snow vehicle. Looking at the empty supermarket and pharmacy, he felt incredibly satisfied. This outing was indeed First, he used a tank to clear out the refugees who had designs on him, feeling completely exhilarated, and now he had swept the supermarket and pharmacy outside the sunny community. Cheng Yin was just about to start the vehicle and head back to the villa area. But just then his acute hearing caught a flurry of hurried footsteps coming from the direction of the sunny community. Dozens of people were rushing toward the supermarket, their voices filled with excitement and urgency. Clearly, the series of explosions just now had completely startled the survivors in the community, and they could no longer hold back coming out. Cheng Yin arched a brow, then withdrew the handgun he had just holstered. He intended to see exactly what these people planned to do. His fingers rested lightly on the steering wheel as his cold gaze swept over the crowd sprinting wildly toward the supermarket. More than 30 people, men, women, and children, rushed forward, their faces sallow and gaunt, skin bluish-purple and ulcerated from frostbite, lips cracked and bleeding. Yet their eyes gleamed with a ravenous emerald hunger, like feral dogs starved for over 10 days, locked fiercely upon the shattered entrance of the supermarket, desperate to storm in and plunder every last item. They had been pent up inside the residential compound for days, barely containing their desperation. Over the past 10 days, they had exhausted every method imaginable against this frozen supermarket, chiseling, smashing, trying anything to break through. But unlike the small convenience store in their own compound, this large supermarket was encased in ice too thick to breach. Hours of chiseling yielded nothing, leaving them only to stare helplessly at its overflowing shelves while freezing and starving. Now that someone had blown it open, how could they not lose all restraint? As the crowd surged to the supermarket's entrance, they froze in stunned silence, staring into an eerily empty interior. The shelves that once groaned under sacks of rice flour, cooking oil, snacks, and beverages now stood utterly barren. Not even a single plastic wrapper remained. Only shards of glass and scattered ice littered the floor. Not a scrap of paper, let alone food, could be found. What's going on? Where's everything? Where's all the stock? Damn it. Completely emptied. Did this guy take everything? No way. He cleared out an entire supermarket by himself. Impossible. The crowd erupted into chaos. Their earlier frenzy dissolved into shock and fury. In unison they turned, glaring venomously at Cheng Yin seated inside the snowmobile, their eyes brimming with naked greed and resentment. Cheng Yin leaned back in his seat, fingertips tapping idly on the steering wheel, his expression unreadable. He had anticipated precisely this. In the apocalypse, people would commit any atrocity for a single mouthful of food. He never expected gratitude, but as his gaze drifted across the crowd, he noticed several children huddled silently, the eldest no older than 7 or 8, the youngest cradled in a woman's arms, cheeks flushed crimson from cold bodies wasted down to hollow cheeks and enormous frightened eyes, too weak even to cry. At the sight of those children, something within Cheng Yin softened, just slightly. He was no saint, no altruist who would recklessly surrender hard-won supplies to strangers. Yet gazing upon children on the verge of freezing and starvation, he relented. Call it virtue earned, recompense for the blood already spilled. He had taken only non-perishables, long-term stores. Left behind were items he personally disdained, some scattered snacks lodged between shelf crevices, a few tattered quilts, and padded jackets upstairs in the second-floor storage. Meager, yet enough to sustain this group for a time. Cheng Yin lowered the window, surveyed the agitated crowd, and spoke calmly. There are still scattered supplies and quilts inside. Help yourselves. Silence fell instantly. For several breathless seconds, disbelief hung thick in the air. Then euphoria exploded across their faces. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A few quick-witted among them bowed deeply, profusely thanking Cheng Yin before bolting inside, fearing even a moment's delay might cost them everything. The rest surged after them like a stampede. Moments earlier their eyes burned with hatred. Now they burned solely for survival, utterly forgetting Cheng Yin. Only one man remained motionless, wearing a ragged military greatcoat, his face twisted with despair and urgency, staring fixedly at the hollow shell of the adjacent pharmacy, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His name was Zhou Lei. When the explosion thundered, he had been kneeling beside his sister, delirious with fever, unconscious in their apartment. Hope had long since bled away. She had burned with fever for days. Her antipyretics had run out long ago. He had scoured the entire compound, begging door to door, yet not a single tablet had been granted. Everyone in the compound fought merely to survive. Why would anyone part with life-saving medicine? Upon hearing the news that both the supermarket and pharmacy had been breached, he scrambled there on hands and knees, his sole prayer to find any medicine that might save his sister's life. But facing the pharmacy's gutted interior, not a single box, not a single vial. He felt the last ember of hope shatter beyond repair. His sister was fading fast. Without medicine, she would not survive the day. He had brought her from their rural village to X City for a brief visit. His parents had entrusted him with her safety. He had promised. And now, unable to secure even a single antipyretic tablet, he could only watch her slip away. Zhou Lei's eyes flooded red. He stared at Cheng Yin inside the snowmobile, certain the medicine had been seized entirely by this man. This was his final chance. Even if it cost him his life, he would beg until his voice broke, until his bones shattered, for that medicine. In the next instant, Zhou Lei lunged forward and dropped to his knees directly before the snowmobile. His forehead struck the frozen ground with a dull, sickening thud. That single act halted everyone. Those rushing back out of the supermarket paused mid-stride, turning to stare. Cheng Yin arched a brow, lowered the window further, and regarded the kneeling man, his expression subtly sharpening. Big brother, I beg you. Please, give me antipyretics and antibiotics. Zhou Lei lifted his head, snow and tears streaking his face, his voice raw and broken with unbearable entreaty. She's only 18, has been burning with fever for days. She's unconscious. Without medicine, she will die. I know you have it, all of it. Name your price. I'll do anything. Be your servant. Your slave. I'll kill whoever you command. I'll spill any blood you demand. Just give me the medicine to save her life. From this moment onward, my life belongs to you. With that, he bowed again, forehead striking the icy ground with such force that blood welled beneath the snow. Cheng Yin studied him and activated his mind-reading art. Instantly Zhou Lei's innermost thoughts echoed clearly in his mind. Please, grant me the medicine. My sister must not die. If saving her demands my life, I offer it without hesitation. This elder brother is no ordinary man. He breached both the supermarket and pharmacy, single-handedly commands a vehicle that defies snow and ice. He possesses extraordinary power. If he saves my sister, I will serve him for life. Unwavering, unswerving. I dared slay that venomous which Lu Guilon. I will obey any command he gives. Kill anyone he... Cheng Yin's gaze flickered faintly. Lu Guilon. That deceitful old woman who had tricked Liu. Cheng Yin sensed it unmistakably. Zhou Lei's plea was utterly sincere, devoid of pretense or malice. His mind held only one obsession: saving his sister. No trace of intent to harm or rob him. Even the confession about killing Lu Guilon surfaced instinctively, unfiltered, unguarded. Today, having unlocked the dog talisman's immortal body, he had emerged from the villa, effortlessly subdued refugees, and gathered abundant supplies. His mood unusually buoyant. Before him knelt a man willing to kneel, to sacrifice dignity, to pledge servitude, all for his sister. Cheng Yin felt a quiet spark of respect, and noted the man's impeccable demeanor. In the apocalypse, men of loyalty and grit were worth 100 times more than treacherous, two-faced ingrates. Perhaps this man would prove useful someday. Cheng Yin opened the door and stepped down, towering over Zhou Lei in the snow, and spoke coolly. Rise. A man's knees hold gold. Do not kneel so readily before others. Zhou Lei flinched, lifting his head, eyes wide with terror and desolation, certain Cheng Yin would refuse. Around them whispers rose, laced with cruel amusement. Yet in that moment Cheng Yin turned, walked to the vehicle, opened the door, and feigned retrieving items from the interior. In truth, he drew from his personal spatial realm one box of antipyretics, one of antibiotics, a small bottle of iodine tincture, and a roll of gauze. He turned back, extended the medicines toward Zhou Lei, and said simply, take them. Return home, and administer them to your sister. Zhou Lei stared, frozen eyes wide, as if unable to believe what lay before him. He had braced for humiliation, for demands, for unbearable conditions. Even if medicine were granted, he never imagined Cheng Yin would hand it over without a word, without condition. Elder brother, this is for me. Zhou Lei's voice trembled violently, tears spilled freely. His hands hovered, afraid to reach, afraid it was illusion. After all, he was but a recent university graduate, still tender-hearted, still innocent. And who else? Cheng Yin arched a brow, pressed the medicine into Zhou Lei's palms, and added firmly, take it. Hurry home and treat her. Delay will cost her life. Zhou Lei clutched the cold medicine box, yet it seared his palm like white-hot iron, his heart hammering. He looked up at Cheng Yin and bowed again, deeply, voice cracking. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you. Your boundless grace. I, Zhou Lei, shall never forget it in this lifetime. Once my sister recovers, I will seek you out. From this day forward, my life is yours, to command, to use, to sacrifice, without complaint, without hesitation. Cheng Yin replied, come to the villa district when she's well, then turned to re-enter the vehicle, heading back. At that very moment, 3 men stepped forward from the crowd, blocking the snowmobile's path, wearing arrogant, self-righteous expressions as they confronted Cheng Yin, launching into moral coercion. Cheng Yin's hand froze mid-reach for the door handle, and his previously calm mood plummeted dark and heavy. Cheng Yin slowly turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping over the 3 men blocking the front of the car. The leader was a bald man in his 40s, wearing an ill-fitting down jacket, his belly protruding prominently, and his face glistening with oil, clearly someone who had a bit of money before the apocalypse and was used to a life of comfort. Behind him were 2 tall, skinny figures holding steel pipes, their eyes filled with hostility, like lackeys glaring fiercely at Cheng Yin. These 3 had just rushed into the supermarket, rummaging for a long time, and only finding a few packets of scattered biscuits on the ground, their hearts boiling with frustration. Seeing Cheng Yin casually give Zhou Lei a box of antipyretics and antibiotics, their eyes instantly. They had elderly and sick children at home, also lacking medicine and supplies, but they couldn't lower their faces to kneel. Initially, they thought to just watch from the sidelines, but upon seeing Cheng Yin's generosity in giving away life-saving medicine, their greed surged uncontrollably. In their eyes, Cheng Yin could empty an entire supermarket and pharmacy by himself, so the supplies and medicines in his possession must be abundant. Since he could give to Zhou Lei, why couldn't he give to them? He had so many things, isn't it only natural to share a little with them? The bald man took a step forward, looking at Cheng Yin with no hint of pleading, but rather with a bold expression, saying, young man, look at how much medicine you have. You just gave someone a box, why not share a little with us? As soon as he said this, a dozen more people gathered around, all looking at Cheng Yin with longing in their eyes, echoing yes. Young man, we also have sick people at home. The elderly and children are all running fevers, waiting for antipyretics to save their lives. Exactly. You have so much medicine and supplies, oh what's wrong with sharing a little with us? You won't use it all anyway. You have such a nice car that can run in the snow, you must have plenty of food and drink, so share some with us. We're all about to starve and freeze to death. Cheng Yin looked at the crowd, a cold smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Moments ago he had said there were leftover supplies in the supermarket, and these people had rushed in like madmen to grab what they could, not even uttering a word of thanks. Now seeing him give medicine to Zhou Lei, they all jumped out, brazenly demanding that he share his medicine and supplies, as if he owed them something. He gave medicine to Zhou Lei because Zhou Lei was sincere, his attitude was commendable, willing to kneel and serve to save his sister. His true intentions were clear with no ulterior motives. But this group of people before him, let alone kneeling, hadn't even offered a word of plea. Instead, they started moralizing, acting as if he had an obligation to give. Cheng Yin said nothing, only coldly regarded the bald leader and said lightly, whether I give him medicine or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? The bald man was taken aback, not expecting Cheng Yin to be so unyielding, his face suddenly showing signs of embarrassment, and his tone turned sharp. How does it not matter? We're all survivors in this apocalypse. We should help each other. You have so many supplies and medicines, you should share them with everyone. Exactly. If you have the ability, you should help us. The skinny man beside him immediately chimed in. You can give him medicine, so why not give us some? Are our family members not lives? You drive such a nice car and have so many supplies, we're about to starve and freeze to death. What's wrong with you helping us? You can't be so selfish. You already gave that kneeling one something. Ooh, we have sick people at home too, you must give us, otherwise you won't be leaving today. The crowd grew larger, each one joining in their moralizing words, becoming increasingly harsh, the previous timidity in their eyes transforming into bold pressure. They felt that Cheng Yin was just one person, and with so many of them, he wouldn't dare do anything to them. As long as they outnumbered him, they could force him to hand over supplies and medicine. Zhou Lei, kneeling on the ground, looked at this group of people taking advantage of the situation and instantly became furious, leaping to his feet and standing in front of Cheng Yin. He directly shouted at the group, "Shut up. The things my brother has were earned with his life. If he wants to give, he will. If not, then he won't. What right do you have to force him?" The bald man sneered, looking down on Zhou Lei. "Isn't it just kneeling down to ask for a box of medicine? Now you're acting like a dog for him. What does our conversation have to do with you? Get lost to the side. You dare say another word." Zhou Lei's eyes went red. In an instant, his fists clenched, ready to charge at the bald man. Cheng Yin was his savior, the one who saved his sister. He absolutely could not tolerate these people speaking to Cheng Yin like that. Enough. Cheng Yin raised his hand to stop Zhou Lei, patting his shoulder and motioning him to step aside. Zhou Lei was taken aback, quickly halting his movements and retreating behind Cheng Yin, still glaring fiercely at the group, ready to charge at any moment if Cheng Yin gave the word. Cheng Yin's gaze fell once again on the bald man, his face showing no expression. The good mood he had was completely disrupted by this group. He had been in a good mood today, not wanting to kill. He gave Zhou Lei medicine because he saw his loyalty and made the suggestion to let this group enter the supermarket to find leftover supplies, feeling pity for a few children. But his kindness was not a bargaining chip for this group to take advantage of. In this apocalypse, such big babies were the most common. They always thought that if others had the ability, they must help them. Others' supplies should be shared with them. Not helping them was selfish, cold-blooded, and a grave sin. Yet they never considered that others' supplies were earned through risking their lives, braving temperatures as low as -60 degrees, fighting with guns, not simply handed over by the wind. "They'll say this one last time." Cheng Yin's voice was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. "What is mine, I can give to whomever I want. It has nothing to do with you. If you want medicine or supplies, earn it with your own life. Don't bother me with your whining. Now get far away from me, don't block my way." The bald man, upon hearing this, not only didn't retreat, but took another step forward, a fierce expression appearing on his face as he shouted at Cheng Yin. "Don't think you can act tough. We are so many, and you are just one person. Do you really think you can kill us all? Today you either hand over the medicine and supplies to share with everyone, or you won't leave this place." "Exactly. Why waste words with him? He's just one person. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? Let's rob his car. Then all the supplies and medicine will be ours. The food is definitely all in his car. Damn it. Why be polite with him? Let's attack." The crowd instantly became agitated, their eyes gleaming with greedy light, stepping closer to Cheng Yin. They believed that no matter how strong Cheng Yin was, he was still just one person. With over 30 of them, they could definitely kill him and seize his car, supplies, and medicine. Zhou Lei immediately stood in front of Cheng Yin, taking a fighting stance. Despite the odds against him, he showed no signs of retreat. Cheng Yin, however, looked at the encroaching crowd. His smile completely vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. He had originally been in a good mood, not wanting to kill, but this group insisted on charging at the barrel of a gun. Since they were seeking death, he would oblige. Cheng Yin got into the car and slowly raised his hand, grasping the handgun placed beside the driver's seat, his finger resting on the trigger, the coldness in his eyes sharper than the biting wind and snow at -60 degrees. Bang! A deafening gunshot ripped through the blizzard. The bullet struck the lead bald man's thigh with surgical precision, and blood erupted instantly, splattering across the pristine snow in a shockingly vivid crimson. The arrogance on the bald man's face froze mid-expression, then twisted into excruciating agony. With a guttural scream, he collapsed onto the snow, clutching his gushing wound, writhing violently as shrieks of torment tore from his throat. His femoral artery had been severed, catastrophic. The crowd moments ago surging forward with greed and menace froze rigid in place. Their faces, once flushed with ruthless hunger, now drained of color, contorted by sheer paralyzing terror. Feet locked in place, not one dared advance another inch. They had never imagined Cheng Yin would actually fire. He stood holding a matte black handgun, its barrel still faintly wreathed in acrid smoke. His expression remained utterly impassive, as if he'd merely crushed an ant beneath his boot. His gaze swept coldly over the writhing man before him, and his voice cut through the wind like tempered steel. "I warned you not to block my path, not to waste breath. Did you forget how to understand human speech?" Trembling uncontrollably from pain, the bald man met Cheng Yin's glacial stare, and every trace of bravado dissolved, leaving only raw, abject terror. Sobbing, he cried out, "I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please spare me." But Cheng Yin did not even glance at him. He had already offered them mercy once. They chose defiance instead, presuming his restraint was weakness, mistaking silence for fear. In this apocalypse, compassion towards such men was nothing but self-immolation. If he spared them today, tomorrow they would return, armed with more thugs, to ransack his villa, seize his supplies, and take his life. "Spare you?" Cheng Yin scoffed, slowly raising the barrel until it hovered directly before the bald man's forehead. "When you demanded my life in exchange for supplies, did you consider sparing me?" "No, don't." The bald man shrieked, scrambling backward in blind panic, only to collapse helplessly, his shattered leg betraying him. A final desperate wail tore from his throat. Bang! Another shot rang out, unerring, absolute. His scream died mid-breath. Eyes wide and unblinking, he dropped backward onto the snow, lifeless in an instant. Crimson welled from his temple, freezing almost immediately into dark viscous ice under the 60°C frost. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Those surrounding him trembled violently, their faces bleached bone pale. So when they resembled victims of acute hypoglycemia. Not a breath dared stir. Their eyes fixed on Cheng Yin held the same dread one reserves for a slaughter god risen from the deepest hells. None had foreseen it. The youth before them possessed such merciless resolve. He fired without hesitation, killed without blinking. Two lanky men who'd shouted loudest now turned to flee, legs buckling beneath them. Running. Cheng Yin's lip curled in icy disdain. His wrist flicked, barrel tracking unwavering, and he pulled the trigger twice without pause. Bang! Bang! Nearly simultaneous reports echoed across the snowfield. Each man staggered forward, back wounds blossoming crimson, then crumpled lifelessly onto the frozen ground. 3 ringleaders, gone in under 60 seconds. 1 shot each. Cheng Yin blew gently across the muzzle, then let his frigid gaze sweep over the remaining crowd. 20-odd survivors broke into panicked chaos, kneeling en masse, pounding their foreheads into the snow, sobbing hysterically, "Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. We'll never dare again. It was them who provoked you, not us. Don't kill us. We beg you. Never again will we demand anything from you. Show mercy. Your magnanimity knows no bounds." Their tears streamed freely, snot and despair mingling, every shred of earlier audacity erased. Cheng Yin watched them, utterly unmoved. Where was this fear when they'd bellowed for his medicines and rations? Where was their trembling then? Too late. I preferred you defiant. With that, Cheng Yin delivered judgment, and all answered the summons to the underworld. Only a few women, those cradling infants uninvolved in the riot, were spared. They moved silently through the ruined supermarket, gathering tattered blankets and scraps of food hidden behind fallen shelves. They paid Cheng Yin no mind. Their sole purpose was keeping their children alive. Zhou Lei, standing nearby, stared dumbfounded, his awe and reverence for Cheng Yin deepening with every chilling decisive shot. He had never imagined Cheng Yin could be so ruthless, so commanding, facing 30 armed screaming men and not blinking once. "Brother, you're incredible." Cheng Yin waved dismissively. "Enough. Stop gawking. Take the medicine home to your sister. Delay could cost her life." Yes, yes. Zhou Lei nodded vigorously, gripping the medicine box, tightly, bowing deeply with solemn devotion. "Brother, I swear it. Once my sister's fever breaks, I'll come straight to the Villa District. From this day forward, I am yours, body and soul. Command me, and I obey. Without question. Without another word, he bolted, racing toward his neighborhood, as if wings sprouted from his heels, desperate to deliver the cure. Cheng Yin watched him vanish, then turned toward home, igniting the snowmobile's engine and vanishing into the maelstrom of the blizzard. Outside, the windshield temperatures plummeted with terrifying velocity, dropping from 58°C to 69°C within just 3 kilometers. Faint flickering hearthlight in residential towers winked out one by one, charcoal extinguished by the sudden lethal cold. Those inside would not last long. Cheng Yin's expression hardened. His cold-resistant skill lowered perceived temperature by 10 degrees, but he knew full well 69°C surpassed the limits of ordinary insulation. To him it felt like 59°C, still unsurvivable without infrastructure. Even the villa's heating depended entirely on its generator and diesel reserves. Any failure would plunge its occupants into immediate mortal peril. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Treads spun furiously, visibility less than meters, yet speed never faltered. In under 10 minutes, he roared back into the villa district. As the snowmobile approached the gate, Cheng Yin saw the main villa ablaze with light, and the weight in his chest eased, halfway lifted. He retracted the vehicle into his spatial inventory. Arctic wind, 69°C, lashed his face, yet he barely flinched, striding purposefully toward the villa's entrance. The moment he unlocked the front door, warmth rushed forth, a thick golden wave, separating two worlds, one of deathly frost, the other of sanctuary. The villa's heating hummed steadily, radiating comfort. It was the kind of warmth that evoked images of stepping from a thunderstorm into a steaming shower, then curling up with food and film. Li Yu stood in the living room wearing his shirt, pacing anxiously, until she saw him. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she rushed forward, throwing her arms around him tightly. Her voice trembled with tears. "Ingo, you're back." I was terrified. The temperature dropped so fast. I saw 69°C on the thermometer. I thought something had happened to you. Cheng Yin wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything's all right. Have you checked the generator and heating system?" he asked, releasing her. "Yes, I checked the moment the cold beat," she replied earnestly. "The generator runs flawlessly, and we have ample diesel. Even running non-stop, it'll last days. The heating system is fully operational. Every room is perfectly warm." Cheng Yin smiled faintly. "It's freezing outside. I'll shower first. Then, I'll attend to you." Cheng Yin stepped out of the bathroom, and the warm, savory aroma of home-cooked meals already filled the living room. Steamy heat rich with the scent of braised meat wafted into his nostrils, utterly divine compared to the frozen wasteland beyond, where temperatures plunged to minus 69 degrees Celsius. Li Yu stood by the dining table, wearing an apron, bustling about. The moment she saw him emerge, her eyes lit up. She hurried over, gently took the towel from his hands, placed it aside with care, and handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Brother Ian, you're finally done bathing. The meal's just ready, everything you love. I've simmered fresh pork ribs into a nourishing soup and boiled 2 plates of dumplings, cabbage, and pork filling." As she spoke, she pulled out his chair and ladled a steaming, generous bowl of rib soup, its fragrant vapors rising like an irresistible siren's call. Cheng Yin dropped into his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and popped a tender, fall-off-the-bone rib into his mouth. Rich, succulent, deeply aromatic. Between bites, he asked casually, "By the way, those Lu sisters holed up in the doghouse. Did you give them food?" At that, Li Yu's cheeks flushed faintly. She nervously twisted the edge of her apron and replied softly yet respectfully, "Brother Ian, without your explicit order, I wouldn't dare distribute supplies to them. Earlier today, I only passed them a bottle of mineral water to help them swallow their medicine. Not a single sip was given for thirst. I noticed the younger sister appeared gravely ill, nearly lifeless, so I gave her the water solely to aid her medication." She added quickly, fearing his disapproval, "I admit, I felt a pang watching them huddle in that doghouse. But I know well every rule within this villa is yours alone to set. Without your word, I would never act rashly." Cheng Yin paused mid-chopstick, then lifted his gaze to her, his inner satisfaction swelling like a quiet. He had feared precisely this, that Li Yu might be one of those muddled moralists, soft-hearted enough to pity the Lu sisters' once celebrated campus beauties now reduced to ruin, and secretly slip them food or drink, thereby undermining his authority. In the apocalypse, such leniency was fatal. A single morsel could breed a traitorous ingrate. Today's clandestine handout could become tomorrow's betrayal, opening the gates to outsiders, inviting catastrophe upon himself. Yet Li Yu had handled the matter flawlessly, hitting the very heart of his expectations. She possessed compassion, but also clarity, discipline, and unshakable loyalty. She understood who held sovereign authority here, and knew not even a grain of rice could leave this villa without his command. "Well done. You handled this admirably." Cheng Yin nodded, sipping his rib soup with evident approval. "Truth be told, I'd worried you'd take pity on them and sneak them provisions." Li Yu exhaled in visible relief and smiled as she placed another rib onto his plate. How could I, Brother Yin? Every comfort in this villa, every warm meal, every safe roof, was won by your courage, your sacrifice. She knew full well even if those sisters were kin, she would not dare touch a single grain without his permission. In this merciless flesh-eating world, survival belonged only to those who walked beside Cheng Yin. Sentimentality, the so-called savior complex, was merely a death sentence. Cheng Yin set down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, "Let the two sisters starve, for now. Starve until they grasp the weight of discipline, until they understand in this ruined world how precious a single bite truly is. Only then will they come begging, not demanding, on their knees. Let them wait a while longer." Once at X City University, they basked in adoration, celebrated campus idols wherever they went. Now they expect to dwell rent-free in my villa and feast on my stores. Such entitlement has no place here. If they wish to live, they must abide by my rules, or freeze and starve outside. I am no benevolent saint. Granting them a sheltered doghouse instead of casting them into the blizzard, that alone was mercy beyond measure. Want food? Then offer something in return, loyalty, skill, service. To demand sustenance without sacrifice, that is sheer delusion. Absolutely impossible. Understood, Brother Yin. I'll watch them closely. No morsel, not even a crumb, will reach them. Li Yu nodded swiftly, uttering not a syllable of protest nor pleading on the sister's behalf. She knew Cheng Yin's temperament intimately. Once his mind was made, persuasion was futile, and risked only his displeasure. Her restraint pleased him all the more. In the apocalypse, a clear-headed, unsentimental, fiercely loyal companion was worth far more than gold. They continued their meal, Li Yu steadily refilling his plate, Cheng Yin chuckling as he pinched her cheek, teasing that she'd grown into quite the little housekeeper. Her face flushed crimson as she kissed his cheek and whispered, "It is my honor, my fortune, to serve you, Brother Yin." The meal unfolded warmly, thick with domestic fragrance, utterly divorced from the desolate ice-locked hellscape beyond the windows. Yet, just as Cheng Yin lifted his spoon toward the steaming broth, a sudden transmission pierced his awareness. His wind irritability, catching a voice trembling with raw terror and utter despair. Even through the static-laced broadcast, its unraveling psyche was unmistakable. Emergency broadcast. All coastal cities, attention. Ice tsunami. Ice tsunami has made landfall. All survivors evacuate immediately to the interior. Repeat, evacuate to the interior immediately. Shanghai and Shenzhen have fallen entirely. Temperatures continue plummeting uncontrollably. No defense holds. Cheng Yin froze, spoon suspended midair, his brows drawing together sharply. Li Yu's smile vanished instantly. Instinctively, she gripped his arm and whispered, "Brother Yin, what is it?" He did not answer, only let his gaze grow dark, still, and fathomless. He knew with chilling certainty, when even official broadcasts shattered into panic, the crisis was cataclysmic. No wonder the cold had descended so violently, so unnaturally fast. Setting down his spoon, he activated his 1,000-mile eye ability, its vision instantly spanning hundreds of kilometers to the coastal metropolises. What unfolded before him stole his breath. Once glorious coastal cities now lay entombed beneath a frozen hellscape. Towering 30-meter waves of ice, dense, monolithic, and steel-hard, crashed from the sea, slamming directly into skyscrapers and residential complexes. This was no ordinary tidal surge. It was an ice tsunami freighted with boulder-sized glacial shards, each radiating near-absolute cold. When they struck curtain wall glass, entire towers collapsed under the impact, and the sheer mass of ice drove ambient temperatures into terminal freefall. Survivors huddled in upper floors, clinging to dying embers, barely breathing, had no time to read. At the wave's impact, bone-deep cold pierced concrete walls like vapor. Within seconds, people froze solid, mid-motion, mid-thought. Frozen statues clutching half-eaten biscuits, eyes wide with final incomprehensible shock. A pre-apocalypse supermarket chain owner, hoarding an entire basement of provisions, had dreamed of becoming a warlord once the chill subsided. Instead, the ice wave breached his front door. Near-absolute slabs flooded his rooms, plunging the basement into lethal cold, freezing him alive in his own vault of plenty. Cheng Yin swept his gaze across city after coastal city, each without exception devoured by the ice. Wave after wave surged inland like ravenous beasts, flattening apartment blocks, factories, shopping malls, either shattering them outright or sealing them forever in glacial tombs. Those who'd clung to existence in the early apocalypse were now less than insects before this annihilation, consumed in an instant by hypercold and crushing ice. Death tolls skyrocketed, climbing like rockets. The few who escaped fled inland in blind panic. But at -70 degrees beneath blinding snowstorms, most collapsed within meters, their bodies hardening into rigid snow-draped corpses. Cheng Yin's vision crossed the ocean, settling upon the island nation across the strait. A wry contemptuous smile curled his lips. This maritime archipelago, ringed by sea on all sides, was now drowning in total inescapable ruin. Professor, you're saying the villa next door began stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse, that they retrofitted the structure, and even used firearms to intimidate others. Precisely. I suspect he foresaw the collapse. Perhaps the key to breaking this calamity lies with. Indeed, the two elderly professors were none other than the couple Cheng Yin had frightened with gunfire, and the same pair rescued by helicopter while the Liu sisters were left behind. On the other side. In the country of the short people, the elevation of their land is already low, with most cities built along the coast, making it almost surrounded by the sea. The icy snow tsunami surged in from all directions, completely submerging over half of the nation. After the icy snow tsunami, the entire country of the short people lost more than half of its population. The remaining individuals were trapped on the few high mountains, enduring temperatures of minus dozens of degrees, with no food or water, and it felt no different than waiting for death. Cheng Yin glanced around, and then withdrew his gaze, feeling quite pleased. Seeing the suffering of this nation brought him great satisfaction. After Cheng Yin and Liu finished their meal, as soon as they cleared the dishes, the warm air in the living room enveloped them, making it feel comfortable compared to the icy cave-like outside, where the temperature was 70 degrees below zero. Liu was crouched on the ground, gently wiping the snow off of Cheng Yin's shoes, moving with care. Cheng Yin leaned against the sofa, holding a cigarette between his fingers, not yet lit, merely playing with it. His gaze swept towards the direction of the doghouse. The noises coming from inside the doghouse were clear and distinct, reaching his ears. Sister, I'm cold. Lu Lanya's voice sounded weak, tinged with tears, as she curled up in the thick blankets, trembling uncontrollably. Her high fever had not completely subsided. She had been frozen too harshly in the villa that felt like an ice cave. Her body was already depleted. Even though there was heating in the doghouse, it could not revive her quickly. Her cheeks were burning red, her lips cracked and full of sores, and she barely had the strength to open her eyes. Lu Lanyin tightly hugged her sister, sharing her warmth, her eyes red like a rabbit, yet she dared not cry out, biting her lip hard, repeatedly rubbing her sister's hands. Yeah, it's okay, you're not cold anymore. There's heating here, it will get better soon, ah. Her voice was filled with fear, her heart in a state of chaos. It had been almost a day since Cheng Yin arranged for them to stay in the doghouse. Besides the initial bit of medicine thrown in and 2 boxes of self-heating rice, they had not been given any food or drink since. Except for a bottle of mineral water given by Li Yue, which she had used to help her sister take medicine. The self-heating rice had long been finished, and the mineral water was also drunk up. Her sister was still burning with fever, and they didn't even have a sip of hot water. If this continued, even if the fever subsided, they would starve. She had thought about begging Cheng Yin, but every time she reached the iron gate, she turned back. She understood very well that Cheng Yin had already shown them enough kindness by allowing them to stay here. Previously, she had vowed to pay any price, but Cheng Yin didn't even lift his eyelids. Now how could she ask for food and drink? What could she offer in exchange? Except for her body, she had nothing else to give, but Cheng Yin didn't care for that at all. If he valued it, he would have dealt with her long ago. But now, he didn't even come over, and Lu Lanyin began to panic. Watching her sister struggle to hold on only made her heart ache like it was being cut by a knife. She even thought that if Cheng Yin wanted her body, she would agree as long as it meant her sister could live. It was better than watching her sister die in this doghouse. Cheng Yin snapped back to reality, placing the cigarette in his mouth and standing up. Ingu, where are you going? Liu immediately stopped what she was doing, looked up at him, and asked softly. Going to check on the doghouse. I think one of them seems like it might be dead. I don't want those sisters to die in there, it would bring bad luck. Cheng Yin casually said, continuing towards the doghouse without pausing. Inside, Lu Lanyin heard the footsteps and abruptly looked up. Upon seeing Cheng Yin outside the iron gate, she froze for a moment, quickly stood up, walked to the gate, and softly called out, "Elder brother." Cheng Yin said nothing, only glanced inside. Lu Lanyue was curled up in the blankets, her face burning red, her eyes half open, looking as if she was barely holding on, even more haggard than when he saw her in the morning. However, after a glance, she seemed a bit dazed from the fever, but not to the point of dying. Lu Lanyin was not much better, her eyes were bloodshot, her lips cracked, and her hair was a mess. Once the renowned campus flower of X City University, now she looked no different from a destitute beggar. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yin felt no stir of emotion. In this apocalypse, there were many more pitiful. During this time, he had used his far sight and seen worse than them. Mothers and daughters turned against each other, brothers harmed each other over a half biscuit. In order to survive, they could throw away all dignity. These sisters still held on to their pride as campus flowers, unable to lower their heads to beg him. Thus they could only endure. If Lu Lanyue knew, she would definitely jump up and hit his knee, saying she was already a third dead. How could she still have the strength to beg him? If they managed to survive, it would be their good fortune. If not, that was their own choice. Elder brother, my sister. Her fever hasn't gone down yet. Could you give us a bit more medicine and a sip of hot water? Lu Lanyin looked at Cheng Yin's cold gaze, mustering the greatest courage of her life to speak softly. As she reached the end, her voice grew softer and her head lowered. She thought Cheng Yin would at least respond, even if it was just to scold her for being greedy. But Cheng Yin said nothing, merely gave her a cold glance, looked at the dazed Lu Lanyue again, and turned to leave without a single word of response. The footsteps outside the iron gate grew fainter, and Lu Lanyin stood frozen, watching Cheng Yin's disappearing figure. Tears finally fell, uncontrollably splattering against the cold iron gate. She knew that Cheng Yin was forcing them to let go of all their dignity, to abandon the facade of the former campus flower, and to thoroughly beg him to soften their hearts, to realize who could truly decide their lives and deaths in this apocalypse. Liu hurriedly approached, cautiously asking, "Yingu, how are the sisters? How are they doing?" "Not dead yet, it's just that the younger sister's fever hasn't gone down. She won't die," Cheng Yin casually said. "If they're hungry, they'll know what to do. Don't worry about them. Whenever they lower their heads and kneel in front of me to beg, then we can talk about something else." Liu immediately nodded, not saying a single word of plea, just smiling as she linked her arm with his. "Got it, Yingu, I definitely won't act recklessly. It's getting late, I'll go run you a hot bath to warm you up." Cheng Yin pinched her cheek and smiled. "All right, go." Watching Liu jog towards the bathroom, Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa, a smile curving at the corners. He liked this about Liu. She was clear-headed, knew her limits, never asked what she shouldn't, and never meddled in what didn't concern her, always prioritizing his words. If it were someone else, especially a sycophant, seeing the pitiful sight of the Lu sisters, they would have already let their maternal instincts overflow, secretly giving them food and drink. But Liu would not, as she always knew who her true support was. When Cheng Yin finished his bath and walked into the bedroom clad in a bathrobe, the sight before him made him raise an eyebrow and instantly smile. Liu was actually wearing a tight Spider-Man costume, the red and blue fabric clinging closely to her body, accentuating her figure perfectly. Upon seeing Cheng Yin enter, her face instantly turned beet red, her fingers tangled. Lowering her head, she softly said, "Inga, you said this looked good when watching movies, so I dug it out from the basement." Cheng Yin walked over, wrapping his arms around her and whispering with a smile by her ear, "Little sister, you're quite understanding. Brother has high hopes for you, and I will light the way for you." The warm light in the bedroom softly poured in, filling the room with an atmosphere of intimacy, while the howling wind and snow outside created two starkly different worlds. However, Cheng Yin did not notice that the electronic clock on the bedside table was steadily ticking toward. Meanwhile, the system that had been silent in his mind all day began to emit a faint blue light, waiting for the right moment to bring him a brand new surprise. It was exactly 12 o'clock at night. The commotion in the bedroom had just settled down, and Li Yuan, nestled in Cheng Yin's embrace, had fallen asleep, her long eyelashes still glistening with traces of tears. Her small hand tightly clutched his arm as she slept deeply, as if being by his side made her fearless even if the sky were to fall. Cheng Yin had not yet fallen asleep. His fingertips gently brushed through Li Yu's hair as he pondered whether he should venture out again tomorrow to bring back some necessary supplies. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, today's skill has been delivered. You have unlocked a new skill today, control of the Shadow Legion ninja team of Niga." The Shadow Legion, the one from the animated series. He had watched Jackie Chan adventures a lot as a child, and the Shadow Legion left a deep impression on him. Especially Niga's ninja team, which could come and go without a trace, summoned endlessly from shadows, was agile, capable of combat and defense, and could also conduct reconnaissance and surprise attacks. Truly a god-tier skill in a post-apocalyptic world. In modern times, it would be called a handsome man standing at 188 centimeters tall. "System, you're not joking with me, are you? Is it really the Shadow Legion?" Cheng Yin excitedly asked, in his heart fearing he had misheard. The host need not doubt. The skill has been unlocked for permanent control. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. "This skill grants complete control rights without the need to wear a mask. The energy from the mask can be converted into a personal tattoo, and the host can choose the location of the tattoo. It is permanent and has no side effects." Cheng Yin's heart raced with excitement. He was nearly about to sit up in bed. No need to wear a mask. He recalled that in the anime, to control the Shadow Legion, one had to wear the corresponding mask, and removing it would mean losing control. Moreover, wearing it too long would erode one's mind with the dark energy within the mask. Yet the system had directly given him a permanent version that could transform into a tattoo with no side effects. "Awesome. System, you really came through this time." Cheng Yin praised in his heart as his mind raced, contemplating where to place the tattoo. On his chest. Too conspicuous, and it would feel odd. On his back. That wouldn't be convenient, he couldn't see it himself to appreciate it. On his arm. That wouldn't work either. On his thigh. That seemed like it could work. Spring flowers. Forget it, that might be a bit painful. After pondering for a while, Cheng Yin finally made a decision system. Let's have the tattoo on my left calf. Nothing too flashy, just understated. Received. The tattoo is currently being generated. Generation complete. The host can view it. As soon as the system's voice fell, Cheng Yin felt a slight tingling sensation in his left calf. A mild itch like ants crawling which disappeared within a few seconds. He gently lifted the blanket and looked down at his left calf. There on his smooth calf was a pure black tattoo, a miniature version of the Niga mask with sharp lines and an aura of mysterious darkness. It was about the size of a palm, understated, yet stylish, perfectly matching his requirements. Cheng Yin reached out to touch the tattoo, feeling a cool sensation that blended perfectly with his skin as if it had been there all along. He could clearly sense a strong, unbreakable connection with some dark and boundless space. As long as he wished, he could summon endless shadow ninjas from within. The feeling of controlling everything was simply exhilarating. By the way, system, is there any limit to the number of shadow ninjas I can summon? Cheng Yin quickly asked the most critical question. The host is currently at the initial control phase, able to summon up to 100 shadow ninjas at once. As the host's strength increases, the summoning limit can be continuously unlocked with a maximum of unlimited summons. The shadow ninjas possess absolute loyalty, never betray, are proficient in combat, stealth, reconnaissance, and the use of cold weapons. They can traverse any shadow, ignoring physical barriers, and can revive in the shadow realm without any consumption. Cheng Yin gasped, nearly bursting into laughter. Unlimited revival. Never betray. They can traverse within shadows at will. This was simply cheating. In the future, forget about just a few dozen refugees. Even if tens of thousands charged at him, as long as he summoned the Shadow Legion, he could wipe them all out. Moreover, for reconnaissance around the area, he wouldn't even need to use his clairvoyance. He could simply send out a few shadow ninjas, and he would know everything clearly. There would be no need to worry about the villa's security either. The shadow ninjas could hide in the shadows and detect even a fly trying to enter. Just as Cheng Yin was feeling ecstatic, the system's voice rang out once more. Friendly reminder to the host, due to the global impact of the ice and snow tsunami, polar glaciers are melting in large quantities, exacerbating global cold. Special rare adventure resources have now refreshed in the ice and snow. Cheng Yin's spirits instantly lifted. Adventure resources. What are they? Adventure resources include various special plants and animals, such as ice, snow, lotus, extreme cold, fish, frozen tundra, grass, ice, crystal, vegetables, etc. These resources cannot be used as food to alleviate hunger. After consumption, there is a 1 chance to enhance the host's physical attributes, mutate skills, or unlock special abilities without any side effects. For example, after enhancement, the host could summon 200 shadow ninjas instead of 100. Reminder: the locations of adventure resources are randomized. The host may explore freely. Cheng Yin's eyes lit up instantly, his mind buzzing like a night light flashing. A 1 chance to become strong. He now possessed an immortal body due to the dog talisman, godlike reflexes, cold resistance skills, and a plethora of other abilities, and now he had also unlocked the Shadow Legion. He was already striding confidently in this post-apocalyptic world. But if he could further enhance his body and unlock more abilities through these adventure resources, wouldn't he truly become a god in this apocalypse? Even if it was only a 1 chance, so what? He had plenty of time and ability to explore. After all, he was currently well equipped with ample resources and weapons, and with the Shadow Legion by his side, he dared to venture into the dangers outside, even if it meant facing hell. A bold plan quickly formed in Cheng Yin's mind. Cheng Yin carefully shifted his body, ensuring not to wake Li Yu in his arms. The little girl was sound asleep, her breathing steady, and her rosy cheeks suggested she was having a pleasant dream, her lips slightly curled. Cheng Yin tucked the blanket around her to keep her warm, then quietly moved to the edge of the bed, sitting down, while his gaze fell upon the Nija mask tattoo on his left calf. Only a small bedside lamp was on in the bedroom, casting dim light. Shadows loomed in the corners under the bed and behind the wardrobe, providing the perfect environment for the Shadow Ninja Corps to make their entrance. Cheng Yin took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Shadow Ninja Corps, come forth." At the moment his thoughts settled, the shadows in the bedroom suddenly stirred. From the darkness beneath the bed, several black figures emerged, silently seeping out like liquid from the shadows of the floor, instantly forming solid shapes. Figures clad in black ninja garb stood quietly on the bedroom floor, their eyes glowing red, exuding an icy aura of darkness. Not a single sound escaped them, not even the sound of their breathing, as if they had merged with the darkness. A total of 10 shadow ninjas stood orderly by the bed, slightly bowing, displaying absolute submission to Cheng Yin, utterly still, as if they did not exist. Cheng Yin's eyes brightened instantly, his heart racing, barely suppressing the urge to shout, quickly covering his mouth for fear of appearing overly excited. They really appeared. He had actually summoned them from the shadows. And it was entirely soundless. Not even Li Yue, who was asleep, could have noticed the presence of 10 more people in the bedroom. This stealth ability is simply astonishing. Cheng Yin suppressed his excitement and mentally commanded the foremost shadow ninja, go bring the bottle of mineral water from the table. As soon as the command was given, the shadow ninja sprang into action. Without making a sound, moving like a ghost, it flickered into the shadows and appeared by the bedroom table, grabbed the mineral water bottle, and in another flash returned to Cheng Yin, kneeling on one knee, presenting the bottle with both hands, the movements flowing smoothly, without a hint of hesitation. Cheng Yin took the mineral water bottle, his hands trembling slightly. Too fast. Even with his godlike reflexes, he almost missed the action. If this were used for ambush or assassination, who could defend against it? He tried issuing several commands, instructing the shadow ninja to do flips, hide in the shadows, and even throw the ninja shuriken at a painting on the wall. The shadow ninja executed each of his commands perfectly, even piercing the painting on the wall with a single shuriken. Moreover, they could slip into any shadow at will. Even a shadow the size of a palm could contain them, allowing them to disappear in an instant and re-emerge from another shadow. Truly ghostly. Incredible. Truly incredible. Cheng Yin shouted in his heart. With this shadow ninja core, even if he were to sleep in his villa, he could have shadow ninjas spread throughout the entire X city, and no slightest movement would escape his notice. No matter the beggars or beasts, he could sense them all clearly. Cheng Yin's playful side emerged, and he silently chanted, summon 90 more. Instantly, the shadows in the bedroom surged wildly, and black figures began to emerge from the shadows on the ground walls and ceiling, rapidly forming. 90 shadow ninjas, along with the previous 10, totaled 100, standing neatly in the bedroom, without a sound, not even a breath, while only Li Yu's even breathing and the howling wind and snow outside filled the room. 100 shadow ninjas completely filled the small bedroom, yet they maintained absolute silence and submission. The scene was both shocking and carried a mysterious sense of oppression. Cheng Yin looked at the scene before him and grinned broadly, his smile overflowing with arrogance. With these 100 shadow ninjas, not only could he guard the villa, but he could also easily flatten the entire X city. All right, you all go back now. Cheng Yin commanded in his heart. As soon as his words fell, 100 shadow ninjas instantly transformed into wisps of black smoke, reintegrating into the shadows of the bedroom, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never appeared, and the room returned to its previous state, leaving no sign behind. Cheng Yin lay back down, pulling Li Yu back into his arms, the excitement in his heart still not calming down. He looked down at Li Yu in his embrace, and then thought of the Lu sisters in the doghouse, a playful smile spreading across his lips. Perfect. Tomorrow he could test the abilities of the Shadow Ninja Corps, having them watch over the villa while also keeping an eye on the Lu sisters to see when these two would finally drop their pride and come to seek him. If they continued to hold on stubbornly, there would be no need to keep them. In the apocalypse, the most abundant thing was people who did not know their place. Of course, the most important thing was the rare materials outside. With a one chance of becoming stronger, the temptation was simply too great. Cheng Yin had made up his mind to go out. The next morning, Cheng Yin was awakened by the little movements of Li Yu in his arms. The little girl woke up early, nestled in his embrace. Too timid to move, she gently poked his chin with her finger, her eyes sparkling like a little cat that had stolen a treat. Seeing Cheng Yin open his eyes, she blushed instantly, quickly retracting her hand, and softly said, "Ingu, you're awake." Cheng Yin chuckled, pinching her cheek and leaning down to kiss her forehead. "Yes, I've been awake for a while, just watching you poke my face." Li Yu's face turned even redder, burying her face in his embrace, while Cheng Yin affectionately tousled her hair, lifted the blanket, and sat up. The wind and snow outside had not stopped still in the extreme cold of over -70 degrees, but the villa was warm and cozy like spring. Cheng Yin casually pulled out several steaming meat buns and a cup of hot soy milk from his space. While munching on a meat bun, he mentally commanded the Shadow Ninja Corps, leaving 20 shadow ninjas in the villa to secretly guard Li Yu and the Lu sisters in the doghouse, preventing any unwelcome intrusions. "Ingu, are you going out today?" Li Yu, dressed, came over, handing him a tissue, and asked softly, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Yes, I need to go to the official shelter at the Olympic Sports Center for something." Cheng Yin wiped his mouth and finished the last sip of soy milk. "You stay at home and behave, lock the doors and windows." "I got it, Ingu, you must be careful." Li Yu quickly nodded, tiptoeing to give him a kiss on the cheek. "I'll make dinner for you at home and wait for you to come back." Cheng Yin smiled, pinched her cheek, put on his cold weather gear, and stepped out. Climbing into the all-terrain snow vehicle, Cheng Yin pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle let out a deep roar as it surged out of the villa area, speeding toward the Olympic Sports Center. The wind and snow outside intensified visibility, dropping below 3 meters, and the snow accumulation on the road thickened significantly, with the deepest parts already covering the low wall by the roadside. Frozen corpses were scattered along the roadside, some of beggars, some of ordinary survivors, and others frozen solid such as wild dogs and cats, sending chills down the spine. After the global ice tsunami, the temperature in X City plunged to -70 degrees. The ordinary residential buildings in the area could hardly withstand such extreme cold. The coal fires long extinguished, and no one knew how many had been frozen into ice sculptures in their sleep last night. Coastal cities had already reached -99 degrees. Cheng Yin felt no disturbance about this. The apocalypse was like this. The weak were preyed upon by the strong, and only the fittest survived. He was not a savior. He could not save everyone. Managing himself and those around him was already enough. The Olympic Sports Center shelter was the only large-scale survivor shelter officially established in X City, surrounded by thick walls and barbed wire, with 2 heavy machine guns at the entrance and several armed soldiers standing guard at the checkpoint, their eyes filled with vigilance as they closely watched the snow vehicle approaching. In this frozen apocalypse, anyone capable of driving a tracked vehicle effortlessly across snow-choked wastelands was certainly no ordinary person. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, 4 soldiers rushed forward, rifles raised and muzzles trained squarely on the driver's seat. Their squad leader barked sharply, "Stop the vehicle. Kill the engine. Get out now. You are under inspection." Cheng Yin made no resistance. Calmly, he switched off the engine, pushed open the door, and leapt down. Gazing at the tense soldiers, he spoke with quiet composure. "No need to panic. I bear no ill intent. I've come to speak with your highest-ranking officer about matters of mutual importance." The soldiers stared at Cheng Yin and froze in stunned silence. His demeanor was unnervingly unruffled, his presence utterly serene. The squad leader snapped back to awareness, but kept his rifle raised, eyeing Cheng Yin warily. "Who are you? And what business do you have with our brigade commander? If you lack the authority to decide, go inside and announce my arrival. Tell your leadership that someone has come to discuss cooperation, with consequences should this opportunity be missed. One your entire shelter may deeply regret. Also refrain from treating me as a criminal suspect. Your rank does not entitle you to address me in such a manner." The squad leader studied Cheng Yin's unshaken poise and the unmistakably extraordinary snow vehicle behind him, and hesitated inwardly. To traverse this desolate world alone in such a machine was no feat for the common man. If Cheng Yin truly were someone of consequence, blocking him here could jeopardize something vital, and the responsibility would fall squarely upon his shoulders. After a few seconds' hesitation, he signaled 2 soldiers to maintain vigilance over Cheng Yin, then turned and sprinted into the shelter to deliver his report. Within 5 minutes, he returned, gesturing respectfully toward Cheng Yin. "Sir, our leadership requests your presence. Please follow me." Cheng Yin nodded and walked in beside him. The moment they entered the Olympic Sports Center, a wave of thick, humid air struck them, laced with the acrid scent of burning charcoal, stale sweat, rancid decay, and human waste. Though far warmer than the glacial wilderness outside, the interior was abysmal in every other regard. Inside the cavernous arena, thousands of survivors huddled together, men, women, and children, gaunt-faced and hollow-eyed, their gazes dull with exhaustion, yet sharpened by wary curiosity as they watched this outsider pass among them. From shadowed corners rose the wails of infants and the ragged coughs of adults, a chaotic, desperate din indistinguishable from any refugee camp. Cheng Yin swept his gaze across the scene, his expression unmoved. This was the grim reality of an official shelter survival, barely quality of life non-existent. Compared to his own fortified villa, this place was less sanctuary. It was purgatory. Following the squad leader up to a second-floor office, Cheng Yin waited while the man knocked. A firm voice replied, "Enter," and Cheng Yin opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, 2 men stood before a large map. One wore a military uniform, 40-something, broad-shouldered face carved with disciplined resolve, Zhang Weiguo, brigade commander and de facto leader of the shelter. The other was an elderly man with silver-streaked hair, clad in a worn cotton-padded jacket and round spectacles, Professor Yi Hongyuan of X City Geological University, well into his 60s. At the sound of the door, both turned. When Professor Yi caught sight of Cheng Yin's face, he froze. His pencil clattered onto the map and his spectacles nearly slid from his nose. Staggering forward 2 steps, he pointed a trembling finger, astonishment and dawning recognition warring in his voice. "It's you." Cheng Yin blinked, then instantly recognized him, the elderly neighbor from the villa district where he'd lived before the cataclysm. Memory surged back. The day the apocalypse struck, government helicopters had descended specifically upon that villa enclave, lifting Professor Yi and his wife to safety. Cheng Yin had watched from his window as the chopper lifted off, never imagining he'd meet the old man again here within the Olympic shelter. Cheng Yin arched a brow, mildly surprised. He'd assumed the professor had been evacuated to the nation's core city, not remained in X City. Commander Zhang also stiffened, glancing between Cheng Yin and the visibly agitated professor. Then his eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Leaning in, he lowered his voice. Professor Yi, is this the young man you spoke of last night? Your Villa District neighbor, the one who foresaw the extreme polar vortex, transformed his residence into an Arctic fortress, and stockpiled vast reserves of survival supplies. Yes, it's him. I'm absolutely certain. Professor Yi nodded vigorously, hands shaking, voice thick with emotion and awe. Cheng Yin heard every word. His keen hearing left nothing unheard. He offered a faint smile. I simply had a stroke of luck, sensed something amiss early on, and prepared accordingly. He neither confirmed nor denied having foreseen the apocalypse, merely deflected, offering no further explanation. At those words, Commander Zhang drew a sharp breath, his gaze shifting irrevocably, now filled with profound respect. He'd heard Professor Yi recount the story the previous evening. A young man in that villa district had converted his home into an Arctic bastion and hoarded staggering quantities of essentials. At the time, Zhang had dismissed it as the hopeful exaggeration of an aging scholar. Such foresight seemed preposterous. Who could possibly predict the end of the world? Surely it was just coincidence or delusion. Yet now, confronted with undeniable proof, he realized the truth was far more astonishing. This young man's preparations dwarfed even his wildest assumptions. To drive solo across terrain where temperatures plunged to -70 degrees Celsius, unfazed, unflinching, demanded not only immense resources, but unshakable confidence born of absolute self-sufficiency. Commander Zhang's demeanor shifted instantly. Hurrying forward, he offered Cheng Yin a steaming cup of hot water with a warm smile. Mr. Cheng, what an honor to finally meet you. Please take a seat. My subordinates acted rashly earlier. Please forgive their impertinence. Cheng Yin accepted the cup, but set it aside untouched on the table before settling onto the sofa. Straightforward and unadorned, he began, no formalities. I'm here to propose a partnership. Commander Zhang sat upright, immediately leaning forward intently. Mr. Cheng, please tell me what kind of partnership. Whatever lies within our capacity, we pledge full commitment. He was genuinely urgent. Over 30,000 survivors crammed the Olympic shelter, consuming supplies at an astronomical rate: food, medicine, cold weather gear, each in critical shortage. Most dire of all was grain rationing, stretched supplies to a mere 15 days. Without new provisions, those 30,000 souls would starve or freeze to death. That Cheng Yin, this man who had anticipated catastrophe and amassed extraordinary reserves, had arrived voluntarily to negotiate cooperation, felt nothing short of miraculous. Cheng Yin observed the commander's taut anxiety and spoke slowly. The terms are simple. I possess abundant supplies: rice flour, cooking oil, canned goods, snacks, thermal clothing, pharmaceuticals. Name it, and I can provide it. Commander Zhang's eyes flared with hope, his breathing quickened noticeably. Yet he knew well no gift in this world came without cost. Cheng Yin's generosity surely carried conditions. He exhaled deeply, then ventured cautiously. Mr. Cheng, what do you require in return? Firearms, ammunition. Our armory is at your disposal. We'll supply you with the finest available. Cheng Yin shook his head, smiling faintly. Firearms? I have no need for them. His spatial storage held everything, from pistols to RPGs, light machine guns to armored tanks. He had more than enough. Commander Zhang paused, then pressed urgently. Then gold. Currency. Name your sum. We'll gather it however much you demand. Cheng Yin's smile widened as he gestured toward the frost-rimed window. Brigade Commander Zhang, tell me, in this world, what value do money or gold hold? They're no different from scrap paper or discarded stones. Why would I want them? Commander Zhang's face paled, beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Not weapons, not wealth. Then what did he desire? After a long, tense silence, he clenched his jaw and asked, voice strained, Mr. Cheng, women. We have many young, respectable women here, daughters of upright families. In this apocalyptic reality, survival itself is a struggle. If you find one suitable, though morally fraught, such an arrangement might offer these women a chance at life. Cheng Yin did not react with the expected rebuke. Instead, he raised a brow, a sardonic curve playing at the corner of his lips as he replied, deliberate and cool, Brigade Commander Zhang. In the eyes of ordinary men like yourselves, a woman is merely a body, meant only to serve. Is that right? Zhang Weiguo was momentarily stunned, completely misjudging Cheng Yin's temperament. A sense of dread settled in his heart, fearing he had said something wrong that had angered the other party. He could only awkwardly smile and did not dare to respond. Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingertips, his tone nonchalant. But here it's different. Women are works of art, gifts bestowed by heaven, meant to be appreciated, not treated as mere objects for exchange. They are like paintings meant for admiration. Zhang Weiguo was even more bewildered, standing still and at a loss, his heart pounding. So does this mean he doesn't want them? He cautiously asked then. Mr. Cheng, you don't want them. That's not the case. Cheng Yin grinned, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You really asked the right person. I simply adore appreciating beautiful things. From now on, if any beautiful women catch your eye in the shelter, remember to keep me informed. Zhang Weiguo was instantly dumbfounded, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a word, his mind racing with thoughts. Goodness. Is he playing a word game with me? This rhetoric must have been used countless times to deceive young girls into undressing for his enjoyment. Despite his internal complaints, he dared not show a hint of it on his face. He could only hurriedly smile and nod. Sure, Mr. Cheng, you can count on me. Professor Yi Hongyuan, watching this scene, couldn't help but cough softly, suppressing a laugh as he quickly turned his face away to pretend to look at the map. Today's youth. Goodness. Cheng Yin did not linger on the topic, his smile fading as he looked at Zhang Weiguo, who still wore a confused expression. He finally stated his true demand. All right, jokes aside, what I truly want is very simple: living plants and animals. What? Zhang Weiguo was instantly taken aback, thinking he misheard. Mr. Cheng, you mean? What do you want? Living plants and animals. Cheng Yin repeated, his tone serious. Whether it's live fish from the ice or living grass growing in the frozen earth, as long as they are alive and edible plants or animals, I want them all. Cheng Yin was tormented by the readers. He forgot to use the shadow troop to gather adventures, but now he could only summon 100 shadow ninjas. If he wanted more adventures, he needed more people to help him search. While please let me go, I've been tortured. Why this thought? Because the system stated that these items, when eaten, wouldn't provide any feeling of fullness. Their greatest use was for exchanging with him for supplies. As for eating himself, sorry, the author doesn't allow it. He won't be able to eat. I plan to set up a small shop in your shelter. I will provide the supplies, but won't charge money or accept guns, only living plants and animals. For example, fish under the ice lotus in the snow, even a single blade of grass. The entire office fell silent at once. Zhang Weiguo and Professor Yi Hongyuan exchanged incredulous glances as if they were hearing a foreign language. After a long pause, Zhang Weiguo finally regained his senses and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Cheng, please don't joke with us. It is currently over 70 degrees below zero outside. The ground is harder than steel, and the water is already frozen solid. How could there possibly be live fish or living plants? Not to mention living plants and animals, even a single unfrozen dead tree is hard to find outside. The fish in the river have long turned into ice chunks. How could there possibly be any alive? Cheng Yin grinned, not explaining the system's intel, only saying casually, whether or not there are any is not for you to decide. The rules are set. If you want to exchange for supplies, bring living plants and animals to trade. Whether or not you trade is up to you. The system said that after the ice and snow tsunami, adventure supplies were refreshed. Not only were there miraculous flowers and herbs to enhance the body, but also fish that could survive in the ice. These items are useless to others, but are treasures that could make him stronger. Searching for them himself would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be better to let the official shelter survivors help him find them. He only needs to put out a little extra supplies to reap the benefits. Why not? Worst case, he could just raid a random. Zhang Weiguo hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth, and directly nodded. Let's trade. Well, trade. Mr. Cheng, let's go by your rules. Even if he felt it was absurd, he had to agree. It's just finding plants and animals, right? Even if he couldn't find them, he wouldn't suffer any loss. If he did find them, he could exchange them for life-saving food. It was a risk-free deal. Why not do it? Cheng Yin finalized the collaboration, smiled, and prepared to leave. He had already achieved his purpose in the shelter, using some inconsequential surplus supplies to get everyone to help him find adventure plants and animals to strengthen his body was a risk-free business, so there was no need to stay any longer. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, his face full of enthusiasm and respect. Mr. Cheng, don't rush to leave. This shelter is quite chaotic with many people around. I will personally escort you out to prevent anyone from bumping into you. Cheng Yin did not refuse and nodded. All right then, I shall trouble you. Professor Yi Hongyuan also got up. The three of them walked out of the office together down the stairs to the first floor of the gymnasium. Just as they reached the center of the gymnasium, suddenly a heart-wrenching scream came from outside, accompanied by chaotic footsteps, instantly drowning out the surrounding noise. Help! Please save me. Don't run. You filthy woman. Stand still. Even if you run to the ends of the earth today, I will kill you. The piercing female voice, filled with tears and extreme fear, drifted through the wind and snow from the direction of the shelter's entrance, becoming increasingly urgent, tightening everyone's hearts. Cheng Yin paused, his brows slightly furrowing. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? At that moment, the soldiers stationed at the entrance tensed up, simultaneously raising their rifles, aiming towards the door, and shouted sternly, Stop. Do not approach. One more step, and we will open fire. The survivors in the gymnasium immediately began to gossip, each peeking out, pointing towards the door, and discussing among themselves. What's going on? Is someone else coming to seek refuge? Didn't you hear someone chasing after them? They must be being hunted by the refugees and came running for help. TCH, what's there to save? Food is already scarce. With one more person, there will be one more mouth to feed. The authorities will definitely not let them in. Zhang Weiguo's expression darkened instantly, and he shouted sternly at the guard beside him. Go check what's happening. Whoever dares to cause trouble at the shelter entrance, arrest them directly. Just as the guard was about to move, Cheng Yin suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his gaze still fixed on the door, softly saying, Wait. Zhang Weiguo was taken aback for a moment, quickly halting his actions, looking at Cheng Yin with confusion. Mr. Cheng, what's wrong? Open the door and let them in. Cheng Yin's tone was very calm, carrying an air of authority in his words. The more he listened to that woman's voice, the more familiar it sounded, and he already had a vague image in his mind that he wanted to confirm. Though puzzled, Zhang Weiguo did not dare to contradict Cheng Yin's words and immediately waved his hand to the soldiers at the door, loudly shouting, Open the door. Let them in. The soldiers at the door, receiving the order, hesitated a bit, but still immediately opened the heavy iron door of the shelter. As the iron door was pulled open, just a crack, a woman wrapped in a thick scarf, her cotton clothing torn to shreds, covered in snow, rushed in like a madwoman, nearly falling to the ground, continuously shouting for help. Following closely behind her were a man and a woman, both wielding sharpened kitchen knives, their faces filled with fierce expressions, rushing in, as well cursing, Filthy woman. Run. I want to see where you can escape to. But as soon as the two rushed in, they were met with the sight of over a dozen rifles aimed directly at them, instantly freezing in place as the kitchen knife fell to the ground with a clatter, and they raised their hands. The woman who had rushed in finally regained her composure, leaning on her knees and gasping for breath, tears streaming down her cheeks, her whole body trembling from the terror of having narrowly escaped death. After a long moment, she finally looked up, repeatedly bowing to Zhang Weiguo, continuously expressing her gratitude. However, when her gaze fell on Cheng Yin beside her, she froze, her eyes widening as if she had seen a ghost, and her words of thanks abruptly ceased. It took her a full 3 seconds to stammer out, her voice filled with disbelief. Mr. How could it be? Cheng Yin was equally dumbfounded, taking a moment to look her up and down. Her face was still wrapped in a scarf, revealing only her eyes, and he couldn't recognize her at first. Do you know me? Cheng Yin asked, a look of confusion on his face, just as he was about to use his divine sense to see her face beneath the scarf. The woman, hearing this, quickly reached up and pulled off the scarf, revealing a delicate yet disheveled face. Her long wavy hair clung messily to her face, her lips were frostbitten and purple, yet she could not hide her beautiful features and curvy figure. Even in such dire straits, she was still an undeniable beauty. Upon seeing her face, Cheng Yin instantly remembered. Wait, isn't this the flight attendant I met on the plane before the apocalypse? At that time, he was on a flight abroad for shopping, and Li Anan was the flight attendant in first class, catering to him throughout the flight, and even asking for his WeChat, trying to strike up a conversation with him twice, which he had ignored. When he had declined her the second time, he had jokingly said, "Third time's the charm. If I encounter you again, I will definitely have a good, deep conversation with you." Unexpectedly, after so many days since the apocalypse began, he encountered this flight attendant for the third time in an official shelter. Seeing Cheng Yin recognize her, Li Anan could no longer hold back her tears, kneeling directly in front of him, bowing her head heavily, crying out, "Mister, please save me. I almost got killed by them. I'm begging you." Cheng Yin looked at Li Anan, who was kneeling and crying heavily, feeling a bit melancholic inside. He reached out to help her up, saying, "Get up, don't cry for now. Tell me what happened." Li Anan, still trembling, recounted the whole story as she was helped up. When the apocalypse struck, she happened to be on vacation at home, living in an apartment next to her best friend, Mei Liangxin. However, her friend was living with her boyfriend, meaning their resources were consumed a bit faster. Out of friendship, she had shared some food with them, but a few days ago their supplies had completely run out. Those two surprisingly had developed malicious intentions, plotting to kill her and use her as backup food. She accidentally overheard their conversation and was terrified, braving the extreme cold of -70 degrees to escape, finally making it to the official shelter at the sports center, only to find that those two had followed her with knives. I treated her so well, and she actually wanted to kill me and use me as food. Li Anan grew increasingly aggrieved as she spoke, her tears falling more fiercely. After listening, Cheng Yin understood the situation. However, since fate had brought them together again, if this flight attendant couldn't change her habit of sharing food with others, she might as well stay in this shelter. Meanwhile, Park Duan-Diao, hearing Li Anan's words, showed no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he raised his head, glaring fiercely at Li Anan, cursing loudly, appearing utterly unafraid. He was brazen, lying face down on the cold ground with a soldier pressing him down, still exuding arrogance, cursing, "You filthy woman. Run if you can. Go ahead and keep running." After finishing with Lianen, he turned his gaze to Cheng Yin, sizing him up, his eyes filled with disdain at Cheng Yin's youthful appearance. Yelling loudly, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. This is our private matter, nothing to do with you. Let us go immediately, or you'll regret it." He was a typical rebellious youth, sporting dyed yellow hair and tattoos on his face. Even being pressed to the ground, he still acted like a tough guy, spewing all the bravado typical of internet youth, making him quite a headache to deal with. The surrounding survivors couldn't help but gasp at his words, thinking to themselves that this kid was truly fearless. Didn't they see how even Commander Zhang was polite to this young man? He actually dared to speak to people like that. It was simply courting death. Zhang Weiguo's face turned dark in an instant as he shouted, "Shut up. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll execute you on the spot." Park Duanjiao was momentarily stunned but still refused to back down, defiantly shouting, "This is our private matter. This woman has our food, oh, we just want it back. And that's perfectly reasonable." Cheng Yin scoffed, taking a couple of steps forward and looking down at him. "She shared her food with you, and you're not grateful enough. You even want to kill her for backup food. Is that your idea of being reasonable? So what?" Park Duanjiao retorted defiantly, "In the apocalypse, it's survival of the fit. She's a woman, oh, keeping that little bit of food is a waste. If we eat it, we can live a few more days. What's wrong with that? Is there a problem?" As he spoke, he suddenly struggled violently, shouting at the soldiers, "Let me go. If you dare let me go, I challenge you. Kid, don't you want to meddle in this? If you're brave enough to challenge me, if you win, I'll accept it. If I win, this woman and her food will all belong to me. Don't meddle in this." After saying that, he even flashed Cheng Yin a gesture of international friendship and struck a fighting pose, looking as though he was ready for a fight despite being pinned to the ground. He continued to shout classic lines of bravado. "Guangong trampled on the long rainbow. Since ancient times, the poor have not lost their spirit. Don't push your luck, bro. I'm all about life and death. If you're not convinced, let's settle it." The onlookers couldn't help but roll their eyes at his antics, thinking this kid was truly insane. Cheng Yin chuckled at his posturing, though there was no warmth in his eyes. Coincidentally, he had just unlocked a supreme fighting technique and hadn't had the chance to try it out yet. This kid had delivered himself right to his doorstep, perfect for a practice target. A free punching bag like him was too tempting to pass up. "All right, I will satisfy your request," Cheng Yin said to the soldier who was pinning down Pu Duanjiao, nodding slightly. "Let him go." The soldier was taken aback for a moment, turned to look at Zhang Weiguo, who immediately nodded. Only then did the soldier loosen his grip and take a few steps back, his rifle still aimed at Pu Duanjiao, ready to act at any moment. As soon as Pu Duanjiao was released, he quickly scrambled to his feet, flexing his wrists and neck. With a smug expression, he beckoned to Cheng Yin with a finger and said, "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll even let you have 3 moves. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Cheng Yin looked at his jumping antics, too lazy to argue further. He suddenly pushed off the ground, moving like a ghost, instantly appearing before Pu Duanjiao. Pu Duanjiao's arrogance froze on his face. He didn't even see how Cheng Yin moved, or it felt like a flash before Cheng Yin was already in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, just as he raised his hand to defend. Cheng Yin's whip-like leg struck like light. Bang! 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 9 crisp sounds echoed in succession, so fast they almost merged into one. Cheng Yin's lightning-fast 9 whip kicks landed one after another, each harder and faster than the last, first striking his left and right arms, then his abdomen and knees, with the final blow landing heavily on his chest. The entire process lasted less than 2 seconds. Pu Duanjiao didn't even have a chance to react. He was struck and sent flying like a torn sack, crashing several meters away and spitting out a mouthful of blood. In pain, he curled up on the ground, unable to even let out a scream, his bones feeling as if they had been shattered, unable to rise. The entire scene fell into a sudden silence. The onlooking survivors stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. He was so fast, truly a man of incredible. They only saw a shadow flash by, and the arrogant Pu Duanjiao was already flying away, not even catching a glimpse of Cheng Yin's movements. What terrifying speed and power was this? Zhang Weiguo also gasped, his gaze towards Cheng Yin, filled with newfound admiration. After so many years in the military and witnessing countless martial arts masters, he had never seen anyone cultivate combat skills to such a level. This was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would have wanted to recruit Cheng Yin into his unit and personally train him. Cheng Yin brushed off non-existent dust from his pants, leisurely walking up to Pu Duanjiao and looking down at him, coolly stating, "With such meager skills, how dare you try to mix with others? You talk about life and death, lightly challenging me." Pu Duanjiao lay on the ground, convulsing in pain, his eyes filled with terror as he stammered, "Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me." Cheng Yin ignored his pleas, bent down, and locked his hand around Pu Duanjio's throat, applying slight pressure. Pu Duanjio's face instantly turned a shade of deep red. His hands frantically grabbed at Cheng Yin's arm, his legs kicking helplessly, making muffled noises, struggling to squeeze out a few words. Hey, friend, fighting is fighting. Just a little air. Please. Cheng Yin remained impassive without a hint of emotion on his face. When he wanted to kill Li Anan for supplies, did he ever think about giving someone a chance? He tightened his fingers. With a crisp cracking sound, Pu Duanjio's neck was instantly twisted, his struggling motions freezing as his eyes widened in shock, breath completely gone. Cheng Yin casually tossed his corpse onto the ground, clapping his hands as if he had merely crushed an ant. The entire scene was deathly silent, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone trembled in fear, their eyes towards Cheng Yin, filled with extreme terror, too afraid to lift their heads. Cheng Yin slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Mei Liangxin, who was pinned to the ground by soldiers, already terrified to the point of losing her sanity. Mei Liangxin, seeing Cheng Yin's gaze, instantly wet her pants, tears and snot mixing together as she frantically pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. It was all Pu Duanjiao forcing me. It was his idea. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. I won't dare again." Cheng Yin looked at her pitiful state, a devilish smile curling on his lips as he leisurely replied, "Don't be afraid, I Cheng Yin do not kill women." Mei Liangxin was taken aback by these words, a glimmer of wild joy flashing in her eyes. The weight in her heart finally lifted as she hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You are magnanimous, spare my dog life." However, before she could finish her gratitude, Cheng Yin suddenly spoke, clearly for everyone to hear. Shadow. At that moment, two dark figures suddenly emerged silently from the shadows behind Mei Liangxin. Two shadow ninjas clad in black, their faces covered with masks, exposing only a pair of crimson eyes, appeared behind Mei Liangxin, like ghosts rising from hell. Everyone in the venue was dumbfounded, their eyes seemingly stimulated, their minds blank, unable to believe what they were witnessing. People. How could they emerge from the shadows? What are these things? Mei Liangxin sensed the movement behind her and was about to turn around when the two shadow ninjas moved. Each grabbed one of Mei Liangxin's arms, with the other hand wielding gleaming ninja shurikens, showing no hesitation as they plunged them into the sides of her neck. Blood instantly sprayed out as Mei Liangxin's scream abruptly ceased. Her eyes widened and she fell straight to the ground, dying on the spot without even a chance to struggle. Blood instantly sprayed out as Mei Liangxin's scream abruptly ceased. Her eyes The entire stadium erupted in chaos, discussions rising and falling, everyone terrifiedly retreating, looking at Cheng Yin as if he were a demon crawling out from hell, not daring to approach. Zhang Weiguo stood frozen in place, his mind blank, his heart shouting frantically, "What the hell? What? Ninjas emerging from shadows? Is this some sort of supernatural power from a novel? No wonder he dares to roam around in sub-zero temperatures. With such abilities, who could stop him?" He finally understood why Cheng Yin, despite having an abundance of firearms and ammunition, remained fearless. With such divine skills, even thousands of people wouldn't be enough to take him down. Clearly Zhang Weiguo had not watched anime, while those who had already recognized what it was and started to... Isn't that the skill from the masked character in anime? What was it called again? The Wasteland Brigade. I remember the protagonist was some sort of archaeologist. One kick sent someone flying. But just now their strikes were too ruthless, not a word spoken, just straight for the carotid artery. I've seen this. I remember the strongest one was the one that could eat shadows and grow larger. And those two ninjas stepped forward and seized that woman immediately. Without uttering a word, they thrust daggers into her neck, heedless of whether she can endure it. Cheng Yin paid no heed. He turned his gaze toward Li Anan beside him. Li Anan's delicate face twisted in terror, her entire body trembling. Yet her eyes fixed upon Cheng Yin held not the slightest trace of fear, only profound gratitude and reverent awe. Had it not been for Cheng Yin, she would have perished today at the hands of Mei Liangxin and Park Duandiao, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Noticing Cheng Yin's glance, Li Anan quickly collected herself and bowed deeply, once more her voice thick with tears, yet resolute. "Sir, thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Your boundless grace. Li Anan shall never forget it in this lifetime." Enough. No more thanks back and forth. Cheng Yin waved a hand dismissively. Observing her disheveled state, he asked casually, "What do you plan to do next? The shelter is overcrowded and chaotic, supplies are scarce, and as a woman you're far from safe there." At his words, Li Anan instantly lifted her head, determination flashing in her eyes, and knelt before Cheng Yin once more. With unwavering sincerity she declared, "Sir, I know I have nothing to offer in return, yet I wish to follow you. I will serve you as ox or horse, tending to your daily needs, pouring tea, fetching water, washing clothes, cooking meals. I am capable of all these things. From this moment on, my life belongs to you. If only you'll take me in. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Without hesitation, without complaint. She had struggled through the apocalypse for days and knew all too well how perilous a woman's existence had become in this shattered world. Even within the shelter lacking provisions and protection, she could not survive long, eventually falling prey to abuse, perhaps meeting the same fate as today. Cheng Yin was her sole lifeline, the only person she could truly rely upon. Moreover, his extraordinary abilities made following him the wisest path through the apocalypse. Cheng Yin looked down at Li Anan kneeling before him, raised an eyebrow, and recalled a jest from the pre-apocalyptic era. A wry, knowing smile curved his lips. Oh, you'd truly do anything. Yes, absolutely anything. Li Anan nodded fervently, her cheeks faintly flushed, yet her gaze remained steadfast and unflinching upon him. So long as you'll accept me, I'll do anything. Very well, rise. Cheng Yin extended a hand to help her up. Since our paths have crossed thrice, it must be fate. You may accompany me. The villa lacks hands to assist, and Liu manages alone, barely keeping pace. He was no paragon of virtue. Li Anan was beautiful, shapely, and a trained flight attendant. Her skills in service were undoubtedly refined. Keeping her close held no disadvantage. Besides, their third encounter fulfilled that earlier jest. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Anan burst into tears and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I swear I'll work diligently. I'll never disappoint you. By then, Zhang Weiguo had finally shaken off his shock and cautiously approached Cheng Yin, his expression deferential, curious, and edged with trepidation. In a hushed voice, he asked, Mr. Cheng, what were those two just now? His curiosity was unbearable. Ninjas emerging from shadows defied all rational understanding. If left unresolved, he feared he'd lie awake all night. Cheng Yin glanced at him coolly and replied, tone detached, merely one of my survival techniques. What isn't yours to ask? Don't ask. It won't benefit you. Zhang Weiguo snapped his mouth shut, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, I won't ask. Not another word. His burning curiosity was instantly quelled. He dared not utter another syllable. Cheng Yin's abilities surpassed his wildest imaginings. Such secrets belonged to a realm beyond his reach. The more he knew, the sooner he'd perish. A truth he understood all too well. Cheng Yin said no more, reiterating their arrangement. I'll return tomorrow. See that you've located the living flora and fauna I require by then. Only living specimens. I'll accept none that are dead. Rest assured, Mr. Cheng. I'll organize search teams immediately. No delay whatsoever. Zhang Weiguo thumped his chest in earnest pledge, his demeanor impeccably respectful. Cheng Yin gave a slight nod, then added idly, by the way, don't wander aimlessly. Beneath the ice layer, live fish may indeed exist, in abundance. Be bold, bore deeper into the ice. You might uncover something extraordinary. His words served both as counsel and subtle foreshadowing. The system had indicated an auspicious encounter beneath the ice. Letting official personnel probe first posed no harm. Though Zhang Weiguo remained skeptical that live fish could survive at -70 degrees, he hurriedly affirmed, yes. I'll remember. I'll dispatch teams to drill the ice at once. Cheng Yin offered no further comment, took Li Anan by the hand, and strode toward the shelter's main gate. Zhang Weiguo followed respectfully to the threshold, watching Cheng Yin drive off in his snow vehicle, with Li Anan beside him, until they vanished into the blizzard. Only then did he exhale deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. En route, Li Anan sat quietly in the passenger seat, speaking not a word, only stealing furtive glances at Cheng Yin behind the wheel, her eyes shimmering with quiet adoration. Sensing her gaze, Cheng Yin chuckled teasingly. Why keep staring? Before the apocalypse you approached me twice. Bold enough then. Why so silent now? Why so silent now? Li Anan's face flamed crimson. She lowered her head, whispering softly, back then. I didn't know you were this formidable. I assumed you were merely an ordinary wealthy heir. Oh, and now you know. Cheng Yin smiled faintly. Do you recall what I told you then? 3 times is the limit. On our third meeting we'd engage in a proper, profound exchange. Never imagined we'd meet again. Here of all places. Li Anan's blush deepened. She buried her face even lower, her voice soft and sweet. I remember. If you're willing, I'm ready for anything. Cheng Yin burst into hearty laughter and gently pinched her cheek, saying nothing more. The vehicle soon pulled smoothly into the villa district and came to a halt before the villa's entrance. Cheng Yin led Li Anan inside. Warmth enveloped them instantly, a stark heavenly contrast to the -70-degree wasteland beyond the door. The living room radiated cozy heat. Freshly sliced fruit adorned the coffee table. A pre-apocalyptic comedy played softly on the television. Everything exuded serene, almost surreal comfort. Li Yue, cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and poked her head out. Seeing Li Anan beside Cheng Yin, she registered mild surprise. but uttered no question. Setting down her knife, she smiled warmly and stepped forward to take Cheng Yin's coat. "Brother Yin, you're back." She neither asked who Li Anan was nor betrayed the faintest hint of resentment or jealousy, simply continued her quiet, diligent duties. She knew full well her warm home, her hot meals, all owed entirely to Cheng Yin. Whomever Cheng Yin chose to bring home, whomever he permitted to dwell here, rested solely upon his will. She possessed neither right nor standing to question, and above all dared not provoke his displeasure. Her sole duty was to fulfill her role flawlessly, to serve Cheng Yin with unwavering devotion. Cheng Yin nodded approvingly. This was precisely why he valued Li Yue, clear-headed, discreet, and instinctively respectful of boundaries. He gestured toward Li Anan and remarked casually, "This is Li Anan. She'll reside here henceforth, assist you with household tasks." "Hello, Sister Anan. I'm Li Yue," she greeted cheerfully, her manner cordial and wholly devoid of Li Anan hastily replied, somewhat reserved, "Hello, Sister Yu. I hope I won't trouble you too much in the day." Having just escaped the hellish world outside, she gazed around at the warm, inviting villa at Liu in clean homeware, her cheeks rosy with health, and felt a pang of deep envy mingled with profound relief at having chosen wisely. Cheng Yin ignored their polite exchange, taking Li Anan's hand and guiding her toward the bathroom. "Come, we'll bathe first. You're frozen solid. Your body's like ice." Li Anan's face flared red again. She nodded silently and obediently followed him into the bathroom. Hot water gushed steadily from the showerhead, filling the bathroom with billowing white steam. Li Anan soaked in the warm bathwater, her frostbitten body gradually enveloped and thawed. Every pore relaxed, and the sheer comfort nearly brought her to tears. She hadn't enjoyed a hot bath in days. Since the apocalypse descended, even clean cold water had become scarce, let alone hot. Each day she huddled shivering in her icy apartment, too cold to sleep, too terrified to rest, constantly vigilant against predators living perpetually on the edge of dread. Tears spilled unbidden, striking the water's surface and rippling outward in concentric circles. Cheng Yin leaned casually against the bathtub's rim, idly playing a card game, and raised an eyebrow as he noticed her weeping. "What's this about?" "Nothing at all." Li Anan hastily wiped her cheeks and sniffled, her voice trembling with emotion. It's been so long since I felt warmth like this. I truly believed I'd never bathe in hot water again." Cheng Yin said nothing, only reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The apocalypse was that merciful. Before the collapse, she had been a first-class flight attendant, envied by all, beautiful, well-paid, treated with deference wherever she went, living in spotless apartments, using only the finest skincare, taking hot baths as effortlessly as breathing. But when the world ended, everything vanished overnight. She nearly became her closest friend's emergency ration, and even a single sip of hot water or a proper meal became unimaginable luxuries. Such a plummet from paradise into hell was not something everyone could endure. "Enough. Weeping is over," Cheng Yin said quietly. "Stay with me, and so long as I have food, you'll never go hungry. Hot baths, hot meals, every day without fail." Li Anan nodded fiercely, her tears now flowing freely, but this time born of profound gratitude. Gazing at Cheng Yin's profile, she silently vowed for the rest of her life she would follow him faithfully, serve him devotedly, without hesitation or doubt. After the bath, Cheng Yin found Li Anan a set of clean sleepwear. When they emerged from the bathroom, Liu had already prepared dinner. A generous spread: braised pork ribs, cola-braised chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a steaming bowl of seaweed dandig drop soup, its fragrance rich and irresistible. That seaweed dandig drop soup truly was a favorite. Cheng Yin adored it, and others did too. "Brother Yin, Sister Anan, dinner's ready. The dishes are still piping hot." Liu smiled warmly as she served their rice. Li Anan stared wide-eyed at the abundant table, swallowing hard. She couldn't recall how long it had been since she'd eaten a proper hot meal, surviving only on stale biscuits and cold water, her stomach hollowed by starvation. Cheng Yin sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and selected a rib before saying to Li Anan, "Go ahead, eat your fill. There's more if you need it." "Thank you, Brother Yin." Li Anan instantly decided she would stay with Cheng Yin, and her address had already shifted accordingly. Even before the apocalypse, she'd admired him: wealthy, handsome, undeniably compelling. Now the choice was absolute. Without another word, she seized her chopsticks and devoured her meal with ravenous urgency. Meanwhile, beside them in the doghouse, the Liu sisters pressed themselves against the iron gate, noses twitching as they inhaled the tantalizing aroma of dinner, stomachs growling in protest. Lu Lanyue's fever had nearly broken, though dizziness lingered. She sniffed the air, swallowed hard, and whispered softly to her sister, "Elder sister, it smells so good. I'm starving." Lu Lanin's face was drawn and pale, her stomach rumbling even louder than her younger sister's. They couldn't remember the last time they'd eaten anything substantial. Only those 2 self-heating rice meals Cheng Yin had given them at the outset had briefly quieted their hunger. Earlier they'd heard a woman's voice outside the villa, and assumed they were imagining things. Yet moments later the scent of cooking confirmed it was real. Pressing close to the gate, they peered through its narrow gaps into the living room, and saw Cheng Yin seated at the dining table with an unfamiliar, beautiful woman clad in clean sleepwear, eating heartily. Lu Lanyin froze stunned. Why? Why was this woman spared the doghouse? Why was she welcomed directly into the villa, to dine with Cheng Yin? Yes, she was attractive, but no more stunning than either of them. Merely more mature in bearing. Was it merely her fuller figure, her fairer skin, her longer legs? And yet, Lan Yue's figure was equally ample. They were twins after all. Why did she earn instant sanctuary in the villa while they starved in the doghouse? A fierce wave of existential dread surged through Lu Lanyin's chest. She'd assumed Cheng Yin kept only Li Yu as his companion, and that as identical twins they could simply humble themselves and beg for shelter. Surely he would relent. But now it was clear Cheng Yin was not lacking in female companionship. This newcomer Li Yanin and Li Yu were both striking and clearly far more familiar with him than they were. If they waited any longer they would be forgotten entirely, and perish slowly starving in that wretched dog. Elder sister. Lu Lanyue's eyes welled with tears as she tugged her sister's sleeve, whispering, "What do we do? She's sitting there eating. How much longer must we starve? I'm so hungry." Lu Lanyin bit her lip, her gaze sharpening with resolve. Waiting was no longer an option. Starvation loomed too near. Yeah, don't panic. Lu Lanyin drew a slow, steadying breath and lowered her voice. It's fine. She's alone. We're twins, identical, radiant, the former campus beauties. No man can resist the allure of twin goddesses. When he comes, we'll plead with him. If we humble ourselves, speak sincerely, he'll surely grant us entry. Really? A flicker of fragile hope lit Lu Lanyue's eyes. Truly, Lu Lanyin affirmed with a nod, though deep within uncertainty gnawed at her certainty. She stared at the villa's warmly lit windows, breathed in the intensifying aroma of dinner, and swore inwardly whatever the cost, she would lead her sister out of this doghouse and into that warm, luminous sanctuary. Every word of their conversation reached Cheng Yin's ears, his enhanced hearing capturing each syllable with perfect clarity. He lifted a chicken wing with his chopsticks, and a faint, imperceptible smile curved his lips. Excellent. The pressure was calibrated precisely. Let them understand in this apocalypse nothing was granted freely. To claim anything one must pay its due price. To expect men to beg them while clinging to the pride of campus idols. A fantasy. After dinner, Li Yu and Li Anin cleared the table together, effortless, synchronized, restoring order in moments. You two go watch a film. Leave me to it. Cheng Yin waved dismissively before ascending to the second floor. From his spatial storage he retrieved a carbon fiber fishing rod and a box of hooks and lines, and assembled them with practiced efficiency. The system had mentioned rare creatures and flora beneath the ice. He intended to test it, to discover what secrets lay hidden beneath the snow. System, how do I activate that master angler skill you mentioned earlier? He asked inwardly. The fishing master skill is a passive skill that does not require active activation. As long as the host engages in fishing, the skill activates automatically. The mechanical voice of the system immediately echoed. Within the skill activation range, all fish will be automatically attracted, biting the hook actively, ensuring the host will never go empty-handed. Is it really that impressive? Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, still finding it hard to believe. This was a frigid landscape at -70 degrees with half a meter of snow covering the ground, and the earth beneath was frozen harder than steel. How could there be fish swimming in the snow? He attached a bit of bait to the hook and opened the window on the second floor, directly tossing the hook onto the snowy ground in the yard. The hook disappeared instantly into the thick snow. Cheng Yin held the fishing rod, waiting casually. Just under 2.5 minutes later, the rod suddenly plunged down sharply. Startled, Cheng Yin quickly lifted the rod. A significant force transmitted from the other end of the rod, and with a slight effort he flicked it upward, pulling out a completely ice-blue fish from the snow. The fish was about the size of a palm, covered in a layer of translucent blue scales, shimmering faintly under the light, and its gills were still moving, proving it was indeed alive. No way. There really is a fish. Cheng Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was in the snow. This fish can actually swim in the snow. That's absurd. He crouched down, examining the blue fish close. The fish's body was ice cold, but showed no signs of being frozen stiff. Its tail was continuously slapping against the ground, full of vitality. He had never seen such a fish, and not only had he never seen one, but he hadn't even heard of it. System, is this what you refer to as a unique encounter with flora and fauna? Cheng Yin asked in his mind. Yes, host. This is the extreme cold ice fish, a special species born after the ice and snow tsunami, classified as a unique resource. Then how likely is it to enhance if I eat it? Cheng Yin asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. The enhancement probability of the extreme cold ice fish is one consistent with other unique resources. Cheng Yin nodded, feeling not too disappointed. A 1% probability was already quite low. It was normal not to enhance. He tossed the hook back into the snow, hoping to catch a few more. After waiting for a full half hour, there was no movement on the fishing rod at all. Not even a shrimp was caught. What's going on? System, didn't you say I would never go empty-handed? Cheng Yin asked, puzzled. The fishing master skill only guarantees the host will not go empty-handed. The extreme cold ice fish in the current area has already been fully caught by the host. A change of location is necessary to continue fishing. Cheng Yin suddenly realized, so that's how it was. He retracted the fishing rod and walked into the kitchen holding the extreme cold ice fish. Cheng Yin picked up a kitchen knife and began to gut the fish. He coated the cleaned fish with a layer of starch and placed it into the hot oil for frying. The sizzling sound of frying quickly filled the entire kitchen with a unique and fragrant aroma. Before long, a golden, crispy, fried extreme cold ice fish was ready. Cheng Yin sprinkled a bit of chili powder and took a bite. The fish meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, without a hint of fishy smell, incredibly fresh, and tasted better than any fish he had ever eaten before. However, just as the system said, after eating it, he felt no sense of fullness, as if he hadn't eaten at all. It felt like he had eaten, but also had not eaten. Cheng Yin finished the entire fish, wiped his mouth, and sat on a chair for a long time, feeling no change in his body. System, what's the verdict? Did I enhance? Cheng Yin asked in his mind. Detection complete. The host did not gain any enhancement effects. The mechanical voice of the system rang out without emotion. If an enhancement is obtained, the system will notify the host immediately. Cheng Yin shrugged, finding it to be expected. Well, he thought not too concerned. With a 1% probability, how could it be that easy to hit? If eating one fish guaranteed enhancement, that would be ridiculous. Nonetheless, the fish tasted really good. He could fish a few more to snack on in the future. He cleaned up the kitchen and walked out, glancing at the two women in the living room, watching a movie, then turned to look at the direction of the doghouse. Calculating the time, the Liu sisters had not eaten for almost 2 days. If they went hungry any longer, they might really starve inside. Although he wanted to temper their temperaments, he couldn't let them die of hunger. After all, they were the twin schoolflowers, and they were useful to keep around. Otherwise, what would happen to the tons of useless garbage in the space? Cheng Yin couldn't waste like that. Since he had taken them in, he had to use everything up, cherishing resources, starting from himself. Cheng Yin took out 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water from the space and threw them into the doghouse through the iron gate. With a thud, the bread and mineral water fell to the ground. The Liu sisters in the doghouse rushed over, their eyes brightened at the sight of the bread. Lu Lanyue picked up a loaf of bread, tore open the packaging, and started devouring it, almost choking and rolling her eyes. Lu Lanin also picked up a loaf of bread, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, she looked up at Cheng Yin outside the iron gate, her eyes filled with complexity. She knew Cheng Yin was showing pity towards them. Yet right now, they didn't even have the right to refuse. If this continued, they would really starve to death. Dignity is worthless in the face of hunger. Lu Lanin took a deep breath, finally letting go of all pride and arrogance, and shouted loudly through the iron door, "Big brother, please, let us in. I'm willing to do anything. Just let us into the villa and give us something to eat, and we will do whatever you ask." Lu Lanyue, hearing her sister's words, hurriedly looked up, her mouth full of bread, mumbling, "Big brother, I'm willing to. I can do anything. Please let us in." Cheng Yin looked at the two of them, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, and said lightly, "You're willing too?" "Yes, I'm willing." Lu Lanyue hurriedly nodded, vigorously afraid Cheng Yin might not believe her. "All right," Cheng Yin nodded. "I'll come to let you out tomorrow morning. Once you're out, you'll be responsible for cleaning laundry and all the chores. Also, every night, you'll give me massage." "No problem. No problem. We agree." The Liu sisters nodded eagerly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Finally, they could leave this insufficiently fed doghouse. Finally, they could eat hot meals and take hot showers. Cheng Yin said nothing more and turned back to the bedroom. When he returned to the bedroom, Li Yu and Li Anan were lying on the bed watching a TV drama, both covered with a blanket, their heads together, thoroughly engrossed. Cheng Yin smiled as he took off his clothes and squeezed in between the two of them, wrapping his arms around both women. The girls were quite obedient, showing no resistance at all as they nestled in his arms, continuing to watch them. The bedroom was warm and cozy with a light-hearted TV drama playing on the phone, and Cheng Yin felt so comfortable holding the soft and fragrant beauty that he almost fell asleep. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was an indescribable sensation in both his left and right legs. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Cheng Yin's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, today's skill has been delivered. Today you have unlocked a new skill, resource duplication. Cheng Yin instantly perked up, his eyes widening with joy in his heart. Resource duplication. Does that mean I will never run out of resources again? System. What does the resource duplication skill mean? Can I duplicate anything I want? Cheng Yin eagerly asked in his mind. This is a duplication skill. With this skill, as long as he desires, he can command a massive force at will. Resource duplication skill description. The host can duplicate any survival-related resources at a 1:1 ratio, with no cooldown time and no limitations on the number of uses. Duplicable resources include food, drinking water, fuel, medicine, daily necessities, ordinary weapons and ammunition, and all essential survival items. Unduplicable items, humans, plants, and animals, system skills, special adventure items, and other non-survival-related resources. After hearing this, Cheng Yin felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped he could duplicate everything, but it turned out he could only duplicate survival resources. However, on second thought, this was already impressive. Food, diesel, medicine. These are the most valuable things in the apocalypse. With this skill, he could duplicate rice, diesel, and medicine, having as much as he wanted, never running out. In the future, not to mention supporting a few people, even raising an army would be more than sufficient. Can I duplicate diesel? Cheng Yin quickly asked, even though he had plenty in his space. Yes, the host just needs to silently wish to duplicate. Cheng Yin immediately thought in his heart, duplicate 1 barrel of diesel. Instantly, a barrel of diesel appeared in his space. Wow, it really works. Cheng Yin was so excited that he almost jumped out of bed. He tried duplicating rice, 1 bag after another. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Cheng Yin's heart was filled with joy. With this skill, he would no longer have to tirelessly scavenge for resources. I can duplicate as much as I want. System, why can't I duplicate plants and animals? If I could duplicate the extreme cold ice fish, wouldn't I be able to eat it continuously for enhancement? Cheng Yin asked somewhat regretfully. If the duplication permissions for plants and animals are opened, it may cause uncontrollable disasters. Plus, consider this, if female characteristics were duplicated onto you, what would that feel like? Cheng Yin imagined that scene and instantly shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. Forget it, I take that back. He quickly waved his hand. If I can't duplicate, then so be it. As long as I can duplicate survival resources, that's enough. He certainly didn't want to become a freak that was neither male nor female. That would be too terrifying. Despite a bit of regret, Cheng Yin was still immensely excited. This duplication skill was undoubtedly one of the most practical skills he had unlocked so far. With unlimited resources, he would truly stand invincible in this apocalypse. Li Yuan, nestled in his arms, felt Cheng Yin's body move and groggily lifted her head, rubbing her eyes. She softly asked, Brother Yin, what's wrong? Can't sleep. It's nothing. Cheng Yin smiled, pinching her food pouch. I was just thinking of something happy. Go back to sleep, but we have things to do tomorrow. MHM. Li Yu nodded obediently, leaning back into his arms, closing her eyes, and quickly falling. Beside them, Li Yanin had long been too tired to stay awake, leaning on his shoulder, sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes resting on her face, looking exceptionally gentle. Cheng Yin held the soft and fragrant beauty, but his mind was calculating the plans ahead. With the duplication skill, he no longer had to worry about resources. Next, he could focus more on finding adventure resources and enhancing his strength. Also, the small shop at the official shelter could be opened after all, with infinite resources, using some duplicated resources to exchange for thousands of people to help him find rare plants and animals was simply a guaranteed profit. Then there was Zhou Lei. That kid said he would come to seek refuge once his sister was better, but he didn't know when he would arrive. That kid was a loyal man and his skills were decent. He could be cultivated well to be a subordinate in the future. Lost in thought, Cheng Yin slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. A night without conversation. The next morning, Cheng Yin was awakened by the humming sounds of 2 women. He opened his eyes, glanced at his phone, and saw that it was only 8 in the morning. Cheng Yin carefully withdrew his hand, got out of bed, dressed, and walked to the doghouse to open the door. The Liu sisters had already packed their things, but there wasn't much, just 2 ragged clothes. They lowered their heads, appearing somewhat shy, but their eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Big brother. The 2 of them called out in unison, their voices very soft. Cheng Yin nodded, stepping aside to let them in. Come in. The bathroom is over there. There's clean clothes and toiletries inside. Go take a shower first, and throw away your dirty clothes. After you shower, come out to eat. Thank you, big brother. The Liu sisters quickly nodded and hurried into the bathroom, closing the door. Cheng Yin walked into the kitchen and pulled out a dozen steaming meat buns and a few cups of hot soy milk from his space, placing them on the dining table. Before long, the Liu sisters came out after showering. They were wearing the clean pajamas Cheng Yin found for them, their hair damp, and their faces had been washed clean. Although they were still a bit thin, their delicate features were now revealed. No wonder they were the twin school beauties of X City University. They were indeed very beautiful. Seeing the meat buns on the dining table, their eyes instantly lit up and their stomachs growled. Sit down, eat up. Cheng Yin waved at them. The Lu sisters quickly sat down and began to devour them. The warm meat buns burst with savory meat aroma in their mouths, causing both of them to cry, tears falling onto the buns, but they didn't even bother to wipe them, continuing to eat greedily. They hadn't eaten something so delicious in a long time. During the days in the doghouse, they had been starving, thinking they would never eat hot meals again. Now that they could eat steaming meat buns, they felt that all the suffering they had endured before was worth it. Cheng Yin watched them cry while eating the buns. His heart remained calm. Cheng Yin walked to the entrance of the villa, opened the door, and saw Zhou Lei standing at the door, wearing a military coat and sporting a hearty smile. Seeing Cheng Yin come out, he immediately waved his hand excitedly. "Big brother, I'm here." Zhou Lei hurried over and bowed deeply to Cheng Yin, saying, "Big brother, thank you for the medicine you gave me. My sister's fever has subsided, and she is much better. Zhou Lei will never forget your great kindness in this lifetime." "All right, don't mention it." Cheng Yin waved his hand and chuckled. "I thought you would come in a couple of days. I originally planned to wait until my sister was completely better before coming, but I couldn't wait any longer to come and be with you, big brother. It makes me feel secure." Zhou Lei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, then paused hesitantly to speak. "Big brother. I have two brothers and my sister. Can they come with you? They are all good people and definitely won't cause you any trouble." "Oh, you have brothers?" Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "Yes, they are my college classmates. We have a bond that is like life and death." Zhou Lei quickly nodded, his tone incredibly serious. "One is called Gongzi and the other is called Haozi. During the apocalypse, we supported each other to survive until now. Both of them are capable and reliable. And my sister Zhou Xinyu, she is 18 this year, very hardworking, can cook, can do laundry, and can help with some chores. She definitely won't be a burden." Cheng Yin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, no problem. Where are they? Bring them over." He was in need of. Zhou Lei was a man of deep loyalty, so his brothers should not be lacking in virtue either. Having a few more loyal subordinates would be very convenient. "Thank you, big brother." "Thank you." Zhou Lei was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, bowing deeply to Cheng Yin before turning to run outside the villa area. "I'll go get them right now." Within a few minutes, Zhou Lei returned with 3 people. It turned out that the 3 had already arrived at the entrance of the villa area, truly fearful of the apocalypse, and had followed Zhou Lei upon encountering such an impressive figure. Walking in front were 2 young men, one tall and robust with dark skin, looking very sturdy. The other wore glasses, was refined in demeanor, but had a resolute gaze, likely Haozi. When both saw Cheng Yin, they quickly stopped and respectfully greeted, "Big brother, hello." Behind them was a little girl, short and slender, her face somewhat pale. She must be Zhou Xinyu. She timidly hid behind her brother, stealing a glance at Cheng Yin before quickly lowering her head and softly saying, "Big brother, hello." The little girl was quite delicate with big eyes, but was too thin, appearing fragile, evidently having suffered greatly during the apocalypse. Cheng Yin looked at them and nodded, "Come in." The group hurriedly followed Cheng Yin into the villa. As soon as they entered, warm air wrapped around them. They were all stunned by the clean and tidy living room and the unfinished meat buns on the dining table, their eyes filled with shock and envy. They had never imagined that in this -70-degree apocalypse there could be such a warm and clean place. Compared to the drafty, broken house they had been living in, this place was simply paradise. "Please have a seat." Cheng Yin gestured towards the sofa. "Eat, the meat buns are hot." Cheng Yin waved his hand at them. The group looked at the steaming meat buns, swallowed hard, but did not reach out immediately. They all looked at Zhou Lei, afraid that their actions might offend this strange big brother. Zhou Lei nodded at them, indicating it was fine. Big brother was a good person, so they hurriedly took the meat buns and gobbled them down. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time, each of them eating with grease on their mouths, too busy to even speak. Zhou Lei ate while recounting what had happened outside the Sunshine community yesterday to his 2 brothers and sister. "At that time I thought my sister was definitely beyond saving, but big brother, without a second thought, directly gave me a box of fever-reducing medicine and antibiotics, not even blinking an eye. Later those idiots attempted moral coercion on big brother, and he directly eliminated them. It was truly magnificent." Zhou Lei spoke animatedly, his face full of admiration. "You should have seen that scene, Tsk. Gongzi and Haozi listened in shock, their eyes filled with reverence for Cheng Yin. They had only heard Zhou Lei say he met an impressive figure and followed him, confident they wouldn't lack food. Zhou Xinyu also looked up and stealthily glanced at Cheng Yin, her eyes full of gratitude. If it weren't for the medicine Cheng Yin provided, she would have died long ago. Soon the group finished the meat buns and drank 2 cups of hot soybean milk, each of them letting out satisfied. "Big brother, from now on our lives belong to you. Whatever you say we will follow. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. If you tell us to fight dogs, we won't chase chickens." Gongzi put down his cup, patting his chest with utmost sincerity. "Right, big brother. From now on we will follow you. Absolutely no second thoughts." Haozi quickly nodded in agreement. Cheng Yin smiled and nodded. Alright, since you are following me, I won't treat you unfairly. As long as I have food, you won't lack any. Work hard, and you will definitely benefit from it. He paused and said, coincidentally, I need to go to the official shelter at the Olympic Sports Center today for some business. You all come with me, and I'll assign you a task. No problem. Big brother. We can leave anytime. Zhou immediately nodded, visibly excited. He had long wanted to follow Cheng Yin and see more of the world. Cheng Yin nodded and stood up saying, Alright, get ready, we'll set off soon. Li Yue taken in and send you to stay home, keep an eye on the house. You two sisters stay and clean the house, tidy up the villa, and wash the dirty clothes. Got it, brother Yin. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Cheng Yin then instructed the shadow troop in his mind, leaving 20 shadow ninjas in the villa to secretly protect Li Yu and the others, preventing any troublemakers from coming to provoke them. Even if the women in the villa started to fight among themselves, the shadow ninjas would immediately control the situation. Once everything was arranged, Cheng Yin took Zhou, Gongzi, and Haozi out of the villa and boarded the all-terrain snow vehicle. Big brother, what are we going to the shelter for? Gongzi asked curiously from the passenger seat. Cheng Yin smiled, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. To do business. A profitable business. He didn't explain too much to them, stepped on the gas, and the snow vehicle let out a low roar, charging out of the villa area toward the direction of the Olympic Sports Center. Zhou, Gongzi, and Haozi sat in the vehicle, watching the snow scenery rapidly retreating outside the window, their hearts filled with anticipation. They didn't know what kind of business Cheng Yin was planning, but they believed that following him would never be a mistake. What they didn't know was that the Olympic Sports Center shelter was already bustling with activity at that moment. Following Cheng Yin's hint, Zhang Weiguo had sent a team of soldiers to break the ice, and they actually managed to catch live fish. This news quickly spread throughout the entire shelter, and all the survivors went crazy, grabbing tools to dig through the snow, hoping to find some fish and some plants to exchange for life-saving food. Before long, the snowmobile came to a steady stop at the entrance of the AOD Center shelter. Cheng Yin was momentarily stunned as he opened the car door. Zhang Weiguo stood at the entrance with several officers and Professor Yi Hongyuan, all lined up, their faces brimming with uncontainable excitement. Several soldiers were carefully holding plastic buckets and sealed boxes in their arms, as if they were protecting some rare treasure. Upon seeing Cheng Yin get out of the car, Zhang Weiguo quickly approached with a beaming smile, shaking Cheng Yin's hand tightly. Mr. Cheng, you finally made it. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's going on? You look like you found something. We found it. We really found it. Zhang Weiguo's voice trembled with excitement as he quickly stepped aside, pointing at the buckets and boxes held by the soldiers behind him. Mr. Cheng, look. These are from our people who drilled through the ice and others found nearby. He said, personally taking a plastic bucket from a soldier and presenting it to Cheng Yin. Look. These are live fish from the ice. We sent a platoon of soldiers to drill through the ice and caught 12 live ones. All of them are this blue color, exactly like the one you mentioned. Cheng Yin leaned down to take a look, noticing the bucket contained half a bucket of crushed snow with 12 palm-sized blue fish darting around, energetically identical to the extreme cold ice fish he had caught the day before. Not bad. Cheng Yin nodded, feeling quite satisfied. To find so many live fish in such a short time exceeded his expectations. And this? Zhang Weiguo hurriedly took another box, carefully opening it to reveal a pure white lotus flower, its petals translucent, like ice sculpture, emitting a faint chill. This was found by our scouts. It was growing in the cracks of frozen rocks, and when we pulled it out, it was still emitting white vapor, definitely alive. Professor Yi didn't even recognize it, and said it must be the plant you were looking for. Cheng Yin's eyes instantly lit up. Ice snow lotus. Someone actually found the ice snow lotus. He suppressed his excitement, maintaining a calm facade, and turned to another box. What about this one? This is a cabbage. Cheng Yin was taken aback. The system cabbage is also a rare item. Yes, host, this is eternal night cabbage. Cheng Yin didn't ask further, and simply thought one word: eat. Professor Yi Hongyuan quickly leaned in, adjusting his glasses, his face filled with the excitement of a researcher. It was also dug up from the frozen ground. The leaves are deep dark green, feeling icy and piercing, but the root system is still growing. We cut a bit of the leaf for testing, and found it still has active cells. It's amazing. This is definitely a new species mutated after the extreme cold. Cheng Yin opened the box to find a palm-sized cabbage inside, looking very vibrant. Good. Very good. Cheng Yin finally smiled. In such a short time to find so many items is far beyond what I expected. I thought it would take at least 3 days for someone to find a clue, but I didn't expect Zhang Weiguo's execution to be so strong. Not only did he find a small batch of extreme cold ice fish, but he also dug up 2 plants. It's simply a delightful surprise. It's all thanks to Mr. Cheng's guidance. Zhang Weiguo quickly smiled. If it weren't for your reminder about live fish and live plants, we would never have thought that in this hellish place at 70 degrees below zero there could still be living things. The surrounding soldiers and officers looked at Cheng Yin with admiration. When they drilled out the first live fish, the entire platoon was dumbfounded, believing it was utterly fantastical. Now everyone genuinely felt that Mr. Cheng was a prophetic figure. All right, enough of these formalities. Cheng Yin waved his hand. Take the items in exchange for supplies. Zhang Weiguo quickly led the team. Behind him, a group of people marched grandly to the center. The survivors in the gym had long been straining their necks in anticipation. Yesterday, Zhang Weiguo had already informed everyone that Mr. Cheng would come today to exchange live plants and animals for food and supplies. Everyone looked eagerly, and when they saw Cheng Yin enter, they all rushed over, their faces filled with urgency and anticipation. Splashed. A mountain of supplies appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Bags of rice and flour stacked neatly, boxes of canned mineral water piled high along with splashed. A mountain of supplies appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Bags of rice and flour stacked neatly, boxes of canned mineral water piled high along with heaps of brand new winter clothing and packaged cold medicine. What about the words on top? Why do they look like they're from a dwarf country? So strange. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. All the survivors widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring at the mountain of supplies as if under a spell. What did I just see? Where did this supply come from? Damn. So much rice. Am I dreaming? And there are canned goods. Peach cans. I almost forgot what canned food tasted like. It appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Cheng is truly a celestial being. Could it be a spatial ability from a novel? After a few seconds, the gym erupted with deafening cheers, everyone excitedly jumping up, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for Cheng Yin. Zhou Gongzi and Haozi stood by, also stunned. They originally thought Cheng Yin was just stockpiling supplies, but they didn't expect him to conjure up so much out of thin air. This is no ordinary person, he's simply a walking terrestrial deity. Quiet. Cheng Yin raised his hand to calm the noise, and the bustling gym fell silent. Even the sound of coughing was unheard. The rules are simple, Cheng Yin said. You can bring any fish or vegetables, no matter what it is, as long as it's edible. I will accept it. I will definitely ensure everyone does not suffer losses. He paused, scanning the straight-standing soldiers beside him, and added, additionally, all items brought by military personnel and official staff will have their exchange limits doubled compared to ordinary people. You brave the 70 degrees below zero to stand guard and protect everyone's safety. It's only right you get more. I have never been stingy with those who truly contribute. I still have great respect for you all. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers' eyes lit up, each standing. No one among the surrounding survivors had any objections. After all, everyone could safely stay here thanks to these soldiers. All right, let's begin the exchange. Cheng Yin waved his hand at Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo immediately directed the soldiers to set up a security line, forming a queue for everyone to come up and exchange in order. Cheng Yin stood beside the mountain of supplies, personally overseeing the process. As long as someone presented him with plants or animals, he would glance at them and effortlessly produce the corresponding supplies, swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Mr. Cheng, how much can I exchange for this fish? A middle-aged man cautiously handed over a bucket containing fish. 1 bag of rice. As soon as Mr. Cheng finished speaking, a bag of rice was placed before him. The man was so excited that his hands trembled as he repeatedly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. How about this grass? I dug it at the foot of the mountain yesterday, and it still has roots. That will do. Report to Mr. Cheng. Our team found a total of 5 fish and 3 grasses. A young soldier ran over and saluted. Double it, and add 2 boxes of canned food. The soldier's face flushed with excitement as he shouted, Thank you, Mr. Cheng. The entire gymnasium was filled with a lively atmosphere as those who received supplies hugged their heavy rations, tears of joy welling in their eyes. They had been hungry for too long. Many believed they wouldn't survive the month. Now they finally didn't have to go hungry any longer. While exchanging supplies, Cheng Yin casually activated his mind-reading ability, scanning the crowd around him. Most people felt gratitude and excitement, while others were contemplating where to fish or gather grass tomorrow. Just then a sinister voice suddenly pierced his ears. What's the use of exchanging for such a little rice? I once dug up a glowing grass thinking it was a treasure that could awaken powers, and swallowed it whole. In the end, I felt nothing, or it didn't even satisfy my hunger like half a bun. I lost big time. That kid must know these things have other uses, otherwise why would he exchange so much rice for a few pieces of grass and a couple of fish? No way, I can't let this slide. Why should he alone enjoy all the benefits? Today I must stir things up and force him to reveal his secrets. Cheng Yin's gaze instantly turned cold as he looked in the direction of the voice. In a corner of the crowd, a man as thin as a monkey was huddled there, his eyes coldly fixed on Cheng Yin, clutching a half-frozen bun and wearing a sinister smile. When he noticed Cheng Yin suddenly looking at him, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively shrank back, but then gritted his teeth, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. After all, there were so many people here, the law doesn't punish the masses. As long as he took the lead, many would surely join in. At that point, he could force Cheng Yin to reveal the secrets of those items. Who knows, he might really awaken powers, and then he wouldn't have to look at others' faces to get by. Cheng Yin observed his little scheme, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Just after exchanging supplies, someone blind to the situation popped up to cause trouble. He wanted to see what tricks this self-proclaimed clever guy could pull. The line for exchanges was getting shorter with only a few people left. Cheng Yin exchanged supplies with Zhou Lei and the others who assisted him while he casually examined the items in his hands. Although the probability was low at 1%, if successful, his strength could rise to another level. At that moment, a petite woman holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl timidly approached. The woman wore an old cotton jacket, her hair disheveled and tied back. Her ears were frostbitten, and in her hand she clutched a wilting piece of grass, its roots still dusted with snow. The little girl hid behind her mother, revealing only her large eyes, nervously watching Cheng Yin while clutching her mother's clothing, afraid to speak. The woman approached Cheng Yin, deeply bowing, her voice barely audible. "Mr. Cheng, I only have this. Could you see if I can exchange it for something?" She handed over the small grass, her hands trembling. This was the only grass she had found after searching for a long time with her daughter. She didn't dare to ask for too much. It was long as she could exchange for enough food for her and her daughter for 2 days, that would suffice. Cheng Yin looked down for a moment. It was the same withered grass as everyone else's. He glanced at the little girl hiding behind her mother again. The girl's lips were chapped, her small face pale and thin, her large eyes staring eagerly at the pile of food nearby as she swallowed hard. Cheng Yin felt a pang in his heart. Without saying a word, he instructed Zhou Lei to give her a large box of compressed biscuits and then pulled out a handful of bananas, around 7 or 8, and handed them to the woman. "Take it." The woman was momentarily stunned, staring at the biscuits and bananas, her eyes reddening as she quickly waved her hands. No. "Mr. Cheng, that's too much. I can't accept so much. I only have this little grass. I can't take advantage of you." She was so anxious, she was almost in tears, shoving the bananas back into Cheng Yin's hands. "You've already helped us so much with the biscuits. I really can't take the bananas. You've already helped us too much." Those who had not yet left around them also looked over, some envious, some jealous, but no one said anything. After all, the supplies were in his hands, and he could give them to whomever he wanted. Cheng Yin watched her push and shove, feeling a bit impatient, and casually said, "Just take it. Really no need." "Mr. Cheng, I can't accept special treatment." The woman still refused to take it, shaking her head vigorously. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at her slowly, saying, "I didn't ask you to use it, you can eat it." The whole place fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned, staring at Cheng Yin with their mouths agape, unable to react for a long time. After a full 3 seconds, someone couldn't help but let out a laugh, quickly covering their mouth. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in." They were shaking with suppressed laughter. The woman's face instantly turned crimson from her ears to the nape of her neck, and she nearly dropped the bananas she was holding. She opened her mouth but couldn't find her voice for a long time, finally lowering her head and softly saying, "Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Thank you." She no longer dared to refuse, clutching the biscuits and bananas while holding her daughter's hand, quickly walking to the side. The little girl held a banana, taking small bites and revealing a long-lost smile. Cheng Yin didn't take it to heart. He had just said it casually, finding the woman's flushed face somewhat amusing. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly called out from the corner of the crowd. "Why her? Why does she get extra banana? Is it just because she has a child? Why should she get special treatment?" All eyes instantly turned towards him. The speaker was none other than the thin monkey man. He squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of Cheng Yin, hands on his hips, his face full of indignation, jealousy, and greed in his eyes. He had watched as everyone else exchanged for rice flour and canned goods, feeling increasingly unbalanced, and he once dug up a glowing grass, thinking it was a treasure that could awaken powers, and swallowed it whole. In the end, he felt nothing. It didn't even satisfy his hunger like half a bun. "And you?" The scrawny man pointed at Cheng Yin, shouting with unshakable conviction, "Why are you collecting these worthless fish and weeds? Do you have a secret? And why can you conjure so many things out of thin air? Do you possess an ability? Confess it now. We're all survivors. Benefits must be shared equally." At those words, the crowd fell instantly silent, every pair of eyes turning toward Cheng Yin, curiosity now mingling with their gazes. In truth, many had harbored this very question, yet dared not voice it aloud. Now that the scrawny man had broken the ice, the others were content to watch from the sidelines. Zhang Weiguo's face darkened in an instant. He barked sharply, "Silence. Mr. Cheng has already shown extraordinary generosity by exchanging supplies with all of you. What nonsense is this?" "Nonsense." The scrawny man thrust his neck forward defiantly. "Am I wrong? If he has no secret, why would he trade such vast quantities of rice for these useless things? These items must empower him, make him stronger, awaken his latent abilities. He intends to hoard every advantage for himself. His voice rose with mounting fervor as he jabbed a finger toward Cheng Yin's nose. You're selfish beyond measure. We all struggle to survive in this apocalyptic wasteland. Yet you with your power ought to lead us all to safety. Reveal your secret. Share your ability with everyone, or you shall bear the guilt of a criminal. Cheng Yin's expression remained impassive as he watched the man's outburst unfold, his gaze as frigid and unyielding as glacial ice. He had encountered too many like him, those lacking strength themselves yet unable to bear witnessing another's success. What others had earned through blood and peril they presumed was theirs by right. Refusal was deemed selfishness, worse, a crime. Such people were nothing but hazards. And as the scrawny man continued spewing demands for ability sharing, Cheng Yin moved. No one saw how he moved. A thunderous bang shattered the silence of the gymnasium. Gunfire echoed across the hall, and the scrawny man's voice cut off mid-scream. Zero frame initiation. How could anyone defend against it? Not even a single word granted before the strike. His arrogance and fury froze instantly upon his face. A crimson hole bloomed on his forehead, spraying blood and gray matter outward in a violent arc. He collapsed rigidly onto the floor, eyes wide and unblinking. Dying without comprehension, Cheng Yin had truly pulled the trigger without hesitation, without uttering a single syllable. Absolute silence descended upon the hall. Most flinched violently at the gunshot. Those who moments earlier had eyed Cheng Yin with tentative suspicion now bowed their heads low, some nearly burying them in shame. Zhang Weiguo stood stunned. He had genuinely not seen Cheng Yin draw the pistol. His hands had been empty, just a heartbeat before the shot rang out, and the next the scrawny man lay dead upon the floor. That speed was preternatural, yet Zhang felt no pity. The man had brought it upon himself. Every adult knew the unspoken rule: what must not be asked should not be asked, what must not be probed must remain untouched. When someone chooses to exchange supplies fairly, one accepts the terms quietly. To pry into another's secrets, and then demand their sharing with righteous indignation, is nothing short of courting death. Sometimes truth itself carries a death sentence. Better to feign ignorance than grasp forbidden knowledge. Survival, after all, demands discretion. Cheng Yin casually holstered his pistol, as though he had merely crushed an ant beneath his foot. His icy gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke, voice calm and edged with quiet authority. Does anyone else have questions? Speak freely. I assure you I am gentle. I am X City's most gentle man. No one dared raise their head. All shook their heads frantically, eyes fixed on the floor. Very well. Cheng Yin nodded, then turned to Zhang Weiguo. Remove the body. And henceforth, anyone who incites unrest need not speak to me. Shoot first. Yes, mister. Cheng. Zhang Weiguo snapped upright, gesturing sharply to nearby soldiers who immediately stepped forward and dragged the corpse away. Once the body was gone, Cheng Yin turned back to Zhang Weiguo and said, General Zhang assigned several men to construct a permanent convenience stall at the center of this gymnasium. I will no longer visit daily. Routine exchanges will be handled by these three. He gestured toward Zhou Lei, Gongzi, and Haozi, who instantly straightened their spines, faces solemn and resolute. Zhou Lei is in charge. All transactions must be recorded by him. I will audit accounts and replenish stock periodically. Cheng Yin paused, then added, the rules remain unchanged. We accept all flora and fauna and military personnel receive double value. Understood, mister. Cheng. Zhang Weiguo nodded vigorously, relief washing over him. Cheng Yin's decision to station personnel permanently was ideal. It spared them the daily anxiety of awaiting his arrival, which today had left them straining their eyes until they ached. Cheng Yin gave a low hum of acknowledgement, then let his gaze sweep once more across the crowd, his voice resonating with unwavering, chilling authority. I know some among you still harbor ill intentions, plotting to raid the stall or steal supplies. I advise you to abandon such thoughts immediately. Hardly had the words left his lips when, with a mere shift of intent, 20 shadowy figures erupted from the gymnasium's floor shadows. Clad in sleek black ninja garb, their only visible features 2 burning crimson eyes, they stood in perfect formation behind Cheng Yin, emanating an aura of bone-deep cold, like specters clawing forth from the abyss. A suffocating hush gripped the hall, then erupted into chaos louder than the gunshot moments before. Holy hell! 20 of them, the Shadow Legion from Jackie Chan Adventures. A bespectacled young man shrieked, pointing trembling fingers at the figures, voice quivering with awe. The Ninja clan. Last time there were 2. Now there are 20. Damn. Now you mention it. I remember. I watched that show religiously as a child. No wonder it looked familiar. That mask is identical. And their shuriken aim is flawless. Impossible. Cartoon characters made real. Is Mr. Cheng's surname Cheng, as in Jackie Chan. The crowd exploded, chattering, gasping, stunned beyond belief, their earlier terror entirely eclipsed by sheer incredulity. I recall, the Shadow Legion can be summoned infinitely. As many as you wish. Exactly. And they're indestructible. Slice them to pieces and they'll reform from the shadows. Utterly unstoppable. Holy hell, that scrawny fool actually challenged Mr. Cheng. Pure suicide. With just a few of these shadow ninjas, he could level the entire shelter. Thank God I didn't join the outcry. I'd already be reborn. Maybe even delivered by now. No wonder Mr. Cheng thrives in this apocalypse. He walks unchallenged, unopposed. Well, obviously, if I commanded such power, I'd walk with my nose in the air. As a child, I dreamed of summoning the Shadow Legion, only to witness it in reality. That childhood dream, stolen like a beloved wife, snatched away. Wawawa, and subject to command and whims at will. Whoa, brother. Where did that sudden Japanese-era sentiment come from? Same here. I'm getting strong NT vibes. Zhou Gongzi and Haozi were also dumbfounded, and Gongzi scratched his head, saying in admiration, wow, Big Brother can actually summon the Shadow Legion. I used to fight with my brother for the remote control to watch this when I was a kid. So cool. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with Big Brother, just let the Shadow Ninjas drag them into the shadows. Haozi nodded along, his eyes filled with stars, wondering what to do if he was falling for Big Brother. Zhou, Cheng Yin, brother Jia, Zhang Weiguo, and Yi Hongyuan exchanged glances, their shock deepening as they listened to the discussions around them. Professor Yi, what is this? Jackie Chan adventures they're talking about. Zhang Weiguo whispered, swallowing hard, his back already starting to break into a cold sweat. Yi Hongyuan smiled bitterly. It's an animated series for kids. My grandson used to watch it every day with a tablet, so I watched it with him. I never expected that things created in an animated show would actually appear in reality. Infinite summoning. And they can't be killed. Zhang Weiguo muttered, feeling his legs go weak. Cheng Yin looked at the shocked and excited expressions of everyone, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said lightly, "These are my Shadow Legion. From now on they will stay here guarding the convenience store and ensuring the safety of Zhou Lei and the others." Let me remind you once again, Cheng Yin's voice grew colder, cutting through the discussions of everyone, they cannot be killed. Even if you chop them into pieces, they can revive from the shadows. Anyone who dares to have ideas about the convenience store or cause trouble will face the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, the once noisy gymnasium fell silent, so quiet that you could hear. Before the Shadow Legion appeared, there were a few people harboring ill intentions, planning to steal from the convenience store at night. Now they felt a chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads, unable to hold it in, with a couple of drops escaping. They really can't be killed, and they can be summoned infinitely. What are we even fighting for? Even if they stand there and let you hit them for 3 days and nights, you wouldn't be able to harm them at all. Instead, with a wave of their hand, hundreds of ninjas could reduce you to mush. Everyone completely dismissed any improper thoughts. Not to mention robbing the convenience store. Even if someone gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Cheng Yin waved his hand. Zhou Lei, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, Big Brother. I promise to complete the mission. Zhou Lei immediately responded, loudly thumping his chest in assurance, standing tall, feeling that following such a Big Brother was worth it for a lifetime. On the other side, underground shelter in the core city of Longhua. Hundreds of meters underground, the place was brightly lit, yet the enormous conference room was dead silent, the air thick enough to squeeze water out. All the high-ranking officials sat uncomfortably in their seats, holding the latest statistical report, their fingers trembling slightly. The boss on the main seat took a deep breath and said in a strange voice, "Read it out." The minister responsible for statistics stood up, the report in his hand crumpled from being gripped too tightly. He cleared his throat, but his voice still trembled uncontrollably. The latest statistical data is out. As of 8 a.m. today, the confirmed death toll in our country has exceeded 70 million, with 20 million missing, totaling over 100 million people. Hiss! A wave of gasps filled the conference room. Although everyone had mentally prepared for it, when that number was actually read out, everyone felt as if their hearts were gripped by a giant hand, painful enough to make it hard to breathe. Over 100 million. In just over 10 days, more than 100 million compatriots have perished. Of the death toll, 60% are elderly and children in areas without centralized heating. The minister's voice grew heavier. In many places, the temperature dropped to -70 degrees overnight, and many people perished in their sleep. Many others were killed by mobs or died of hunger and illness. As he spoke, tears streamed silently down the minister's face. He was choked with emotion. Moreover, this number is still rising rapidly every day. Many remote areas have completely lost contact, and the actual death toll will only be higher than this. The conference room fell into silence. Some secretly wiped their eyes, while others lowered their heads, fists clenched tightly. What about other countries? The boss asked again, his voice carrying a barely noticeable fatigue. The minister turned a page of the report, took a deep breath, and continued reading. The situation in other countries is worse than ours. Most countries have lost contact, and there is a 90% probability that several countries have been wiped out with no signals from any survivors. Satellite images show that the entire Ural region has turned into a frozen wasteland with not a single intact building in sight. And we don't know how much longer our satellites can hold out. The data coming back is slowing down. The beautiful nation is completely submerged by tsunamis, and big cities have become frozen hells with death tolls incalculable. The beautiful nation's government has relocated to underground shelters, but we don't know how long their supplies will last. The worst off is the neighboring dwarf nation. The minister paused, his tone slightly refreshing. The tsunami hit from all sides simultaneously, and the seawalls they spent decades building didn't hold for even a minute. 70% of the entire country's territory was submerged, flattened by snow waves dozens of meters high. The latest satellite images show that the foot of the volcano is crowded with fleeing survivors. But there is no food, no heating, and people are bound to freeze to death every day. At this rate, within half a month the dwarf nation will completely disappear from Blue Star. And what about Black Brother and ASEAN's countries? Their infrastructure is backward. When the extreme cold hits, it is practically a disaster. Preliminary estimates indicate that the global death toll has already exceeded 2 billion and is still rising rapidly. 2 billion. This number hit everyone like a massive stone. Once a prosperous Blue Star has now turned into a giant ice cellar filled with corpses. Human civilization has reached the brink of collapse. Global communications have been interrupted by 80%. Transportation is completely paralyzed, and countries are too preoccupied with their own issues to offer any support. The minister responsible for foreign affairs added, "We have tried to contact all the countries we can reach, but most have not responded. The few who did respond were all seeking help and were of no use to us." "Oh friend, are you here to seek help too?" "Oh my God, what a coincidence. So, am I? Let's form a group." There is even worse news. The minister responsible for meteorology stood up, his face as pale as paper. According to the latest meteorological satellite data, it is expected that in about 3 days global temperatures will plummet again, possibly down to -90 degrees. -90 degrees. Someone murmured, slumping into their chair. At that point, even our underground shelter will probably struggle to hold out. Not just that. The minister responsible for ocean monitoring also stood up. After the tsunami, our detectors have picked up a large number of unknown biological signals. These organisms have never been discovered before, are extremely large in size, and highly aggressive. 5 nuclear submarines have already lost contact in the deep sea, and the last images transmitted back were of massive shadows. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even heavier. Extreme cold, famine, refugees, and now unknown giant beasts. Humanity's living space has been compressed to the extreme. The boss remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Now is not the time to be pessimistic. We still have hundreds of millions of compatriots to save. There is still hope. Official shelters across the country are operating normally, and we still have supplies. The urgent task is to quickly find new sources of supplies and prepare for the upcoming extreme cold and unknown creatures. The best would be to find a way to solve this, and then cultivate the land well. If we can grow crops, countless lives can be saved. He paused and looked at the Minister of Intelligence beside him. "Let's go over the report that came from City X again." The Minister of Intelligence nodded, activated the projector, and on the screen appeared a photo of Cheng Yin along with surveillance video sent back by Zhang Weiguo. In the video, Cheng Yin conjured up supplies as large as a small mountain along with 20 shadow ninjas emerging from the shadows. This is the report sent back by Colonel Zhang Weiguo from the shelter at the Olympic Sports Center in City X. The Minister of Intelligence pointed at the screen. This young man is Cheng Yin. Before the apocalypse, he predicted the extreme cold disaster in advance and transformed his villa into a fortress against the cold, stockpiling massive amounts of supplies. He possesses many abilities unknown to us and has the skill to summon a shadow army from the shadows. The shadow army cannot be killed and can infinitely resurrect, exhibiting tremendous combat power. Moreover, he knows that there are live fish under the ice and plants in the frozen soil, and he is currently exchanging supplies with survivors for these things. The conference room immediately erupted in chaos. How is this possible? Isn't this something from the television? How can it exist in reality? Did Zhang Weiguo make a mistake? Could the video from the surveillance be fabricated? The video is real. We have verified it repeatedly. The Minister of Intelligence said solemnly, "According to our investigation, Cheng Yin indeed spent all his savings before the apocalypse, stockpiled many supplies, and renovated his villa." It seems he knew the apocalypse was coming long ago. The conference room fell silent, everyone lost in thought. After a long time, an old general spoke up. Regardless of how he accomplished it, this person is too important. He has abilities and formidable combat power. If we can recruit him, we could save millions or even tens of millions of people. I disagree. Another leader wearing glasses shook his head. This person is decisive and uncontrolled. The report mentioned that he would open fire and kill without hesitation in the shelter, completely disregarding the law. Furthermore, his abilities are too powerful. If he has ulterior motives, we won't be able to control him. What time is it now? Why are we still talking about laws? The old general slammed the table excitedly. In the apocalypse, power is everything. He can provide supplies to save lives, and that's enough. As long as he doesn't oppose us, we should cooperate with him and give him the best treatment. Can the law fill our stomachs? Answer me. But what if he wants to dominate a territory? What if he goes against us in the future? He is just one person. No matter how powerful he is, can he go against an entire nation? The conference room was in uproar, split into two factions, each unable to persuade the other. The big boss tapped the table, and the conference room instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, at the Olympic Sports Center shelter in City X, Cheng Yin had just arranged for the Shadow Army to stay behind, and was about to give a few instructions to Zhou Lei before heading back to the villa to play cards, his gaze sweeping over the emaciated survivors in the corners of the venue, and he paused. Many had gone out, but found no flora or fauna. There were also some elderly and children who lacked the strength to go out, huddling in corners to starve, their eyes hollow and terrifying. Cheng Yin stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. Since the supplies are infinite, replicating some rice to cook porridge wouldn't take much effort. If these people were wealth, they would have the energy to help him find rare plants and animals, a win-win situation. Moreover, providing free food only to those worth helping would also annoy those previous high and mighty parasites. By the way, there's one more thing. Cheng Yin turned to Zhou Lei and Zhang Weiguo and said, starting tomorrow, set up a porridge stall next to the convenience store, offering free porridge once a day and possibly twice if it goes well. Upon hearing this, not only were Zhou Lei and Zhang Weiguo stunned, but the surrounding survivors who were eavesdropping were also astonished, unable to believe their ears. Free porridge. Mr. Cheng is actually going to cook porridge for everyone for free. Big brother, is it really free? Gongzi widened his eyes in disbelief. How much food will be consumed with so many people in a day? Don't worry, there's plenty of food, and it won't go to waste. Cheng Yin waved his hand dismissively, saying casually, but not everyone can eat for free, it needs to be earned, and those who eat must work. Listen carefully, here are the rules for the porridge stall. Students eat for free, and they can eat to their fill. Migrant workers eat for free, and they can eat to their fill. Children eat for free, and soldiers and police eat for free. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place erupted into deafening cheers. This is fantastic. Finally, we can eat our fill. Mr. Cheng is truly a great person. My son won't have to starve anymore. Those students, migrant workers, and women holding children were all moved to tears, bowing repeatedly to Cheng Yin. They had been starving for too long. Many could only nibble on half a hard frozen bun each day, and now they could finally drink hot porridge. Zhang Weiguo also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling gratefully at Cheng Yin. He felt bad every day watching these people starve, but the food in the shelter was indeed limited, making it impossible to supply around the clock. Cheng Yin raised his hand to signal for quiet, and as the cheers subsided a bit, he continued, doctors, you can eat porridge, but first register over there and pay the registration fee with flora and fauna. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then someone couldn't help but laugh. Huh, registration. No problem. Going to the hospital for a checkup requires registration. First, now, even drinking porridge requires registration. It's so satisfying. Last time I went to the hospital for a cold, the registration alone cost over 100, and I didn't even get cured. Several doctors standing in the crowd turned red and white with anger, yet they didn't dare to refute. They indeed used to be high and mighty with registration fees that were exorbitant. Now that Cheng Yin said this, they could only accept it. Cheng Yin smirked and continued, for bankers you can eat porridge as well, but you must first prove that you are indeed yourself. Remember, an ID card is useless, and a household registration book is also useless. You must memorize your bank card number and password, clearly stating how much savings, how much loans, and how many financial products you have under your name. Only if you get it right can you eat. If you get a single number wrong, you can scram. The entire venue burst into laughter, everyone doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. My goodness, this is too amazing. Proving that I am myself. Isn't this what the bank used to make us do? Now it's their turn. Huh, I can't wait to see how they prove it. Last time I went to change a password, they made me provide 8 proof. Several former bank employees had their faces turn pale, trembling with anger, yet they didn't dare say. They had previously used this rule to trouble countless ordinary people. Now the tables had turned, and it was all coming back to haunt them. Cheng Yin ignored their ugly expressions, scanning the crowd before continuing. Lastly, for the expert. Real experts who work for the people like Professor Yihong Yuan can eat freely as much as they want, and even Professor Yihong Yuan, standing nearby, hurriedly waved his hands and smiled. No, I'm just fine like everyone else. That won't do. Cheng Yin shook his head. Those who truly work should be given preferential treatment. He then changed his tone, his voice turning cold. As for those who sit in the office all day, who open their mouths to say the poor shouldn't eat too much meat, why don't they eat meat, and why don't they eat rice porridge? Farmers should donate their grain for free, and young people don't have houses because they don't work hard enough, and experts who say egg tarts are too expensive because you're too poor to afford them will not get a single drop of porridge. Anyone who dares to come just to eat for free will have their legs broken and thrown out, damn it. The conversation company before the apocalypse. If you want to eat, you can. Bring plants and animals to get a meal plan. Any uneaten food can be returned at the end of the month, but plants and animals are not eligible for returns. Oh, I see. Well, it seems like this wave is targeting us family members, dividing us into ranks. As soon as these words were spoken, several experts in the crowd who had been speaking boldly just moments before suddenly turned pale, bowed their heads, and shrank back into the crowd, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to hide. Good. Well said. It's so relieving. These experts just stand there and spout nonsense without feeling any pain. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Once again, everyone felt that Cheng Yin's rules were indeed right. Who is good and who is bad, who should help and who shouldn't, Mr. Cheng is truly an amazing figure. Truly amazing. Zhou nodded while taking notes, mumbling, students are free, migrant workers are free, children are free, doctors must prove they are fasting and also need to bring plants and animals, banks must prove who they are, experts must be categorized. Remember this, big brother. I guarantee there will be no mistakes. Cheng Yin nodded and added, if anyone dares to impersonate or cut in line to cause trouble, don't waste your breath with them, just let the Black Shadow Corps throw them out. Remember, better to mistakenly throw out 10 than to let one freeloading scoundrel go. Don't worry, big brother. They'll keep a close watch. Zhou patted his chest to assure. At that moment, a faint complaint suddenly came from the crowd. Why should it be like this? We are all survivors. Why should there be different treatment? It's so unfair. All eyes suddenly turned toward him. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit with a slick hairstyle, formerly the branch manager of a certain bank. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and spoke calmly. Unfair. Then what do you think is fair? Is it fair to give the same treatment to those migrant workers who have worked their whole lives as to someone like you who sits in an air-conditioned office and cheats ordinary people out of their money? I didn't mean it that way. The man felt uneasy under Cheng Yin's gaze and stammered, I just think everyone should be equal. Equal? Cheng Yin scoffed. When you were earning a salary of several $100,000 a year, living in a big villa, and driving a luxury car, why didn't you mention equality? When you forced ordinary people to pay high mortgages, why didn't you mention equality? Now that you want to drink porridge, you remember equality. There is no absolute fairness in the world. Equality. He took 2 steps forward, towering over the man, his gaze as cold as ice. If you want to drink porridge, go break the ice, catch enough fish, and exchange it for rice. If you don't want to work and still want to eat for free, not a chance. The man trembled with fear under Cheng Yin's gaze and dared not utter another word, shrinking back into the crowd. Cheng Yin coldly surveyed the entire audience and spoke, does anyone else have objections? Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Not a single person dared to speak. Anyone who had objections was only going against their own stomach. Mr. Cheng's rules are reasonable and fair, pleasing to the heart. Who would have objections? Those with objections didn't dare to voice them. Very well. Cheng Yin nodded, then it settled. The porridge station will open for meals on time tomorrow. Zhou will leave this to you. Understood, big brother. Cheng Yin said no more and turned to leave the gym. Zhang Weigua hurriedly followed, lowering his voice as he, Mr. Cheng, there's something I need to tell you. I just received a notification from above. They've sent a working group over, and they'll be arriving in City X shortly to discuss cooperation with you. Cheng Yin paused, his steps a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A working group. They are quite prompt. He wanted to see what these prominent figures from the core shelter wanted to discuss in terms of cooperation. Got it. Cheng Yin replied, casually opened the car door and got into the snow vehicle. He drove toward the villa, his stomach growling with hunger. After a busy morning in the shelter, he hadn't had a single hot meal, his mind full of thoughts of the braised pork cooked by Li Yue and Li Ainan's game from earlier. Suddenly a loud bang. A shadow fell straight down from the nearby residential building, landing just half a meter in front of Cheng Yin's car, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. Cheng Yin didn't even lift his eyelids, expressionless as he turned the steering wheel, preparing to drive past. In the apocalypse, there were many who jumped off buildings. Every day there were those who chose to end it all. He was not a savior, and had no time to deal with these trivial matters. Now the world was vast, and Cohen was the greatest. But just as he maneuvered around the corpse before he could step on the gas, a modified heavy truck suddenly rushed out from the side, blocking his way squarely. The truck's front was welded with sharp steel plates, and a huge snow plow was mounted in front, clearly designed to charge through icy terrain. Oh, still a talented one. The modification looks quite impressive. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, it's a pity they've chosen the wrong target for robbery. He truly didn't want to take action. But the other side clearly had no intention of letting him go. The truck's door opened and 5 burly men jumped down, each wielding machetes and steel pipes, their faces twisted with fierce expressions. Kid, be sensible. Hand over the supplies in your car and leave the vehicle. We can spare your life. The lead bald man waved his machete and shouted arrogantly. Big brother, look at his vehicle. Oh, it's tracked. It's even better than our truck. We're going to make a fortune. A lanky man beside him exclaimed excitedly, his eyes filled with greed. And this kid's winter coat looks like good stuff. Strip it off him. The more they talked, the more excited they became, waving their machetes and charging toward Cheng Yin, clearly intending to kill first and rob later. Cheng Yin sighed, shaking his head helplessly. They are truly rushing toward reincarnation. Nothing can stop them. He didn't even get out of the car, his mind focused. The heavy truck blocking the way instantly vanished from its spot. The 5 robbers froze, their machetes halted midair, eyes wide with disbelief. Where's the truck? Where did our truck go? What the hell? How could such a big truck just disappear? It's this kid's doing. Kill him. The bald man, regaining his composure, roared angrily and rushed toward Cheng Yin's car with his machete raised. But at that moment, Cheng Yin focused his mind again. The truck reappeared several meters above them. The 5 robbers looked up simultaneously, their earlier arrogance replaced with sheer terror, unable to even let out a scream. Bang! A deafening boom echoed as the truck crashed heavily to the ground, turning the 5 robbers into a pulp, leaving not even a complete corpse. The ice on the ground was smashed into a large pit, ice shards and pieces of flesh flying everywhere. Cheng Yin rolled down the window, peered out, and curled his lips. A bit of skill, but not much. Being able to modify the truck like this indeed shows some ability, but unfortunately, they lacked common sense to dare to rob him. He didn't linger, stepping on the gas, the snow vehicle maneuvering past the wreckage of the truck, continuing toward the villa. As for the bodies in the truck on the ground, someone would come to clean up the mess. He need not worry about that. "In back, did you miss me?" But as soon as he stepped into the villa, his footsteps suddenly halted, and his eyes went wide with astonishment. In the courtyard of the villa, 2 shadowy figures stood straight, each holding a dog by the scruff of their necks. The dogs struggled with their legs dangling in the air, whimpering pitifully. The scene was a comical replica of holding a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, except this time the chicken and duck were replaced with howling dogs, making it all the more ridiculous. What the hell? What's going on? Cheng Yin walked over, bewildered. Hearing the commotion, Li Yue, Li Anan, Zhou Xinyu, and the Lu sisters all rushed out, their faces displaying a mix of shock and fear. Seeing Cheng Yin return, Li Yu hurriedly approached and patted her chest, saying, "Brother Yin, you're back. You scared us to death. What's happening here?" Cheng Yin pointed at the 4 dogs held by the shadowy figures. "Why are they holding the dogs?" Li Yu quickly explained, "It's like this, Brother Yin. Today Xinyu just arrived, and we thought we'd feed the dogs and cats. Xinyu and I went to feed the dogs, while Anan and Lan Yin along with Lan Yue went to feed the cats. But these dogs were very territorial about their food. As soon as we poured in the dog food, they bared their teeth and barked at us, even trying to jump up and bite us." Yes. Zhou Xinyu quickly nodded, her small face still showing a hint of fear. "I was so scared when they charged at us." Then these 2 imposing figures suddenly emerged from the shadows and effortlessly picked up the dogs. It was truly impressive. Lu Lanyin chimed in, "We don't even know who these people are. They just appeared out of nowhere, not saying a word, just standing here, holding the dogs. We didn't dare to move." After hearing this, Cheng Yin instantly understood. So it was these unruly dogs that dared to bite him. He nodded and said to the women, "Oh, they really have some nerve." Upon hearing this, the women's faces changed in an instant, thinking Cheng Yin was referring to their boldness, and they hurriedly began to explain. "No, Brother Yin. We just wanted to feed the dogs. Who knew they would bite us?" Seeing their anxious expressions, Cheng Yin couldn't help but laugh. "I wasn't talking about you. I meant the dogs." He paused, stroked his chin, and his eyes lit up. "Perfect. It's cold today with ice and snow. Having dog meat hot pot would be just right." "Huh," he said, then served each person a generous piece of dog meat. "Eat more, you'll need the energy." "Got it, Brother Yin." The group replied in unison, eating with even more enthusiasm. A large pot of dog meat hot pot was quickly devoured, with more than half the broth consumed. Of the 4 dogs, aside from the meat used for the pot, the rest was cut into pieces by Li Yu and stored in the freezer. After the meal, the women took the initiative to clean up the dishes. The Lu sisters eagerly took on the task of washing dishes and wiping tables, performing much more skillfully than before. Cheng Yin leaned back on the sofa rubbing his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Indeed, meals are more enjoyable with company. Eating a little at the shelter earlier felt far less satisfying. It was past 11 at night, and everyone had finished their washing up preparing for bed. The villa had many rooms. Cheng Yin still shared the master bedroom with Li Yu and Li Anan, while the Lu sisters occupied a guest room, and Zhou Xinyu had a room to herself. Cheng Yin lay in bed, holding Wan Yu watching a comedy film feeling quite content. Li Yu obediently leaned against him and softly asked, "Brother Yin, who were those shadowy figures today?" They were incredible, they lifted the dog with ease. Li Anan also raised her head looking at Cheng Yin curiously. Truth be told, they had wanted to ask this for a while, but had not dared to. Cheng Yin gently patted their heads and casually explained, "They are my bodyguards specifically assigned to ensure the villa's safety. If you ever encounter danger, they will come to help you. Don't be afraid of them, they won't harm you." He added, "The premise is that you must listen to them." Oh, the two women nodded, still a bit curious, but dared not ask further. They understood that if Cheng Yin did not want to talk about something, asking too many questions would only annoy him. Cheng Yin didn't elaborate further, as some things were better left unsaid. Time ticked by, and soon it reached midnight. Cheng Yin's mind was greeted by the system's mechanical voice. "Ding! Congratulations to the host, today's skill has been delivered. Today's newly unlocked skill, Horse Charm ability. Horse Charm ability can heal all diseases and injuries, remove all harmful effects, and restore any damaged item to perfect condition. A friendly reminder, if you collect all 12 charm abilities, there may be a surprise." Cheng Yin instantly perked up. Horse Charm. It was actually the Horse Charm. The one from Jackie Chan Adventures. It can heal everything and also repair things. How incredible is that? With this ability, no matter how severe the injury, it could be healed instantly. And it could also repair things, so he would never have to worry about broken items again. He originally thought about bringing a doctor home, but now was it even necessary? Cheng Yin was so excited, he almost jumped out of bed, carefully climbing down. He stealthily walked to the kitchen, took out a porcelain bowl, and then let go. With a loud crash, the bowl fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Cheng Yin concentrated his thoughts and activated the Horse Charm's ability. Something miraculous happened. The shattered porcelain pieces actually began to piece themselves back together. In a matter of seconds, they restored to a perfect, unblemished bowl, not a single crack in sight. "Wow, it really works!" Cheng Yin exclaimed, nearly shouting with excitement. He picked up a broken glass and tried it out. It too instantly returned to its original state. Cheng Yin was overwhelmed with joy, rummaging through the kitchen to try out all the fragile items and everything like plates. All restored to perfection. After finishing with these items, he remembered the pile of rare plants and creatures he had brought back from the shelter today. With a thought, Cheng Yin pulled everything out of his space and laid it on the kitchen counter. 12 extreme cold ice fish, a crystal clear ice lotus, a cabbage, and 7 herbs. Cheng Yin tossed them all into a pot to cook. Just like snacking, it didn't take long for it all to be finished. He wiped his mouth and waited for the system prompt. After a few seconds, the system's mechanical voice began to sound slowly. "Ding. Consumption complete. Detecting host has gained enhancements. Kidney ability 1 of physical quality 1 IQ 1. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow and moved his body. He indeed felt a surge of energy throughout his body, his mind clearer than before, and his waist felt pleasantly warm without a hint of fatigue. Only 3 out of 12, the odds are really low, Cheng Yin muttered, but he wasn't too disappointed. It's alright, better than getting none at all. He glanced at his phone. It was almost 12:30. Cheng Yin's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he touched his waist, feeling a tickle of excitement. Having just enhanced his kidney ability, how could he not give it a try? He quietly walked back to the bedroom, pulled back the covers, and snuggled the sleepy woman into his arms. Brother Yin, where did you go?" Li Yu murmured, sleepily rubbing against his chest. "Nowhere, just preparing a little surprise for you all." Cheng Yin playfully bit her ear and said with a smirk. Li Anan also woke up, her cheeks flushed as she looked into Cheng Yin's eyes, which were sparkling. "Brother Yin, are you feeling different?" Cheng Yin was momentarily taken aback before suddenly realizing. "Oh, you little temptress, I am indeed feeling different. What can you do about it?" Li Anan didn't engage, simply replying, "Then I can only be strong for you." The more she read, the more it seemed to take a turn. The next morning, Cheng Yin was awoken by the delicious aroma of food. He groggily crawled out of bed, his bones cracking all over. Last night, with both kidney ability and physical quality increasing by 1, he had indeed exerted himself a bit too much, finally falling asleep around 3. "Brother Yin, are you awake? Come have breakfast." Li Yu smiled as she saw him coming down the stairs, quickly handing him a cup of hot milk. Li Anan also came out of the kitchen carrying freshly steamed buns. Her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't dare look him in the eye, clearly recalling last night's events. Cheng Yin took the milk and sipped it, sitting down at the dining table. His gaze immediately fell upon the Lu sisters sitting across from him. Lu Lanyin maintained her aloof demeanor, quietly sipping her porridge though her ears were slightly flushed. However, Lu Lanyue, the little devil, was quite different, sporting two large dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept well all night. She held a bun in her hand, but hadn't taken a bite, her eyes fixated on Cheng Yin, filled with complex emotions and a strong sense of crisis. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the situation. While the villa had decent soundproofing, it wasn't completely soundproof. With all the noise last night, it was no surprise that Lu Lanyue and Lu Lanyin, whose room was right next to the master bedroom, had heard it. This little girl must have been stimulated and now felt a sense of crisis. Cheng Yin didn't call her out, instead picking up a meat bun and taking a bite, mumbling, "Lanyue, why aren't you eating? You look tired with those dark circles. Didn't sleep well last night." Lu Lanyue was startled when he suddenly called her out, almost dropping the bun in her hand. She quickly lowered her head and muttered, "No. It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable with the bed, didn't sleep well." "Oh, uncomfortable with the bed, eh?" Cheng Yin looked at her with a teasing smile. "At your age, still uncomfortable with the bed?" Lu Lanyue's face turned bright red, and she buried her head lower, not daring to speak further. She could only take a bite of the bun to hide her embarrassment. Lu Lanyin glanced at her sister, shaking her head helplessly, but saying nothing. Cheng Yin couldn't help but laugh at Lu Lanyue's cute yet indignant appearance. This little girl full of mischief was quite adorable. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Yin wiped his mouth, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the Lu sisters, saying, "By the way, you two used to be students at X City University, right?" The sisters nodded simultaneously, and Lu Lanyin spoke up. "Yes, we are in our third year this year." "How are your grades?" Cheng Yin asked again. "They're quite good, but both of us are among the top few in our major." Lu Lanyue lifted her head and said with a hint of pride. They had both gained admission to X City University with scores in the top 100 in the province, truly academic elites. "Oh, academic elites." Cheng Yin's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. "Perfect, come with me to the study." "Huh, what are we going to the study for?" Lu Lanyue looked puzzled. "To test me." Cheng Yin stood up and walked towards the study. "I feel like my brain has become quite sharp recently, and I want to see how I measure up. You each come up with a question, a math problem for me to solve." The sisters exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what Cheng Yin was planning, they obediently followed him. Entering the study, Cheng Yin sat behind the desk and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit down, feel free to give me the hardest questions you can think of." Lu Lanyin nodded, picked up a pen, and began to write the problem. Lu Lanyue also picked up a pen, her eyes darting around, not knowing what mischievous idea she was concocting. After writing a few strokes, Lu Lanyue suddenly frowned, shook the pen in her hand, and said to Cheng Yin, "Brother Yin, my pen has run out of ink. Ooh, I can't write anymore." "Out of ink?" Cheng Yin glanced at her and casually said, "A pen needs to be used more. If you don't use it, the ink won't flow out. Try a bit harder." Lu Lanyue scribbled hard several times, but still couldn't write, pouting, "No, I still can't write, and my pen has—" All right, I'll get you a new one," Cheng Yin said, shaking his head helplessly. He pulled out a brand new gel pen from his space and handed it to her. "Thank you, Brother Yin." Lu Lanyue took the pen, scribbled a couple of times, and said, "Brother Yin, the pen has ink now." A sly smile crept on her lips. Before long, both of them had finished writing their problems and handed them to Cheng Yin. He took the papers and first glanced at the math problem Lu Lanyin had written, which was indeed a math problem. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have understood it, as the only math problems he was familiar with before the apocalypse were the cold numbers in his bank account. But now it was different. After his IQ increased, his mind was clearly working much faster. Staring at the problem for a few minutes, he surprisingly found a solution and began to write rapidly. Lu Lanyin watched Cheng Yin solve the problem, her eyes flashing with surprise. She had initially thought Cheng Yin was just a wealthy second-generation heir with poor study skills, but she did not expect him to actually solve the problem, and his steps were quite clear. After finishing the problems he could solve, Cheng Yin picked up the problem from Lu Lanyue, which was an even more difficult one. Surprisingly, he also got most of it right. Not bad, not bad. It seems my IQ has indeed increased." Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just then Lu Lanyin suddenly held her stomach and frowned, saying, "Sorry, I have a bit of an upset stomach. I need to go to the restroom." Go ahead, Cheng Yin waved his hand. Lu Lanyin stood up and quickly walked out of the study, even closing the door behind her. Suddenly, only Cheng Yin and Lu Lanyue were left in the study. Cheng Yin was engrossed in studying the last difficult problem and did not notice that Lu Lanyue had quietly stood up and circled to the side of the desk. Suddenly, Cheng Yin felt something move by his feet. He looked down and was instantly stunned. He saw Lu Lanyue had somehow crawled under the desk, looking up at him with bright eyes and a mischievous smile. Why are you down there?" Cheng Yin was startled, almost dropping the pen in his hand. Lu Lanyue said nothing, simply winking at him playfully and then gently grabbing his pant leg with her small hand. Cheng Yin's face instantly lit up with excitement, and he hurriedly lowered his voice, saying, "Are you crazy? Your sister is coming back soon." Lu Lanyue still didn't say anything, only playfully sticking out her tongue and revealing her small canine tooth, which could be quite painful when biting. Cheng Yin felt an electric jolt run through his body, and the pen in his hand clattered onto the desk. He wanted to pull Lu Lanyue out, but was afraid of making too much noise and being heard by those outside. During the daytime, oh dear, what a world we live in. Fortunately, it was the apocalypse and he had no morals, so he settled down to solve the problem. The study was eerily quiet with only a slight whimpering sound. Cheng Yin's mind was blank. The math problem he had just been unable to solve had now completely slipped his mind. Why did this problem seem harder the more he looked at it? At that moment, footsteps could be heard outside the study. Lu Lanyue also heard the footsteps, made a shushing gesture, and then hid under the desk, remaining completely still. The next second, the study door was pushed open and Lu Lanyue walked in. "Brother Yin, what's wrong? I thought I heard something just now." Lu Lanyue asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Nothing." Cheng Yin picked up the pen on the desk, pretending to continue solving the problem. "I just accidentally knocked the pen over." Lu Lanyue nodded and walked over to her seat, picking up the problem she hadn't finished earlier, and continued to read. Cheng Yin sat there, his body tense. The sharp canine tooth could really hurt. When it bit into his arm, Cheng Yin felt as if he was about to. He could only glare fiercely under the desk, warning Lu Lanyue with his eyes, but Lu Lanyue was not afraid at all, and instead smiled even more happily. Cheng Yin felt a mix of despair and excitement. This little girl was incredibly bold. How dare she pull such a stunt right under her sister's nose? If Lu Lanyue found out, it would be so embarrassing. Excited just as Cheng Yin was made restless by Lu Lanyue's antics. In the core underground shelter of Long Country, a deafening cheer erupted. In the enormous conference room, all the leaders stood up, embracing each other excitedly, their faces awash with tears of joy. The big boss in the main seat also stood up excitedly, his hands trembling slightly as he looked at the old professor standing in front of him, his voice choking with emotion. "Professor Zhou, is what you said true? Have we really succeeded?" The old professor, standing in front with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles, looked vigorous. He held a research report in his hand, nodded firmly, and said with unwavering conviction, "It's true. I collected the plants and animals from X City, the ones that the young man asked Zhang Weigua to gather, and we conducted genetic fusion with the frost-resistant grass and our super hybrid rice. After countless experiments, we finally cultivated a cold-resistant rice that can grow in environments as low as -70 degrees. Moreover, we have cultivated cold-resistant crops, such as wheat, cabbage, and potatoes that can grow normally in snowy environments." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. "Great! We finally succeeded. We are saved. Humanity is saved. Professor Zhou is truly our great benefactor." Everyone was so emotional that tears welled up in their eyes. Ever since the apocalypse began, the food crisis had been a massive burden on everyone. Although there are still some reserves in the shelters, they can only last for 6 months at most. After half a year, if new food sources are not found, all that awaits humanity is starvation. Now, with the successful cultivation of cold-resistant rice, this means that humanity can finally grow food for themselves in this frozen world, no longer relying on stored food to survive. This is undoubtedly the greatest news for humanity since the apocalypse. The big boss hurriedly walked up to Professor Zhou, shaking his hand tightly and excitedly, saying, "Professor Zhou, thank you. Thank you and your team. You have saved countless lives." "Sir, you are too kind." Professor Zhou smiled. "This is what I should do. My greatest wish in this life is to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. Now that the apocalypse has come, I cannot let anyone starve. However, everyone, let's not celebrate too early." The conference room fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned to look at Professor Zhou. Their smiles froze on their faces. "Professor Zhou, what happened? Is there a problem?" the big boss quickly asked. "It's a matter of yield." Professor Zhou shook his head helplessly. This cold-resistant rice has a much longer growth cycle than regular rice due to its need to withstand extreme cold, and its yield is quite low. Additionally, the yields of crops like wheat and potatoes are also not high, barely enough to sustain everyone's basic needs. If we want to promote it on a large scale to ensure everyone can eat, it seems unrealistic. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room became heavy again. Everyone fell silent. The yield is indeed too low. The conference room was even quieter, with not even the sound of breathing audible. It felt like hope was right in front of them, yet still out of reach. The big boss remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "It's okay, at least we have hope now. A low yield is not a problem, we can plant more. It's fine if the cold-resistant grass is scarce, we can organize people to search across the country. As long as there is hope, we can surely endure." Yes, the sir is right. As long as there is hope, we are not afraid. Let's organize people now to search for cold-resistant grass across the country. We will definitely make it through. Everyone regained their spirits, their eyes filled with determination. Although the difficulties were great, at least they had hope for survival. Meanwhile, in City X in Cheng Yin's villa study, Cheng Yin was still engaged in a battle of wits with Lu Lanyue, who was hiding under the desk. This little girl was very fond of chewing on teething toys as she was teething. Lu Lanyue was looking down at the questions, completely unaware of the mischief happening under the desk. Cheng Yin sat there, his body tense. He kicked Lu Lanyue lightly with his foot, signaling her to come out quickly, but Lu Lanyue ignored him, becoming even more mischievous. Just as Cheng Yin was about to lose his patience, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Red alert! Red alert! A large-scale geological disaster is about to occur. The supervolcano in the Dwarf Kingdom will erupt completely in 24 hours. Cheng Yin was momentarily stunned, even forgetting Lu Lanyue's little actions. A supervolcano, the system's voice continued. When the volcano erupts, the global average temperature will rise by 10 degrees Celsius from -70 degrees to -60 degrees. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow. A 10-degree increase in temperature? That sounds like good news. -60 degrees is much more bearable than -70 degrees. But before he could feel happy, the system's next words made his expression darken instantly. Warning. The rise in temperature will trigger a global ecological upheaval. It will simultaneously give rise to a large number of new mutated plants and animals, namely red plants and animals. Red plants and animals have extremely high toxicity and aggressiveness with a mortality rate of 99 upon consumption. There is only a 1 chance of gaining special enhancement effects. Once again, warning, please avoid all red plants and animals and do not consume them lightly. Cheng Yin was confused. He remembered during the icy tsunami when the global temperature dropped by 10 degrees, blue mutated plants and animals appeared. Although there was only a 1 chance of enhancement, they were at least not toxic. Eating them would only yield no effect. Now with the volcano erupting and the global temperature rising by 10 degrees, red plants and animals appeared with a 99 mortality rate. That's just absurd. System, do you mean that blue plants and animals can be eaten without worry while red ones should absolutely be avoided? Cheng Yin asked in his mind. Yes, host. Blue plants and animals are safe resources while red plants and animals are high-risk mutated resources with extremely high mortality rates. Cheng Yin touched his chin. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, I have a dog talisman. The dog talisman can keep... If I eat red plants and animals, wouldn't I not die? Then the 99 mortality rate would not apply to me. The system was silent for a few seconds before slowly answering. In theory, that's correct. Cheng Yin, wow. This is like a pie falling from the sky. While others will die with a 99 chance from consuming red plants and animals, I can't die at all with my dog talisman. This means I can eat both red and blue plants and animals without worry. How wonderful. What others avoid as deadly poison has become a treasure that can enhance me. Cheng Yin was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair. Just then Lu Lanyue under the desk suddenly moved. Cheng Yin then remembered that there was still someone hiding under the desk. He quickly lowered his head and signaled Lu Lanyue with his eyes to come out quickly. Lu Lanyue also realized that Cheng Yin had important matters to attend to and obediently crawled out from under the desk, pretending as if nothing had happened, and returned to her seat. Lu Lanyue looked up puzzled and glanced at her sister. When did she come in? She looked back at Cheng Yin, feeling that something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Cheng Yin cleared his throat, stood up, and said, All right, I've finished the questions, and I have something to attend to outside. You two stay here and don't run around. After saying that, he didn't wait for the sisters to respond, and quickly walked out of the study. Cheng Yin was still contemplating in his mind that every natural disaster was accompanied by opportunities and dangers. The icy tsunami, although it provided opportunities for enhancement, had also lowered the temperature. The volcanic eruption, although it raised the temperature, also presented a life-threatening crisis. In other words, could the red animals kill? Cheng Yin walked briskly out of the study, his excitement evident on his face, with a grin stretching from ear to ear. As he descended the stairs, he muttered to himself, It's cold in the morning, cold at noon, cold in the evening. In the living room, Liu was nestled on the sofa, knitting a scarf. Lianen was peeling oranges, and Zhou Xinyu was holding a pillow while watching a romantic movie. All three looked up at him simultaneously. Inga, why are you so happy? Liu put down her yarn and smiled. But you're right, this dreadful weather is indeed cold all day long. Exactly. Lianen nodded in agreement, handing a peeled orange segment to Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin opened his mouth and took the orange, chewing it contentedly, and with a leisurely tone added, It's cold in the morning, cold at noon, cold in the evening. Did you buy anything to counter the cold? The living room fell silent in an instant. The three women exchanged bewildered glances. After a full 3 seconds, Zhou Xinyu blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, Inga, what did you buy that counters the cold? Is it a down jacket? Puffed. Li Ainin couldn't hold back her laughter. Huh. Sinew, you're too adorable. It's not about buying a down jacket. It's a meme. Li Yu also covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking. Cheng Yin looked at their laughter and joined in saying, Ainin understands. Li Ainin laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. I used to hear this on short videos every day. I never expected to hear it here. It almost caught me off guard. Zhou Xinyu still looked confused, scratching her head and saying, what meme? I don't understand at all. It's just for kids. Not understanding is normal. Cheng Yin ruffled her hair and smiled. He felt pleased inside because of the earlier conversation, but casually said, all right, stop laughing. It's almost mealtime. What are we having for lunch? I'm already hungry. He'll go cook. Lu Lanyue suddenly bounced down the stairs, raising her hand eagerly. Today I'll show off my skills. Let you taste my cooking. Lu Lanin followed behind, helplessly facepalming. Don't make things worse. Your porridge is hard enough to kill someone. That was a mistake before. I can definitely do it right this time. Lu Lanyue patted her chest in assurance, then dashed into the kitchen, locking the door behind her to keep others out. The others exchanged glances, all seeing confusion in each other's eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Lanyue triumphantly emerged from the kitchen with a dish. A plate of dark braised pork that looked unrecognizable and was emitting black smoke. A plate of stir-fried greens, slightly burnt, and a pot of rice that was so watery it resembled porridge. The entire living room was filled with a burnt smell and an odd charred odor. Lu Lanyue placed the dishes on the table, hands on her hips, and said, how does it look? Doesn't it look appetizing? Try it. The others looked at each other, none daring to pick up their chopsticks. Cheng Yin, seeing how hard she had worked, steeled himself and picked up a piece of braised pork, putting it in his mouth. In the next second, his face contorted into a grimace. It was both bitter and salty, with a burnt taste nearly making him spit it out. He quickly covered his mouth, secretly activating the horse talisman spell in his heart. A barely noticeable golden light flashed, and the strange taste in his mouth disappeared instantly, while his stomach, disturbed by the dark culinary disaster, returned to normal. How is it? Is it delicious? Lu Lanyue looked at him with eager anticipation. Cheng Yin swallowed, and without changing his expression said, It's okay, just a bit bland. Cheng Yin wiped his mouth and said to the girls, I'm going to the shelter this afternoon. Yesterday Zhang Weigua told me that a working group from the core city is coming to discuss cooperation, so I need to meet them. Ingu, are you going alone? Do you want us to come with you? Li Yu asked quickly, her face filled with concern. No need, you all stay home. Cheng Yin shook his head. I'll go by myself and come back quickly. The shadow troop is guarding the house. It's very safe, no one can do anything. Just be careful, Li Ainin reminded. It's cold outside, wear more clothes, and if you encounter any annoying people, just kill them, don't hold back. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Cheng Yin smiled confidently. With the dog talisman, he felt invincible. Not even a few ordinary people could faze him, let alone a military force. Cheng Yin put on a thick winter coat, said goodbye to the girls, and walked out of the villa. Outside, the snowstorm continued, and the -60-degree cold wind felt refreshing. Cheng Yin didn't hide his abilities, and with a thought-attract snow vehicle appeared right in front of him. He didn't care whether others saw it or not. His powers were all beyond measure, and with the dog talisman as his safeguard, he was virtually invulnerable. Instead of hiding, it was better to be open about it, saving himself plenty of trouble. Anyone who dared to challenge this would find out if they could defeat the indestructible shadow troop. Cheng Yin opened the car door, just about to sit down. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out, piercing through the silence of the snowstorm. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, Cheng Yin's superhuman reflexes kicked in. His body abruptly swerved to the side, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. A searing bullet grazed his thigh, tearing a long slit in his thick winter coat and drawing a bead of blood. Damn it! Cheng Yin was instantly furious. He had been in a good mood, ready to head to the shelter to discuss cooperation with the core city, only to get shot as soon as he stepped outside. If it had been someone else, that bullet would have penetrated their thigh, who wanted to keep him alive. If they didn't want him dead, that bullet could have easily hit his head. Cheng Yin immediately reacted. He gritted his teeth, focused his mind, and activated the horse talisman's power. A faint golden light flashed across his thigh, so quick it was almost imperceptible. The previous scratch healed instantly, leaving no scar, as if he had never been injured at all. Dare to ambush me? You must be tired of living. Cheng Yin's gaze turned cold, his killing intent rising. He had no intention of killing casually, but those who dared to come looking for death would have to face his wrath. Without saying a word, Cheng Yin immediately activated the 1,000-mile eye and wind listening ear skills. His vision pierced through the swirling snow, focusing on an abandoned residential building over 300 meters away. On the rooftop of the building, 3 people dressed in white winter clothing were crouched there, holding a sniper rifle, their faces filled with disbelief. What? How is it possible to dodge? This is the latest model of sniper rifle. with a hit rate of 100% within 300 meters. How could he react so quickly? Stop talking. Quickly reload. Take another shot. This time aim for his thigh and capture him alive. The three of them were frantically preparing to reload, but they had no idea that Cheng Yin had heard their conversation clearly. People from the Dwarf Kingdom. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which soon turned into intense killing intent. Wasn't the Dwarf Kingdom on the verge of collapse? How dare the remnants come to City X and even attempt to ambush him, truly seeking death? Without hesitation, Cheng Yin focused his mind. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen shadowy figures instantly emerged from the surrounding darkness. Go capture those three bastards alive. Cheng Yin coldly commanded. The shadow ninjas displayed no emotion. As soon as Cheng Yin finished speaking, they transformed into streaks of black lightning racing towards the abandoned residential building. With a whoosh, they flew across the rooftops. Cheng Yin opened the car door, sat inside the snow vehicle, lit a cigarette, and leisurely smoked while waiting for the shadow ninjas to bring the captives back. He wanted to see why these remnants of the Dwarf Kingdom wanted to kill him. Within 5 minutes, a few screams echoed from afar. Cheng Yin extinguished his cigarette and opened the car door. He saw two shadow ninjas carrying three tightly bound individuals emerging from the snowstorm, and with a thud they threw them onto the snow in front of Cheng Yin. The three snipers lay in the snow, bruised and battered with numerous scratches on their faces, evidently having been dealt with by the shadow ninjas. Their sniper rifles were also taken by the shadow ninjas and tossed aside. Cheng Yin crouched down, patted the face of one blonde-haired man, and coldly said, "Now tell me who sent you here. Why do you want to kill me?" The blonde man raised his head, glaring fiercely at Cheng Yin, babbling a string of incomprehensible gibberish. From his expression, he seemed to be cursing. Cheng Yin frowned, unable to understand. He didn't waste words, raising his hand and delivering a solid slap. Smack! "What are you talking about, you bastard?" The crisp sound resonated loudly in the blizzard. The blonde man spun around on the spot, and a bright red handprint instantly appeared on his face. "Can you speak properly now?" Cheng Yin asked coldly. The blonde man covered his face but still glared fiercely at Cheng Yin, cursing even more loudly. Smack! 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 Cheng Yin delivered 3 more slaps in quick succession. After 4 solid slaps, the blonde man's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The ferocity in his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a clear expression of foolishness. He stared blankly at Cheng Yin, no longer cursing, utterly dumbfounded, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had been knocked loose. It seemed he was a bit dazed, his pupils somewhat unfocused. The 2 companions beside him watched this scene, trembling in fear, huddled in the snow, not daring to breathe, afraid that Cheng Yin's slap would land on their faces. Cheng Yin looked at the blonde man's clear eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a good slap is the best remedy for all forms of disobedience and mental turmoil. There is nothing that a good slap cannot solve. If there is, then 4 of them will do. "Can you speak properly now?" Cheng Yin asked again. The blonde man opened his mouth but still rattled off a string of gibberish, though his tone was clearly much softer, tinged with a whimper, sounding extremely aggrieved. Cheng Yin sighed. It seemed he really couldn't understand. While the 4 slaps had treated his mental turmoil, they hadn't taught him how to speak the Dragon Kingdom's language. "Forget it, let's take him back and have Zhang Weiguo find a translator." Cheng Yin stood up and waved at the shadow ninja. 2 shadow ninjas immediately stepped forward, each grabbing one, lifting the 3 snipers as if they were little chicks. Cheng Yin clapped his hands and got back into the vehicle. He looked at the 3 shivering Dwarf Kingdom people in the hands of the shadow ninjas, his lips curling into a cold smile. "How dare they attempt to ambush me? Just wait, once I find out who sent you, you'll be in for it." Cheng Yin pressed the gas pedal. The snow vehicle let out a deep roar, and he turned the car towards the direction of the Olympic Sports Center shelter. Cheng Yin's snow vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Olympic Sports Center shelter. Zhang Weiguo stood beside 4 serious-looking individuals who were clearly from the Core City's working group. As soon as Zhang Weiguo saw Cheng Yin's car approaching, he immediately came forward. But when he saw the 3 tightly bound individuals behind the shadow ninjas, all bruised and battered, he was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Cheng, what is going on?" Zhang Weiguo asked in confusion. "Who are these 3? Why are they beaten up like this?" "Oh, it's nothing." Cheng Yin jumped out of the car and casually said, "These 3 bastards ambushed me as soon as I went out shooting me once. I caught them. You find a translator who knows the Dwarf Kingdom's language and ask them who sent them and why they want to kill me." "What? Someone ambushed you?" Zhang Weiguo immediately became anxious, his face changing. "Are you hurt? Is it serious? I'll call a doctor right away." "It's fine." Cheng Yin waved his hand. "Hurry and find a translator. I want to hear why they want to kill me." "I'll go get a translator right away." Zhang Weiguo nodded, quickly turning to shout at a soldier nearby, "Xiao Wang, didn't you study the Dwarf Kingdom language in college? Come over quickly. A young soldier hurried over, saluted, and said, "Here. Commander, quick, ask these three who sent them here and what their purpose is." Zhang Weiguo pointed at the three snipers. "Yes." Xiao Wang looked at the three shivering dwarf kingdom individuals, cleared his throat, and asked several questions in their language. The one who had received 4 slaps from Cheng Yin looked up at Xiao Wang and began to rattle off a string of words, crying as he spoke, pointing at Cheng Yin, his emotions extremely agitated. Xiao Wang listened, his expression changing from serious to confused, then to shocked. "What's the matter?" "What?" Cheng Yin asked. Xiao Wang's smile instantly froze, scratching his head, avoiding Cheng Yin's gaze, and stammering, "Well, Mr. Cheng, this is not something easy to say here." Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow. "What's so difficult to say? Just say it, I won't blame you." "Yes, Xiao Wang, hurry up and say it, don't dawdle." Zhang Weiguo also urged, curious about why these people had attempted to ambush Cheng Yin. Xiao Wang took a deep breath as if he had made a significant decision. He said they came on the orders of the big boss, and their target is you. They said you are the international thief who infiltrated their country some time ago, stealing many resources and even burning their royal dog toilet. The room fell into a dead silence. Zhang Weiguo was completely dumbfounded. The 4 team members from the core city next to him also looked confused, exchanging glances that reflected a shared sentiment of "Who am I? Where am I? What am I listening to?" Cheng Yin was also stunned, unable to react for a long time. A thief, stealing resources, burning a royal dog toilet. How did they know? Before the apocalypse, he had stealthily gone to the dwarf nation to scavenge for supplies. Passing by the so-called royal dog toilet, he found it too unsightly, so he casually set it on fire. At that time, he was clearly in stealth mode. How could he be discovered? "Wait," Cheng Yin quickly asked. "How did they know it was me? I was hiding so well." Xiao Wang then asked a few more questions to the dwarven man who had been beaten up, and then turned to say, "They said at the scene there was no one present, and the surveillance only captured a lighter floating in the air, which then caught fire. They reviewed all the surveillance footage and concluded that it was done by a superpowered thief due to the floating. Then they started looking into suspicious individuals, checking all flights that returned to and departed from their country, during that time scrutinizing one by one. They were close to identifying you, but then the apocalypse suddenly hit, and the matter got delayed. Moreover," Xiao Wang paused before continuing, "they said they have an undercover agent on our side. Some time ago, the agent reported that there was someone in City X who could conjure items out of thin air and summon shadows, which is why they sent these 3 people here. He also said that since you just conjured a snowmobile out of thin air, which was reported missing in their country, they confirmed that person is you. Their goal is not to kill you, but to capture you alive. They initially planned to break your legs and take you back for dissection to study your superpowers and see if they could replicate them." Cheng Yin exclaimed, "What the hell?" Cheng Yin instantly exploded with anger. After all this time, it turned out to be because he burned a dog toilet over a month ago. He had only retaliated because he found it displeasing. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse someone would still want to capture him for dissection? These bastards must be out of their minds. Cheng Yin laughed angrily. "It's the apocalypse, and they still refuse to let me go. They want to dissect me. I think they are tired of living." Zhang Weiguo also reacted, "So that's how it is." The blonde man on the ground was still shouting incoherently. Although they couldn't understand, judging by his expression, he was likely threatening Cheng Yin, saying there were many more of them, and they would definitely capture him. Cheng Yin's gaze turned cold, and he kicked him far away. "You want to capture me for dissection? I'll throw you 3 out to freeze into popsicles." No, Mr. Cheng." Zhang Weiguo hurriedly stepped forward to stop Cheng Yin, frowning. "Mr. Cheng, even if they are in the wrong, let's not kill them for now. Besides, the most important thing right now is not these 3 small fries, but that undercover agent. Since they have an undercover agent on our side, there will definitely be another assassination attempt. Moreover, many of our secrets may have already been leaked." Cheng Yin snorted coldly and retracted his foot. He was right. Killing these 3 small fries wouldn't help. The real threat was the undercover agent lurking in the shadows. Knowing his abilities and being able to relay information to the remnants of the dwarf nation indicated that this undercover agent held a significant position. Otherwise they wouldn't have known so much. Cheng Yin's gaze swept across the people around, feeling secretly vigilant. There is a traitor among the crowd. Who exactly is this undercover agent? Is it a staff member from the shelter? Or someone from the military? Or someone sent by the core city? Cheng Yin's gaze landed on the 4 team members beside him, his eyes filled with suspicion. They had just arrived in City X, and someone had come to assassinate him. Isn't that too coincidental? The 4 team members felt a chill as Cheng Yin scrutinized them, quickly retracting their necks. The man in the golden glasses cleared his throat and adopted a high-handed attitude as he said to Cheng Yin, "Mr. Cheng, we from the core city will take full responsibility for the investigation into this matter. For now, please hand over these 3 individuals to us. We will take them back for strict interrogation and will definitely root out that undercover agent. Furthermore, he shifted his tone, becoming serious. Since you possess such powerful superpowers, you should surrender them to the state to contribute to all of humanity. As long as you hand over the abilities and all resources, the state will guarantee your safety and no assassin will dare to trouble you again. Cheng Yin looked at him and suddenly laughed. Surrender to the state? Are you writing a novel or something? Cheng Yin scoffed, taking a step forward, staring at the man in golden glasses. Why should I surrender? My abilities belong to me, and my resources are what I hoarded with great effort before the apocalypse. Why should I give them to you? Just because you are a citizen of Longhua. This is your duty. The man in golden glasses said sternly. The state is in trouble now. Countless people are starving and freezing. You have the ability, but keep it hidden. Don't you feel ashamed? You are too selfish. Selfish? Cheng Yin laughed. I run a porridge shelter, giving free porridge to over 30,000 survivors. I exchanged resources for things that everyone found, saving countless lives. And you? Besides sending these 4 over to give orders, have you ever provided a single grain of rice or a piece of clothing to the shelter? Now someone wants to kill me, and instead of figuring out how to catch the undercover agent, you're thinking about robbing me. I see you're no different from those dwarf nation people. The face of the man in golden glasses instantly turned red, and he pointed at Cheng Yin, shouting angrily. You are talking nonsense. We are doing this for the state. For the people. If you do not cooperate, it is treason. I now represent the state to revoke all your rights. Treason. Cheng Yin's smile vanished instantly. You really have gone too far with your words. You dare to talk about treason. Who are you cursing? He didn't even bother with any more words. With a flick of his right hand, a black handgun appeared out of nowhere. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shocking everyone with a buzzing in their ears. The arrogance on the man in golden glasses' face instantly froze, a blood hole appearing on his forehead, blood and brain matter spraying out. He fell straight to the ground of the Olympic Sports Center, his eyes wide open in death, unable to believe that Cheng Yin actually dared to shoot him. The room was dead silent. Everyone was taken aback. The remaining 3 team members were so frightened they fell to their knees, not daring to raise their heads. They had not expected Cheng Yin to be so ruthless, killing someone over a disagreement, daring to kill even the leader sent from the core city. Zhang Weiguo was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, feeling no sympathy for the man in golden glasses. He totally deserved it. Cheng Yin had saved so many people, and this one came in to moralize him, while even throwing around accusations of treason. Who else should he kill? Cheng Yin blew on the gun's muzzle, casually putting the handgun away as if he had just crushed an ant. He coldly glanced at the 3 team members kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, Go back and tell your superiors that cooperation is no longer necessary. Whenever you root out the undercover agent hiding in the dark, we can discuss cooperation again. After all, there are bad people among the masses. I do not want to sit down and discuss cooperation with an undercover agent. The 3 members of the working group nodded, hastily rendered speechless as they bowed repeatedly. Cheng Yin paid them no further attention and turned to Zhang Weiguo, his tone considerably softened. Captain Zhang, our cooperation will continue as before. The rules for exchanging resources remain unchanged. Keep an eye out on your end and find out who the mole is. Rest assured, Mr. Cheng, I know what to do. Zhang Weiguo immediately nodded, his face serious, as he said, I will dispatch people to thoroughly investigate all personnel and soldiers in the shelter, and will definitely flush out that mole. Cheng Yin nodded and waved his hand at the shadowy ninjas. Take these 3 worthless minions away. Oh, I will interrogate them slowly. Yes. The 2 shadow ninjas immediately grabbed the 3 terrified snipers and turned to vanish into the shadows. Cheng Yin adjusted his clothing and said to Zhang Weiguo, let's go inside and talk. I have more matters to discuss with you. All right. Zhang Weiguo quickly replied and followed closely behind. The 3 members of the working group remained kneeling on the ground, exchanging fearful glances, their faces filled with terror and despair. They had initially thought that by following the captain here, they could easily seize the abilities and resources of Cheng Yin and return home to climb the ranks and amass wealth. Unexpectedly, the captain had been shot dead instantly, and now their own lives were in jeopardy. One of them secretly raised his head to glance in the direction Cheng Yin had disappeared, a flicker of barely perceptible malice flashing in his eyes. Cheng Yin, you killed Captain Zhao. Oh, we will settle this score with you sooner or later. Moreover, do you think there is... Cheng Yin had not walked far when his footsteps suddenly halted, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sorry, brothers, this is just too damn funny. Oh, I don't want to laugh, but I can't help it. Zhang Weiguo, following behind, looked confused. Mr. Cheng, what's wrong? Why are you laughing? It's nothing, just a foolish mole I overlooked, Cheng Yin said, brushing off his clothes as he turned back. I forgot there was some trash to clean up. The 3 kneeling individuals exchanged furtive glances, and upon seeing Cheng Yin suddenly turn back, They were so startled that their souls nearly fled, hastily burying their heads, even lower, trembling uncontrollably. Cheng Yin approached them, looking down from a height at the person who had just harbored malicious thoughts, and said with a faint smile, "Don't hide. Ooh, I've heard everything." The individual froze abruptly, raising his head, disbelief etched on his face. "You? How did you know? My abilities exceed your imagination." As soon as Cheng Yin finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a handgun reappeared in it. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The person fell lifelessly, unable to be awakened, his eyes wide open, and until death, he could not comprehend how Cheng Yin could know his innermost thoughts. The scene fell into a deep silence once more. Everyone in the shelter stared, dumbfounded, mouths agape, unable to close them for quite some time. Holy SHD. Was that a counterattack? How did Mr. Cheng know he was the mole? That's incredible. Damn. This is terrifying. Who would dare play tricks in front of Mr. Cheng again? Zhang Weiguo was also astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. He hadn't seen any signs, yet Cheng Yin knew who the mole was. Cheng Yin blew on the muzzle of his gun, coldly glancing at the remaining two terrified individuals huddled on the ground. "Go back and tell your superiors that if there's a next time, I will directly attack Core City." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind two ashen-faced individuals and a group of stunned. After dealing with the mole, Cheng Yin ignored the remaining two petrified members of the working group and walked straight into the shelter's office with Zhang Weiguo. Zhou Lei had long been waiting inside with Gongzi and Haozi. On the table lay a bag containing the exchanged blue flora and fauna. "Big brother." Upon seeing Cheng Yin enter, the three immediately stood up, their faces respectful. Cheng Yin nodded, walking to the table and sitting down. "How much did we exchange today?" "Big brother, we exchanged 7 in total this morning." Zhou Lei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, as he said, "Everyone says these things are hard to find." 7. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, but didn't mind too much. Blue flora and fauna were rare, so 7 was already quite good. He reached out and opened the burlap sack for a glance. Inside were 4 frost fish, 2 blue plants, and a tiny blue flower, looking rather ordinary. "All right, this is not too little." Cheng Yin stored the bag away and said to Zhou Lei and Zhang Weiguo, "Let me tell you something. Starting tomorrow, in addition to blue flora and fauna, we will also collect red ones." "Red ones?" Both Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Lei were taken aback at the same time. Red ones are more dangerous than blue ones, so the exchange rate will be tripled. Whether it's red fish or red plants, bringing them in can exchange for 3 times the amount of food. 3 times? Zhou Lei's eyes lit up instantly. "Big brother, is that for real? Does that mean digging up a single red plant can exchange for 3 bags of rice?" "Exactly." Cheng Yin nodded, "But remember to remind everyone to be very cautious with red items. They are extremely dangerous and should never be consumed. Anyone who disobeys will be responsible for their own consequences. Rest assured, big brother. I will definitely make it clear to everyone." Zhou Lei patted his chest and guaranteed, "If anyone dares to disobey, I will have the shadow troop throw them out." Also, Cheng Yin paused and continued, "If you encounter danger directly, let the shadows handle it." Cheng Yin stood up and said, "All right, I won't stay longer. I'll head back now. Take care, big brother. Safe travels, Mr. Cheng." Cheng Yin waved his hand and turned to leave the office. He did not greet anyone else and drove directly away from the shelter. Sitting in the car, Cheng Yin stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased. Tomorrow, when the volcano erupts, red flora and fauna will be everywhere. What others flee from as deadly poison for him is merely a strengthening package. At that time, he would have the people of the shelter help him collect them. All he needed to do was lie back and eat. It's simply too enjoyable. After returning to the villa, Cheng Yin pushed open the door and was greeted by a rich aroma. "Brother Yin," Li Yu hurriedly ran out of the kitchen, smiling. "I made you some pork rib soup, but just finish, drink it while it's hot." Lu Langyue was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and upon seeing Cheng Yin return, she immediately jumped up and ran over to take his coat. "Brother Yin, are you tired? Let me give you a back rub." Saying that, she reached out her small hands and gently massaged Cheng Yin's back. Surrounded by several women, Cheng Yin felt immensely comfortable. After finishing dinner and chatting with them for a bit, Cheng Yin stood up and returned to his bedroom. Closing the door, he took out the 7 blue flora and fauna collected today from his space and laid them on the table. Eating them raw, it must be said, felt somewhat like eating ice cream. Ding. Consuming rare resource 7, detecting enhancement effects. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained enhancement cold resistance skill 2. Cheng Yin was taken aback. Defense skill 2. What does this mean? The external temperature was -70 degrees, but for the host it felt like -60 degrees. Oh, so that's how it is. Cheng Yin suddenly realized. It turned out to only negate 10 degrees. Now with the additional 2 points, it directly negates 30 degrees. -70 degrees feels like -40 degrees to him, so he no longer has to bundle up like a rice dumpling. Not bad, not bad. Although I didn't gain any intelligence or vitality, getting a defense boost is also quite good. Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction. He walked to the window and opened it. The biting cold wind rushed in at -70 degrees, which would have felt bone-chilling before. But now the wind on his face was still bearable. So refreshing. Cheng Yin laughed heartily as he closed the window. He concentrated and summoned all the shadow ninjas. Cheng Yin looked at them and instructed, "Listen carefully, go to City X and search for blue plants and animals. Bring them back once you find them." As soon as he finished speaking, they transformed into shadows and disappeared from the villa, vanishing into the swirling snow. Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction. These shadow ninjas are really useful. They don't say a word and simply obey unconditionally. Still not enough manpower, though. Cheng Yin sighed. Even 100 shadow ninjas wouldn't be enough. I need to eat more plants and animals to unlock more shadow troops. The rat talisman would also work. It can bring the Ultraman in the space back to life to help me find plants and animals. The more I do, the more I can achieve. Otherwise, it would be a waste of so many skills and of so many beautiful women like Lulanine. He thought to himself that when the volcano erupted tomorrow and the red plants and animals appeared, he would eat like crazy, striving to increase the number of shadow troops as soon as possible, ideally unlocking other ninja groups tonight. Cheng Yin stretched lazily and yawned. After a busy day and killing 2 people, he indeed felt. He glanced at his phone. It was already past 11 o'clock at night. In less than an hour, he would unlock new skills. What skills would he unlock, he wondered. Now he needed more manpower. Having the shadow troops is the best choice. After all, in a world where it's -70 degrees, going out to find plants and animals is not only dangerous, but also inefficient and deadly. But the shadow troops are different. They are not afraid of the cold and only know how to work. Cheng Yin lay in bed, filled with anticipation. The dog talisman grants immortality. The horse talisman heals. What a delight. The more Cheng Yin thought about it, the more excited he became, losing all sense of sleepiness. Time passed second by second, and soon it was midnight. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Today's skills have been delivered. Today a new skill has been unlocked, rabbit talismans. The agile rabbit talisman grants you the ability to reverse time and space. Rabbit talisman ability: control the power of speed, achieving supersonic running, short distance teleportation, and instantaneous distance traversing, equivalent to shrinking the ground to an inch. Simultaneously greatly enhances the host's reflexes. When combined with divine reflexes, it can evade all physical attacks. Skill advantages: unlimited speed, capable of breaking the speed of light. With maxed out reflexes, no sneak attack can hit. Everyone appears slow to you, allowing for teleportation and even passing through walls. Skill drawbacks: 1. When the speed is too fast, the kinetic energy generated upon colliding with an object will explode geometrically, causing extremely terrifying damage, easily turning oneself into pulp. 2. High-speed movement consumes a lot of stamina. The current host's physical condition can only support supersonic running for 10 minutes. Please eat more plants and animals to grow stronger. 3. Speed exceeding the speed of light allows for time travel, returning to the past or future, but due to the lack of the master's crystal ball for positioning, traveling will result in an inability to return to the current timeline. Friendly reminder: continuously consuming extraordinary plants and animals can strengthen the rabbit talisman ability. Once max time travel will be possible without the crystal ball, and stamina consumption will be greatly reduced. The agility granted by the rabbit will make you the fastest man in the world. Remember not to use it in intimate situations, or the consequences may be unmanageable. Cheng Yin suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes wide open, the most shocked they had ever been, and his heartbeat racing faster than ever, even faster than the excitement he felt with Lu Lanyue in the study. Rabbit talisman. It's actually the rabbit talisman. And this ability is incredible. Supersonic running. Teleportation. Maxed out reflexes. With his divine reflexes in the future, let alone bullets, even if a nuclear bomb comes, he can escape in the split second before the explosion. And time travel. He can actually travel through time. Cheng Yin's mind was in a whirlwind, trembling. He was genuinely thrilled, feeling a sour sensation in his heart, wanting to squeeze it, but unable to control himself. He quickly lit a cigarette to calm down, carefully calculating the pros and cons of the rabbit talisman. Damn, I can't calm down at all. Can traveling to the past and future allow for calm? The first drawback is that speed is too fast, causing terrifying damage upon collision. Cheng Yin chuckled. What kind of drawback is that? He has the dog talisman for immortality, so even if he crashes into a wall and turns into pulp, the horse talisman can heal him instantly. He wouldn't be afraid, even if he hit a tank. The second drawback is excessive stamina consumption, only able to support 10 minutes of supersonic running. This is indeed a problem. But that's okay, as long as he eats more red plants and animals to improve his physical condition and strengthen the rabbit talisman. This issue will be resolved soon. The third drawback is that time travel requires a crystal ball, otherwise he cannot return. This is also not a problem. The system said that once the rabbit talisman is maxed out, the crystal ball won't be needed. At that time, he can travel to the past or the future whenever he wants, which would be incredibly enjoyable. Wow, do I have the potential of an emperor? Cheng Yin couldn't help but shout excitedly, spilling ash all over the bed. With the rabbit talisman, he would truly be invincible. If he can't beat them, he can run and no one can catch up to him, and he can attack anyone without them being able to avoid it. In this apocalyptic world, he could go wherever he wanted and no one could stop him. The more Cheng Yin thought, the more excited he became, unable to resist wanting to test the speed of the rabbit talisman. He hadn't exerted any real effort, just now merely a casual thought had already taken him to the door. Cheng Yin felt a thrill in his heart, eager to test his speed again. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and charged towards the sofa. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Cheng Yin crashed directly into the sofa, shattering the solid wood into pieces. He found himself embedded in the wreckage of the sofa. Damn, I forgot to brake. Cheng Yin rubbed his head and crawled out from the debris. He had gone too fast, just now not fully acclimated to such speed, resulting in the collision. Fortunately, with the dog talisman and the horse talisman, he was completely unharmed. It seems I need to practice more, otherwise I'll embarrass myself by crashing into walls every time I go out, Cheng Yin said with a wry smile. He looked at the remnants of the sofa on the floor, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cheng Yin walked back to the bedside. The women on the first floor, engrossed in their drama, hadn't noticed anything unusual upstairs. He lay on the bed, too excited to feel sleepy at all. With the rabbit talisman, collecting red plants and animals would be much easier tomorrow. While others could only find a few after running all day, he could traverse the entire city X in just a few minutes, gathering as much as he wanted. He would then eat like crazy, strengthen himself, and soon enough he could upgrade the rabbit talisman to its maximum level, achieving the freedom to traverse time and space. At that time he could wish to travel back to before the apocalypse, hoarding all the supplies once again. He could also wish to see the future and find out what happened at the end of the world, or even travel back to ancient times and play at being an emperor. The more Cheng Yin thought about it, the more delightful it became, to the point of drooling. Just then the bedroom door was quietly pushed open a crack. A small figure tiptoed in and conveniently closed the door. Cheng Yin looked up and realized it was Lu Lanyue. She was wearing a pink nightgown, her hair messy, and a sly expression on her face, making her look especially mischievous. Lanyue, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Cheng Yin asked in confusion. Lu Lanyue said nothing, walked to the bed, lifted the blanket, and crawled in tightly, hugging Cheng Yin's arm. Brother Yin, I'm scared, Lu Lanyue whispered, burying her head in Cheng Yin's embrace. Cheng Yin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Nothing will happen. The villa is protected by the shadow soldiers, it's very safe. Lu Lanyue nodded, lifting her head to gaze at Cheng Yin with her watery big eyes. The light shone on her face, making her look exceptionally charming. Cheng Yin noticed her rosy lips, and something stirred in his heart. Before he could speak, Lu Lanyue leaned in and kissed him gently. After the kiss, Lu Lanyue's face turned even redder as she buried her head in Cheng Yin's embrace, too shy to look up, although the grin at the corner of her mouth was impossible to hide. Cheng Yin looked at the shy girl in his arms, feeling a stir in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Lanyue stood at the door holding a cup of milk, and upon seeing the two on the bed, she froze instantly. Lu Lanyue's expression changed dramatically, her eyes filled with shock and panic. Sister, when did you sneak up on me? She quickly lowered her head, stammering, I'm sorry. I came at the wrong time. You two can... After saying that, she turned to run. Wait, Cheng Yin called out to her. Lu Lanyue paused her back to them, her shoulders trembling slightly. Cheng Yin looked at her back, a mischievous smile forming on his lips as he patted the empty space beside him and said slowly, No, you arrived just in time. The next morning, Cheng Yin was awakened by the clattering sounds from downstairs. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, noticing that Lu Lanyue beside him was still in a daze, hugging his arm and murmuring. Lu Lanyue was curled up on the other side, her cheeks flushed, hair messy, clearly not having slept well last night. Cheng Yin carefully climbed out of bed, quickly got dressed, and left the bedroom. Liu came over, saying, Brother Yin, the cats and dogs at home are acting crazy, you should go check it out. Acting crazy? Cheng Yin was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Didn't they just fight over the dog food happily yesterday? I don't know, this morning they seem to be all hyped up like they've been injected with something. Liu pouted. Several cats knocked all the cosmetics off the table and even scratched up an A&S scarf. As for the remaining dogs, they're even crazier, barking at the air and nearly knocked Xianu over just now. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, feeling a jolt in his heart. Something was off. They had been fine yesterday, why were they suddenly so agitated today? Without needing to think, he knew that it must be a sign of an impending volcanic eruption. The global ecosystem was beginning to change drastically, and these animals sensed the anomaly first, showing early signs of mutation. He followed Liu downstairs and was amused by the scene in front of him as soon as he reached the living room. The living room was in disarray, the sofa scratched open to reveal the sponge inside, the curtains damaged, and the floor littered with broken glass and remnants of cosmetics. Several cats were crouching on top of the refrigerator, fur bristled eyes red, hissing and spitting at the people below, looking like they would eat them. You see, just like this, Liu pointed at the cats on top of the refrigerator. I just tried to shoo them down with a broom, and they almost pounced on my face. All right, I understand now. Cheng Yin nodded, his tone eerily calm. He waved his hand at the air. Dozens of shadow ninjas instantly emerged from the shadows. Dogs, dispose of them directly. Cheng Yin pointed at the dogs. Throw all the cats outside the villa, but don't let them back in. The shadow ninjas immediately sprang into action, swiftly taking down the dogs before they could even cry out. Upon seeing the situation, the cats on top of the refrigerator were frightened and tried to run upstairs, but the shadow ninjas caught them one by one, grabbing them by the scruff of their necks. Lu Lanyue came downstairs, saw this scene, and pouted. They should have been thrown out long ago. I fed them canned food yesterday, and they almost bit my hand. Exactly, raising them for so long without any conscience. Li Anan nodded in agreement. Thank goodness they didn't bite Xinu just now, otherwise I would have to beat them up. None of them felt any sympathy. After all, in the apocalypse, they barely had the time to care for themselves, let alone for unruly animals. These cats and dogs had almost hurt someone. Throwing them out was a light punishment. In less than 2 minutes, the shadow ninjas had carried dozens of cats to the villa door, opened the main door, and like garbage tossed them outside, then slammed the door shut with a bang. A chilling wind at -60 degrees instantly rushed in, making everyone shiver. Several people gathered by the window, watching with great interest, as if they were watching a show. They saw that after being thrown outside, the cats initially acted particularly arrogantly, bouncing around in the snow, clawing and scratching at the villa door, emitting shrill cries, as if they wanted to tear down the door and rush in to bite people. However, within 3 minutes, their movements noticeably slowed down. Their paws froze to the snow, unable to pull away, their fur coated with a layer of white frost, and their once fierce red eyes rapidly turned blank, slowly becoming clear. Just like the short yellow-haired bully who had been beaten up 4 times by Cheng Yin, they were full of the foolish expression of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Hey, look, Zhou Xinyu pointed out the window, laughing uncontrollably. Their eyes looked dumb. They were so fierce just now, and now they look like fools. Wow, it's true. Lu Lanyue laughed as well. So it turns out -60 degrees can cure mental fatigue in just 1 second. I'm dying of laughter. They were just hissing and clawing, and now they've frozen into silly fools. Liu covered her mouth and laughed nonstop. After another minute, the cats finally realized they were cold and stopped scratching at the door. They frantically ran towards the villa door, banging their heads against it, making thudding sounds while issuing pitiful whines, looking completely different from the fierce beasts they had been moments ago. However, none of the people by the window felt any sympathy. They quietly watched as if they were watching a monkey show. Go ahead, break the door. I won't let you in even if you do. Lu Lanyue made a face at the window. Who told them to scratch my cosmetics just now? They deserve to. In less than 5 minutes, the banging and whimpering sounds from outside completely ceased. Looking out again, the cats were now lying stiffly in the snow, their eyes still open, maintaining that clear, foolish expression. All right, the show is over. Cheng Yin clapped his hands. Let's clean up, otherwise there won't be anywhere to sit. Huh, how long will it take to clean up this mess? Lu Lanyue looked at the chaos on the ground, her face filled with despair. Cheng Yin smiled, but said nothing. He concentrated his mind and activated the horse talisman's ability. A faint golden light spread out from him, sweeping across the entire living room. Something miraculous happened. The broken glass on the floor automatically pieced together, transforming back into intact cups and plates. The torn curtains sewed themselves back together and hung up again on the window, and the damaged sofa returned to its original state without a single scratch. The shattered cosmetics reverted to their original forms, neatly arranged on the vanity. In just a few seconds, the once chaotic living room became spotless, looking as good as new. The girls instantly fell silent. Although they had long known that Cheng Yin had superpowers, witnessing such an outrageous scene still left them in shock. He activated his 1,000 miles eye. In the distant sky, a strange dark red hue spread, as if stained by blood. A cold wind swept by, carrying the scent of death. The temperature had indeed risen significantly. What's wrong, Brother Yin? Liu approached and asked softly. The volcano has erupted. Cheng Yin turned around, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. The dwarf kingdom is no more. The girls were momentarily stunned, but soon their faces lit up with joy. They had never had a good impression of that country, so its demise was just fine. Cheng Yin happily said, I'm going out for a bit to find some good stuff. You're going out. The girls all looked at him with worry on their faces. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Cheng Yin ruffled Li Yu's hair, saying, stay at home and don't open the door for anyone. The Shadow Legion will protect you until I return. Without waiting for the girls to respond, he focused his mind and activated the ability of the rabbit talisman. Cheng Yin instantly vanished from his spot, running straight through the door. The rabbit talisman's power was so bizarre that it could pass through solid objects. The girls rushed to the window and only saw a vague black shadow flash across the snowy ground, disappearing in an instant. Brother Yin's speed is just too fast. Lu Lanyue's eyes widened. If he were in bed. Lu Lanyue swallowed hard, her pink tongue licking the corner of her mouth, revealing a strange smile. Forget about him. He'll be fine. Li Yu smiled and said, come on, let's all get busy. Meanwhile, the dwarf kingdom had truly turned into a hell on earth. The volcano roared like a waking giant, opening its gaping maw. Scalding lava rushed down the mountainside, evaporating the ice and snow in an instant, turning rocks into liquid. This volcanic eruption was not like an ordinary one. It was eerie, as if gases were swirling everywhere. Everyone had perished, yet some animals had survived. For instance, Uncle Crocodile from the zoo somehow survived. Perhaps it was the mystery of its billion-year existence. It still quietly remained unseen. After the calamity of extreme cold descended, their city was flattened by a snow tsunami, with most people freezing or starving to death. The survivors clung to their last hope, fleeing to the foot of the volcano. They believed the geothermal heat would help them withstand the 70 degrees below zero cold, thinking it was the last refuge left by the Great Serpent. They were barely surviving on the flesh of the dead in the icy volcano. Many had frozen off their noses and ears, while others suffered from gangrene and lost their limbs, yet they persevered. Cheng Yin thought they might all resort to self-destruction. In the first second of the volcanic eruption, those closest to the crater didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized by the thousands of degrees of heat, leaving not even a trace of ash. Immediately after, waves of lava hundreds of meters high crashed down, bulldozing over all temporary camps. Tents, people, cars. Everything was devoured, becoming part of the lava. Those who had narrowly escaped the lava didn't survive either. Scalding volcanic ash invaded their mouths and noses, burning their airways and lungs, suffocating them in extreme agony. Countless fist-sized volcanic rocks fell from the sky, smashing people into a pulp. Cries, screams, and explosions intertwined, forming a desperate requiem. In less than half an hour, everyone was engulfed in flames. Not a single survivor remained. The once prosperous dwarf kingdom had completely vanished from the blue star, leaving only a burning wasteland and a sky full of volcanic ash. On the other side, Cheng Yin opened his 1,000-mile eye. Numerous red and blue fish swam in the snow, and patches of red broke through the snow on the roadside. Cheng Yin quickly scanned the area. He snapped his fingers and activated the ability of the rabbit talisman. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving only a swirl of snowflakes behind. His first target was the school of red fish. He took out his fishing rod, and the skill of the fishing master activated automatically. What followed was a scene that made all fishermen green with envy. Hooked down fish caught, space collected. Hooked down fish caught, and he didn't even need bait. He truly was never empty-handed. This is awesome. This speed is ridiculous. It's like picking them up off the ground. Cheng Yin felt elated, turning to dash to the other side, bending down to pluck a handful of red grass. He ran like a scavenger, madly collecting red grass, red flowers, red fruits, blue grass, blue fish. Anything red or blue was not spared. However, after about 8 minutes, Cheng Yin began to feel something was off. His speed had noticeably slowed. Damn, my stamina is depleting so fast. Cheng Yin panted. The system said I could last 10 minutes, and sure enough, it wasn't lying. I can barely hold on after just 8 minutes. Damn, am I stupid? I have the horse talisman. Fatigue, weakness, and soreness. Aren't these all negative states? The horse talisman can resolve all harmful states. I just stood here panting. Cheng Yin wished he could slap himself. With such a bug-like skill available, he had foolishly been resting here like an idiot. He immediately concentrated his thoughts and activated the ability of the horse talisman. A faint golden light flashed past him, so quick it was almost invisible. The next second, something miraculous happened. Cheng Yin suddenly felt his legs were no longer weak, and even his breathing became smooth and steady. He felt completely refreshed, as if he had just slept for 12 hours. His stamina was restored to peak condition, with not a trace of fatigue remaining. Wow, this feels amazing. Cheng Yin jumped twice on the spot, feeling full of energy. The horse talisman is the best. This isn't just healing, this is infinite endurance. I'm like a perpetual motion machine. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Cheng Yin pondered, if my pet turtle spits water and I use the horse talisman to restore it, wouldn't it be able to spit water again? How many women could accept him keeping a turtle that constantly spits water? Wouldn't that require many people to help him clean up after it? Thinking too far ahead, he chuckled to himself. Cheng Yin, overly excited, activated the rabbit talisman, again his speed skyrocketing even faster than before. The remaining treasures, here I come. In just 2 minutes, Cheng Yin had collected all the remaining red and blue plants and animals. Cheng Yin found a place to stop and opened his space to count. There were 23 red plants and animals and 24 blue ones, totaling 47. Perfect. Cheng Yin snapped his fingers, his heart filled with joy. In 10 minutes, I collected 47. With the horse talisman backing me up, I'm a perpetual motion machine from now on. I tested it out, and with my stamina full, the rabbit talisman can run at full speed for another 10 minutes. If I get tired again, I can just use the horse talisman to recover. An infinite loop, no need for rest at all. Oh, I nearly forgot. I'd already dispatched shadow ninjas to search for blue flora and fauna. He almost overlooked this entirely. Cheng Yin immediately halted his steps and commanded, "Assemble." The moment the words left his lips, 60 shadow ninjas materialized from the surrounding darkness, each clutching a large burlap sack, their appearance strikingly incongruous. With practiced efficiency, they dropped the sacks onto the snow before Cheng Yin. Excellent. Impressive efficiency, Cheng Yin remarked, approvingly nodding as he crouched and opened the first sack. Inside lay dozens of azure frost-deep ice fish shimmering with a faint cerulean luminescence. The second sack held cobalt grasses, sapphire blossoms, and several indigo fruits. Cheng Yin methodically unsealed each sack and counted 139 specimens in total, blue and red flora and fauna. Incredible. Even more than I could have gathered myself. His eyes gleamed with delight. Add the 47 blue and red specimens I collected earlier, and this haul totals 186. We're rich, absolutely rich. Rather than returning to the villa, he decided to consume them on the spot. Cheng Yin found a patch of snow, sat down, and pulled out a blue frost-deep ice fish from the sack. Unwashed, unprepared, biting into it directly. Crunch. A large chunk broke off beneath his teeth. Within 3 swift bites, the entire fish vanished. He then plucked a crimson blossom, its delicate petals dusted with glistening snowflakes, and inhaled its faintly metallic sweet aroma. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth and chewed. Delicious, crisp, subtly sweet like strawberry crisps. His appetite surged. Left hand grasped red specimens, right hand seized blue ones. He devoured them like snacks, crunching rhythmically, relentlessly. Red fish had dense, resilient flesh reminiscent of spicy strips. Red grass was slightly astringent at first, yet grew richer and more fragrant with each chew. Red fruits offered a vibrant balance of tartness and sweetness, surpassing even pre-collapsed cherries in flavor. Whoa, these red ones are unbelievably delicious. Cheng Yin's mouth glistened with juice. Far tastier than the blue ones. After gobbling them down in rapid succession, he felt no satiety. His stomach remained hollow, utterly unchanged. At that instant, a mechanical voice resonated within Cheng Yin's mind. Ding. Detected consumption of 86 blue serendipity resources and 100 red mutant resources. Calculating enhancement effects. Ding. Congratulations, host. Enhancement acquired: spatial skill 3, physical attributes 2, Shadow Legion capacity 1. Ding. Detected 100 cumulative fatalities during consumption of red mutant resources, all nullified by the dog talisman's invincibility effect. Cheng Yin spat out a mouthful of water he'd just swallowed. I died 100 times. He shot upright from the snow, disbelief etched across his face. He'd eaten without pause, without pain, without warning. How could he have perished 100 times? System. When exactly did I die 100 times? Why did I feel nothing? He roared inwardly. Red mutant resources contain lethal toxins. Each ingestion triggers instantaneous fatal poisoning. However, the dog talisman's immortality effect ensures uninterrupted survival. This session involved 100 red mutant resources. 100 deaths incurred, all fully negated by the dog talisman. Cheng Yin stood frozen in the snow, speechless, uncomprehending. So, every single red item he'd consumed had killed him. Instantly. Without awareness. Unbelievable. No wonder the red ones taste so extraordinary. They're literally bought with life itself. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he shuddered inwardly. Thank heavens for the dog talisman. Without it, I'd have been dead after the very first bite. No wonder the system cited a 99 fatality rate for red flora and fauna. This wasn't 99. It was absolute: 1 bite, 1 death. 1 pair consumed, 1 pair deceased. Only he, shielded by the dog talisman, could withstand such poison. Anyone else would collapse instantly, after just 1. But then again, those 100 deaths were worth it. Cheng Yin's shock swiftly gave way to elation. No attribute points, but the path is confirmed. Every successful enhancement is pure gain. Every failure carries no cost. Death holds no consequence. His margin for error was astonishingly high. Truly fortune smiled upon him. While others courted death with red specimens, he tested resilience, calibrating survival itself. It was as if heaven itself pressed nourishment into his hands. System, explain the enhancements now. What do these 3 attribute boosts actually do? Cheng Yin demanded impatiently, heart pounding with anticipation. He needed to know precisely how much his power had surged. Providing detailed enhancement breakdown. Spatial skill 3, spatial tier elevated from level 5 to level 8. Internal storage capacity expanded from 500 million square meters to 800 million square meters. Physical attributes 2, base strength increased from 50 kilograms to 150 kilograms. Base speed doubled, base endurance doubled. E.g. Stamina duration extended from 10 minutes to 30, then to 50. Toxin resistance markedly enhanced. Shadow Legion capacity 1, maximum summonable shadow ninjas increased from 100 to 200. Cheng Yin stood stunned, breathless. Whoa, this is insane. Space ballooned from 500 million to 800 million square meters. The implications were staggering. Not only could he stockpile limitless supplies, but he could now feasibly entirely enclose an entire city. Could he someday even assimilate the entire planet Blue Star? That bore contemplation. His physical augmentation was equally staggering. Strength tripled. Where once he could lift only 50 kilograms, he now hoisted 150 kilograms effortlessly. One strike, amplified by divine combat arts, could launch a man airborne. Speed and endurance soared as well. And stamina extended from 50 to 70 minutes. 2 tiers gained. Truly a blessing for any man. Cheng Yin's imagination raced ahead to tonight's return. Yet what thrilled him most was the Shadow Legion, doubled to 200 warriors. 100 had sufficed for now. 200 meant overwhelming dominance, and further growth lay ahead. We're rich, truly rich. Exhilarated, Cheng Yin bounced twice on the snow, yow, then steadied himself and began testing his spatial domain. His former space, 500 million square meters, had been vast functional, yet no one ever refused surplus resources. Now the 800 million square meter expanse stretched infinitely, a boundless obsidian sea. His prior stockpiles appeared as mere specks adrift in its immensity. What he anticipated most, however, was the Shadow Legion. 160 silhouettes erupted from the surrounding shadows, in perfect unison. A dense, disciplined phalanx of black-clad ninjas stood motionless before him. Silent, Not bad, not bad. This is quite impressive. Cheng Yin looked at the army of shadow ninjas before him, feeling immensely satisfied. He now had 200 immortal shadow ninjas. From now on, if anyone dares to provoke him, he would send the shadow army to dig up their ancestors' graves. He was just about to instruct the shadow soldiers to split up and search for plants and animals when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it. I almost forgot something. He had thrown the 3 dwarf country assassins he captured yesterday to the shadow ninjas and later got busy dealing with the core city and collecting plants and animals, completely forgetting about those 3 guys. Just right, now that I have some time, I'll deal with them. Cheng Yin's lips curled into a cold smile. He instructed a nearby shadow ninja, go to the Shadow Kingdom and bring back those 3 dwarf country assassins. The shadow ninja's body sank, directly diving into the shadow beneath his feet, disappearing from sight. In just a few seconds, the shadow ninja emerged from the shadows, dragging 3 individuals who looked like blobs of mud, and with a thud threw them onto the snow in front of Cheng Yin. It was indeed the 3 assassins from the dwarf country. They had changed a lot in just one day. Their hair was disheveled, their faces marred with tears and dirt, their eyes bloodshot and vacant, and their pants were soaked, emitting a strong stench of urine. Clearly, they had been severely tortured in the Shadow Kingdom for the past day. Damn, this is brutal. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Is the Shadow Kingdom really that intense? The Shadow Kingdom is a pure, dark dimension devoid of time, sound, and light. Ordinary humans entering will continuously suffer mental erosion, eventually becoming part of the darkness. The system's voice rang out at the right moment. Oh, so that's how it is. Cheng Yin suddenly understood. No wonder they all look like they've lost their souls. He crouched down and patted the face of the one who had endured for severe beatings. He suddenly looked up, saw Cheng Yin, and was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, scrambling backward and making a woo-woo sound, unable to speak a complete sentence. The other 2 reacted similarly, seeing Cheng Yin as if they had encountered a monstrous ghost in hell, shrinking in the snow and trembling, their teeth chattering with a clatter. Don't be afraid. Cheng Yin smiled, his tone as gentle as a kind-hearted person. I'm a good person. I'm not here to harm you, I'm here to share some good news. They stared blankly at Cheng Yin, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Your country is gone, Cheng Yin said slowly. This morning a volcano erupted and not a single person from the entire dwarf country survived. How do you feel about that? Is it exciting? Are you happy? Are you involved? The three assassins froze instantly, their expressions gradually solidifying. This shocking news restored a bit of their sanity, which had nearly been consumed in the Shadow Kingdom. After a full 3 seconds, they suddenly began to scream, "Impossible! You're lying. Our country can't be gone." Believe it or not, Cheng Yin shrugged, but the fact is as such. If everyone from your country abroad died, you three are probably the last survivors of your nation. No, impossible. I don't believe it. He shook his head frantically, nearly jumping up in agitation. Cheng Yin didn't want to waste time talking with him, he just wanted to crush their spirits. Enough with the crying. Cheng Yin waved his hand impatiently. Crying won't help, your families won't survive. I think living for you is pointless. How about I send you down to reunite with your families? What do you say? The three assassins suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with terror. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. They scrambled to Cheng Yin's feet, pleading desperately. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. He'll be your dog. He'll do anything. Too late. Cheng Yin kicked him away. When you shot at me yesterday, did you think about letting me go? He glanced at the nearby shadow ninja. The 3 shadow ninjas immediately stepped forward, each grabbing one of the assassins by the neck. Take a deep breath, feeling dizzy as normal. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed simultaneously. The heads of the 3 assassins tilted to one side, their breathing ceased. Youth is wonderful, you can just fall asleep, something I envy. Cheng Yin stroked his chin in thought. Since they had brought him to the Shadow Kingdom, could he not also go there? His eyes suddenly lit up. The Shadow Kingdom. He had always been curious about this place while watching Jackie Chan adventures. A pure dark dimension filled with shadows, and one could teleport to any place with a shadow from the Shadow Kingdom. It was simply a bug-level existence. Now that I have the time, let's go in and take a look. Cheng Yin took action, pointing to the nearby waiting shadow ninja. Come here. The shadow ninja promptly stepped forward, slightly bowing, its crimson eyes fixed on him, making not a sound. Take me to see the Shadow Kingdom. Cheng Yin instructed. The shadow ninja extended its cold hand. Cheng Yin grasped it, and in the next moment, he felt his body sink as the surrounding light disappeared instantly, and he felt as though he had fallen into a sticky black quagmire. There was no sound of wind, no noise, and he couldn't even feel gravity. Cheng Yin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. Everything here was pure black, with countless twisted shadows floating around like black ribbons. The air was filled with a faint cold smell of decay, and taking a breath made his scalp tingle. Damn, is this the Shadow Kingdom? Cheng Yin's eyes widened in shock. This place was even more bizarre than he had imagined. There was no sense of time passing, and he could barely hear his own breath. The shadow ninja who brought him stood motionless beside him like a statue. Cheng Yin tried to talk to him, but he received no response, indicating that ordinary shadow ninjas couldn't speak at all. As he curiously examined the surrounding shadows, suddenly a hissing sound came from the darkness in the distance. Cheng Yin's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look. He saw several large snakes as thick as arms, completely black, emerging from the shadows, flicking their forked tongues, swiftly approaching him. Damn, what is that? Cheng Yin was startled and instinctively wanted to activate the rabbit talisman to escape. But then he thought, what is there to be afraid of? He simply wouldn't die? As the black snakes were about to pounce on his face, Cheng Yin kept staring at them, as if trying to make the snakes feel shy. But after a long wait, the anticipated attack never came. He noticed that the snakes had stopped less than a meter away from him and turned aside. What's going on? Cheng Yin looked confused. He looked down and realized that the hem of his pants had just fluttered up, revealing his ankle. On his ankle was the insignia of General Ninja of the Shadow Ninja Group. Damn, this tattoo is so effective. Cheng Yin scratched his head, looking surprised. It turned out that ordinary shadow creatures feared General Ninja's mark. I see now, Cheng Yin suddenly understood. It seems there are many powerful things in this Shadow Kingdom, and they are clearly ranked. So, does that mean I'm considered a big shot in this Shadow Kingdom? Cheng Yin laughed proudly. He fell into contemplation while looking at the surrounding passage. I remember this passage leads to all the places in the world that have shadows, right? Cheng Yin's eyes lit up. What is this Shadow Kingdom? This is clearly a global map teleportation passage. Cheng Yin had an idea and said to the nearby shadow ninja, take me to the Olympic Center shelter. The shadow ninja reached out again and grabbed Cheng Yin. In the next moment, Cheng Yin felt himself traversing through countless shadows. Just 1 minute passed. Cheng Yin felt a sudden brightness before him as he returned to the surface from the pure darkness of the Shadow Kingdom, the stark contrast in brightness causing his eyes to be momentarily unaccustomed. Then he saw 2 heads suddenly popping out from the shadow of a table in the Olympic shelter. Cheng Yin stifled a laugh as he and the shadow ninja slowly peeked out from the shadows of the table. Their heads looked like they had sprouted from the ground, akin to vegetables, with their necks fully submerged in the pitch-black shadow, resembling demons crawling out of hell. Zhou was scribbling notes in his notebook, not looking up as he said yesterday the elder brother mentioned that red items should also be collected with the ratio increased threefold. Make sure to communicate this clearly to everyone below, it's very dangerous. Before he finished speaking, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly burst forth beside the table. Haha. I've come for some fun. Everyone froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Who? Who is speaking? Who shouted just now? I can't see anyone. The voice seems to be coming from over there. The crowd lowered their heads to look towards the table. This glance was alarming, causing everyone to be utterly terrified. They saw two heads emerging from the shadow beneath the dark table. One was Cheng Yin's head grinning at them, while the other was the shadow ninja's head, its crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness, looking particularly fearsome. Ghost! Gongzi screamed in fright, exclaiming in shock. Haozi also jumped in surprise, instinctively picking up a nearby stool and raising it. Zhou was so startled, he nearly leaped up his back, drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the two heads in the shadow of the table, unable to utter a word. After a full 3 seconds, he finally recognized that the grinning head belonged to Cheng Yin. Elder. Brother. Zhou voice trembled. What are you doing under the table? My body. It's right here. Cheng Yin laughed, slowly emerging from the shadow, standing beside the table completely unharmed. The shadow ninja followed suit, quietly standing behind him. Everyone was left dumbfounded, mouths agape, and unable to close them. What the hell? What just happened, elder brother? How did your head end up in the ground? You nearly scared the life out of me. Gongzi exclaimed, still shaken. It's a secret. Cheng Yin replied with a mysterious smile, patting his shoulder. You'll find out later. By the way, what about the blue plants and animals collected today? I'll take them. They're in the convenience store. I'll take you there. Zhou quickly nodded and led Cheng Yin towards the store. Inside the convenience store was a large sack filled with the exchanged blue plants and animals. Cheng Yin casually opened one, revealing it was packed with grass and fish, and there were quite a few. Not bad, quite efficient. Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction, and with a thought he instantly stored them all in his space. Alright, I need to find Zhang Weiguo to discuss something. Cheng Yin waved his hand and turned to walk towards the commander's office. As he pushed the door open, he saw Zhang Weiguo frowning at the map. Upon seeing Cheng Yin enter, he immediately came over, saying, Mr. Cheng, what brings you here? I took a shortcut. Cheng Yin smiled, getting straight to the point. I have something to tell you. The red plants and animals have appeared. What? So soon? Zhang Weiguo's expression changed. Cheng Yin nodded, his expression growing serious. These red items are at least 10 times more dangerous than the blue ones. Not only are they toxic, but the red animals may also attack proactively, and a single bite could mean instant doom. You must communicate clearly to everyone. Be extremely cautious when collecting them. Rest assured. I'll notify everyone immediately. Zhang Weiguo promptly nodded. Wait. Cheng Yin stopped him. The exchange ratio has been set. The red ones are 3 times that of the blue one. Encourage everyone to collect as much as possible, but safety comes first. Understood. I'll go broadcast this now, so everyone knows. Zhang Weiguo nodded heavily. Alright, I'll take my leave first. Call me anytime if anything comes up. Cheng Yin said, giving a signal to the shadow ninja behind him. The two of them stepped back, simultaneously diving into the shadow beneath their feet, vanishing from the office. Zhang Weiguo stared at the empty floor, unable to react for a long while. After a while, he muttered to himself, where did they go? At that moment, Cheng Yin had already returned to the villa's living room through the Shadow Kingdom. He leaned back on the sofa, feeling quite pleased. This Shadow Kingdom is simply a treasure. It not only allows for instant movement and can scare people to death, but it can also serve as a safe house. In the future, even if he encounters an unbeatable enemy, he can simply dive into the shadows and escape, and no one will be able to catch him. However, that was clearly not possible, but being able to go wherever he wanted should be quite feasible. Cheng Yin leaned on the sofa, watching several women bustling about in the kitchen, feeling quite content. Today's harvest was abundant. It was simply a perfect day. As night fell, he yawned, realizing it was already 11:50. In just 10 minutes, he would unlock today's new skill. He wondered what good things would be unlocked today. Cheng Yin was filled with anticipation. With the dog charm for immortality, the horse charm for healing, and the rabbit charm for speed, his current setup was already quite luxurious. He looked at Li Anan and silently thought, check the data. Namely, Anan. Loyalty 99, unwavering to death, personality lively and cheerful, loves beauty and dressing up, a little materialistic. Hobbies: buying cosmetics, buying clothes, admiring handsome men. Fetish: stockings, enthusiast, loves collecting stockings of various colors. Weaknesses: afraid of bugs, afraid of being broke. Past experience: before the apocalypse, she was a first-class flight attendant and approached you because you were handsome and wealthy. After the apocalypse broke out, she was saved by you. No wonder Li Anan took the initiative to approach him before the apocalypse. It turned out she liked handsome men and money, and he happened to have both. With a loyalty of 99, just 1 point short of perfect. a stockings enthusiast. Cheng Yin glanced at the black stockings on Li Ainan's legs and swallowed hard. How well she understands. Next was Lu Lanyin. Cheng Yin looked at Lu Lanyin, who was wiping the table. She wore a simple black home outfit, her hair styled in a neat bun, revealing her long swan neck. With little expression on her face, she exuded a cold aura that kept others at bay. Cheng Yin silently thought, check the data. Name Lu Lanyin. Loyalty 98, unwavering to death, personality externally cold, but internally warm, extremely reserved, not good at speaking, tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Hobbies: mining, practicing yoga. Fetish: golden miner. Weakness: afraid of being seen through. Past experience: after her parents went abroad, she relied on her sister Lu Lanyue. She was saved by you after the apocalypse broke out. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow. What a surprise. It turns out that one should not judge by appearances. She seemed aloof, like an iceberg, unapproachable, yet secretly so reserved. And she likes to play the golden miner. Cheng Yin couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lu Lanyin. She was quietly wiping the table, moving gracefully, her face devoid of expression, appearing both aloof and chastened. Who would have thought that such an ice queen secretly had a penchant for gold mining? Cheng Yin's heart leaped with joy. The contrast was simply thrilling. Finally, there was Lu Lanyue. Cheng Yin looked at Lu Lanyue, who wore her hair in a high ponytail and was dressed in cartoon pajamas, acting playfully like a little demon. Cheng Yin silently thought, check the data. In the next moment, a virtual panel appeared. Name: Lu Lanyue, age 23, height 162 centimeters, weight, other details omitted. Grain bag, emperor, powerhouse. Loyalty 101. Personality: loves to cause trouble, a typical little demon, tough on the outside, but soft on the inside, extremely tsundere. Hobbies: causing mischief. Fetish: loves to argue with you, gets excited the more you scold her secretly, wears your clothes when you are asleep, loves to roll around when no one is watching. Weakness: afraid of her sister Lu Lanyin. Cheng Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. 101. Her loyalty is actually 101. Didn't the system say that the maximum loyalty is 100? Why is Lu Lanyue's loyalty 101? And there are 3 question marks after it. System, what's going on? Cheng Yin shouted in his heart, isn't the maximum loyalty 100? Why is Lu Lanyue's loyalty 101? Ding. The normal loyalty cap is 100, representing unwavering loyalty until death. If the target's affection for the host exceeds the boundary of life and death, loyalty will surpass the cap and display as 101. For specific meanings, please explore on your own. Cheng Yin. Exceeding the boundary of life and death. He looked at the playful little demon and felt a storm brewing in his heart. He always thought that Lu Lanyue was the most disobedient and troublesome one because she often bullied the turtle he raised. Unexpectedly, she was actually the one who liked him the most, to the extent that her loyalty surpassed the limit. What about that fetish? Cheng Yin felt mixed emotions. These 2 sisters, one is reserved and the other is a little demon. He always thought that Lu Lanyue was the hardest to manage and the most headache-inducing because she always bullied the turtle he raised. What are you dazed about, Ingo? Liu came out of the kitchen holding fruit, smiling as she spoke. Oh, coming. Cheng Yin quickly snapped back to reality, stood up, and walked over to the dining table. After sitting down, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the 2 sisters. Lu Lanyin sat quietly eating fruit, taking small bites, not saying a word, throughout her face lacking expression, appearing extremely aloof. Lu Lanyue, on the other hand, was the exact opposite, eating bananas enthusiastically and deliberately, provoking him with her gaze. But Cheng Yin noticed that every time she glared at him, the tips of her ears turned red. The more Cheng Yin looked, the more interesting it became, and he couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Did I offend you by eating a banana? Lu Lanyue glared at him fiercely. I wasn't laughing at anything. Cheng Yin couldn't hold back his laughter. This data viewing skill is simply divine. Not only can it detect undercover agents, but it can also see through women's thoughts. In the future, whoever likes him or has ulterior motives will be easily seen. Looking at the time, it was quite late. Forget it, I'll check on Zhou Lei and the others at the shelter tomorrow. Cheng Yin stood up and returned to his bed. As he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with the data of the 2 sisters. One with a loyalty of 98, the other 101, one reserved, the other a little demon. And there was also Li Ainan, the stockings collector. Cheng Yin stroked his chin, revealing a mischievous smile. It seems that life will become increasingly interesting from now on. The next day after breakfast, Cheng Yin and the shadow ninja directly dove into the shadow beneath their feet, disappearing without a trace. The girls had long gotten used to his disappearing act, continuing with their own business. After just a while, Cheng Yin appeared in the conference room of the Aodi Center shelter. Zhou Lei, Gongzi, and Haozi were in a meeting. Upon seeing Cheng Yin suddenly appear, they were still taken aback. Big brother, can you please appear normally next time? Gongzi patted his chest, still shaken. You almost scared me to death. Exactly. Haozi nodded in agreement. Yesterday, 2 heads sprouted from the ground, and now I can't sleep at night. Just get used to it. Cheng Yin smiled, sitting down on a chair. How much have we collected today? We have already collected over 50 red ones, and more than 20 blue ones. Zhou Lei said excitedly, the temptation of triple food is too great, everyone has gone out like crazy looking for it. But don't worry, I've made it clear to them that it's very dangerous, so they need to be careful. That's good. Cheng Yin nodded in satisfaction. He scanned the people in the conference room, and silently thought-check the data. Instantly, a virtual panel appeared. Zhou Lei loyalty 98, no problem. Gongzi loyalty 97, no problem. Haozi loyalty 96, no problem. The loyalty of the other management personnel was above 80, all trustworthy. Cheng Yin nodded. It seemed that the people around him were not problematic. Let's go, take me outside. Where's Zhang Weiguo? Captain Zhang is at the exchange point, emphasizing safety precautions to everyone, afraid that someone might accidentally touch a red item and get poisoned. Cheng Yin looked at the top of his head, silently thinking. Check the information. Name Wang Chong. Age 32. Loyalty 30. Identity: an undercover agent planted by the core city in the shelter, also connected to the dwarf nation. Mission: collect your intelligence and steal your extraordinary abilities. Hobbies: visiting brothels, and visiting brothels. Weakness: afraid of death, extremely afraid of death. Recent activity: just sent a message to core city last night reporting your other abilities. Cheng Yin's eyes instantly turned cold. Found it. Finally found this bastard. No wonder the people from the dwarf nation could accurately know his location. It turns out there are really many bad people. It's not surprising that Core City has its own, the vast intelligence network. Zhang Weiguo saw Cheng Yin's expression suddenly change and quickly asked, Mr. Cheng, what's wrong? Why does your face look so grim? It's nothing. Cheng Yin shook his head and pointed at the man named Wang Chong. Do you know that person? Zhang Weiguo followed Cheng Yin's direction and nodded. I know him. His name is Wang Chong. He came from Core City, usually quite proactive, even helped us move things. What's wrong? Proactive? Cheng Yin sneered. He is an undercover agent sent here, also a traitor reporting to the dwarf nation. What a... Zhang Weiguo's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible, Mr. Cheng, you must be... He seems quite honest usually. The nearby Zhou Lei and several soldiers were also stunned. Honesty is just an act. Cheng Yin said indifferently. If you don't believe me, have someone search him now. Zhang Weiguo was skeptical, but he knew Cheng Yin never spoke carelessly. He signaled to 2 soldiers beside him. Go bring that person over and search him. Yes. The 2 soldiers immediately walked over and said to Wang Chong, you come with us for a while. Wang Chong's face instantly changed, but he still forced himself to remain calm. What's wrong? What did I do? I just came to exchange for food. Stop talking nonsense. If we say you go, you go. The soldiers did not allow for argument, grabbing Wang Chong as they walked him over. The people around were attracted by this scene and gathered to watch. What's going on? Why are they arresting him? I don't know, he looks quite honest. He must have done something bad, or otherwise Captain Zhang wouldn't arrest him. Wang Chong was brought before Cheng Yin and Zhang Weiguo, looking aggrieved. Captain Zhang, I really haven't done anything wrong. I'm just someone sent down from above. You can't wrongfully accuse a good person. Wrongfully accuse you? Cheng Yin sneered. Who have you been leaking information to about my abilities? On the 3rd of this month, you sent a message to the remnants of the dwarf nation saying where I was staying. Am I right? Wang Chong's eyes widened, his face drained of color. He had carried out these acts very discreetly, always doing them secretly late at night, when no one was around, hiding the communicator in the sole of his shoe immediately after not even his wife knew. How could Cheng Yin know this so clearly? You are talking nonsense. Wang Chong shouted defiantly. What evidence do you have? Cheng Yin smiled and said to the soldiers, search him. The 2 soldiers immediately held Wang Chong down, stripped him of his clothes, and then took off his shoes. Sure enough, in the compartment of his left shoe, they found a miniature communicator the size of a fingernail and a note with a password written on it. Zhang Weiguo's face turned ashen. Good. Wang Chong, how dare you be an undercover agent? Zhang Weiguo trembled with rage. Tell me, how many more undercover agents has Core City sent over? Wang Chong slumped to the ground, pale as death, unable to utter a word. The crowd erupted in uproar. Wow, he really is an undercover agent. What a disgrace. Mr. Cheng has saved so many of us, and he actually helped outsiders. Kill him. Keeping such a traitor is a disaster. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, eager to rush up and beat Wang Chong to a pulp. Zhang Weiguo waved his hand at the soldiers. Take him away, lock him up for strict interrogation. We must root out all the other undercover agents. Yes. The soldiers dragged the limp Wang Chong away. Zhang Weiguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Cheng Yin, Mr. Cheng, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would have been deceived by this guy. Who knows when he would have struck us? Yeah, big brother. You're amazing. Zhou Lei also said with admiration. How did you know he was an undercover agent? And knew when he reported? It's a secret. Cheng Yin smiled mysteriously. You'll know in the future. Zhang Weiguo didn't press on. He knew Cheng Yin had many extraordinary abilities, and some things were better left unasked. He said loudly to the people around, everyone listen up. If you find any suspicious persons in the future, report immediately. Anyone who reports an undercover agent will be rewarded with 10 bags of rice. Good. Rest assured, Captain Zhang. We will definitely help keep an eye out. The people around responded loudly. Cheng Yin watched this scene, nodding in satisfaction. All right, there's nothing for me to do here. I'm leaving. You all continue to exchange supplies, and he'll come back if there's any. Goodbye, Mr. Cheng. Take care, big brother. Cheng Yin nodded and didn't engage in further conversation with them, directly slipping into the shadows below his feet, disappearing into the shelter. Zhou looked at the empty ground and clicked his tongue. Big brother's ability is really cool, coming and going without a trace like a god. Indeed, Zhang Weiguo sighed. Having someone like this is a blessing for us. At this moment, Cheng Yin did not return to the villa. He pondered in his heart, since there's nothing to do now, why not go check out the neighboring city? The population there is greater than in City X. Perhaps there are more red plants and animals. It was a good opportunity to test the long-distance teleportation ability of the Shadow Kingdom. Just a short while later, he emerged from a shadow in City Y. As soon as he landed, the horrific scene pierced his eyes. City Y was much worse off than City X. When the extreme cold disaster struck, a large-scale stampede and riot occurred, here resulting in at least 1 million more deaths than in City X. The streets were strewn with frozen corpses covered by thick snow, with only a glimpse of clothing corners visible. Cars were haphazardly blocked on the road, filled with bodies inside. The entire city was eerily silent. Even the sound of the wind carried a sense of deathly stillness. Damn, this is so tragic. Cheng Yin frowned, feeling a bit unsettled. However, he didn't dwell on it much. The apocalypse is like this. Death is the most common occurrence. He activated his clairvoyance, scanning the surroundings, ready to look for some red plants and animals. At that moment, his keen hearing suddenly perked up. A faint sound of a cry for help came from a distant residence. There's still a survivor. Cheng Yin was taken aback and immediately looked in that direction. His clairvoyance penetrated through layers of walls, landing in a room on the 3rd floor of the residential building. Inside the room stood a man dressed in a tattered cotton coat in the center. In his right palm, a small red flame was flickering. In front of him lay a blood-soaked woman who had already lost her breath. The man was using the flame in his hand to slowly burn the woman's clothes while emitting a strange laugh. Damn, an extraordinary ability. Cheng Yin's eyes widened instantly, his heart lurching with a sharp jolt. What was happening? Was he not the only one endowed with supernatural abilities? A wave of stunned disbelief crashed over Cheng Yin. If others could also acquire such powers, then his decisive advantage would vanish entirely. What if someone gained an immortality far surpassing the dog talismans, or speed eclipsing even the rabbit talismans? How then could he ever claim dominion over this apocalypse? System, what is going on? Cheng Yin shouted inwardly. How does he possess abilities too? Does he truly have them? Ding. Cultivator, please remain calm. That individual has not received a system, merely consumed 1 crimson mutated plant, granting him a faint pyrokinetic aptitude. Ordinary humans who ingest crimson mutated flora or fauna possess a mere 1% chance of acquiring a feeble supernatural ability, its ceiling extraordinarily low. His flame manipulation capacity extends only to warming himself or cooking food. It holds no combat utility, merely enough to sustain life in this apocalyptic wasteland. This stands in stark fundamental contrast to your divine tier talismanic powers, which possess no upper limit and may be infinitely refined. Even if an ordinary human consumed 10,000 crimson mutated organisms, they could never approach your current level of strength. Cheng Yin exhaled slowly, tension ebbing from his shoulders. So that was it. He had been momentarily flustered, convinced the system had become common currency. Yet the instant he learned the man lacked any system, his expression hardened, his inner balance shattered. What the hell? Why him? He raged inwardly. He ate 1 crimson plant and gained enhancement. I devoured 100. I died 100 times. Am I truly this cursed? Ding. Your starting point differs. You were simply blessed with extraordinary fortune. Consider it thus: he found a single matchstick, whereas you were born the god of fire. No matter how brightly the match burns, it will never rival the sun. So he was merely a fool, a tragic scapegoat, dying once for every bite. While others casually played with flames after a single crimson morsel, he perished 100 times for 100 bites. The more he dwelled on it, the hotter his fury burned. Gritting his teeth, wrath surged through his veins. So you're just lucky, huh? You gained abilities from 1 bite. Fine. I'll see just how formidable that pathetic power truly is. Without hesitation, Cheng Yin activated the rabbit talisman's power. In an instant his form dissolved into a streak of afterimage hurtling toward the residential building. His speed reached its absolute zenith. Within 0.1 seconds, he stood before the door of the third-floor apartment. He didn't even bother breaking the door. With the rabbit talisman's velocity, he pierced straight through the wall and materialized inside the room. The man crouching on the floor roasting meat snapped his head up at the sound. Upon seeing a young man clad in a pristine down jacket, utterly unmarred by dust or grime, he froze for a beat, then flashed a rapacious grin. Not a trace of fear crossed his face, only a slow, hungry lick of his lips as the flame in his palm flared higher. "Kid, who the hell are you?" The man rose, appraising Cheng Yin from head to toe, his gaze predatory, as though sizing up a prime cut of meat. "Dressed so well. You must be hoarding quite the stash of food, huh?" Arms crossed, Cheng Yin regarded him coldly, silent. He intended to observe this delusional wretch's arrogance, to witness precisely how far it dared stretch. Mistaking silence for paralysis, the man grew bolder. He waved the flame in his hand, smirking with self-satisfaction. "See this? I've got powers. I'm king of this city now. Hand over every scrap of food you carry, and kneel. 3 full prostrations. Then perhaps I'll spare your mangy life. Otherwise," he pointed contemptuously at the woman's corpse sprawled on the floor, his smile turning venomous, "you'll end up just like her, my next meal." "Not bad, actually. The flesh does smell rather savory when roasted." Cheng Yin's lips curled into a glacial smile. He'd come merely to inspect the man's ability, had no intention of engaging. Yet this fool not only flaunted his petty boon, but dared covet him, even envisioning him as sustenance. Perfect. Let this wretch bear the brunt of 100 deaths' accumulated fury. "You dare call yourself king with that flicker of flame?" Cheng Yin scoffed. "You seek death." The man's expression twisted. He thrust his right hand forward. The tiny flame launched toward Cheng Yin. "I'll incinerate you, you arrogant little whelp." The ember drifted lazily, barely fluttering forward before the breeze nearly snuffed it out. Cheng Yin didn't even deign to dodge. With a thought, he summoned a gleaming Gatling heavy machine gun from his spatial storage. The 6 icy barrels gleamed lethally, their gaping muzzles locked onto the man. Cheng Yin patted the weapon's casing, flashing a feral grin. "Go on, continue. Let's settle this, your pitiful spark versus my roaring Gatling tongue. Consider it Gatling's redemption." The man's smirk froze, then shattered. He stared dumbfounded at the Gatling, then down at his own meager flame. Warmth, not war. With a soft puff, the flame in his palm extinguished itself. "You." His face contorted in terror as he stumbled backward. How do you have this?" "Why shouldn't I?" Cheng Yin sneered, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. "No, don't fire. I beg you, I was wrong." The man collapsed, kowtowing frantically. "Elder brother, I misjudged you utterly. I never meant to provoke you. I'll surrender everything, all my food. And that crimson herb, all of it. Please, spare me." Mentioning the herb reignited Cheng Yin's memory of 100 agonizing deaths, and fury compressed white-hot deep within his core. Too late. Cheng Yin spoke, voice flat and void of inflection. Da-da-da-da-da. The Gatling roared, a deafening primordial bellow, as torrents of fire erupted. A hail of bullets shredded the man into pulp before he could utter a cry, collapsing into a shapeless crimson ruin upon the floor. Cheng Yin released the trigger. Smoke still coiled from the Gatling's overheated barrels. He stepped forward, rifled through the corpse's garments, and retrieved a slender crimson herb. "At least you served some purpose." He tossed the herb carelessly into his spatial storage. The 2 corpses on the floor earned not another glance. Such was the apocalypse. The strong devoured the weak. To harbor murderous intent was to accept the inevitability of being slain. Cheng Yin turned and strode from the room. Having dispatched the flame-wielding fool, Cheng Yin brushed dust from his coat and resumed wandering Y City. Activating his 1,000-mile eye, he swept across row upon row of derelict apartment blocks, his brow furrowing deeper with each scan. "Something's off," he murmured, stroking his chin. Before the cataclysm, Y City held several million souls, over 1 million more than X City. Even accounting for mass fatalities from the deep freeze and subsequent riots, hundreds of thousands should remain. So why is the city so eerily empty? The metropolis lay silent, oppressively so, broken only by wind and the occasional brittle crack of shifting ice. Corpses littered the streets, frozen solid, rigid as marble. Did they all flee elsewhere? Cheng Yin tilted his head. Or were they evacuated to shelters? As the thought formed, his wind listening ear twitched sharply. A faint rhythmic shush-shush-ish seeped up from beneath the ice, like something swift and sinuous darting through frigid water. Cheng Yin paused, then spun, crouched low, and activated his 1,000-mile eye, peering downward through the glacial surface. What he saw made his pupils contract violently. Beneath the ice, a colossal black silhouette surged toward him, blazing with terrifying velocity. It stretched over 10 meters, shaped like a fish, yet magnified beyond comprehension. Its passage churned the ice, shattering slabs and sending tremors rippling across the frozen expanse. What in the blazes is that?